This story starts with our female lead opening her eyes while feeling cold. My body feels numb. She heard voice of glass breaking and wonders what was that noise. A boy was crying over her, and tears were dropping from his face. She looks at the boy and thinks, what mesmerizing eyes. But why is he sobbing? His tears are warm. And she closes her eyes again. After some time she opens her eyes in a room. All the maids seeing her wake up rush towards her calling, Your Majesty! Her Royal Majesty is awake! Her Majesty has awakened! Whole he feels dizzy, she thinks, Her Majesty? Who are they referring to? She looks towards them and wondered, wait, are they talking about me? Then she looks at herself in the mirror and realized that she's changed. She wondered, what on earth happened to me? Where am I? Who am I? While taking medicine, she said, so bitter, the maid told. You have to take your medicine if you want to recover faster, Your Majesty. She takes medicine with and said, fine. After days of enduring bitter medicine and speaking with different people. Diana? Yes, ma'am. I came to the realization that I had somehow entered the world of a romance novel called Lady and the Beast. That was one incredible read. Lady and the Beast was a fantasy romance novel loosely inspired by the fairy tale Beauty and the Beast. The main characters were Blake, the cursed beastly crown prince, and the wild Richard, who both fought to win the heart of the heroine, Diana. I had somehow found myself in the body of Anthea, who was Diana's half-sister. By marrying Crown Prince Blake, Anthea became a princess. However, Anthea took one look at Blake's face, marked by the hereditary curse of his royal family, and took her own life on their wedding day. This incident plunged Blake into despair. He saw himself as a monster and shut himself, and his heart, away from the outside world. His soul descended into darkness, and unable to win Diana's heart, he passed away tragically young. According to the novel, Anthea drowns in the lake, and Blake dives in to recover her lifeless body. But now that my soul is in Anthea's body, she didn't die. She recalled, that young boy from yesterday must have been Blake. If you despise me so much, she thinks, he seemed to cry for me so earnestly that night, but he hasn't come to see me, not even once. It's already been 5 days since I woke up. He must be in pain. His bride tried to end her life because of his cursed appearance. It would be strange if he were all right. She then tries to stand up, the maid said. Oh, Your Majesty, do you want to go somewhere? She replied. I want to visit the Crown Prince, the maid asked. You want to see His Royal Highness? Madam, with all due respect, the Crown Prince was deeply shocked by what happened. Perhaps it would be best if you waited a few more days before making any announcements, Anthea said. Don't worry about anything, just lead the way, the maid complied. Yes, Your Majesty. While walking in the hallway following the maid, Anthea thinks, I have no intention of leaving Blake. In fact, in Lady and the Beast, Blake was my favorite character. Oh no, I couldn't believe it when Diana chose Richard over Blake. Poor Blake. Now, I have the chance to rewrite Blake's tragically dark past. There's no way I'm giving that up. Besides, Anthea has nowhere else to go. Anthea was the daughter of Count Valencia and his first wife. Her mother passed away during childbirth, and the Count quickly remarried. Soon after, his second daughter, Diana, was born. The Count and his new wife treated Anthea cruelly and sent her off to marry the Crown Prince, fully aware of his curse and his fate of an early death. Anthea didn't take her own life solely because of Blake's cursed face. She threw herself into the icy water out of despair from being abandoned by her family. She resolved, so, even if I leave this place, I have no home to return to. And I have no intention of letting Blake drown in his own despair. Anthea opens the door and went inside. She said, Your Majesty? It's me, Anthea. The prince was hiding himself in a blanket, he said. No! Stay away from me! Anthea stops and said. Please, Your Majesty. The prince again shouted, hiding himself. Don't come near me! I am horribly disfigured. Leave! I will scare you. He was trembling and crying. Anthea thinks in her mind, he doesn't resent me for trying to end my life. He's scared of scaring me. Anthea then takes a sigh and went ahead and pulled his blanket away from him. Panicked by this, the prince said, No! He looks at Anthea, then again hides his face. He said, What do you think you're doing? How dare you take my blanket? Anthea said in her mind, Hey, people will get the wrong idea. You silly novel character. She thinks, where is the dark, brooding Blake, the master of charm? He's more like a soft, fluffy bunny. Well, first things first, Anthea said. I have something to tell you, Prince Blake. She then peels off the eye patch from Prince's face. The prince shouted, Hey! How dare you! Turning his face, he said, don't look. Anthea grabs his face with both of her hands and said, Why not? You are stunning, your majesty. The prince asked while confused. What? She told. I have never seen anyone as breathtaking as you. Anthea thinks in her mind, I'm not saying this to comfort you. It's the truth. His left face may be covered with the black whorls of his family curse, but his large eyes, regal nose, tender lips, and graceful chin all come together in angelic harmony. It's undeniably a beautiful face. Looking at his face, she thinks, when you meet Diana, you will be released from your curse. Once the curse mark is erased from Blake's face, he will be described as the most handsome man on the continent. Even now, he has such a pretty face. Averting his gaze, he said, But, you hate me. Anthea replied, I don't hate you. The prince said, But. Anthea continued, Let me make this clear, Your Highness. I did not try to commit suicide. I slipped and fell into the lake by accident. She thinks in her mind, well, that's not exactly true. Anthea really did commit suicide from the shock of her betrothed's cursed appearance. However, I have decided to pretend that it was an accident, since I am now Anthea. If it had been me, I would never have jumped into the lake because of Blake's face. Blake asked, Are you telling the truth? Anthea replied, Yes. I heard that you saved me from drowning. I came here to thank you for saving my life. Blake asked, Are you really thankful? She replied, Yes, Your Highness. How could I not be when you saved my life? Tears came falling from Blake's face. While sobbing, he said, I thought you killed yourself because of me. Anthea smiles and said, Why would I do that? I have everything to live for. I married you. Blake, trying to stop his tears, said, I thought you might hate me for saving your life. That's why I was afraid to see you. Anthea thinks in her mind, he must have been so distressed during the 5 days I was unconscious. Anthea hugs him and said, No, Prince Blake. My dear husband, I really like you. Hug, so please don't worry about anything. Blake also hugs her and said, I like you too. Anthea tells in her mind, Haha. Blake, you big fat liar. You like my little sister. In the novel Lady and the Beast, Blake likes the main character Diana. When the Emperor learned of Blake's fondness for Diana, he requested the Count of Valencia to arrange a marriage for the two. However, Count Valencia refused to send his beloved Diana to wed the cursed crown prince and sent Anthea instead. Well, a little white lie is sometimes better than the harsh, ugly truth. Anthea then said, Then shall we share a bed from now on? Hearing this, Blake gets shocked and crawls back. He blushed. Not realizing the consequences, Anthea thinks, Hey, yo, Mr. Subhero, why do you look so alarmed? You're making me feel like I suggested something scandalous. Anthea thinks in her mind, the House of Valencia possessed the power of light. Diana was able to free Blake from his curse because of the Valencia family's power of light. Anthea was also a daughter of Valencia, but her powers were not as strong as Diana's, who was the chosen successor. Still, she too had the power. Prince Blake's curse wasn't simply a skin-deep mark. It also caused him excruciating pain. The pain got worse in cold weather. Yet, he jumped into the freezing lake in the middle of winter to save me. I'm sure he endured agonizing pain. She thinks, and knowing him, he's hardly the type to express it. He must have suffered in silence. The Valencia power of light is unleashed through physical contact. The more intimate the touch, the more intense its restorative powers. This resulted in some really intense, seductive scenes. So steamy. Blake is still too young for that kind of treatment, but I was hoping to at least hold his hand. But if he's going to act this way, I don't think I'll be able to do anything. Explaining him, Anthea said, Your Highness, please do not misunderstand me. We are married, so it's only natural that we sleep together. It's really nothing to be afraid of. Blake blushed and said, Bibi, but I'm so embarrassed. Looking at him blushing, Anthea thinks, what happened to the wild masculinity of the original Prince Blake? I only see a red-eyed bunny rabbit. She tells in her mind, in 10 years, will this bunny boy really grow into a sexy beast? Human transformation is really quite something. Feeling determined, she thinks, anyway, I can't leave this sick child alone like this. Anthea pulls his blanket and said, Come with me. Anthea grabs his hands and said, Since we are married, from now on, we must sleep together every night. Getting startled, Blake asked, Every night? Anthea asked with a smirk, What's wrong? Don't you want to? He replied, No, I didn't say that. Anthea, are you really okay with this? She asked. With what? He again asked. Are you sure you want to sleep with me? She replied without hesitation. Of course, Prince Blake. Like I said, I really like you. Blake blushed again and thinks she says she likes me. Anthea asked. What do you think? Do you feel comfortable holding my hand? Holding his hands, Anthea tries to observe. Can he feel the power of light releasing him from his curse? Anthea thinks. According to the novel, the pain of Blake's curse would subside when he and Diana held hands. Since I'm a Valencia, my touch should have some effect too. But it doesn't seem to be working. I don't see any change. Since I've somehow entered this universe, I really want to relieve some of Blake's pain. While she was busy thinking Blake was continuously blushing, she resolved, I guess my powers aren't strong enough. She leaves his hands and turns. Blake stops her and said, No, don't go. As she was about to leave, he hugs her from behind and said, Anthea, your hand. Your hand is so nice and warm. He said, so please, don't leave me. Blake's teary voice. Anthea replied, Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. He asked. Really? She replied, trying to reassure him. Yes, really. I just came down from the bed to pick up the blanket. Blushing, Blake crawled back. Anthea smiles and thinks. After giving me a back hug, he trembled. She said, If you don't want to sleep with me, he asked. His voice was breaking. No, it's not that. I just wanted to make sure. Are you really willing to sleep with a monster like me? Anthea scolded him gently. Your Highness, please don't say that word. You are not a monster, he stammered. But, Anthea gently lifted his hands and said, Didn't I tell you? I think you are so beautiful. You are far from being a monster. And not only that, your curse will be broken someday, Blake asked, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. My curse will be broken, she told. Yes, I'm sure of it. When you turn 18, your curse will be broken, and you will live happily ever after. So until then, please be strong and ignore what other people say, he questioned, while sounding uncertain. When I'm 18? Anthea explained in her mind. In the Valencia family, just as one member always becomes the successor and protector of the power of light, one person in the Zerthilian imperial household always inherits the family curse. Long ago, the first emperor, Philip, became the lover of the goddess of light. As a sign of her affection, she bestowed some of her powers upon him, and with this power, Philip founded a mighty empire. However, after becoming emperor, Philip betrayed the goddess and fell in love with another woman. In her rage, the goddess cursed his descendants, a curse that would be passed down through time. The cursed successor would bear black birthmarks on their face that would slowly and painfully spread over their body, ultimately leading to death before adulthood. Even you, Blake, come close to death on the night of your 18th birthday. But when you meet Diana, you'll be freed from the curse, Anthea said, holding out her pinky. I promise you, you will never be defeated by the Zerthilian curse. Cross my heart and hope to die. Hearing this, Blake snatches away his hand and said, No, don't ever say that again. You must never die, Anthea. Even if I die, you must live. He trembles while saying. Anthea grabs his trembling hand and said, Don't worry, I won't die. And neither will you, Prince Blake. So don't worry, he whispered, while his voice is shaky. Anthea, she said as she wiped his tears. My dear husband is such a crybaby, he protested. I am not a crybaby, she teased. Yes, you are, he insisted. I am not. She showed him smiling and asked, Then why is my handkerchief all wet? Blake repeated, but his voice was soft. I am not a crybaby, she comforted him. All right. It's okay, he wailed softly. No, Anthea said, gently patting his back. Everything will be okay, don't worry. His eyes glittered as he blinked sleepily. He fell asleep. She murmured before opening her eyes the next day. She wondered, watching his innocent, sleeping face. Did he hold my hand all night long? He's so cute, she thought. She gently patted his head, but then his eyes fluttered open. Bale opens his eyes and smiles. She asked. Why are you smiling? He replied, while his face was glowing with joy. Because I'm so happy, she asked, while surprised. Why? He said, his voice filled with warmth. Because you are lying by my side. She was touched by his words. She thought to herself as the birds outside chirped in the early morning. I wish I could always make you smile like this, she tells in her mind. The next few days passed peacefully. I spent all my time with Blake. One thing I noticed was that Blake rarely left his room unless it was absolutely necessary. He would eat and read in his room, keeping to himself. I also noticed something peculiar about his eating habits. Not again, greens! More greens, Anthea thought, staring at the plate in front of her. For 3 days in a row, during every single meal, it's the same thing. Does the cook think we're rabbits? The menu was almost identical each day. This is the same salty soup as yesterday's, she asked, siding at the table. Prince Blake, what kind of food do you like? While eating he answered, I like everything. She probed further. Do you enjoy meat and fish? He replied eagerly, yes. Anthea concluded. Okay, so Blake is not a vegetarian. He may be cursed, but he has no dietary restrictions, she thinks in her mind. Then why is it always wilted salad and rehashed leftovers? I wondered. There could only be one reason. The staff had no respect for the monster, Crown Prince. Blake may be the Crown Prince and I his wife, but we were young and powerless. The servants were blatantly slighting us. The current Lord Chamberlain, Brown, the eldest son of Marquis Hamill, had clearly gone too far. Then Blake asked, Anthea, is the food not to your liking? And T wanting to worry him, she lied. No, the food is fine, Anthea called. Melissa. She came and responded. Yes, Your Highness, she said. After the meal, please ask the Lord Chamberlain to come to my room. There's something I need to ask him. Melissa responded with a bow. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Turning her attention to Prince Blake, Anthea offered him. Try these roasted mushrooms. Blake hesitated. I don't really care for mushrooms, Anthea insisted. You must eat them. They're good for you. Come on, now. She watched him as he complied. Don't just wash it down with water. Chew it before swallowing. Blake took a bite, gulping it down and feels proud I ate it, he said softly, holding her hand. Your hand is so nice and warm. Whenever I hold your hand, I feel better, Anthea. Anthea puffed her cheeks in delight. So cute, she thought, her heart swelling. She said, I'm so glad. Now eat the rest of the mushrooms, Blake said obediently. Okay. As she watched him eat, Anthea wondered to herself, if my hand comforts Blake, does this mean I also possess some power of light? Asterisk. After some time, the servant said, Your Royal Highness, Lord Chamberlain Brown is here to see you, Anthea told. Show him in. Lord Brown entered, bowing slightly. Your Royal Highness, how may I be of service? Anthea observed him and thinks, he was the eldest son of Marquis Hamill, and he hadn't appeared once while she was bedridden. As the son of a marquis, he must think he outranks me, the child bride of the cursed prince. Anthea began, her voice laced with irritation. I find the quality of the Crown Prince's meals rather atrocious. Brown chuckled lightly, clearly unimpressed. Is that why you called me? I had expected it to be more urgent business. Anthea's eyes narrowed and her voice grew heated. The Crown Prince is the light of the Empire, but the meals he is served are not even fit to feed livestock. If this isn't urgent business, I don't know what is. Brown sneered. The light of the Empire. Your Royal Highness, you are new to this, so you probably aren't aware that the budget set aside to maintain the Crown Prince's household is not very high. His Imperial Majesty does not give us sufficient funds, so what can we do but scrimp and save? Anthea thought, blatant liar. She thought perhaps the Crown Prince's allocations doesn't allow for luxuries, but I'm sure it is enough to provide meat at the table. She kept her composure. I understand, she said calmly. Brown, misinterpreting her response, said, What a relief. I was afraid you might not understand the situation because of your youth. I am so glad your Highness proves to be sensible. Anthea's expression hardened. She said, I shall release you from your duties. Brown's face paled. He furiously asked, What? What did you just say? He was clearly taken aback. Anthea called out, Lord Edmund. Then she said, Take Brown Hamill to the dungeon for embezzlement of the imperial coffers, and make sure to carry out a thorough investigation of his crime. Brown roared as his face turning red with rage. Embezzlement? Do you even know the meaning of that word? Anthea responded coldly. I do. What you did is the very definition of embezzlement. Brown trembled, his confidence waning. He shouted as Lord Edmund approached. Unhand me at once. Do you know who I am? I am the heir to Marquis Hamill. That little girl married the cursed monster, and now she wants to play princess? Anthea remained calm as Brown was dragged away, his threats echoing in the hallway. Mark my words. You will pay for this, he screamed. Anthea instructed. Please add this to the list of Brown's crimes: contempt of the Crown Prince and Princess. Lord Edmund responded with a nod. Yes, Your Royal Highness. After that, Lord Edmund dragged away Brown as he was shouting, "Let go of me." I said, "Let go." Lord Edmund stares at him, and Brown froze in fear. After the commotion settled, the court of the Crown Prince fell into murmurs and confusion. But Anthea wasn't done. She decided to go one step further. She fired almost all of the palace staff. "This is the list you requested, Your Highness." Melissa handed her a parchment. Anthea carefully reviewed it. In Lady and the Beast, after Blake is stripped of his position as Crown Prince, most of his staff betray him immediately and go off to join Richard. There's no need to keep future betrayers by his side. She flipped through the list, marking names. Him, and him too. She made her decision. Everyone on the list with a mark next to his or her name is fired. She got rid of everyone who would betray Blake in the novel. A silence fell over the halls, and Anthea thinks, now that the palace was almost empty. Melissa, looking anxious, approached Anthea. "Excuse me, Your Highness. All the staff were chosen by the Emperor himself. Would it be all right to dismiss them all?" Looking at her worried, Anthea thinks, "Poor Melissa. She really looks worried." Anthea smiled gently at Melissa. "It's all right. Don't worry about a thing." Melissa's face glowed and she said, "Yes, ma'am. When would you like dinner to be served?" Anthea blinked, remembering that she had sent off all the cooks. She waved it off. "You don't have to worry about that either. I'm going to cook today." Melissa's eyes widened in shock. "Your Highness can cook?" Anthea replied with a grin. "Yes. I was roaming through the castle, and I found something quite interesting. Follow me, and I'll show you." Melissa followed Anthea through the halls until they arrived at the place that Anthea wanted to show. Melissa was shocked that how did the princess come all the way here? Anthea dramatically unveiled what she had found. "Tada!" Melissa stared in disbelief. "Your Highness, what in the world are these?" Anthea beamed with excitement. "Look, this is doenjang," she said, holding up a jar. "And this is gochujang?" Melissa asked, confused. "Doenjang? Gochujang?" Anthea smiled, holding the jars up. "They are condiments from the Orient. Adding these fermented sauces will enhance the flavor of food," Melissa exclaimed, all evident in her voice. "Your Highness, how do you know so much? Are you, maybe, a genius?" Anthea chuckled nervously and said, When I was a child I read about them, in books," she replied, mentally apologizing for the lie. "Sorry for lying, Melissa." Melissa remembered hearing that the Emperor had gathered flavors and spices from all corners of the world to please his Empress, but she never expected the palace to have such a wide array of ingredients. Anthea thought, "This makes me so mad. The kitchen had all these wonderful ingredients, but only served us salad greens." Anthea took a deep breath, rolling up her sleeves. "Now then, shall we begin?" The kitchen soon filled with the sounds of sizzling, chopping, and sprinkling. Anthea worked efficiently, her hands moving with practiced ease. After a while, she stepped back, wiping her brow. "Phew, all done!" Melissa's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Our princess is a genius in the kitchen." While grinning, Anthea said, "Shall we call the prince to dinner?" As the dishes were laid out, steam rising and fragrances filling the room, Blake asked. His curiosity was piqued. "Whoa, what is all this?" Anthea explained. "It's Oriental cuisine, Your Highness," she said. "I once read about it in a book. All the ingredients were in the pantry, so I gave it a try." Blake asked. "Anthea, did you make all this by yourself?" she confirmed. "Yes, Your Highness." "Wow." Blake stared at the food, clearly impressed, and asked, "So how do you eat this?" Anthea giggled inwardly. This must be the first time Blake is having Korean food, she thought. She said, "Oriental cuisine is quite different from our normal fare, isn't it? I too discovered Asian food recently. These are Korean-style meatballs. They're called dongrangting." Blake listened intently, nodding. Anthea added with a playful smile, "Because they're round and cute, just like you." Blake blushed slightly. "You think I'm cute?" Piercing the meatball with a fork, Anthea laughed and said, "Yes, you're like a little bunny rabbit. Now open your mouth." Blake obediently opened his mouth as Anthea fed him a meatball. Nom nom. Blake chewed, his face lighting up, his eyes widened in delight. He said, "Wow, so yummy," Anthea asked, while her heart warming at the sight of his happiness. "Do you like them?" Blake nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yeah," Anthea said, while gesturing toward the steaming pot. Now, this stew is called doenjang jjigae. Try it on your own, Anthea told. It has a peculiar taste, so if you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Okay. Blake scooped some up, taking a cautious bite. Anthea thought, watching him closely, I wonder if he'll like it. He's probably tasted nothing like it before. Blake exclaimed. This is good. It's the yummiest thing I've had in my entire life. Anthea couldn't help but smile, proud of her efforts. Then I'll make it for you often. Yippee! Blake cheered, his joy infectious. Anthea mused fondly. It feels like I'm with a little son rather than a husband. But this is just fine. She knew that for Blake to be freed from his curse, he had to fall in love with Diana. I'm going to stay by his side, make him happy, and watch over him until he becomes an adult. Once he reaches adulthood, I will leave him. Anthea was determined to save Blake, but she understood her limitations. I want to save Blake, I really do. But I don't have the power to release him from his curse. My role is to protect him just until he meets Diana. According to the original novel, Blake would suffer 3 tragedies during his childhood. First, he inherited the family curse. Second, his bride, Anthea, kills herself on their wedding day. And finally, he suffers the death of his father, Emperor Thenston. When Emperor Thenston passed away, Blake's uncle, the Duke of Carseal, would become the next emperor. Richard, the main hero of the novel, was the bastard son of the Duke of Carseal. Blake's uncle would strip him of his title as crown prince, and the cursed boy, still young and weak, would be exiled to a southern island where he would endure a horrible childhood. Blake inherited his curse long before I entered Anthea's body. She thought sadly, there's nothing I can do to help him in this respect. However, Emperor Thenston's death still lies ahead in the future. If I try, maybe I can prevent it. She thinks, after Blake's wedding ceremony in the novel, the Emperor had gone to the Valley of Chaos. Anthea decided she would wait patiently until he returned. After a few days, Anthea concluded, as it turned out, Blake loved Korean food. He didn't pretend to like it out of politeness. His admiration was genuine, he said with respect. Anthea, this is so good. Seeing his happiness, Anthea was filled with a sense of purpose. She thinks in her mind, he really seemed to enjoy Korean cuisine. She resolved, I want to make Korean food the authentic way. But to do that, she realized she would need a furnace and a cauldron. This nation has relatively advanced ovens, she noted, her mind whirling with ideas. I think I'll draw a picture of a traditional Korean cauldron and ask the goldsmith to make one for me. Once the cauldron is made, I'll ask him to build a furnace in the palace kitchen. Anthea wandered around, measuring potential spots. Now, where would be a good spot to place the cauldron? Just as she was inspecting a corner, a voice startled her. What are you doing here? Someone came and stood near her. She heard the sound of steps. Ah, she yelped, jumping in surprise. Turning her head, she said, Hey, you scared me. The person apologized. Extending his hand toward her, he said, Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Examining him, Anthea thinks, dark eyebrows, a sculpted jawline, a scar on his neck, and fiery red eyes like a wild animal's. I instinctively knew who he was. Richard? This young boy could only be Richard Carseal, the hero of Lady and the Beast, he greeted with a smirk. Long time, no see, Anthea. Anthea thinks, I was right. Richard was the second son of the Duke of Carseal, the Emperor's younger brother. Since the cursed Blake was destined to die a tragic young death, the Duke and his sons were next in line for the throne. Richard's mother had been a slave, which excluded him from the line of succession. But that never stopped him. Richard was ambitious. One by one, he eliminated his rivals, eventually ascending to the throne. Towards the end of the novel, Richard used Diana to eliminate Blake. She shakes her head and thinks, No, I won't let that happen. Emperor Thenston will not die a sudden death, and Blake will not be stripped of his crown. I won't allow it. She resolved herself and stands up. Anthea asked, And what brings you here? Richard said. You caused quite an uproar from the first day of your marriage. I heard you let go of practically all the court staff. Anthea raised an eyebrow and thinks. In the process, I eliminated all the spies you planted in the palace. That must have riled you up, Anthea asked. What's your point? He remarked. That was rather hasty of you and quite unlike your usual self, Anthea asked. Hasty, you say? Richard explained. The Hamill family has the confidence and trust of His Imperial Majesty. It was rash of you to send his eldest son to the dungeon. All the court staff were personally selected by His Majesty. It wasn't right to cast them away like that, Anthea furiously thought inwardly. They were spies of you and your family, and you dare lecture me? Then Anthea composed herself and said, We can't have untrustworthy people by our side. Richard told, One needs tolerance when dealing with inferiors. You cannot gain their loyalty if you kick them out on a sudden whim, Anthea reminded him. I believe you are stepping out of line, my lord. This does not concern you. If you have nothing else to say, please go. Richard didn't move. Instead, he leaned in slightly, a sly smile on his lips. Are you still upset? Taken aback, Anthea asked. Excuse me? He asked again. Are you still sulking because I refuse to accept your love? Anthea's mind reeled. What is this bullshit? Richard said with mock pity. Anthea, I know you like me. I'm sorry I can't return your affections. As you know, I'm a bastard son. I would be defying the Emperor if I asked for your hand. Anthea stared at him in disbelief. She thought, you dirty dog. So this is how he would woo, use, and cast away his lovers, huh? Conniving little prick. Richard gave me a patronizing look. Sweet, kind Anthea. You understand my delicate predicament, don't you? He added. I know you like me. That was it. Anthea lost her reason right about now. She straightened up. With her voice firm, she said, Sir Richard, you are being delusional. Who says I like you? Richard blinked, momentarily thrown off. Anthea continued. Richard Carseal, I've had enough of your rudeness. How dare you show such disrespect to the crown princess? This is a grave discourtesy to the imperial throne, Richard asked, his voice dipping into a more serious tone. Anthea, are you still mad at me? As he said, he tried to grab Anthea's hand. Suddenly, Blake cut through the tension and grabs Richard's hand before he can grab Anthea's hand. While startled, Anthea said, Your Highness, Blake said. Stop. Can't you see Anthea is displeased? Richard said. There must be some misunderstanding, Your Highness. Lady Valencia and I are childhood friends. Blake interrupted coldly. Richard, do not address her as Lady Valencia. She is the crown princess, Richard said. Please forgive me, Your Highness. It was my mistake. Richard bowed, attempting to recover his dignity. Blake's gaze was cold. He said, From now on, be careful. The next time you are discourteous to the princess, you will not be forgiven. Now get out of here. He flicked his hand dismissively. Richard shuddered, hesitating for a moment before turning on his heel to leave. Duh! Anthea mumbled under her breath, still disgusted by Richard's arrogance. Blake, noticing her expression, touched her hand gently and said, Don't look that way. Turning her head towards Blake, Anthea said, Excuse me? His grip firm yet tender. He said softly, Anthea, don't look at other men. Anthea blinked again, processing his words before smiling. She said, Don't worry. I won't. Blake's hand tightened slightly, as if reassured by her response. Anthea added, Besides, that wasn't a man. That was a dog. Blake asked. A dog? Her anger flaring up again, she exclaimed. Yes. A total son of a dog. How dare he think I like him? He must be crazy. Some nerve. Blake's expression softened, but there was a hint of uncertainty. He asked, Then, you don't like him? Richard is very popular. She made a face of pure disgust. She declared, Yuck. I abhor those types of smooth-talking rakes. What a turn-off. Blake blinked, watching her reaction with wide eyes. She said while giggling, I prefer cute guys that remind me of bunny rabbits. Blake's eyes widened further, blinking rapidly in surprise, as a faint blush dusted his cheeks. He murmured. He reached up to rub his cheek gently, caressing the soft skin as his blush deepened. Looking at him, Anthea feels touched as her was tension melting away. I can feel all my anger just melting away too, Anthea asked suddenly. What kind of women does your highness like? Blake's response was immediate. I like you, Anthea, Anthea asked again. No, I mean, what type do you like? Without missing a beat, Blake replied. Anthea, you're my type. All I need is you. Blake hugs her as he said. His words struck her like an arrow to the heart. She replied, I feel the same way about you, your highness. Feeling the temperature of water, Anthea said to herself. Just the way I like it. She then went to where Blake was present and said, Your highness, he asked. Yes? What is it, Anthea? He added, sensing something on her mind. Anthea said, Starting today, I'll assist you in taking a bath. Blake's eyes widened in shock. What? He trembled, clearly embarrassed. Maybe later, he mumbled, trying to evade the topic. Anthea grabbed his shoulders and said, "Your Highness? I've already drawn you a bath." She grabbed him with iron grip. He protested. "No! What if you get infected with my curse?" Anthea reassured him. "That won't happen." But Blake wasn't convinced. "No! You could be doomed to unhappiness." Rumor had it that anyone who saw or touched the cursed sigils would be cursed or visited by misfortune. That was why the cursed successor couldn't step outside and was exiled to the southern islands. Blake, like all the cursed ancestors before him, should have been stripped of his title and banished from the imperial palace as soon as the marks appeared. But Emperor Thenston loved his son too much to let that happen. Anthea tries to convince him. "I am not unhappy at all. Please ignore such false rumors," Blake said. "What if it's not a rumor?" Anthea countered. "But I've already seen your face and held your hand. And I'm fine." His voice cracked with shame. "The whorls on my face and hands are small. Those on my body are huge," Anthea said softly, placing her hand over his. "Prince Blake," he pulled away, clenching his fists. "They're horrible. I'm a monster." Crouching in fear, he said, "I know you'll hate me if you see them." His voice was filled with anguish. Blake dropped his head in defeat. Anthea said, "Your Highness?" Anthea thinks, so the rumors are just an excuse. He didn't want to show me the marks on his body, not because of the curse, but because of his own insecurities. I've already seen the whorls on his face and hands, so I thought he wouldn't mind me seeing them on his body. "I was wrong," she said gently as she gets close. "Your Highness, look at me." Blake hesitated but lifted his head. Sitting in front of him, Anthea said, "I've already told you before, you are not a monster. You are not monstrous." She reached out, caressing his face tenderly. She said, "And touching you will not bring me unhappiness," she added. "Ever since I married you, I've been happy." "Every single day?" he asked. "You're happy?" Her heart swelling with affection. She said, "Yes. I'm happy that you are my husband." Then they hugged each other. Hugging her, Blake said, "I'm also very happy because I married you." Then Anthea said, "But then, don't ever say you're a monster, alright?" He replied, "Alright." She then again asked, "Shall we take a bath now?" Blake gets startled again. He shakes his head in denial. Anthea asked, "Why not? I just told you. I don't mind the marks on your body." He mumbles, "I'm ashamed to show myself," Anthea teasingly said. "You're embarrassed?" While blushing, Blake said, "Don't make fun of me." She continued, "I'm not making fun of you. I just think you're cute." Blake protested. "See? You're making fun of me again." Anthea asked, "If you're this shy, how did you endure the maid waiting on you while taking a bath?" He answered, "I had no problem before, because it wasn't you." Anthea asked, "Are you discriminating against me, Prince Blake?" Opposing her, Blake said, "And no, of course not." Anthea squeezes his hand and said, If that's true, step into the bathtub." Blake nods his head, resolving himself. Before undressing, he pauses and hesitatingly said, "You'd better promise that you won't take fright." Anthea said, "You promise not to say anything like that anymore." Blake countered, "Don't forget, you promised not to hate me after seeing my body." Anthea said, "If you talk this way again, I'm really going to be mad." "I mean it this time." While concerned, Blake again said, "Promise not to leave me." Anthea thinks, "I must leave Blake before he turns 18 years old. Only the novel's heroine, Diana, can free him from his curse. My role in this story is to protect him throughout his childhood and back away when the time is right." Blake asked, "Why won't you answer me?" As tears dropped from his face, he asked, "Anthea, are you planning to leave me?" Anthea clenches his fist and said, "No, of course not." She thinks inwardly, "I'm sorry I have to lie." She then said, "Where would I go without my little bunny rabbit husband?" "But this is a white lie," he asked. "You promise?" Wiping tears from his face, Anthea said, "I promise. This is my home now. Let's go take a bath." "We don't want the water to get cold, do we?" Blake replied. "All right." After that, Blake hesitates, but still took of his shirt. Meanwhile, sitting in his room, Richard thinks, "All the spies that we planted in the Crown Prince's household have been sent off. Anthea fired all the chief courtiers and servants. My father, the Duke of Carseal, and my half-brother Frank were furious that their plans had been foiled by a mere 10-year-old girl. The maid who had assisted Blake in taking his bath had been a key informant. It was such a shame that she had been let go. However, I still have a useful card up my sleeve." Taking a sip of tea, he thinks, "The Crown Princess, Anthea. Anthea used to adore me, and the naive simpleton didn't even bother to hide her feelings. It was so easy to tempt a little child who was lonely and in despair. If I could use the crown princess as my puppet, she would be more effective than 10 other spies combined. That's why I'd gone to the wing of the palace where the crown prince resides. He recalled the scene in his mind. Anthea said, "I've had enough of your rudeness. How dare you show such disrespect to the crown princess? This is a grave discourtesy and slight to the imperial throne," he processes. But things didn't go according to plan. The crown prince has changed too. Not only did he use his strength on me, but something about him is fundamentally different. Anthea's presence must have had an effect on that monster. All of a sudden, Anthea seems very desirable. I want her. Looking at the marks on Blake's body, Anthea said to herself, I must not show an ounce of surprise or dread. Anthea looks at him for a moment, then grabs his hand and asked, "Why are you so skinny? Now, let's get in the water. I don't want you to catch a cold," Blake replied. "Okay." While rinsing his body, Anthea thinks the cursed whirls cover half of his tiny frame. He's only 8 years old. She remembered, according to the novel, Blake suffers excruciating pain in the deep layers of his flesh as the marks spread. "Poor little thing, how you must have suffered." Anthea touched the marks with her hand and Blake said, "Don't touch me. What if you get infected?" Anthea replied, "I won't. And if you say that one more time, I'm really going to get angry," Blake replied with a sad expression. "All right." While rinsing him off, Anthea sings a melody. "My little hubby's chubby tummy." Blake heard it and quickly said, "I don't have a chubby tummy." Anthea thought after his reaction. "It's just a song." She said, "You do too." While panicking, Blake said, "Oops. It's sticking out just a teeny bit because I just ate." Anthea said, "See, it is sticking out a little." Blake pouted and said, "Then I'm not going to have dinner anymore." Peeved, Anthea then said, "Then you won't grow, and I'll always be taller than you?" he asked. "Oh no! Then what should I do?" He sat there in sorrow. Anthea giggles and said, "I was just kidding. You don't have a chubby tummy, so eat lots of food, okay?" Anthea pats his head. She added, "Then you can grow tall and handsome." Blake's face glowed up and he said, "Okay, I'll eat lots of food so I can grow big and strong," she said. "Please do," Blake then said while determined. "Yup, soon I'm going to be bigger and stronger than you." After some time, looking at a box with a letter and roses, Anthea thought, "What's this? A present from Richard? And a letter of apology?" Anthea read the letter. It was as, "I am so sorry about what happened yesterday. Please accept this as a token of my regret, blah blah blah." Anthea thinks in her mind, "What's this guy up to? Something smells fishy. Does he think I can be useful to him? Is he trying to seduce me into becoming one of his spies?" Anthea was processing. "I thought I made myself very clear that day. I guess he's still delusional." Then Anthea called, "Melissa, could you please send these back?" "No," returned the letter also. "That way, he won't be confused about my intentions," Melissa complied. "As you wish, Your Highness. I understand." Then Anthea thinks, I hope he gives up his nasty plans." After some time, Richard sent flowers and gifts again and again, but Anthea sent them all back. Again someday, Butler Hans said, "Good morning, Your Highness." "Sir Richard." Anthea cut him off and said, "Hans, I told you there's no need even to tell me. Just send them back," Hans said. "I was going to do that, ma'am. But this time, he has sent a priceless treasure," Anthea asked. "A treasure?" Hans replied. "Yes, Your Highness. It's a ring set with mermaid's breath." Anthea felt rage and said, "Crazy bastard. Mermaid's breath is a mana stone that contains the power of the sea. There are only a few in existence in the entire world. In Lady and the Beast, Richard gave Diana that mermaid's breath ring. Anthea wonders, why did he give me this? This should go to Diana. He's lost his mind in his desire to recruit me as his spy." She remembered in the novel, it is described as one of the most beautiful jewels in the entire world. "I'm rather curious, but I won't take a look. Who knows what Richard is up to? I refuse to fall into his trap." Anthea said to Hans, "I don't want to see it. You can tell him that I wouldn't even accept a mine full of mana stones from him," she said with a determined resolve, so he should stop wasting his time and mine. After a few days, Anthea went outside the palace with Melissa and Sir Edmund. Excited by this outing, Anthea said, "Melissa! Edmund! Come quick! It must be over there," Melissa said. "Your Highness, could you please slow down a little?" But Anthea was excited to leave the palace grounds for the very first time. Anthea dashed towards the blacksmith's. Standing in front of the blacksmith's shop, Anthea's heart raced. The blacksmith's, at last! Inside the shop she pulled out a design. This is the cauldron that I want custom made. Do you think you can do it? Blacksmith thinks for a moment, looking at the design, and then said, I shall give it a try, your highness, he reassured. There's nothing I can't make with my forge, the blacksmith boasted confidently. Anthea said, Thank you, he replied. It's my pleasure, ma'am. While on the way back, Melissa inquired, Your highness, is there any other place you'd like to go to? Anthea refused, she said. No, let's return to the palace now. She thinks in her mind, Blake is probably wondering where I am, and waiting for my return. Anthea rushed back to the palace, practically hopping with excitement. Blake was there waiting for her, beaming as he saw her approach. He called Anthea and quickly rushed to her and hugs her. He asked while smiling, Did you have a nice time in the town area? Anthea replied, Yes, thank you. I had a nice day. Blake asked, concerned. Was there anyone or anything bothering you today? Anthea reassured him, gently stroking his hair. Not at all. Did you worry about me? Blake said. Yes. It was getting late, and you weren't coming home, she said to herself. I'm glad I returned to the palace straight away. Anthea then puts his hand on Blake's face and said, Now why don't we take off your mask? She pulled it off and said, I'm sure you will feel much more comfortable. Blake hesitated and said, Anthea, you always want me to take off my clothes. Now you want me to take off my mask too? Anthea thought. Wow, now you're talking like a hero of a trashy novel. People might get the wrong idea, she said with a grin, while caressing him. Why not? It always makes me happy to see the handsome face of my husband, Blake said, blushing. It always makes me happy to see you too, Anthea, she asked hopefully. Then will you take off your mask when it's just the two of us? He replied. Sure. Anthea noticed how touchy-feely Blake was acting. She asked, Prince Blake, did something happen while I was away? No, nothing, Blake replied quickly. Anthea asked again, Are you sure? Blake hesitated, then finally admitted, Well, to be honest, I was a little afraid that you had run away from me. But now that I know you won't abandon me like that, I'm fine. Anthea noticed his hands were shaking. She said, Do not worry, dear husband. I am not going anywhere. Really? Blake asked, thrilled. She said, Yes, really. But if, by any chance, you fall in love with someone else, I shall not be in your way. Blake asked, confused. Why do you say that? Anthea explained. Our marriage was arranged by the emperor, your father. It was not done with your approval or consent. Later on, when you are all grown up, you may discover that you love someone else, Blake declared firmly. No, Anthea. I will always love you and only you, Anthea said to him. Your Highness, when you become an adult and are released from your curse, you will become the most dashing prince. Beautiful women from all over the world will fall in love with you, Blake said earnestly. You are the most beautiful woman in the world, Anthea said. Maybe for now, but you may change your mind once you are older. You are still young, so, Blake said with serious expressions. Madam, you are my one and only wife, and I, Prince Blake, am your one and only husband. I don't need any other woman, Blake asked while tensed. By any chance, do you feel the need for another man? She exclaimed. No, of course not. All I ever want or need is you, your highness. Anthea thought, Diana is the only person in the world who can free Blake from his curse. White lies are all very nice, but I really should not cross the line. Then Blake hugs her, and while embraced he said, I know I'm being selfish, but could you please stay by my side, just until my death? It won't be too long. Anthea felt touched and tears start falling from her face. She said while trying to stop her tears, You will not die. I won't let it happen. To hell with curses. Blake was flustered, he said. Please don't cry, Anthea. I'm so sorry. Forget what I just said, Anthea said. Don't. Your shirt is getting soiled. Blake was gently wiping her tears away. He said, It's all right. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A butler came and said, Your Highnesses, His Imperial Majesty has returned to the palace. Anthea thought, finally, Blake's father, the most powerful emperor in all of history, Emperor Thenston, has returned to the palace. The story picks up with the grand arrival of Emperor Thenston, the most powerful ruler in history. His return to the palace is nothing short of commanding, marking an important moment for the empire. Anthea stands protectively by Blake's side, the the two holding hands as another figure enters. The tension rises, signaling that something significant is about to happen. Blake anxiously asks if the Emperor has returned safely. The response? Emperor Thenston is not only unharmed but also victorious, having defeated the dreaded Door of Darkness without a scratch. Anthea and Blake exchange a glance, knowing this is just the beginning of what's to come. Blake reassures himself with quiet confidence, saying, "I'm sure he did. My father is a strong man." But as his words fade, a heavy silence lingers in the room. Anthea notices that the Emperor has not yet called for Blake, his son, leaving her concerned. Suddenly, the servant informs Princess Diana that someone from the blacksmith's shop has come to see her. Surprised, Diana simply responds, "I see." Anthea politely asks Blake for permission to leave, saying she'll be right back. Blake smiles and responds warmly, "Sure. Take your time, Anthea." As Anthea walks alongside the servant, he hesitates before revealing the truth. "Your Highness, actually, it's not the blacksmith that wants to see you," he admits. Anthea's eyes widen as she asks, "Did His Imperial Majesty summon me?" The servant confirms, "Yes, Your Highness," then curiously asks how she knew. Anthea pauses before replying. "Well," Anthea thinks to herself, "I had a feeling the Emperor would want to see me." She thinks that Hans fabricated the story to prevent Blake from feeling hurt by his father's indifference. Anthea reflects, acknowledging, "Hans is very thoughtful," the servant hesitantly suggests. "He's probably displeased about your letting go of the staff." Anthea, however, confidently thinks, "I'm pretty sure he's not angry about that, although he may pretend to be." As she continues walking, Hans advises Anthea, "If he says anything regarding that, just apologize profusely. I'll tell His Majesty that I counseled your actions, and he will forgive you." Anthea reflects on his words, realizing Hans is willing to risk his life as a commoner to protect her. She recalls how, even in Lady and the Beast, Hans was ready to sacrifice everything for Prince Blake. "Hans," Anthea calls softly as they walk. "Yes, my princess," he replies, his voice steady and attentive. "Please don't sacrifice your life so easily," Anthea says earnestly. "If you're not around, who will protect the crown prince?" Hans looks concerned and tries to protest. "But Your Highness," Anthea reassures him with a bright smile. "There's no need to worry. I'm confident I can sort things out." Hans gazes at her in awe, softly uttering, "Princess Anthea." Hans smiles brightly and declares with unwavering loyalty, "I shall always be at your service." The tale shifts to the Empire of Light, a place once favored by the goddess of light. However, after Emperor Philip betrayed her, his descendants were cursed to bear the weight of his actions for all eternity. The palace worked tirelessly to conceal the curse, a dark secret tied to the throne. Despite this, the goddess of light cherished the empire and sought to protect its people from the tyranny of their rulers. To deliver her warning, she cursed one descendant in each generation, ensuring her message would not be forgotten. The imperial court, desperate to protect its honor, spread false rumors about the cursed successor. He became the scapegoat for the empire, with whispers of the curse being contagious. Ultimately, the cursed successor was banished to the southern islands, where he lived out his days in exile until his death. However, Emperor Thenston chose not to exile Blake. Instead, he sent him to an annex of the palace, deeming it unnecessary to formally dethrone him. The prince was believed to be doomed to an early death anyway. The greatest courtesy the emperor showed his son, for whom he had no affection, was neglect. Or so it seemed. Emperor Thenston's indifference was merely an act, carefully crafted to protect his only son from the dangers that surrounded them. Anthea reflects on the bond between father and son, acknowledging, "The emperor loves his son dearly, and Blake yearns deeply for his father's affection." Determined, she thinks to herself, "I must win His Majesty's favor and serve as a bridge between father and son." Anthea, filled with determination, steadies herself and thinks, "I know I can do it." The attendant announces with a bow, "Your Imperial Majesty, the Crown Princess Anthea has come to pay her respects." The soft sound of her step echoes. Anthea steps forward, her figure poised and graceful. The sound of her shoes tapping the ground resonates through the air as she bows her head respectfully before the grand palace. Anthea steps into the grand hall, her voice steady and respectful. "Good morning to Your Majesty, the light of our empire," she says, her words ringing with sincerity. The emperor sits regally upon his throne, his presence commanding and unmoving, as the sound of her greeting echoes softly in the room. Anthea stands frozen, her emerald eyes wide as she stares at the emperor. Silence fills the air as her thoughts race. Oh my God. The Emperor, surrounded by an aura of regality and roses, meets her gaze with a calm yet piercing expression. Anthea's inner thoughts swirl in disbelief. Why isn't he the main character of this tale? Just look at this gorgeous hunk. From any angle, he is the perfect debonair hero of romance. The Emperor, seated atop the grand staircase with a commanding presence, speaks. Long time no see, Princess. I heard you sent Lord Chamberlain Brown to the dungeon. Please explain yourself. Anthea gulps, realizing the gravity of the situation, even as her thoughts remain distracted. Anthea straightens her back, addressing the Emperor confidently. She explained, "The Lord Chamberlain was embezzling palace funds. All I did was give him the punishment he richly deserves." Gasps echo through the hall as murmurs rise. Embezzlement? A nobleman near the staircase flares up, his face red with indignation. "My son has always been loyal and dutiful to the Empire. How dare you try to frame him with your blatant lies?" His voice rises into a howl, drawing unwanted attention. "This is mortifying." Anthea remains composed, holding her ground despite the nobleman's outburst. "Mortifying?" she echoes, her voice calm but resolute. "How could anyone be mortified when the evidence is so obviously clear?" She gestures to the meticulously detailed ledger in her hand titled, "Acts of Treason by the Lord Chamberlain." Turning to the Emperor, she steps forward confidently. "Your Majesty, please allow me to present this ledger for your examination," she declares, holding out the incriminating document for the court to witness. As the Emperor flips through the ledger, his expression remains unreadable. The tension in the room is palpable, and all eyes are on him. Finally, he speaks, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "Your son has been very busy, stealing from my coffers," the Emperor declares coldly. Gasps ripple through the gathered court as the nobleman's face pales. His previous confidence crumbles, replaced by visible shock and panic. The Emperor's words are decisive, and the evidence undeniable, leaving no room for the accused to retaliate. The nobleman, Marquis Hamel, erupts in anger, his voice trembling as he accuses the princess of orchestrating a conspiracy. "This is a malicious conspiracy. My son has been the Empire's most loyal subject." But Princess Anthea's composure remains unshaken. She steps forward and delivers her rebuttal with sharp precision. "Your son ordered the imperial chef to serve days-old thin spinach soup to the crown prince while reserving the choicest veal steaks for himself, Your Majesty." Marquis Hamel, she continues, her voice steady and firm. "Is this your idea of loyalty to the Empire?" The crowd murmurs, watching the dramatic confrontation unfold, as Hamel's indignation begins to falter under the weight of undeniable truth. Princess Anthea does not let Marquis Hamel's earlier outburst shake her resolve. She raises her voice, the determination clear in her words. "Taking funds from the imperial treasury and squandering them at gambling tables, is that your idea of loyalty?" she questions sharply, her emerald eyes blazing with conviction. Marquis Hamel's face twists in rage and disbelief, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. He slams his fist down in defiance, the sound echoing through the hall as he growls, "What the? Be careful what you say." Emperor Thenston's voice cuts through the tense atmosphere, commanding and laced with authority. "Marquis Hamel," he says slowly, his crimson eyes gleaming under the royal light. The room falls into a heavy silence as all attention shifts to the Emperor, seated regally on his throne. "Do you have a death wish?" The chilling question reverberates, each word sharp and deliberate. His expression, though composed, carries an unmistakable warning. The Marquis freezes, his earlier bravado draining away as fear takes its place. The weight of his misdeeds and the Emperor's wrath loom over him, leaving the room in an almost suffocating silence. The Marquis stammers in panic, his composure completely unraveling. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon," he pleads, his voice trembling as cold sweat beads on his forehead. Emperor Thenston's gaze sharpens. His voice is calm, but it carries the weight of undeniable authority. "Be careful about how you speak," he warns, each word slow and deliberate, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The Emperor's unexpected declaration fills the grand hall with a deafening silence. His voice, deep and authoritative, echoes across the chamber as he addresses Princess Anthea with words no one could have anticipated. "To my daughter-in-law," Marquis Hamel stammers, blaming Anthea for insulting his family. Emperor Thenston, unyielding, draws his sword and declares, "You just raise your fist in the presence of the imperial family." Hamel trembles, realizing the grave mistake he's made, silenced by the Emperor's authority. The Emperor's voice turns icy as he glares at Marquis Hamel. What were you going to do? Lay your hands on the Crown Princess, he demands, his crimson eyes glowing with anger. Hamel stutters in panic. Never. The Emperor cuts him off sharply. Now you dare to lie to your king? His words thunder through the hall, silencing everyone present. The Emperor's sword snaps to attention, grazing Marquis Hamel and leaving him shivering in fear. Anthea, startled but steady, watches the scene unfold as her presence commands silent authority. Colin approaches Anthea and advises softly, Your Highness, perhaps you should return to your quarters. Anthea gets startled and agreed. Yes, I believe that would be a good idea. Anthea notices the noble bowing respectfully as she reflects. His name was Colin, wasn't it? I think I can trust him. She begins rummaging through her belongings, her actions deliberate as she considers her next move. Anthea holds out a sparkling animated crystal and says, Please take this. Colin, curious, asks, What is this, Your Highness? Anthea explains, her tone steady and confident. This is an animated crystal. It recorded Brown Hamel insulting the Crown Prince and myself. Colin looks at the crystal and asks, You had this prepared? Anthea responds firmly. I wouldn't have accused the Marquis without any evidence. Colin nodding slightly. Of course. Colin bows respectfully and states, I shall send this to His Majesty. Marquis Hamel faced severe consequences for his actions. His hand was severed as punishment for attempting to strike the Crown Princess. His son's tongue was cut off for insulting the Crown Princess and embezzling from the imperial treasury. Both were sentenced to 30 years of hard labor, their family stripped of its title. The once prestigious Marquis family was utterly destroyed in a single day. No one dared to defend the Hamels. The Marquis had brazenly attempted to strike the Crown Princess in front of the Emperor, and his son treated her with blatant scorn and disrespect. Even though she was the bride of the monster, Crown Prince, their actions had crossed the line. Not a single person stepped forward to take the Hamels' side. Anthea reflects as she sits, noting that the Emperor's official duties for the day must be over. Yet, he has not summoned her or Blake. She wonders anxiously if this silence signifies his intention to continue neglecting Blake for the rest of his life. Anthea reflects that Emperor Thenston might have used the Hamel family's downfall as an excuse to eliminate them, a plan she inadvertently supported. She hoped her role would earn her a private audience with him, but his continued silence frustrates her. Determined, Anthea resolves not to let things remain as they are. Anthea decides to take matters into her own hands, resolving to meet Emperor Thenston herself. She instructs Melissa to prepare a carriage, intending to go to Filian Castle. However, Melissa hesitantly advises her to formally request an audience with the Emperor first, expressing concern over her direct approach. Anthea decides against making a formal request, reasoning that an unannounced visit might yield better results. Smiling confidently, she asks Melissa to prepare the carriage. Melissa complies, and Anthea steps into the elegant carriage, ready to confront the Emperor directly. As Anthea prepares to leave, she feels a gentle tug on her cloak. Turning, she sees Blake standing there, his hand clutching her cape, his expression filled with concern. Prince Blake, she whispers, her heart moved by his silent plea. The delicate moment is surrounded by an aura of blooming flowers, emphasizing the deep bond between them. Blake looks up at Anthea with his fiery red eyes, a mix of curiosity and concern in his voice. Anthea, where are you going? He asks. Anthea, wearing a gentle smile, replies, I want to visit the village square. But Blake, unconvinced, furrows his brow and counters. Don't lie. You're going to see my father, aren't you? His sharp intuition leaves her momentarily speechless. Anthea reassures Blake with a soft smile. I'll be right back. But Blake, with determination in his voice, insists. Let's go together. His red eyes filled with sincerity, he adds. I will protect you. So if you're going to see the Emperor, let me come with you. His words leave Anthea both touched and slightly taken aback. Anthea contemplates for a moment before nodding gently. Very well. Let's go together then. Blake's face brightens with a wide smile, his enthusiasm shining through as he exclaims, Good! The bond between them seems to strengthen with this simple yet significant agreement. Anthea and Blake hold hands tightly as they step into the carriage. Anthea's thoughts turn inward, reflecting on the complex bond between the Emperor and his son. I know the Emperor loves his son, she thinks, her gaze softening as she glances at Blake. As the ruler of the Empire, he cannot summon the Cursed One openly. But I believe if Blake approaches him first, the Emperor will not turn him away. The carriage begins to move, the road ahead promising a new chapter in their journey. As the grand castle looms ahead, Anthea and Blake arrive with determination. Anthea thinks to herself, his meeting with the royal counselors must be over by now. We should go directly to his private chambers. The sound of their steps echoes through the regal hallway, building anticipation. Reaching the grand doors, guarded by stoic sentries, they pause, ready to face the emperor once again. As the guards move to secure the imperial office, one sternly states, "You may not enter the imperial office unless you have made a formal request for an audience beforehand." Their strict demeanor halts Anthea and Blake, the air filled with tension as the guards maintain their authoritative stance. Anthea steps forward, her emerald eyes blazing with determination, as she declares, "How dare you attempt to lay your hands on the crown princess?" Her words echo with unwavering authority, commanding respect and putting everyone on notice. Anthea smiles confidently, turning to Blake. "Prince Blake, let's go in," she says, her hand reaching out to clasp his firmly. Blake, reassured by her strength, nods as they step forward together, ready to face what lies ahead. Anthea and Blake push open the grand doors, stepping inside. Anthea freezes mid-step, her emerald eyes widening in shock. Beside her, Blake's expression mirrors her surprise. Before them stands Emperor Dunstan, casually drying his hair with a towel, his royal composure undiminished despite his relaxed state. The scene is framed with elegance, as if even this unguarded moment exuded regal perfection. Anthea's thoughts spin wildly as she processes the sight, the sheer unexpectedness leaving her speechless. Emperor Dunstan, radiating an almost ethereal glow, turns his gaze toward Anthea and Blake, his tone composed yet curious. "What brings you two here?" he asks, his deep voice filling the room. Anthea, startled and blushing furiously, struggles to find her words. Meanwhile, Blake, ever composed in his father's presence, steps forward, ready to answer, though clearly taken aback by the Emperor's casual demeanor. Anthea's thoughts race as she tries to recover her composure, her cheeks burning a bright crimson. Why is he so perfect? She wonders, her heart pounding. The Emperor's chiseled form reminds her of the romance novels she used to read, throwing her completely off guard. Meanwhile, Emperor Dunstan's piercing gaze settles on her as he reiterates, "I asked what you're doing here." His tone is calm yet firm, breaking through Anthea's flustered internal dialogue. Anthea shakes herself mentally, determined to regain focus. "Pull yourself together, Anthea," she scolds herself. "You need to win the Emperor's trust and serve as a bridge between father and son. A sincere compliment might be the best way to start." She takes a deep breath, searching for the right words. "Come on, think of something flattering to say," she urges herself, hoping to impress Emperor Dunstan and salvage the situation. Anthea blurts out, "Your Majesty, what sexy abs you have!" Her words hang in the air as silence descends upon the room. A moment later, she realizes her mistake, her thoughts spiraling into panic. "Oh my God, Anthea, are you out of your mind?" Her face burns with embarrassment as she struggles to backpedal. "Oh, Your Majesty, I didn't mean that," she stammers, horrified by her impulsive outburst. Anthea is overwhelmed by her blunder, thinking, "I'm doomed. Forget about winning his favor. I just hope he won't kick me out of the castle." Desperate, she curtsies deeply and tries to recover. "Your Majesty, please accept my deepest apologies," she pleads. "It's just that I've never seen a man's body before." Blake's eyes widen in shock, his face turning beet red as he exclaims, "WHA?" The situation spirals into even more chaos. Anthea and Blake are utterly mortified, with Anthea thinking, "I'm double doomed." The Emperor calmly slips on his robe, his expression unreadable. He remarks, "Perhaps now is not a good time for a conversation," as he turns away, leaving Anthea flustered and desperate to fix the situation. Anthea watches nervously as the Emperor tightens his belt with deliberate precision. Her thoughts spiral in panic. Look at him tie his belt, ever so securely. Will I end up joining the Lord Chamberlain? Meanwhile, Blake stands behind her, equally tense and unsure of what to do next. The atmosphere remains heavy with awkwardness. The Emperor takes a glance at his son, and then turns his gaze. He then said, "I shall summon you soon." His words hang heavily in the air, leaving Anthea and Blake unsure of what to expect next. Blake was standing there unable to say anything. Blake and Anthea bow respectfully to the Emperor. Anthea responds with poise, "Yes, Your Majesty. Have a good day, sir." The pair then turn and leave the room, with Blake adding softly to Anthea. We shall return to our quarters. Anthea and Blake walk silently through the grand halls of the palace. The golden sunlight filters through the windows, casting a warm glow on the polished floors and ornate decorations. Anthea glances at Blake, her expression thoughtful, while Blake maintains his composure, his eyes fixed ahead, lost in deep contemplation. The vastness of the palace and the weight of their roles seem to envelop them as they head back to their quarters. Anthea walks alongside Blake, her mind heavy with concern. She thinks about how Blake's father failed to acknowledge him despite their long separation, understanding how much it must hurt him. Noticing Blake's somber demeanor, she softly addresses him, trying to provide comfort. Your Highness, you must be tired, she says gently, her voice filled with empathy, hoping to lighten his burden. Blake agrees, his voice steady but tired. Yes, I'd like to get some rest, he says, gently releasing Anthea's hand. He notices Edmund nearby and approaches him. Edmund, can I talk to you for a moment? Blake asks, his tone serious yet polite. Edmund bows slightly, acknowledging the prince's request. Of course, Your Highness, he replies, his expression attentive as he prepares to listen. Blake quietly retreats to his quarters, his hand lingering briefly on the door before it closes. Anthea watches him go, concern evident in her eyes. Edmund, sensing her worry, speaks in a reassuring tone. Do not worry, Princess. I'll take care of His Highness. Anthea nods softly, her lips curving into a faint smile. Thank you, she replies, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. Blake steps into the room with Edmund following closely behind. The atmosphere is heavy yet calm as Edmund speaks. You wanted to see me, sir? Blake turns, his crimson eyes meeting Edmund's gaze with a determined expression. His voice is steady as he commands, Edmund, take off your shirt. Edmund, taken aback for a moment, blinks in surprise, unsure of Blake's intent but nods respectfully, prepared to comply with the prince's unexpected request. Edmund hesitates briefly, confused by the unusual request but responds with a respectful, yes sir. While his face flushes slightly, he begins removing his uniform, neatly placing his coat aside. Blake's crimson eyes widen slightly as Edmund reveals a well-toned physique. A faint blush creeps onto Blake's cheeks, and a look of surprise flashes across his face, betraying his usual stoic demeanor. Blake, now visibly excited, earnestly asks Edmund, What do I have to do to make my body look like yours? His tone is serious, and his expression reveals genuine curiosity, though his small stature contrasts amusingly with his ambition. Edmund, trying to maintain his composure, responds, Your Highness, would you like to develop your abdominal muscles? His voice carries a mix of politeness and slight bewilderment at the unexpected conversation. He remembered the scene where Anthea blurted out, Your Majesty, please accept my deepest apologies. It's just that I've never seen a man's body before. Blake hears her words, and his eye twitches slightly. What a wake-up call, he thinks to himself. She's never seen a man's body before? Am I not a man to her? His inner frustration is palpable, yet his expression remains stoic, save for the faint grumble that escapes under his breath. Blake, with an uncharacteristic pout, admits, You see, all I have is a chubby tummy. His sincerity is both endearing and humorous as he gestures to himself. Edmund, now hastily getting dressed again after their earlier interaction, looks startled and exclaims, A chubby tummy? What nonsense! His firm tone carries a note of reassurance. Blake's eyes widen, sparkling with hope and excitement. Really? Do you really think so? His expression transforms into pure joy, a rare moment of unguarded happiness for the young prince. His innocent delight radiates, creating a warm and slightly comedic atmosphere. Edmund attempts to lighten the mood, pointing at Blake with a reassuring smile. You don't have a chubby tummy. That's just cute baby fat. Blake, however, remains unimpressed, his expression showing no trace of comfort. Sadly, Edmund's words did not give Blake even the tiniest bit of consolation. The scene transitions to a quieter moment in a grand study. Amid stacks of books and papers, Emperor reads thoughtfully. Anthea. A contemplative expression reveals deep thoughts lingering about the princess. The prince, wrapped in a towel after his bath, looks away shyly as Anthea tries to catch his attention. She says, Oh, Your Highness, while he avoids eye contact, prompting her to ask, Why won't you look me in the eye? Anthea notices the prince covering his stomach with his arms during the bath. She thinks to herself, During his bath, he kept hiding his stomach with his arms. I wonder why. Anthea cheerfully announces. The cauldron I ordered is arriving tomorrow. With it, I can cook lots of yummy things for you. However, the prince refuses, saying, No, I'm not going to eat anything. Determined, he declares. From now on, I'm going to train myself so I can look like a man, too. Surprised, Anthea reacts. Huh! She then thinks, My goodness! All this time, has he been thinking about what I said to the emperor? Realizing her words, she apologizes, saying, I'm so sorry. Of course, my dear husband is a man too. It just slipped my mind. Frustrated, the prince exclaims, How could that slip your mind? The prince flops onto the bed, declaring, I'm going to build up my abs too, and I won't eat until my chubby tummy is gone. Anthea, worried, tries to stop him, saying, Wait, don't get on the bed yet. You're still wet, she adds kindly. And please don't say that. I like you just the way you are, Anthea softly assures him. Besides, I love your cute BA. Before being interrupted by the prince snapping, I don't have baby fat. Anthea, surprised, wonders to herself, Wait a sec, how did he know I was going to say baby fat? Smiling mischievously, she decides, this leaves me no choice. The best way to handle a peeved child is, Anthea gleefully announces, Here goes. Tickle attack, as she dives in, catching the prince completely off guard. Laughing uncontrollably, he shouts, Ha ha ha! Stop it! She continues despite his pleas, and he cries out again, Anthea, stop! Stop tickling me! Ha ha ha! Finally, she stops, saying with a giggle, Okay. The princess gently pats the prince's back, expressing her affection. Your Highness, I like you so much. She embraces him warmly and continues, I want you to be healthy more than anything in the world. So please promise me that you'll eat. She reminds him of his earlier wish. Didn't you say you wanted to be taller than me? If so, you'll have to eat well. The setting sun casts a warm glow in the room, adding a sense of comfort to their exchange. The prince, with a bright smile, responds enthusiastically, All right then. I'll eat like a horse. His cheerful determination brings a smile to the princess's face, and she giggles softly, pleased with the outcome. It worked, she remarks to herself, satisfied with her success in encouraging him. The vibrant flowers surrounding them seem to reflect their light-hearted mood. As the warm sunlight streams through the elegant window, the princess reflects silently. It feels so good when he laughs, her thoughts accompanied by a soft glow, matching the tranquil beauty of the setting sun outside. In the dim light, a hand clad in dark gloves firmly tugs at a piece of clothing. A voice coldly utters a single word. Unhan. The atmosphere grows tense, shrouded in mystery and unease. The hooded figure removes their cloak, revealing a composed young man with sharp features and piercing violet eyes. Bowing slightly, he addresses the unseen monarch with deference, saying, Yes, your majesty. At your service, sire. The emperor inquires about the whereabouts of the crown prince and princess, asking, Did the crown prince and princess go back to their annex? The young man confirms, Yes, your majesty. After taking a bath, they both went to bed. The emperor reflects briefly, remarking, Since Anthea's arrival, the emperor observes Blake, noting, Blake has changed. He reflects on how Blake used to shrink away, as if wanting to disappear. He used to shrivel up into a ball before me, as if wanting to hide his existence. But now, the emperor sees a transformation. Now he stands tall, with his hand firmly holding on to his consort's. He notices Blake's once hollow eyes now gleaming brightly, filled with clarity and confidence. The emperor reviews Colin's report, noting, Colin's report is full of high praise for the princess. He finds this surprising, remarking, This is so unlike Colin, who is always calm to the point of being cold. Turning his attention to Unhan, the emperor inquires, Unhan, what was your impression of the crown princess? The emperor reflects, I've been away for a month, taking care of the door of darkness. How did she do so far? Has she seemed trustworthy? Unhan responds respectfully, Yes, your majesty. Her highness is a good person. Following the emperor's orders, Unhan has been secretly guarding the crown prince over the past month. Emperor Thenston wanted to observe whether the courtiers would mistreat Blake in his absence. Additionally, as Thenston utilized the power of light during his campaign, Unhan was tasked with aiding the prince in case Blake's curse grew stronger. As time went on, Unhan began to drift from his original mission and found himself focusing on Princess Anthea. He observed her beauty, intelligence, and kindness, which made him wonder if his own life could change if someone like her were by his side. The emperor remarks with surprise, I didn't expect you to speak well of her as well. In response, Unhan looks at him and calmly asks, "What is it that you fear, Your Majesty?" The Emperor smiles and says, "Actually, this is just perfect." Reflecting for a moment, his expression softens as he quietly adds, "It's been so long since I've seen him laugh." A grand view of the castle is shown, followed by an excited exclamation of, "Tada!" The lid of a large black cauldron is revealed, and it is introduced as a Korean cauldron called gamasot. Blake, looking surprised, remarks, "I've never seen anything like it." As everyone gathers around the cauldron, a comment is made. "The princess has a deep understanding of Oriental culture." Another voice enthusiastically adds, "Your Highness is a genius." This sentiment is echoed by others, with Blake agreeing. "I agree. Anthea is a genius." Anthea, feeling both embarrassed and proud, giggles softly. "Ah, please, stop flattering me, everyone." With a cheerful smile, she announces, "I feel generous today. Why don't I cook dinner for all of you?" She adds with excitement, "I'll make you the best meal you've had in years." The group beams at her suggestion, delighted by her enthusiasm. One of the maids protests, "Your Highness, no! We could never allow you to cook." Anthea interrupts with a reassuring smile. "It's okay. You can all help me." Blake's eyes light up as he exclaims, "Wow! Then can I help too?" Anthea beams at him and replies enthusiastically, "Of course! It would be an honor." Colin and his subordinates approach with respect, greeting the Crown Prince as the light of our empire. Anthea is also acknowledged with a warm blessing of our empire. Their formal demeanor sets a tone of reverence as they bow before the royal pair. Blake questions the situation as Colin addresses Anthea with a greeting, stating he carries the Emperor's greetings and a letter for the princess. Anthea, taken aback, expresses surprise at the unexpected gesture. Colin hands Anthea a letter bearing the imperial seal, which immediately catches her attention. She wonders if it relates to her behavior the previous day. Colin further informs her that the Emperor has also sent gifts, leaving Anthea astonished and curious. Colin formally presents the gifts sent by the Emperor to Anthea and Blake. As the colorful and beautifully wrapped packages are revealed, Anthea looks surprised, and Blake wonders if there might have been a mistake due to the extravagant display. The gifts continue to stack up, leaving both of them in awe and confusion. Colin assures Anthea that there is no mistake, emphasizing that all the gifts were personally sent by the Emperor for her. While flexing his confidence in delivering the Emperor's wishes, Anthea, overwhelmed, questions why she would receive such generosity. Her thoughts wander, hilariously considering if her compliment about the Emperor's abs played a role. Quickly dismissing the idea, she slaps her cheeks to regain composure, firmly deciding, "There's no way." Anthea gracefully thanks Colin, assuring him that she will meet the Emperor at the appointed time. Afterward, as her hair is elegantly braided, her attendant announces, "All done, Princess Anthea." She gazes into the mirror, looking radiant and poised, framed by a backdrop of blooming flowers, embodying her regal charm. As Anthea steps into view, her attendants are awestruck, exclaiming, "Wow, so beautiful!" Hans reminds her, "Your Highness, it is time for you to go." Turning to Blake, she asks with a smile, "Do I look okay?" Blake, completely stunned by her elegance, blushes deeply, unable to find the words to respond. Blake exclaims, "Absolutely! You look so pretty!" His enthusiasm grows as he repeats, "You're so pretty, Anthea." Anthea smiles warmly and responds, "Thank you. I'll be right back." As she begins to leave, Blake encourages her, "Okay, good luck," while watching her with admiration. The Emperor sits gracefully in a sunlit greenhouse, sipping tea from a beautifully ornate cup. The delicate aroma of flowers fills the air as sunlight streams through the glass, illuminating the tranquil surroundings. The Emperor, dressed in his regal attire, sits amidst a lush garden filled with blooming red roses. He gently sets down his teacup with a clink and gazes thoughtfully at the vibrant scenery, letting out a contemplative "Hmm." The sunlight filters through the glass dome of the elegant greenhouse, illuminating the sparkling fountain and vibrant flowers surrounding a serene pond with floating lilies. The sound of footsteps echoes softly as Anthea enters, her delicate figure framed by the intricate architecture and radiant blooms. The soft click-clack of her heels signals her graceful approach through the enchanting space. Anthea gracefully approaches the Emperor, seated at an ornate table amidst the greenhouse's vibrant beauty. She performs a polite curtsy, her voice filled with warmth as she greets him. Good morning to your majesty, great light of our empire. The emperor gestures for Anthea to sit, his voice calm yet commanding. Have a seat, she responds respectfully. Yes, your majesty, and takes her place at the table. As he sips his tea, he compliments her attire. The dress becomes you. Anthea smiles warmly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the beautiful gifts, your majesty. I particularly love the golden ball you sent. With a slight glimmer in his eye, the emperor inquires. Do you like gold? Anthea hesitates at the emperor's question about gold, thinking, why is he asking if I like gold? I just mentioned the golden ball. Hello, I'm still 10 years old, she answers with a polite smile. No, not exactly. I like it because Prince Blake and I can play with it together. The emperor's gaze sharpens slightly as he pauses, then asks pointedly, do you care about the crown prince? Without missing a beat, Anthea responds firmly. Well, of course. He is my husband. The emperor sips his tea and mutters. How could anyone like that child? Anthea, unfazed, replies confidently. May I answer your majesty with a question of my own? She smiles softly and continues. How could anyone not? The emperor looks distant as he confesses. Many people despise him, Anthea responds thoughtfully. Such people are probably misled by false rumors of the curse. Her voice softens as she adds, Your Majesty, I can tell that you love your son. Her words seem to stir something in the emperor, as he gazes at her intently. The emperor sets his teacup down, his tone firm. You are being presumptuous, he states, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He is the successor of the curse. Anthea meets his gaze steadily, her voice unwavering. Before that, he is your son. Her words linger in the air, their weight undeniable. The emperor's expression softens just slightly, as he responds, You seem quite certain that I love that child. Why is that? Anthea smiles confidently, her voice light but firm. Well, if you hated your son, you wouldn't be sending his wife all these gifts, the emperor replied. The gifts are simply compensation for the way you handled the Marquis Hamel incident. His tone is measured, but his gaze lingers on her, thoughtful and slightly probing. Anthea chuckles softly, her bright demeanor unwavering. You also forgave me for my impertinence yesterday, she says with a playful glint in her eyes. The emperor raises a brow, his tone pointed but not unkind. So you are aware your behavior yesterday was inappropriate? Anthea tilts her head, a sheepish smile gracing her lips. I was so flustered yesterday that I can't quite recall everything. The emperor's lips curl into a subtle smirk. How impertinent? Anthea giggles, her laughter light and infectious, softening the atmosphere between them. The emperor gestures towards the ornate tea table adorned with an array of exquisite pastries and delicacies. Princess, let's have some tea, he invites with a calm yet commanding tone. Anthea's eyes widen at the delightful spread, sparkling with joy. Wow! Thank you, your majesty, she exclaims, her hands clasped in excitement as she takes a seat, her sweet smile radiating gratitude. Anthea carefully pokes at the dessert with her fork before taking a small bite. Her face lights up instantly. This is delicious, she exclaims with delight, her voice brimming with excitement. The emperor, observing her reaction, asks in a composed tone, Is it to your liking? His gaze remains steady, intrigued by her enthusiasm as she eagerly continues to enjoy the treat. As Anthea continues savoring the dessert, Anthea comments thoughtfully, Prince Blake would like this too. She delicately places her spoon back on the saucer. A flicker of warmth crosses his face. I'll have some sent over to the crown prince, he adds, his tone calm but sincere. Anthea's eyes light up at his words, and a delighted smile spreads across her face. Really? She beams, her joy evident as the thought of Blake enjoying the treat alongside her brings her happiness. Anthea's bright eyes meet the emperor's as she exclaims with heartfelt gratitude, Thank you, your majesty! The emperor offers a small, approving smile, his expression softening momentarily. The serene atmosphere of the garden envelopes them as they sit across from each other, surrounded by blooming flowers and bathed in sunlight. The gentle warmth of the moment reflects the subtle bond forming between them over their shared tea. The emperor sets his teacup down with a graceful motion and remarks, I hear you have a deep knowledge of Oriental culture. Anthea, caught off guard, blinks in surprise as a thought flits through her mind. He's done some research on me. Well, it would be even stranger if he'd had no interest in me whatsoever. A small smile accompanies her words as she continues. You flatter me, sir. I am quite curious about the cultures of other nations. The emperor, his expression as composed as ever, acknowledges her curiosity. I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to obtain information about the East, he comments, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. Anthea's thoughts race as she considers her answer, realizing the Emperor's sharp intellect wouldn't easily accept a simplistic explanation. If I say I read books about the Orient in the Valencia Estate's library, most people would probably believe me. But the Emperor is too smart to fall for that. I mean, how much knowledge could a 10-year-old girl have about the Far East? A sly smile spreads across her face as she decides to share something unique. Rising from her seat with the light rustle of her dress, she steps down gracefully and looks at the Emperor. Well, I have a little secret that I'll divulge only to you, Your Majesty. The Emperor watches her with a mix of intrigue and amusement, curious about what the clever princess has up her sleeve. Anthea leans in close to the Emperor, her soft voice carrying a playful yet confident tone. Sir, I'm actually, she begins, letting the moment linger just enough to pique his curiosity. The Emperor raises an eyebrow, intrigued but maintaining his composure. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she whispers, Gifted in languages. Her words hang in the air, emphasized by her boldness. The Emperor's expression shifts slightly, his intrigue deepening as he processes her statement. Anthea steps back, a proud smile lighting up her face, her confidence shining through as she stands before him. The Emperor's gaze sharpens at Anthea's claim. Gifted in languages? He repeats, his tone carrying a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Yes, Your Majesty, Anthea replies brightly, her confidence unwavering. I can understand languages from all over the world. The Emperor studies her carefully, his expression unreadable. Is that so? He asks, his voice even, though his intrigue is evident. Anthea beams, her voice ringing with certainty. Yes, father, she affirms, her green eyes sparkling with a mix of pride and sincerity. The Emperor's sharp expression softens into mild astonishment. What did you just call me? He asks, his tone tinged with disbelief. Anthea turns to face him, her smile mischievous yet innocent. I married your son, she states matter-of-factly. So you're my father-in-law. Father for short. A giggle escapes her as her playful words hang in the air, leaving the Emperor momentarily speechless. The Emperor nods slightly, his voice measured and calm. Oh yes, of course, he says, his piercing gaze softening. I'm sure you have many difficulties due to your sudden betrothal. He straightens, his tone taking on an air of authority. Come to me if there is anything you need, he offers, the words carrying both a regal command and an unexpected gentleness. Anthea's face brightens, her emerald eyes shimmering with gratitude. Thank you, she responds sincerely, her smile as radiant as the sunlit garden surrounding them. It would be my pleasure, the Emperor adds, his composed demeanor unyielding, yet a subtle warmth lingers in his words. Anthea stands proudly as she presents the meal she has prepared. Tada! She exclaims with enthusiasm. Today's menu is doenjang jjigae. Her excitement radiates as she gestures to the table filled with deliciously crafted dishes. I also made mushroom egg rolls, she adds with a smile. The table is a feast for the eyes, adorned with vibrant flowers and appetizing food that gleams under the light. A note on the side clarifies. Asterisk doenjang jjigae, fermented bean paste soup, providing context for the unique dish. Blake and the others look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and awe. Wow! They exclaim in unison, their admiration for Anthea's effort shining brightly in their eyes. Anthea cheerfully invites everyone to the meal, her voice bright and welcoming. Please help yourselves, she says, gesturing to the spread of dishes before them. Blake takes a bite and his eyes light up. Anthea, everything is so yummy, he exclaims, his enthusiasm contagious. The others join in with their praise, one of them declaring with astonishment, Princess, you are a culinary genius! Anthea blushes at their compliments, her modesty shining through. Is it really that good? She asks, a shy smile on her lips. As they dig in, she gently reminds, Be careful. It's hot, her voice full of care and concern. The atmosphere is filled with warmth, laughter, and the shared joy of a lovingly prepared meal. Anthea offers a small bowl with a warm smile. After you're done, try this scorched rice water. It has a nice nutty flavor, she explains, her tone brimming with excitement. Blake tilts his head curiously. Scorched rice water? He asks, his crimson eye widening in intrigue. Yes. Anthea nods enthusiastically. First, you toast rice until it's nice and crunchy. Then you boil that in water. Her explanation is simple yet carries the charm of her earnestness. Blake beams at her. Anthea, if you made it, I'm sure it will be delicious, he says with unshakable confidence, making her cheeks blush faintly. Meanwhile, Unhan silently observes the cheerful scene from the shadows. His expression is unreadable, but the faintest hint of a smile flickers across his lips before he looks away. Unhan clenches his hand into a fist, his violet eyes darting away as a faint blush dusts his cheeks. Not again, he mutters under his breath, his voice barely audible. His heart races uncontrollably as he grips his cloak tighter, as if to shield himself from the warmth blooming within him. I must control myself, he whispers with a determined look, yet the heat on his face betrays his struggle. Hidden in the shadows, he fights an internal battle, unwilling to let his emotions surface. Unhan, known as the Emperor's Shadow, was a figure cloaked in secrecy, his existence hidden from the world. As a child, he was wounded by an arrow and hunted through the forest, his life hanging by a thread. Just as despair consumed him, the Emperor appeared and saved him. From that moment, Unihan dedicated his life to the Emperor, becoming his loyal and silent shadow. His missions were always executed flawlessly, his presence a whisper in the dark. Beneath the moonlit sky, the castle stood as a quiet witness to the unwavering devotion of the shadow who never failed. Unhan finds himself in a quiet struggle. The aroma of the meal in front of him is both alluring and tormenting. He knows better than to indulge, yet his resolve falters as hunger gnaws at his core. The pot's design catches his attention. He recognizes it as a gamisot, its craftsmanship elegant and precise, designed to lock in flavor. His curiosity piqued, Unhan hesitates before leaning closer. He thinks to himself, meals like these are for those who live in the light. Not for me, but his hunger wins. Slowly, almost reverently, he moves to lift the lid. Steam billows out, carrying the rich, enticing scent of the dish within. His mouth waters as he gazes at the bubbling contents. It's just one taste, he convinces himself, almost defensively. Reaching forward, he gently slides the lid aside, his movements careful yet deliberate. His hand lingers over the pot as the steam envelopes his face, a moment of indulgence he never allows himself. Finally, surrendering to his craving, he reaches out and grips the pot. I'll just take this back with me. Just this once. Unhan gulps nervously, the weight of his impulsive decision to take the gamisot suddenly bearing down on him. The sound of a rustle nearby snaps him out of his thoughts, and he freezes, his breath caught in his throat. Startled, his eyes widen as he swiftly turns, scanning the surroundings. Did someone see me? The thought sends a shudder down his spine. He grips the pot tighter, his mind racing. I'm in huge trouble. I have to hide. Anthea steps outside, her gaze landing on the gamisot. She notices something unusual. The gamisot lid is open? She wonders aloud, tilting her head in confusion. Curiosity piqued, she steps closer, her vibrant green eyes narrowing as she inspects the scene. How strange, she mutters, examining the pot more closely. Then, a sudden realization flashes across her face as something catches her eye. Ah, she exclaims, spotting a sleek black cat with piercing purple eyes sitting nearby. A cat? She whispers in surprise, her expression softening into a delighted smile. You are so cute, she coos, leaning down to gently pick up the mysterious feline. As she lifts the cat, she chuckles playfully, holding it close. Little kitty, by any chance, did you lift the gamisot lid? She teases, her tone warm and light-hearted. The cat responds with a small wriggle in her grasp, adding an air of mystery to the already peculiar moment. The little black cat lets out a heart-melting meow, its big purple eyes glistening with tears that seem ready to fall. Anthea gasps softly, taken aback by the adorable sight. Oh dear! You must be hungry! She exclaims with genuine concern, her voice warm and kind. I'll get you some milk, she offers as she gently strokes its fur. The cat stares intently, tilting its head slightly as if understanding her words. Anthea pauses, a playful thought crossing her mind. Huh! Would you rather have scorched rice water? She asks, her tone teasing but thoughtful. I wonder if cats can eat that, she murmurs, tapping her chin. She ponders for a moment, then chuckles, deciding, maybe I'll feed her just a little bit. The cat's enthusiastic. Yes, yes. Meows and soft purring seem to confirm her choice. Cuddling the tiny creature close, Anthea giggles, her radiant smile filled with affection. Kitty's so cute, she gushes, utterly charmed by her unexpected companion. The peaceful moment glows with her warmth, leaving an impression of pure joy and tenderness. Anthea places a small dish of milk on the ground, her cheerful voice calling out, "Kitty, here you go!" The little black cat eagerly approaches, its tiny tongue lapping up the milk with soft, lap sounds. Watching the cat drink, Anthea's expression softens with concern. "You must have been really hungry. Did someone forget to feed you?" she wonders aloud. She sits down near the feline, her hands resting on her lap as she observes the cat with a mix of empathy and affection. The cat continues to slurp away at the milk, its tail twitching contentedly. Anthea giggles, leaning closer. "You must have such a kind master," she muses, stroking its sleek black fur. Then, a playful idea lights up her eyes. "If you don't have an owner, I'd love to keep you," she declares, pulling the cat into a gentle hug. Rubbing her cheek against the cat's soft fur, she giggles. "Hee hee, such soft fur." The warmth of the moment fills the air, but the cat's violet eyes blink with an unreadable expression, as though it's pondering something deeply. Just then, a familiar voice calls out, "Anthea, what are you doing?" Blake's curious tone echoes from the doorway. He steps closer, his crimson eye widening slightly as he spots the black cat in her arms. Anthea looks up excitedly as Blake approaches, holding the small black cat close. "I found a black cat! Isn't she cute?" she exclaims, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. The cat sits calmly in her arms, blinking with an almost regal demeanor. Blake raises an eyebrow, glancing at the cat. "Do you have to hold it like that?" he asks, his tone a mix of curiosity and concern. Anthea, unfazed, beams and says, "She's so nice and gentle. I think she likes me." She holds the cat a little closer, her expression one of pure joy, as hearts practically float around her. Blake, however, corrects her, pointing out, "That cat's a he." Anthea tilts her head, intrigued. "Oh, are you sure?" she questions, looking down at the cat with newfound curiosity. Blake nods firmly. "Yes." Anthea's curiosity gets the better of her, and she begins to check. However, the moment she moves, the black cat lets out a loud meow and darts out of her arms with a sudden burst of energy. Startled, both Anthea and Blake watch as the cat disappears in a flash, leaving them in a stunned silence. Anthea lets out a soft sigh as she watches the black cat disappear into the distance. "Oh, Kitty ran away before I could see anything," she murmurs, her shoulders drooping slightly. Blake stands beside her, watching her reaction, his crimson eye glinting in the sunlight. "It was so nice and cute," Anthea continues, her tone wistful. Anthea whispers to herself with a hopeful smile, "I hope I can see it again." The grand castle looms under the bright sun. Inside, the Emperor sits at his desk, his sharp crimson gaze lifting as Anthea enters. His voice is cool and commanding. "What do you want?" Unfazed, Anthea steps closer with a small grin. "Your Majesty told me to come visit you anytime," she replies with a polite curtsy, a playful tone in her voice. "Ahem," he says, clearing his throat, his expression softening ever so slightly. "I didn't expect you to come see me so soon. So, what brings you here?" the Emperor asks. Anthea steps closer, holding a tray with a steaming cup and a warm smile. "The Gamisot cauldron I ordered arrived today," she announces cheerfully, carefully pouring tea from a delicate teapot. "I made you some scorched rice tea with it. Would you like to try some?" The Emperor observes her for a moment before accepting the cup, his expression as composed as ever. He brings the tea to his lips, taking a slow, measured sip. His crimson eyes glimmer faintly as he comments, "What an interesting flavor." "Ah," she says nervously. "Is it not to your liking, sir?" It's quite nice," he remarks gently and adds, "You are skilled at brewing tea. Do you really like it?" she asks, her voice filled with excitement. "If you do, I'll make it often for you." "I'd like that," he replies, his voice calm yet genuine. The room is bathed in the soft glow of the chandelier above, its golden light adding to the warmth of the moment. As Anthea stands there, still glowing from his words, the Emperor speaks once more. "Come visit any time, Anthea," he says. Anthea collapses onto her bed with a sigh, her long day catching up to her. "What a long day!" she exclaims, staring up at the ceiling. Her mind races through the day's events, a smile forming as she recalls. "The Emperor showered me with gifts, then invited me to tea," she muses happily. "I cooked with my new cauldron, and met a cute kitty cat." Her eyes sparkle at the memory. "It was so adorable." She giggles. Suddenly, she feels a hand gently touch hers, startling her. Looking down, she sees a familiar bracelet. "Oh, Your Highness?" she asks, her tone surprised. "What are you doing?" she asks, her voice soft with curiosity. Blake crawls closer. A single sound escapes his lips, almost instinctively, meow. Anthea looks at Blake and says, "Prince Blake?" Blake hugs her tightly and responds, "Anthea, you seem to only like cats, so I want to be a cat too." Holding her close, he continues, "My dear wife, you have me. Why would you need another pet?" With a playful smile, he adds, "I'll be your bunny, kitty, and puppy too. Don't go looking for other animals." Anthea blushes and, flustered, says, "Your Highness." Blake tilts his head saying meow. Anthea looks at Blake with wide eyes, clearly amazed, and exclaims, "My prince!" She then joyfully embraces him, saying, "You are just too adorable," while giving him a big bear hug. Blake, feeling her affection, softly chuckles. "Hee hee." A servant hands a stack of documents to Richard, saying, "These are the reports from your agents in the imperial court." Richard reads through the reports and becomes increasingly agitated, thinking to himself, "How can this be?" He notes that today, the Emperor has sent Anthea gourmet ingredients from the Far East. He recalls that yesterday, it was dresses, jewelry, and mana stones. Frustrated, he mutters to himself, "Not a day goes by without the Emperor sending gifts to Anthea." Richard sits on his ornate chair, deep in thought. He ponders, "Anthea, how exactly did you win His Majesty's favor?" He recalls his efforts to gain the Emperor's trust, reflecting, "Emperor Theniston is the only person I respect in this kingdom. I did everything I could to attract his attention, but I was unable to open his heart. He was like an impenetrable fortress." He recalls Anthea's surprising accomplishments, thinking, first, she captured the monster crown prince's heart. Then she went ahead and gained the Emperor's trust. What's going on with Anthea? How can anyone change like this so suddenly? Clutching his head, he groans, "I have a headache." Richard leans back, overwhelmed by his thoughts. He laments, "If I'd known things would turn out this way, I would have accepted her affections." He recalls how Anthea used to adore him and questions, "Why this drastic change after marrying that monster? How can she be so cold to me now?" Clutching his head in frustration, he reflects, "That makes me want her even more. Forbidden fruit is always more delectable." His expression hardens as he resolves, "I'm going to do whatever it takes to make her mine." Richard enters the room and greets, "Father, you called for me?" His father sits behind his desk, a stern expression on his face. Without a word, his father picks up a ceremonial seal and hurls it at Richard, who narrowly dodges it. The seal shatters a vase behind him. His father shouts angrily, "What the hell have you done?" He slams his fist on the table and continues, "The Emperor has sent Princess Anthea gifts again today, and the princess frequents the imperial palace as if it were her own home." His voice grows louder as he adds, "I hear they will even be going to the grand ball together during the Festival of the Seal." His frustration fills the room as Richard stands silently, listening to his father's outburst. Festival of the Seal is the most important holiday in the Empire, commemorating the Emperor's sealing of the Door of Darkness and his safe return to the kingdom. Emissaries from all over the world will gather in the imperial ballroom for the grand event. It is noted that if they witness the Emperor and Princess Anthea walking hand in hand, the political implications would be immense. Richard thinks that emissaries will notice the Emperor's fondness for the Crown Princess, and this will naturally elevate the Crown Prince's status. The son, standing in his father's office, asks, "Is that so, father?" The father angrily responds, mentioning Marquis Hamel's imprisonment, and criticizing his son's failure in all missions, calling him an incompetent fool. He then blames his son's failures on his uncouth slave blood. Richard remains silent before suggesting, "There is a way to turn the tables, sir." His father asks, "What exactly do you have in mind?" Richard replies, "We must bring the Crown Princess to our side." He elaborates that Princess Anthea has an unsatisfied longing for her father's love and, without a doubt, will obey her father's orders. His father considers this, mentioning, the Count of Valencia, and then smirks, thinking, "This just might work." Anthea's father angrily says, "You called me all the way here for a simple common cold?" Anthea apologizes softly, saying, "I'm sorry, father. It was my mistake, but I was feeling so sick. I was in so much pain." The father, filled with disdain, shouts, "You are a disgrace to the family. Your bare mother bargained off her wretched family with her father's wealth. Just thinking about it makes me shudder." Anthea, trembling, replies, "I'm so sorry." Her father coldly declares, "Sorry doesn't even cut it. I just hope for your death." He continues with venom, The only way you can help the Valencia family is by disappearing from this earth, Anthea, kneeling, repeatedly says. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears drip onto the floor as she whispers. Father, please forgive me, a voice suddenly calls out. Auntie Chie. She wakes up with a gasp, trembling and stunned, realizing it was all a nightmare. Blake asks Anthea if she is alright. Anthea, still shaken, thinks that it was just a dream, thinking to herself that it felt so real and vivid. She recalls the nightmare of her father's harsh words, feeling the weight of it in her heart. She thinks, this must have been fragments of Anthea's memory. Her memories appeared in my dream. Blake was concerned. It's all my fault. You're having bad dreams because of me. Anthea gently hugs him. Anthea, finding solace in his embrace, softly says, Prince Blake, I'm so glad you're here by my side, holding on to him for support. She said, can we stay like this for a little while? The next day, Anthea's father was having lunch with a noble. He said, I heard the emperor is keeping all the renowned couturiers in town busy making dresses for the princess. My daughter is throwing tantrums because she can't find a decent gown anymore, Anthea's father replied. Yes, of course, the noble added. It's the talk of the town. Lady Anthea is lucky, so it's true that the emperor has even purchased a pink diamond for her? Her father was surprised but still complied. Yes, indeed, he thinks to himself. What the hell is he talking about? This is the first time I'm hearing any of this. Ever since I sent Anthea to wed the monster crown prince in Diana's place, I haven't heard a word from her. He clenches his fist thinking, is he saying that the useless girl has attracted the favor of the emperor? At last, you may be of value to the Valencia family. Anthea, my girl. Suddenly a servant informed. Count Valencia, the Duke of Castile is here to see you. After he entered the room to meet with the Duke greeted him. Long time no see, Count Valencia, her father replied. My dear Duke, it's an honor to see you again, he thinks in his mind. Arnold Castile, you used to look down on me and treat me like a dog. But now that the emperor thinks highly of Anthea, you want to kiss my derriere? The Duke said. You are looking very well indeed. While sitting, the Count replied. Obviously, I am pleased that His Majesty holds my daughter in such high esteem, the Duke said. I see you have a fondness for your daughter too. The Count chuckled, saying, she has always been such an obedient child. She would even risk her life for me, I'm sure of it. The Duke picks up the teacup and said, you have raised her well. Is your younger daughter as well bred as her older sister? While feeling proud, the Count said, oh, Diana excels her sister in every aspect. She is my pride and joy, the Duke asked. If that is true, I would love to have her as my daughter-in-law. The Count gets startled. You want my Diana to wed your son? He thinks. If Diana is wed to the Castile family, she could one day be the queen consort, and I would be the father-in-law of the emperor. He grinned thinking about that. The Duke said, for this to take place, I must check on her education and upbringing, of course, the Count said. You may examine her immediately. Meanwhile, Anthea remembered. Sorry? Sorry doesn't even cut it. Just drop dead. The only way you can help the Valencia family is by disappearing from this earth, she thinks. I read about this in the novel, but it feels completely different to experience it firsthand. How could he inflict such verbal abuse on a mere child? I can't stop thinking about it. Poor Anthea, how you must have suffered. How deep your despair must have been on the day you jumped into the icy water. The person who killed Anthea was none other than her own father, the Count of Valencia. He may not have held a weapon, but he was the real murderer. The maid came and informed her. Your Highness, the Count of Valencia has come to see you, Anthea replied. Huh? The Count of Valencia? The maid asked. Shall I escort him in? Anthea thinks for a moment, and then said, yes, take him to the drawing room. Her father, who is waiting for her, thinks, detestable girl. How can she keep her own father waiting like this? She needs a refresher course in manners. As the clock was ticking, he thinks, I've been waiting for 55 minutes. Anthea arrived at last. As the door opened, her father quickly turns and burst out. What the hell have you been doing until? He wasn't able to complete as he was stunned by how Anthea looks. He looks at her and thinks, she is bedecked with jewels, and look at her dignified, confident stature. Is that child Anthea? Really? Anthea arrived with her maid and guard. She asked, what brings you here today? Her father said. What impertinence! Is that how you're going to greet your father? After observing, he thinks, receiving the emperor's favor has made her arrogant. I have to show her her place. The maid alongside Anthea said, Sir, please show respect and honor to Crown Princess. You bloody maid! How dare you interrupt the father of the Crown Princess? Anthea's wasn't able to control his anger. Anthea protested. Please address my staff with the respect they deserve. Her father was in disbelief. What? She continued. If you're going to be uncivilized, please leave. Her father raised his hand in anger, saying, Why you? Just because you're now the Crown Princess, you think you can, Anthea replied. Count Valencia, perhaps you have not yet heard about what happened to Marquis Hamel? Her father froze as he heard that. Her father remembered. The Marquis attempted to slap Anthea and ended up losing his title and his hand. He shudders thinking and withdrew his hand. Anthea has changed. The naive girl starving for affection is gone. Now, as Crown Princess, she commands the presence of the most powerful woman in the Empire. He quickly reverted. Anthea, pardon me. I lost my composure for a moment there. But why are you so cold to your father? Anthea commanded. Leave me at once, and don't come to the palace of the Crown Prince ever again, she shouted. I shall let this go today. But if something like this ever happens again, I shall not be so forgiving. After that, the guards came and dragged her father away. As he was being dragged away, he protested. Anthea, get your hands off me. I'm not finished yet. He called for her again, but the guards took him away. Anthea fumed silently. He must have heard rumors of the Emperor favoring me. He was trying to frighten me and then use me as his puppet. What scum of the earth! I don't want to see him ever again. Although the Count had been dragged out of the palace, he continued sending letters. Of course, Anthea didn't bother to read any of his rubbish correspondence. She had more important things to worry about. Soon, she would have to show her presence at the Festival of the Seal. As she was practicing, she thinks, I am concerned about court manners, of course, but the biggest problem is dancing, she admitted nervously. Right foot, left foot, ouch. She yelped as she stumbled. Anthea! Your Highness, are you all right? Her attendants cried, worried sick. Anthea thinks, this is so embarrassing. I wish I could just disappear. I'm fine, Anthea replied, disheveled and flustered. The instructor suggested, Your Highness, perhaps it would be better to end the dance lessons for today. She accepted. Yes, please. That's a good idea. She sighed in relief. Later, Anthea found solace in her feline friend. Here, kitty, kitty. Come here. So cute, she cooed, bending to pet the cat. She picks her up and hugs her, saying, I'm so glad to see you again. Kitty, you saw me fall, didn't you? Asterisk. You should have started with your right foot. The cat seemed to convey with its meows. I have no talent for dancing. So sad, she lamented. The cat meowed meow, meow, conveying, Princess, don't forget right foot goes first. Anthea understands the opposite. Really? You think I'm getting the hang of it? Practice makes perfect? The cat meowed again, conveying, Gah, whatever, think what you want, Anthea then said. Since you've given me such strong moral support, I'll treat you to some scorched rice water. Would you like that? As the cat lapped up its treat, Prince Blake arrived with a cheerful, Anthea, there you are. Your Highness, did you enjoy your dueling lessons with Lord Edmund? Anthea asked. Yes, I did. But why is he still here? Blake questioned, noticing the cat. Anthea asked, Prince Blake, why are you so mean to this cat? Can't you be a little nicer to this sweetie? She scolded him. Humph, Blake hesitated. No, I don't want to be nice to him. Blake raised an eyebrow. Am I not man enough for you? Blake teased nervously. Was this cat male? Anthea wondered. Blake pouted. So sad, don't you love your little bunny wabbit anymore? Of course I love my little bunny, Anthea blurted, flustered. Would you prefer that I be your little kitty? Blake said playfully, mimicking a meow. Oh, my God, Anthea thought, trembling. How can anyone be so cute? Blushing, she stammered. Dear husband, I love you whoever you are and whatever you do. While Blake grinning mischievously, Anthea said, Oh, by the way, I have a little favor to ask you. Sure, say anything. Your wish is my command, Blake replied confidently. Anthea said, Prince Blake, you don't even know what I'm going to say. What if I ask for something really strange or nasty? Doesn't matter. I will grant my wife anything she desires, Blake said, beaming. Anthea grabbed his hand and asked, Then, could you teach me how to dance? I'd love to have the first dance with my husband. Blake was stunned for a moment, then he said, All right then, I'll help you. Anthea sighed. I was planning to ask for help after improving my dancing skills a little, But after 10 days of no progress, I had no choice, Blake said. It's okay. As they gets ready to practice, Anthea said. I might step on your toes, she warned, Blake assured. That's okay too. It doesn't hurt even if you step on my toes because you're light as a feather. Anthea, light as a feather? Anthea repeated, blushing slightly. Blake grinned. Of course. Trust me. Well then, shall we begin? Anthea asked, offering her hand to Blake, noticing his cheeks turn pink. You're blushing, Anthea asked. Blake gets flustered. What? No, I'm not. Then they clasped their hand and started dancing. H. Blake yelped as Anthea stomped on his foot. Sorry, she cried. Ack. She stumbled and fell on Blake, Anthea overwhelmed with embarrassment. It's like I have 2 left feet, she whimpered, trembling. Blake reassured her. It's only your first time. Don't worry, you'll pick it up in no time. When did you learn to dance? You're so good at it, she asked, pouting slightly. I watched you during your lessons, Blake confessed with a playful grin. Anthea fell down. What? So unfair. You'll do a lot better if you just relax a bit, Blake suggested. They continued practicing for some time. Finally, they completed one song. We finally finished one song, and it's all thanks to you, Anthea said, relieved. You don't need to push yourself, Blake advised. The Emperor is far better at dancing than me, so don't worry too much about making mistakes, Anthea asked. Do you really think so? He said. Of course. Besides, everyone will be too busy looking at you to notice your feet. Anthea giggles after hearing that. Blake continued. You're going to be radiant. They'll all be mesmerized by you, Blake said warmly. I want to attend too, Blake admitted wistfully. You'll be able to attend as well after you come of age, Anthea assured him. When that day finally comes, I'm going to be the one to escort you, Blake said with a smile. Anthea replied. I look forward to it. Father, guess what I've prepared for you today? Anthea asked, placing a dish before the Emperor. Looking at the dish suspiciously, he said, You sure are brave to so openly try to assassinate your Emperor, he teased. She cheerfully said. This isn't poisoned. As he picks up a spoonful, he said. That's what they all say. He gulped it down and Anthea asked, How is it? The Emperor remarked. It's delicious, Anthea sighed with relief. She said, I'm glad it's to your Majesty's liking. I was worried you might not enjoy it, the Emperor said without hesitation. How could I refuse when my daughter-in-law prepared it especially for me? You just said I was trying to poison you, Anthea retorted. Quickly, the Emperor replied, I would have eaten it even if it was poisoned. Isn't he a little too obsessed with his daughter-in-law? Anthea thought to herself, bewildered. Your Majesty should not kid about such matters, Anthea interjected. The Crown Prince would be very upset if your Majesty were to ever be ill, the Emperor said. What have I done to warrant such love from him? I would be grateful if he didn't despise me. He was looking worried and lost in thoughts, Anthea said. Your Imperial Majesty is the light of the Empire. Your Majesty's health should be of the highest priority for the sake of the Crown Prince as well as the people. Then she interrogated. I heard from Lord Colin that you had trouble sleeping last night, the Emperor countered. If you're going to continue nagging, you can leave now. After a while, the Emperor's gaze softened. Seeing as how you've treated me to a delicious meal, I shall give you a gift in return. I couldn't, Your Majesty. I've already received so much, Anthea protested. I shall build you a glass arboretum in the gardens at Amoria Castle, he declared. The Crown Prince's castle was old and dreary. Although the name Amoria is derived from the Latin word amor, meaning love, there was none of it left on its grounds. Come winter, the gardens were barren of any life. Right. I shall fill in the lake with soil and build the arboretum there, the Emperor decided. Anthea remembered. The lake in which I drowned, she said. If your Majesty is doing this because of me, there's no need. I fell into the lake by mistake because I was unfamiliar with the grounds. I will not be making that mistake ever again, Anthea reassured him. No, the Emperor's tone was firm. I must do something about the lake that put my daughter-in-law in harm's way. The Emperor's expressions were gloom. Anthea thought to herself, isn't he taking this a bit too seriously? What did the lake ever do to him? Later, Anthea relayed. His Majesty said he is going to fill in the lake with soil and build the arboretum in its place. Really? Excellent, Blake exclaimed. Anthea asked. Are you okay with the lake being gone? He stated. It's the lake that almost swallowed you whole. I'm happy to see it gone, Anthea insisted. But still, are you sure you won't miss it? Blake confirmed with a decisive thud as he closed the book. Yes. I want to be rid of it as soon as possible. Looking at him, Anthea mused. He really takes after his father when he's like this. It's not like the lake was out for blood. Then, it's decided. We're getting an arboretum, Anthea announced with a grin. Blake giggled. It's going to be huge if it's going to replace the lake. What would you like to plant in it? Anthea suggested. Cabbage. Cabbage? Blake was surprised. It's a vegetable from the east. They make a dish called kimchi with it, Anthea explained. Blake repeated the word in surprise. Kimchi? Anthea explained again. Yes. It's my favorite dish. But it might be too spicy for you, Blake declared. I can eat spicy food too. I don't think so. Maybe when you've grown up a little more, Anthea teased. I am grown up, he insisted, flinching. Of course you are. Anthea smiled, pinching his cheeks, thinking how adorable he was. She then asked, Is there a flower you wanted to plant? He answered. Yes. Roses, Anthea repeats. Roses? Blake replied. Yes. I want to plant red roses for you, Anthea. Anthea thinks to herself. A red rose means love. It's often given when one proposes marriage, Anthea thought, clenching her fists. Would it be right for me to take a red rose from Blake? After a few days, Anthea woke up thinking. It was finally the day of the ball. Anthea, are you leaving now? Blake asked, rubbing his eyes. She cheerfully replied. Yes. I'll be back soon. I know you're going to be great. Blake encouraged her. Anthea looks at him and thinks. Blake is always smiling, even when I was the only one to receive gifts from the Emperor, or had lessons on court protocol. And now, when I was the only one attending the ball, he always smiled at me without showing any disappointment. Have a great time today, Anthea, Blake said, almost as if he believes my happiness is his own, she thought. After the servants prepared her, she said, Thank you. It must have been hard on you all to assist me so early in the morning. Not at all, Your Highness. We are honored to be at your service, her attendants replied. You look stunning. You will for sure be the center of everyone's attention today. Ha! Thank you. Anthea blushed. As he showed at the venue, the Emperor noticed her at the stairs. He greeted her. You look beautiful. And Your Majesty looks quite dapper as well. Anthea complimented the Emperor. You're just saying that, he responded, but there was a twinkle in his eye. While thinking, Anthea offered his arm, saying, Not at all. Would you mind giving me a pinch? The Emperor asked. A pinch? You look so handsome. I thought I was dreaming, Anthea exclaimed. Stop that, he scolded playfully. Shall we go? He asked, offering his hand. Yes, Father, Anthea replied, grasping the Emperor's hand, feeling a mixture of anticipation and nerves. Presenting His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, and Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess. The announcement echoed across the Grand Hall, silencing the buzz of conversation as all eyes turned to the entrance. The gathered nobles greeted them with reverence. We are honored to meet His Imperial Majesty, the great light of the Empire, and Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess. A blessing to the Empire. Anthea's eyes flicked toward Richard, who was grinning strangely. What is with that weird smile? How many more ways can I reject this guy? She wondered as her gaze wandered. She looks towards the Emperor thinking, the main character ought to be, at least in this league, or at least as cute as Blake. Her thoughts were interrupted when the Emperor asked, Is something the matter? She whispered to him. I think Your Majesty is the most handsome of everyone here, Anthea said, trying to mask her thoughts. The Emperor smirked. How very funny. The nobles whispered excitedly amongst themselves. Did you see that? His Majesty bent his knee, and he smiled. I've never seen His Majesty act that way, another murmured. Hearing the nobles chatter, Anthea thinks, they're shocked at him smiling? She looked towards the Emperor's face in shock. Just how aloof is he normally? Anthea noticed how quickly the chatter died down when the Emperor stopped smiling. She wondered, watching as his commanding presence silenced the room with a single look. The ceremony of the seal commenced. All the people bowed their heads. A servant presented a golden grail to the Emperor. The Emperor clasping grail in his hands in prayer. I owe this honor to the Goddess of Light and to the people of this empire, he declared. Anthea, lost in thought, wondered if he would ask her for a dance when the ceremony concluded. She thinks, it's probably really immature of me to still hope for my first dance to be with Blake. The Emperor turned to her after his speech. I wanted to have the first dance with my lovely daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, I'm afraid my dancing skills are a bit too rusty. Anthea blushed, Caught off guard by his unexpected comment, he announced, "Please enjoy the ball, as we offer up all in honor of the goddess of light." After that he sat down and Anthea calls him, "Your Majesty," he filled in. "Am I right in assuming you wanted to have your first dance with Blake?" "Yes," she admitted softly. She thinks inwardly, "It's like he read my mind." "Then I shall wait and share your second dance," he said, smiling warmly. "Thank you, father," she replied, touched by his understanding. "No, thank you," he said, placing a gentle hand on her head. His warmth made her gasp. The nobles whispered in shock. "Did you see that? His Majesty patted her on the head, and he called her his lovely daughter-in-law." Hearing their chatter, Anthea thinks, "Just how serious does Dunstan normally act? You may not get to dance with Blake, but go on and enjoy your first ball as the crown princess," the emperor encouraged. "Yes, father," she said, her resolve strengthened. Anthea moved gracefully through the ballroom, meeting various nobles. Marquis Sheldon approached her, bowing respectfully. "Your Imperial Highness, I must say, you are truly a beautiful blessing to this empire." "Nice to meet you, Marquis Sheldon," she responded. "I've heard your son graduated as the salutatorian knight from the academy." "Congratulations." Anthea continued to converse with the court, offering congratulations to Countess Markion on the birth of her grandson. She had worked hard to memorize the names and accomplishments of the nobles, determined to leave a good impression. "If I had studied this hard in real life, I would have gone to an Ivy League school," she thought, amused at herself. Her debut to society went smoothly, and she conversed confidently with the court. "This should be enough to make a good impression of the Crown Princess Anthea, right?" she assured herself. Then she saw her father, Count Valencia. She looks towards them and thinks, "So that must mean the girl next to him. Diana!" Anthea smiled bitterly, hoping Diana was doing well. Before she could approach, Richard stepped forward with a smirk. "Your Imperial Highness, it's been a long time," he said smoothly. She felt annoyed. "Richard again." "Oh, hello?" Anthea replied, her annoyance barely concealed. "You've gotten more beautiful since I last saw you," Richard complimented her. "Your Imperial Highness, would you please do me the honor of your first dance? What's he up to?" Anthea thought as she looked at Richard. "Is he being serious?" The first dance of the Crown Princess should, of course, be with the Crown Prince himself. The other nobles, mindful of their status, had been careful not to overstep boundaries. But here Richard was, brazenly asking for a dance without hesitation. "Sorry, but I'm going to have to decline your request," Anthea said firmly. "There's no need to be embarrassed about your dancing skills," Richard replied smoothly. "I'll be sure to lead you." Anthea's thoughts whirled in disbelief. Does he think the Emperor refused to dance with me because of my subpar dancing skills? And even if that were true, how dare he bring it up in front of everyone? He really has no consideration for other, does he? Her expression hardened as she responded. "I do not wish to dance with anyone who is not as great as our Emperor himself." Gasps filled the hall. "Your Imperial Highness, there is none in this world greater than our Emperor," someone exclaimed, prompting murmurs of agreement. Another added, "You may never get to dance at all if you wait for someone like Emperor Dunstan. There is only one emperor like him on this earth." Anthea noticed Richard's confidence falter slightly. Looks like that hurt his ego a bit. "Well, at least I was being considerate." Nobles were laughing as Richard backed away. After that, Anthea went to terrace to get fresh air. She said to herself, "Phew, I can finally catch my breath," she thought. "I wonder what Blake is up to. This is the first time we've been apart for this long since I became Anthea." Her thoughts softened. "I miss my hubby bunny. I hope he's not crying because he missed me so." Meanwhile, on terrace adorned with soft drapes, a knock interrupted her solitude. "May I come in?" a soft, young voice asked. Anthea thinks, turning to the voice. A little girl's voice? Usually when the curtains are drawn on the terrace, most people would assume it's being occupied and would not disturb them. "The other terraces must all be full then," she said. "Please join me." Diana came from behind the curtain and called her. "Anthea." Anthea turned to see a familiar face. "Diana, you look beautiful tonight, Anthea," Diana said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You look like an angel, so elegant and graceful. How can you be so pretty?" Anthea smiled warmly. "Thank you," she said. She was relieved to see Diana happy, but memories of the past lingered in her mind. Diana had always taken a special liking to Anthea, and Anthea once reciprocated those feelings. But Count Valencia's favoritism had driven a wedge between them. Whenever Diana showed interest in spending time with Anthea, the Count would punish her severely. Over time, Anthea had distanced herself from Diana to spare her from harm. Diana, overwhelmed with guilt, left the household when she came of age, believing she was responsible for Anthea's suffering and Blake's anguish. So she became a servant in Blake's household, as an atonement for her doings. But unlike the original story, the real Anthea hadn't died. Diana doesn't know that the original Anthea is gone, Anthea thought. So there's no need for her to carry this guilt. You had an amazing entrance earlier, Diana said, snapping Anthea out of her thoughts. Thank you, Anthea replied with a small grin. Diana asked, how your health? I heard you fell in the lake, she replied. Oh yes, deep in her thoughts. Then Diana glanced around to see if anyone is looking, then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small object. Here, take this. What is it? Anthea asked, examining the item. It's a heating apparatus made with fire mana, Diana explained. It'll keep you warm. I wanted to give it to you earlier, but winter's almost over. Anthea hesitated. I'm fine. I've already recovered fully. Don't worry, Diana insisted. I bought this with my own allowance. Please accept it. Touched by the gesture, Anthea nodded. Thank you. I'll use it well. Diana's eyes welled with tears. Anthea said, Hey now, no need to cry. These are tears of happiness, she said quickly. Anthea offered her handkerchief. Here, use this. While wiping them away with handkerchief, Diana said, No, it's okay. I have mine. But your handkerchief sure is pretty, she asked. Did the Emperor give it to you? Anthea replied yes. Diana smiled. Yes. His Imperial Majesty must really like you. I'm glad. Anthea returned her smile, her heart softening. She genuinely seems happy for me. She's even cuter and lovelier than in the books. When Anthea finally returned to her chambers, she let out a deep sigh of relief. I'm finally home. Blake's cheerful voice greeted her. Anthea. She hugged Blake and said, I'm back, Your Highness. Good, Blake replied, giggling at her arrival, hugging her. Your Highness, how do I look? Anthea asked, standing tall. You're gorgeous, he replied. Anthea smiles at his remark. Anthea exhaled dramatically. I can finally breathe, Blake asked. Anthea, did you have fun? Anthea replied. I was so nervous that everything felt like a blur, but it was new and exciting. Did you dance? The Emperor is a good dancer, isn't he? Blake asked, his eyes curious. Anthea shook her head. No, I didn't dance. What? Why? Blake asked, surprised. Anthea smiled softly. Because I wanted my first dance to be with you. Because I wanted my first dance to be with you, she said softly, her voice steady but full of emotion. The Emperor knew that's what I wanted and understood. Blake looked away, a faint sadness creeping into his expression. You should have just danced with him. I'll never be able to attend one of those functions anyway. Why not? Anthea asked. Because I'm cursed, he replied quietly. Anthea reached for his hand, her grip firm and reassuring. What have I always told you? You're going to get better. I know it. While remembering Diana, she thinks, Today, I met the person who is going to break your curse. She's quite the lovely girl. Then she said, Your Highness, just promise me one thing. What promise? Blake asked. After, when you're free from the curse, promise that you'll dance with me, Anthea said, a small, hopeful grin breaking through her somber expression. Blake replied, Of course. Who else would I dance with if not you? Blake's voice wavered as he said, Anthea, I'm scared. Your curse will be broken, Anthea assured him. You mustn't worry. It's not the curse, Blake admitted, while sniffling. I'm scared you'll leave me. I just feel like you're going to leave me all alone. Anthea's heart clenched. Where would I go? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Don't leave me, Anthea, Blake pleaded, tears forming in his eyes. You're the only one for me, Anthea. I'll do anything you want. Just don't leave me. He grabbed her in spite. Anthea pulled him into a hug. Her voice was soothing. Don't cry, Your Highness. Don't cry. As he buried his face against her shoulder, his tears dampened her sleeve. Anthea, he whispered. Say you'll never leave me. Anthea hesitated. The words that once came so easily felt impossible to say now. She thinks, all I have to do is promise I won't leave him. But the white lies that used to flow so effortlessly are stuck in my throat. Promise me you won't leave me, Blake repeated, desperation in his voice. I won't leave you, she said, her voice breaking slightly. She knew the truth. I need to start preparing to say goodbye. Anthea's resolve hardened, thinking, I want to keep Blake safe, to comfort him. But in order to break the curse, Blake must follow the original story and fall in love with Diana. As for me, I'll make my exit as soon as I deal with Richard. He'll plan to snatch up Diana, if things go according to the original story. But this isn't how things are going to go at all. Blake seems to be taking too much of a liking to me. She sighed inwardly. This isn't a joke. I'm sincerely worried. I need to get the two of them to meet. A few days later, Anthea stood in the grand hall. Blake approached her. Looking composed, Anthea said, Your Highness, my little sister is visiting today. Yes, I know, Blake replied. Noticing the fine suit Blake was wearing, she thinks, this must be the outfit he had Hans prepare in secret. Even he must be excited to meet his first love. Are you nervous? Anthea teased. A little, Blake admitted. What if my sister-in-law doesn't like me? Anthea blinked. Huh! Her confusion grew. He's not excited because he's meeting his first love, but because he's meeting his in-laws? It's okay. Don't you worry, she said, tying his tie. She thinks, he might just be saying that out of respect for me. Still, their meeting is a little earlier than in the original story, but the sooner, the better. When Diana arrived, she rushed toward Anthea and hugged her tightly. Anthea, you have no idea how happy I was to hear that you wanted to see me. I was so excited I couldn't sleep. Anthea laughed softly. You're as lively as ever, Diana. You're gorgeous, even today. How do you get prettier every time I see you? Diana exclaimed, her affection overflowing. She nuzzled against Anthea like an overexcited puppy. Diana, you must first present yourself to the Crown Prince, Anthea gently reminded her. Diana turned, suddenly formal. Bowing deeply, she said, I am honored to meet His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince, the light of the Empire. Blake nodded, his tone calm and polite. Pleased to meet you, Lady Valencia, Diana replied. Your Highness, thank you for inviting me. Anthea observed them carefully. As expected, these two look even better together than I thought. Diana, Anthea said. Sorry, but I need to go meet His Imperial Majesty. Will you wait for me here? Of course, Diana replied cheerfully. No need to worry about me, Anthea said to Blake. Your Highness, could you please show Diana around the castle? Blake complied. Of course. Leave it to me. As she walked away, Anthea allowed herself a bitter smile. There. It's all for the better. As Anthea sat in quiet contemplation, she let her thoughts drift. I wonder what they're doing right now, she mused, flipping a page of the book she was pretending to read. Her mind wandered to Blake, the heir to the curse, and Diana, the heir to the light that could free him. Were they naturally drawn to each other like in the original story? She wondered. She sighed softly. It shouldn't be a problem that Diana and I are sisters. Even if we had an arranged marriage when we were young, our union could very well be nullified since nothing has been officiated yet. It's not uncommon for siblings to marry in place of one another if arrangements change. This was possible because the union of families mattered more than the individuals involved. But then, she clenched her hands. Traditions aside, if Blake says he wants to split up because he wants to marry someone else, I think I'd be upset nonetheless. The image of Blake calmly asking for a divorce flashed through her mind. Wifey, if you could please divorce me now, she imagined him saying. Her expression darkened. He's the one who said he liked me first. Anthea quickly shook her head, chastising herself. Stop it, Anthea. Don't act like you're actually 10 years old, she resolved. Blake belongs with Diana. It's for the best. Yet, an unsettling question lingered. But is Diana the only person who can save him? If I learn magic of the light, could I be the one? As she was carrying the books while walking, she thinks, I wonder how much they've bonded. But then, she heard raised voices. That's not right. Your Majesty is the one who is wrong. She wondered. Is that Blake and Diana? They should be falling in love with each other, not fighting. Anthea hurried to the scene and found Blake and Diana arguing fervently. She asked, What's going on? Diana keeps saying impossible things, Blake exclaimed. Your Majesty is the one saying impossible things. Diana shot back, her arms crossed defiantly. Anthea stepped between them, raising her hands. Whoa. Let's both of you calm down. Why don't each of you tell me what's wrong? Their faces flushed with indignation. Humph, they said in unison, glaring at each other. Anthea wondered, exasperated. Asterisk, just what happened in the 2 hours I was gone. Asterisk, Diana blurted out. I like Anthea more than you, Blake gasped. No, I like Anthea more than you, Me and Anthea are sisters by blood, Diana declared. Well, Anthea is my wife, Blake countered. So I love her more. Anthea stood frozen, losing the will to mediate. Do children usually fight over things like this? Why are the main characters fighting over me? I've liked her for 8 years, Diana said defiantly. How long doesn't matter, Blake shot back. I'm the one who loves Anthea the most in this entire world. Anthea let out a deep sigh. Well, at least they're closer than before? As Anthea prepared the food, Blake came and hugged her. Anthea, is it bean soup today? Blake asked eagerly, his eyes lighting up. Anthea smiled. Yes. Your taste buds are the same as 2 years ago, Blake grinned. That's because yours is the best. Well then, Anthea said. Let's eat so you can go to sword practice, he replied. Okay. The moment of calm didn't last long. There's no one else in the world who loves Anthea more than me, Blake declared. Diana countered. Says who? What about me? Are you ignoring the fact that we're family? Anthea observed. They're the same, even after 2 years, Blake said. We're husband and wife, Diana replied. So what? You haven't even kissed. Blake gets flushed, his cheeks turns red. Anthea, who was observing, thinks, hubby looks like he's about to cry. Anthea interrupts. That's enough. Now, it's time for practice. Diana calls her name. Anthea. Then Anthea said to Blake, Your Majesty needs to get ready as well, he replied. Okay, my dear. Hearing that, Diana controls herself from laughing. Then she calls out, Let's see who gets to the armory first, Diana challenged. And go, Diana shouted, darting forward. Wait, Blake protested, scrambling after her. You can't just start like that. Not fair. Anthea stood back, watching the chaos unfold. Wow, they really argue every chance they get, she thought, smiling softly. Melissa commented. Things seem good between them today, as always, Anthea asked. Melissa, are things between them good? Melissa replied. Of course. I'm glad His Majesty finally has a good friend. A friend, Anthea thought, the words sinking heavily in her mind. It's just as she said. They look like they're friends. Friends with no chance of becoming more than that. And that makes me relieved. As the evening wore on, Anthea's thoughts grew clearer. Fine. I'm going to be more truthful with myself. I don't want to leave. I want to stay next to Blake, my bunny hubby, my amazing father-in-law, my cute little sister. I want to be with all of them. Melissa, Hans, Edmund. These good-hearted people are important to me too. But her resolve returned. I can't just be selfish. If I stay, if Blake's curse is never broken, then this happiness will dissipate as well. If I can't find a way until Blake comes of age, then I'll give it all up and leave. But his curse will for sure be lifted by then. Her determination solidified as she turned to Melissa. Let's go see His Imperial Majesty and His Highness, Melissa complied. Right away, Your Highness, she informed His Imperial Majesty and Blake of her decision. His Highness's curse will be lifted, she declared with conviction. The heir of the light in the Valencia family can break the curse, she explained. The strength of the light manifests as the heir comes of age. And if the two fall in love, the curse will be lifted. They both listened, but their expressions betrayed skepticism. They didn't look like they believed me, she noted silently. Anthea explained to Blake. So if the heir of the light comes forward, if I marry that person, I told you, Blake interrupted, his gaze unwavering. You're the only one for me, Anthea insisted. But to break the curse, I don't care about the curse, Blake said firmly, his voice filled with determination. As long as I can be with you, Your Highness, she murmured, her heart heavy. I really don't need anything else but you, he insisted. Blake's resolve was unshakable. He was more focused on being together than he was on the curse. And so, time marched on. 2 years passed in that way, and the Crown Prince's palace saw many changes. The lake was filled in and transformed into an elegant arboretum. The armory and a small garden were added to the grounds, and even new servants joined them, trusted individuals who had earned their place in their home. Anthea narrated. As for me, I became a figure of authority within the empire. It's a good harvest this year as well, she noted, overseeing the realms as the most powerful female in the empire. Traditionally, this role belonged to the empress, but since Dunstan showed no intention of remarrying, he bestowed upon Anthea the Cephia Palace, along with an office space on the 3rd floor of the imperial palace. To outsiders, This was seen as a sign of immense affection from the emperor for his daughter-in-law. She thinks, everyone envied his love for me, but in reality, she slides a book and a hidden door opened. The third floor of the palace was no ordinary office. It was a treasure trove of ancient texts, filled with knowledge of light magic and the curse. It became her secret sanctuary, a place where she could dedicate herself to breaking Blake's curse. She was reading a book. 1,000 years ago, a nation called Jelkan had existed, only to be brought down by Philip, the founder of the Empire of Asterik. The ancient language of Jelkan disappeared with the fall of the nation, remaining a mystery to scholars even to this day. She remembered. In the novel, this historical detail was exploited by Richard. He spread rumors about ancient black magic that could transfer the curse from one person to another. Thenston, desperate to save Blake, fell for Richard's lies, offering himself as a sacrifice. But it ended in tragedy. Thenston's death, she determined. I need to stop that from happening, she thought. For now, Duke Carciel and Richard seemed to be lying low, but I knew they were merely biding their time. They would use the same dirty tricks when the opportunity arose. I had to prepare a secret weapon to counter them. Richard will change his plans once he realizes that I can read all languages. Suddenly someone came in and Anthea gets shocked hearing the sound of the door. Who? She turned startled. First she saw a figure approaching. Then she realized. Father! A grin spreading across the Emperor's face. Father, you look dashing today as well, she said with a playful grin. There you go again with those empty words, he replied. She replied. But it's the truth. You're the first love of every woman in the entire empire. Who's telling you such nonsense? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Everyone, she replied mischievously. Well, don't listen to them. They're all lying, he said, his voice firm. She thinks, despite his stern exterior, I knew him to be quite shy. His demeanor was always a blend of strength and tenderness, especially toward me. Have you been looking at the tablets? He asked, gesturing to the ancient artifacts. She replied, Yes. Did you come to see them as well? He said simply. I came to see you. You should have told me when you arrived. I was told you were with an important guest, she replied, meeting his gaze. There is no one more important than you, he said sincerely. His words were genuine that they caught her off guard. It was moments like these that reminded her how deeply he treated her as his own daughter. His kindness and unwavering support meant the world to her. He said, It's good to work on breaking the curse, but be sure to take it easy, she assured him. Don't worry. I know you haven't taken a single day off, he countered. I'm doing it because I want to. It's never a chore when it's something you love, she explained. But you need to get your rest as well, he insisted. She replied, That's what I should be saying to you. You stayed up all night again in your study, didn't you? If you keep overworking yourself like that, he interrupted her by tussling her hair. That's enough of your nagging now, she said to herself. I'm saying this for your own good. But she complied, okay. At the training hall, Diana and Blake sparred fiercely, their wooden swords clashing. Hiya! Diana shouted, her strikes growing sharper with each swing. Clack! Clack! The sounds of their practice filled the air until Blake faltered. Ugh! They muttered, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Diana asked, Your Majesty, why don't you ever follow through with your offense? Is it because I'm a girl? Blake gave her answer. You're Anthea's little sister, he retorted. What about you? Why did you stop just now? If you went on, you would have one. Are you going easy on me because I'm the crown prince? Diana said. You're my sister's husband. There's no way I could hurt you. Why do you want to be a knight? Blake asked, his voice quieter now. Because I want to be strong, Diana answered as he raised his hand in air. Blake asked again. And why do you want that? If I'm stronger? Diana clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. I can protect my sister. Blake softened at her words. I'm glad Anthea has a sister like you. I've never done anything for her, but at least you can always protect her. Blake hesitated, his voice dropping to a murmur. Diana, if I happen to die, I'll trust you'll take care of Anthea. Diana quickly sprung up in shock, saying, What? Don't say things like that. You're not going to die. How could you say something like that when you know how much Anthea loves you? She would be devastated if you died. But the curse, Blake said quietly. She said, Curse or no curse, don't you ever say something like that again. Diana snapped. We can protect her together, Diana declared. Blake agreed, okay. She raised her sword and said, "Now, take an oath on a knight's honor." Blake met her determined gaze and raised his sword. "I vow to protect Anthea with you," he said solemnly. Both of them smiled, looking at each other. Later that night, Anthea found Blake resting, his breathing slow and steady. He looked peaceful, though wearied from the day's events. Looking at him, Anthea thinks, Blake's the same as he was 2 years ago. Maybe it's because he met Diana earlier, or maybe it's because of my efforts to free him of his curse. Whatever it is, I'm glad. He must have had a long day. As she was caressing and tussling his hair, Blake opened his eyes. "Did I wake you?" "Sorry," she whispered when his eyes fluttered open. "No," he said softly, his lips curling into a faint smile. "I'm always glad to see you. Your hands are always so warm," he murmured, grasping them gently. "I always have good dreams when you're here." "Did you have a lot of nightmares before?" she asked softly. "Yes," he admitted. "Horrible ones?" she asked. "What were they?" he said. "I don't remember. I forget when I wake up. But I know they were scary. And sad," she said, concerned. "You should have told me about this," he giggled. "It's okay now, because you're here." After hearing that, she smiled to herself. His eyes were already looking sleepy. "He has training tomorrow too. I should tuck him in." She began humming softly while patting him. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a mockingbird." Upon hearing that, he quickly opened his eyes and jumped. "I'm not a baby," he protested. "A little indignant," she replied. "You're always an adorable baby in my eyes." He gets shocked. "What?" It must be universal for children to hate being called a baby, Anthea thought, amused. Then she said, "All right, come on, my little hubby. Let's get some sleep." "I'm not little either," he pouted. She teased. "But you are little." I know what he's trying to say, but I can't keep coddling him like this. She nodded silently to herself. But," he stammered. Then she thinks, "Was that so shocking to hear?" Later in the garden, Blake was looking at the height marks of all of them. He complained to himself, "When am I going to get taller?" Then Anthea came there and said, "Your Highness, it's time for lunch." He turned to her. "Anthea, I'm not hungry," she asked. "Do you have a stomachache?" he replied. "No, it's just, no matter how much I eat, I don't seem to grow one bit," she told. "You need to eat if you want to grow," he complained. "Look at me. I'm still a child," she replied. "You're just growing slowly, that's all." She thinks, what I said last night must have really gotten to him. She remembered, the novel didn't say anything about him being short. Richard was about 6 feet tall, and it said Blake was a bit shorter than him, so he should grow to be at least 5'6". "Your Highness," Anthea said gently, "I prepared lunch today. Are you sure you won't have any? You made it?" His eyes lit up. She smiled. "Of course. Come, let's go." "Okay," he grinned brightly. Looking at him, she thinks, he's still so cute. Meanwhile, Diana was practicing with a sword in her room. 1, 2, she observed, "My movements are still so clunky." "That's right," Lord Edmund said to support with the left hand. "Let's try again." As she began, her father came there. She quickly turned towards him. "Father!" her father asked while in shock. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," she said too quickly while hiding the wooden sword behind. He demanded angrily, grabbing her arm. "What do you have behind your back?" she groaned. After finding out, her father lashed out. "After all I've taught you, you're wasting time swinging around swords. What if you get blisters on your hands?" He thinks in his mind. "The entire high society is laughing at me because of what Anthea said." He recalled the Duke saying, "Of course, in order for me to do that, I'd have to see how well you've educated your children." He continued thinking, "But if Diana marries into the Carceal family and becomes the Empress, I can stand tall once more," he said. "Diana, you need to do as I say if you want to become a successful lady. Now tell me, what happened at the Crown Prince's palace?" he added with a stern look. "And hide this animated crystal there the next time you go." Diana gets stunned. "What?" Meanwhile, at the Crown Prince castle. "This looks delicious," Blake exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Steam rose from the bowl before him. He leaned in, curious, then hesitated. What is this?" He picked up a bean and said, "It looks like a markle," Anthea asked, feeling offended. "What do you mean, markle?" she remembered. "That's the evil spirit that lives in the Valley of Chaos. It's called bean sprout soup," she explained with a sigh. "I made it with the bean sprouts from the garden. The Emperor procured them for me from the east," he asked, curious. "Beans?" she explained. "Yes. That long thing you see there? That's the bean when it's grown, she smiled. You'll grow tall if you finish it all. Really? His ears perked up, she replied. Of course, I'll grow taller? He gulped, looking at the bean. With determination, he took a deep breath. Okay. Just close your eyes and swallow. He took his first bite. How is it? She asked. He blinked, chewing slowly. It tickles my tongue like it's made of fur. It's not sweet or salty. Bean sprouts don't really taste like anything, she said with a laugh. That's why they're so good. Looking at him, she thinks. He didn't even spit it out, just nodded solemnly. I don't think he fully understood what I was saying, but, she said, try the broth. He took a sip and immediately lit up. Wow, that's delicious, she smiled. It's good, isn't it? He replied. Yes, she told. Bean sprouts are full of nutrition, so make sure you eat it along with the broth. Okay, he said quietly, still eating. Meanwhile, tension built elsewhere. Diana was standing outside the door listening. As her heart didn't allow her to do as her father told, she resolved. I can't do this. Later at night, when she returned with the crystal, her father snapped. Diana, why have you brought the animated crystal back? She replied. Because it's broken, he asked. Did you see anything suspicious while you were there? How far has the Crown Prince's curse progressed? I'm not sure, she answered. Her father clenches his hands and said, Today, Duke Carseal announced his eldest son's engagement to Marquis Weston's daughter. Is there anything you can do right? He shouted. Diana flinched. He continued, You're not as pretty or smart as Anthea, and you lack the skills to be the center of attention in high society. If you can't do anything else, you should at least do as you're told. Diana gets stunned upon hearing that. He then looked at her wooden sword and shouted, That thing! He grabbed the sword and shouted, Why have you not thrown it out? How could you be playing around with something like this? Please give it back, she cried, lunging for it. Anthea gave it to me. It's special. He grabbed her hand and began. Look at your hands. This is no hand of a lady. Blisters. Look at all these blisters. Who would want to marry a girl who can't even take care of her hands? She realized, trembling. He's not saying this because he's concerned for me. He's angry because this could lessen my prospects for a good marriage. I'm not an accessory that you can prime to look pretty. Father, she said, voice low but firm. I won't marry, he asked while furious. What? She replied. I'm going to become a knight. I want to enter the academy next year. A knight? He scoffed. There are no female knights. Are you saying you want to do the job of some low-born commoner? She argued. That's just a stereotype. The 3rd Division commander, Countess Shannon, is a woman. She's a spinster. He sneered. She said. She's my role model. Role model? His voice rose with disbelief. Are you saying you want to become an impudent thing like her? Yes, she answered. I'm going to become an imperial knight and protect Anthea. Her hands trembled, but her voice remained steady. So stop asking me to do outlandish things anymore. As she said that, her father slapped her. She was in disbelief. Father, his eyes narrowed coldly. You'd be wise to know this is the last time I'll tolerate such disobedience. Later, Diana was going towards Crown Prince's castle while holding the crystal. She recalled the last night when her father punished her. He hit her in her calves with a whip while saying, This is all for our family, he shouted. I never want to hear this nonsense about you becoming a knight ever again. Tomorrow is your last chance. If you don't place the animated crystal, I'll marry you straight off to Count Cornwell. Diana stood tall, enduring it all. She thinks, I can't let that happen. Should I just tell Anthea about everything? Her fists clenched. No, I can't do that, she resolved. Anthea had already been married off to the cursed crown prince before she ever had a chance to dream of her own future. I can't ask her for help with something so small. I'm just being punished for not being able to help her when she needed me most. It's all my fault. The hooves echoed along the palace corridor as her carriage rolled. Anthea looked outside the window. The first snow of the season had begun to fall. She thinks it's early this year. It's only mid-November. Then she turned towards Diana, who was sitting near, and observed. Diana seems to be down today, she asked. Diana, is something the matter? She jolted. No. Her flinch was quick, instinctive. Nothing's wrong, Anthea asked again. Are you sure you're all right? Of course. She forced a bright smile and quickly stands up, saying, Let's have a snowball fight. With the crown prince too. I don't know about that, Blake replied. She asked. Why? Are you scared? He said. No, it's not that. Then let's go, she shouted, dashing towards outside. After hitting Blake with a snowball, Diana said, "Haha, your face is like a snowman." She giggled. "Diana, I was getting ready." He pouted before chasing her down. Anthea looked at them from window alongside her maid. She thought, "I can't believe there was a time when I played in the snow without gloves." The maid asked gently, "Why don't you join them, Your Highness?" "I'm okay," came the reply. The maid said, "I know it's important to keep your composure, but it's okay to enjoy the snow for a little while," Anthea replied. "I'm not all that fond of snow anyway," the maid asked. "Is that so?" she replied. "It's a hassle to clean, and besides, your hands get too cold." Pfft. A stifled laugh escaped from maid. Anthea asked, "What? Why are you laughing?" She chuckled. "Sometimes I feel you're closer to my age than you are to the Crown Prince." She flinched after hearing that, then said, What do you mean? I can't possibly be your age." The maid laughed. "I'm only joking." Then Anthea also went outside to play. "Wow! Snow!" she said. "The whole world is white." Then she said to them, "I want to play too." Diana agreed. "You can be on my side," Blake complained. "Hey! Not fair." After playing outside for a while, "Let's get you a bath, Diana," Anthea said gently, noticing her soaked clothes. "You're dripping wet from the snow." "And no, it's okay." Diana shook her head quickly. "I'll wash up when I get home," Anthea pressed. "You'll catch a cold," she replied. "It's okay. I'm far too healthy to catch a cold anyway." But with a sharp eye, Anthea noticed. "Did you hurt your leg?" "No." She hesitated. Anthea thinks her cheeks were red, puffed slightly from the cold or perhaps something else. She'd fallen down more than once during their play. Anthea said, "Tell me the truth," she replied. "I'm telling you, I'm fine." "Diana." Anthea's voice softened, filled with concern. "It saddens me to think you can't be honest with me." She grabbed her hands, gently asking that. Anthea. Anthea." Her voice cracked, her eyes filled with tears. She wailed in Anthea's embrace and began while crying. She told Anthea everything. "What?" Anthea gasped. "How could you not tell me? You should have told me straight away." "I was scared. You'd tell me not to come anymore." Diana sobbed. "What if you never wanted to see me again?" Anthea replied. "How could you think that? You've done nothing wrong," she asked. "You don't hate me for this?" Anthea thought, looking at the crying girl. I liked Diana. She was the adorable little sister I never had. But she wasn't asking me this question. She was asking the real Anthea. She remembered, even in the original novel. Anthea liked Diana too, she said gently. "Anthea Valencia doesn't hate you, Anthea," Diana whispered, hope flickering in her voice. Then she wipes her face and said, "Thanks," she said with a smile. After that, Anthea put Diana on bed, making her sleep. She thinks in her mind, Gilbert Valencia loved Diana. I couldn't forgive Count Valencia, but I didn't want to force my hatred or pain onto her. Maybe I was overthinking all of this. Still, I can't believe he would strike her and make her spy on me. She clenched her fists, thinking, I should have taken care of trash like him years ago. After that, Blake knocked on the door and slightly opens the door. He called her. "Anthea," she said. "Come in, Your Majesty." He walked inside and asked, "Is Diana sleeping?" Anthea replied, "Yes, she just fell asleep. Your Majesty, I'm afraid I'm going to have to sleep here tonight." Anthea added, "Of course. Don't worry about me," Blake said, reaching for her hand. "It's not your fault, Anthea." He gripped her hand gently. "Don't be so hard on yourself, okay?" She smiled softly. "I'll try, later." "Get out of the way," Count Valencia shouted outside. "I cannot let you in, sir." Hans, the head butler, said firmly. Anthea's father demanded, "I am the father of the Crown Princess." But the butler remained unfazed. "The Crown Prince has ordered we do not allow you to enter, sir." The Count's face turned pale. "The Crown Prince? It's not Anthea who's stopping me, but him." "A monster cursed by the goddess?" a guard replied. "Please mind your manners, sir," the Count insisted. "I'm here for my daughter." "Move," the guard replied. "It is not possible, sir." The Count pushed the guard, saying, "I am the Crown Prince's father-in-law. Move aside at once. I will not tolerate any further outbursts." The guard warned, grabbing his arm. The Count raged. "What? How dare a commoner like you lay your hands on me? What's all this noise?" Suddenly Blake stepped into view. "Your Majesty." Hans and the guard bowed. The guard said, "Count Valencia is adamant that he enter and is throwing a fit." "What? Throwing a fit?" Blake raised an eyebrow. He ordered, "Take him to the Arboretum." They complied. "Yes, Your Majesty." After a few moments inside the Arboretum, Blake and Count were having tea. Count Valencia gritted his teeth looking at Blake. He may be my son-in-law, but I haven't seen him since the wedding. He was nothing but an aloof little kid back then. What happened in these 2 years? As Blake took a stern look at him, the Count flinched. I'm afraid I'll have to take Diana now. We have prior engagements, the Count said. Blake replied. She's sleeping, the Count replied. Then I'll get her tomorrow morning. There is no need. Blake cut him off. Diana will be staying in my palace from now on. Upon hearing that, the Count gritted his teeth. I knew it. I knew that ungrateful little thing would betray her father like this. Then the Count began. Your Majesty, is this because of anything she has said? I'm afraid she is prone to her lies. She's the reason Anthea and I grew apart as well. She told me she wanted to be the crown princess and asked me to get rid of Anthea, he scoffed, trying to justify himself. Even if she is young, that is not something she should be saying, so I disciplined her a bit. Did you discipline my wife often in the past? Blake asked, voice ice cold. He replied. She is my firstborn, so naturally, I needed to be strict with her. It was all out of love for my daughter, he laughed bitterly. People who knew nothing went around saying I was abusing her. I'm afraid Anthea has mistaken her father, he continued. She is still quite young. Mistaken, you say? Blake repeated. The Count said. Yes, Your Majesty. Please, help a father and daughter mend their relationship, he continued, his tone suddenly sharp with hidden threat. I'm sorry to say, but Your Majesty won't be around for much longer, am I correct? Who will be by Anthea's side when Your Majesty is gone? He continued smoothly. His Imperial Majesty may adore her, yes, but she is still not of royal blood. No, if Anthea is to keep her status, she will need the help of House Valencia. Besides, she'll be the mockery of high society if word gets out about her treatment of her own father. She's bound to return to House Valencia, eventually. Blake stared at him, cold fury rising in his chest. He finally spoke. You disgust me. The Count flinched upon hearing that. Blake asked. Who said anything about me dying? What? The Count jolted upright, thinking, did he find a way to break his curse? Blake said, I promised Anthea I wouldn't die. Ha! You must be more realistic, Your Majesty. Count Valencia scoffed. Even if I should die, Blake said evenly. Anthea will not be returning to your house, the Count asked. Ha! And what will she do if she doesn't return? How dare he speak to me like that? He thought, seething. When he's nothing but a monster? You think I'm overstepping, Blake said quietly. Even though I'm just a monster? What? Sweat beaded down his brow. The Count wondered, what is this? Did he read my mind? Blake said. You seem very interested in my curse, Count Valencia. It's not like that, Your Majesty. The Count stammered, flinching. Then you must have heard this as well. Blake reached toward him and grabbed his hand. The goddess's curse is like a disease. It's infectious. It can be spread to others. Those are just silly rumors, the Count said, trembling, his voice faltering. He thinks in his mind, how is a child like him so strong? It felt like something was being sucked into his hand. His hands were trembling. Then Blake grinned. It's not a rumor. A low ha escaped him. Then a flash appeared at their hands. The Count screamed. He fell down, groaning in excruciating pain. The curse marks appeared on his hand. Stay away from Anthea, Blake growled. Never come near her again. Don't even so much as breathe the same air as her. Get out. After saying that, he started walking away. Later, Anthea went to Blake's room. After knocking the door, she said, Your Majesty? It's me. Blake brightened up seeing her. Anthea, she came in with a concerned look. You don't look so well. Did you not get much sleep? He replied. No, she asked. What do you mean, no? Did you sleep at all last night? He said. I just couldn't fall asleep. She stepped closer, concerned. Then Blake pulled out a flower. Here. It's for you. I saw it in the arboretum, and it made me think of you, so I brought one. Thank you. She smiled. It's beautiful. But then Blake wobbled. Your Majesty. She quickly grabs him. Are you all right? I'm okay, Blake said, stumbling slightly. Just a little dizzy, that's all. She quickly turned, saying, I'll get the court physician. No, Anthea. He reached out and grabs her wrist gently. There's no need. Just stay with me, she retracted. But, he insisted, leaning on her. Don't go, she agreed. Okay. After that they fell asleep, and so they napped the entire day. But when Anthea woke up, she felt a strange chill. It was as if she had a nightmare, but she couldn't remember it at all. Anthea, Blake murmured, turning toward her. She blinked, sleepy-eyed. Did you have a nice nap? Blake giggled. Hee hee. Yes. And you? Why are you so flushed? She asked, raising an eyebrow. When you don't even have a fever? That's… He trailed off, face red. Because you're petting me. He's making things weird again. She thought as she fidgeted and began to slowly retreat her hand. She reminded herself. Don't forget, this is an adult novel. Then he pulled her hand and squeezed it. Wifey, he added with a mischievous smile. Anthea said. I thought you were upset I was petting you. He smiled. Ha, I never said that. She blinked thinking, is it just me, or is my little husband becoming more flirtatious by the day? The Emperor banished Gilbert Valencia to an island west of the Valley of Chaos, though he was officially given the duty of patrolling the island, but it was no different from exile. Rumors spread that he went mad there. Some said it was just a lie, a ploy so he could eventually return to the Empire, but even if it were true, no one sympathized. He had brought this fate upon himself. After that day, Diana remained at the Crown Prince's palace and began preparing for the Knight Academy entrance exams. Diana, come take a break, Anthea called. Diana turned with a grin. Wow, how did you know I was thirsty? Heh, you're the best. Her eyes sparkled. I feel like I'm the luckiest girl in the world. Anthea blushed after hearing that. You should take it easy, Anthea warned gently. Diana replied. The test is just around the corner. I can't risk it, she said. Well, don't overdo it. You can always retake it next year. No, Diana huffed, crossing her arms. I don't want to be the oldest one in my class. Is that what she's worried about? Anthea thought, amused. Diana had even turned down the noble recommendation most others used to get in. She's a good kid, Diana said, determined. I must pass this year, Anthea cheered her. You can do it, Diana, Diana said. Thanks. Later when the result came, Anthea looked at it and said, You've been admitted as 9th in your class. Congratulations, Diana, Anthea smiled. But there was a gloomy look on Diana's face. Anthea said, Diana, being 9th is an incredible feat. I know, she admitted. I was surprised that I did better than I thought, Anthea asked. Then why do you look so sad? She sighed. Because I'll have to be away from you when I go to the academy. Then do you want to forget about it and just live with me? Anthea teased, pinching her cheek slightly. That's not what I mean, Diana muttered, flustered. I have to become a knight. So just bear with me for 6 years, okay? 6 years? Anthea's thoughts drifted. Will I have broken Blake's curse by then? Or will I have given up everything and be preparing to leave? As she lost in thought, Diana called her. Anthea? She replied, looking a little gloomy. Of course. I'll be waiting. Diana grabbed her hand and asked. You promise? You pinky swore. Anthea agreed. Okay, I promise. Then the new year came. Anthea remembered, in the novel, this was the year Emperor then son died after falling victim to Duke Richard's schemes. But Anthea made a quiet vow. As long as I'm by His Imperial Majesty's side, nothing like that will ever happen. Let's go, Anthea, the Emperor said gently. She replied. Yes, Father. They went to the banquet hall where announcer announced, presenting His Imperial Majesty the Emperor, the great light of the Empire, and Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess. Music was playing in the hall and people were dancing to it. Suddenly Richard approached Anthea and said, You look beautiful today as well. Will you still refuse my hand in a dance? She ignored him. Yes, he insisted. You'll never improve if you don't try. She shows disapproval. That's none of your concern. Anthea is great at dancing, Diana chimed in. The man smirked. Did you practice on your own then? That's cute. She didn't practice for your sake, Diana huffed. Lady Valencia, he said with a strange smile. I know you're still young, but don't you think you're being rather rude? Let's go, Anthea. Diana grabbed her arm. Anthea agreed. Sure. After a few moments, they went outside the hall to rest. My feet are burning, Diana muttered once they were away from the crowd. I can't stand these shoes. Anthea smiled, looking at her. She's a dainty girl in the novel, but it's good to see her like this too. Diana, she said thoughtfully. What do you think about Richard Carseal? I don't like him. The words came fast. He's so annoying. I can't stand him. Anthea thinks in her mind, she really seems to hate him. I was worried she'd be hung up over him like in the novel. But I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. What about you? Diana asked. She replied. Yeah, I don't like him either. They both laughed. Later she returned to the hall and observed. Maybe they're all excited because it's the first ball of the year. There's still so many people here, even when it's past midnight. She went back and sat beside the Emperor. I'm back, father. You must be tired, he said. Why have you not retired to your chambers? She giggled. Hee hee. I wanted to have a glass of wine with you. There you go again with your jokes. He smiled warmly. Come, follow me. Then they went to a balcony. Wow, you can see the whole palace from here. Anthea gasped, eyes wide with wonder. It's so beautiful. The lights glittered off the rooftops below. This room. Blake loved it, the Emperor said with a soft smile. He used to always hide in here during hide-and-seek. Anthea turned to Emperor, her tone hopeful. Father, could you visit Amoria Castle as a New Year's present? I'm sure His Highness would love it if you came. I have to be careful not to hurt him any further. Emperor then son replied quietly. Anthea said, I think you're too careful, Your Majesty. His curse will be broken, no matter what. And no one will be able to touch him as long as you're around, she said firmly. Then, more seriously, and let me remind you again, there's no black magic that can transfer the curse of the goddess to another, so you must not fall prey to anyone who promises such things, especially Richard Carseal. The Emperor grinned. Do you think I'd fall for such foolish tricks? Anthea thought. I knew he would be the last one to do so, but, she remembered, in the original novel, there was a reason Nen's son fell into Richard's trap. One day, Blake's condition worsened, and the door of darkness opened. Then son, determined and desperate, tried with all his might to close it, because it was his duty as emperor. But the power of light was dangerous. Using it would risk Blake's life. So, even though he knew it was a dangerous gamble, he resorted to black magic. He had no other choice. And that was when he died. You know I'm a master of languages, Anthea said with conviction. I'll break his curse. I promise. So just trust me, father. Then son gently patted her head. Don't worry. I won't be so rash. Not now that I have 2 children to care for. Children to care for, Anthea repeated inwardly. He must be referring to me and Blake. According to the novel, then son was supposed to die this year. But I won't let that happen, because I'll protect him. Okay, she whispered. You promised. After a few days, when Diana gets ready to leave for the academy, Diana called out, Your Majesty, you know I trust you, right? I wouldn't have been able to leave my sister all alone, if it weren't for you, she asked, determined. She's in good hands, Blake agreed with her. You just worry about yourself, she said. We can debate 6 years from now over who loves Anthea the most, Blake replied. But I already know the answer to that, Diana giggled. Heh, right. It's me. What are you talking about? It's me, Blake snapped. Diana laughed. I don't think so, haha. As the argument erupts, Anthea thinks, looking at them. Why do they always end up arguing? Seriously, then Anthea said. Let's get going. We'll be late if we keep dawdling any longer, Diana said. Okay. See you on my summer break, Your Majesty, Blake replied. I'll be waiting, Your Highness. I'll be right back, Anthea said with a smile as she was going with Diana. Blake replied. Okay. Be safe, Anthea, after the carriage left. Here, take this. Diana slid something into Anthea's hand. Anthea asked, What is it? Diana said. It's House Valencia's family ring, and the keys to the manor. Father sent it to me after he was exiled, saying he was getting a divorce. Anthea refused. Diana, I can't accept that, Diana said. House Valencia was in shambles, but thanks to your mother, they were able to escape bankruptcy. And most of the fortune is your mother's anyway, so it's yours by right. She squeezed her hand saying that. Anthea replied. Thank you, Diana said. No need to thank me. I'm just returning it to its rightful owner. When the carriage reached its destination, Diana looked outside and said, Anthea, we're here. All right, Your Majesty. Shall we? Diana offered her hand. Anthea smiled. Why, thank you, Lady Diana. They were welcomed by an entourage of guards and trumpets were blown. The Night Academy gates loomed before them. The group bowed in perfect unison. We are pleased to meet Her Imperial Highness the Crown Princess, the blessing of the Empire. They must be the Imperial Knights, Anthea thought. Father, you didn't have to prepare all this. The ceremony began. Someone announced. We will now begin the matriculation ceremony to the Night Academy. Anthea observed the ceremony from the royal sitting. She thinks proudly. My Diana looks the best out of them all. Anthea, I'll see you. Diana called, saluting her. She said, I can't go now that I think about leaving you for good. I'll fend off anyone who gets in your way. So just say the word, Anthea said. Don't worry about me. Write often, okay? Go on. You'll be late. Diana waved back saying, Okay, I'll write you every day. Anthea also waved, saying, "All right." Anthea stood still for a moment, gripping the box in her palm. "Well then, I should head back to the castle," she murmured, "to where he is waiting for me." Then she returned to the Remoria castle. She showed the animated crystal to Blake, saying, "Diana was like a full-grown lady today." The guard asked, "Did she seem that mature?" Blake remarked, "She looks great." Anthea asked, "Right?" Even she had to admit yes. She barely recognized her. "But how come you didn't take any, Anthea?" Blake asked gently. "Well, today was about Diana entering the academy, not me," she replied modestly. "No, I took some of the princess," Hans chimed in. Hans told, "The Knights of the First Order captured these images of the princess and animated crystals, Your Majesty." "But why?" Anthea blinked at the sparkling collection. "And so many! It was an imperial order, Your Highness," he answered. "My father," she thought. "How could he waste such precious animated crystals on me?" she asked, confused. "But why would he do such a thing?" the maid said. "It was a present, of course," Anthea repeated. "A present?" Blake was excited to see so many animated crystals of Anthea. Looking at him, the maid said, "Yes, a present for the Crown Prince." Anthea smiled, watching the memory replay. "I'm glad he likes it." Later the carriage continued its smooth ride as Anthea's thoughts turned toward the past. The Valencia family was said to be direct descendants of Leonel Valencia, the great mage of light. Together with Emperor Philip, he had helped establish the Aztec Empire. But enraged by Philip's betrayal, the goddess of light withdrew her blessing from the land. Over time, the power of the successor of light weakened, fading from legend to myth. Eventually, no one could tell who the successor even was anymore. Still, the Valencias remained a family deeply rooted in light. She thought there must be books about the magic of light, or the curse. Maybe in the library at the manor. "Let's go in, Melissa," she said, stepping out of the carriage and standing at the gate. The maid replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." They entered the manor quietly. "Is this the Count's library?" Anthea asked, surveying the room. Looking around, she thinks, "For a family with such rich history, there really aren't that many books. There are a few books on the magic of light here," Anthea noted. "But it looks untouched. I've already read all of these," Anthea murmured, flipping through the books. "Maybe I'll have more luck searching the Count's study." She moved toward a heavy door and opened it with the key. As the door creaked open, she thinks, "There has to be something here that can help." The door gave way to a glittering room. "What's all this?" she muttered. "This is his study?" The room was lavish, filled with precious jewels, glittering trinkets, and fine paintings. "Not a single tome of wisdom in sight," Anthea said. "I wasn't expecting much in the first place, but I thought there'd be at least something about the magic of light, or the successor." "Your Majesty," Melissa said softly, looking concerned for her. Anthea said, "Let's go, Melissa." Anthea turned, her heart heavy. "I forced myself to return to this place, this manor filled with nothing but unpleasant memories, and I have nothing to show for it." The carriage rattled over the stones as they departed. Suddenly some words rang inside her head. "You should have died along with your mother that day," the voice from her memory screamed. "I can't even stand to look at you," Anthea gasped, her breath caught in her throat. Melissa asked, "Are you all right, Your Majesty? Should I stop the carriage?" "Yes," she whispered. Then the carriage stopped, and they went outside to take fresh air. Melissa again asked, worried, "Shall I call for the doctor, Your Majesty?" Anthea replied, "No, it's fine. I'm just sick from riding, that's all. I feel better now," she thought. "I'm not even the real Anthea, but whenever her memories flash in my mind, it's so hard to withstand it." After a few moments she said, "Let's get going." Then something caught her eye. A figure in the distance. "Wait, is that Richard?" Her eyes narrowed. "It can't be." A strange energy cracked through the air. Looking at him, she wondered, is today the day? The day Richard's life turned upside down. Richard's mother was a slave of the Room family. 1,000 years ago, the Rooms had ruled over the Western Hemisphere as the imperial family of the Zelkan Empire. But their rule was marked by cruelty and decadence. They abused their power for pleasure and lived in extravagant excess. Disgusted by their atrocities, the goddess of light grew angry. In her wrath, she withdrew her favor and gave her power to Philip instead. The Zelkan Empire fell, making way for the rise of the Aztec Empire. The once mighty Rooms were reduced to slaves, and even a millennium later, their name remained a source of scorn and shame. When the Duchess was pregnant, Duke Casil secretly impregnated a beautiful slave of Room descent, Richard's mother. At first, the Duke treated Richard as a mere servant, but over time, he began to see the boy's sharp mind and potential. Though he never formally acknowledged him, the Duke accepted Richard as his bastard son, impressed by his intelligence. Richard was overjoyed. The acknowledgement lit a fire within him. He vowed to study harder, work harder, and earn the Duke's favor so that one day, he could ask for his mother's freedom. But that hope was short-lived. One day her mother was coughing. He asked, worried, "Mother, are you all right? I'll go ask the Duke to call a doctor." Huffing weakly, she replied, "It's nothing, my child. There's no need to make a fuss." But Richard knew better. He rushed to the Duke. "My lord, my mother is gravely ill. Please, could you call a doctor for her? I promise to study even harder," he pleaded. The Duke's eyes narrowed. "That wench is sick, you say? She hasn't caught Tansanol, has she?" Richard froze. "Pardon? Tansanol? Get out!" The Duke snapped. His voice was cold. Richard clenched his fists. "Yes, my lord. His mother died soon after, not from any illness, but by order of the Duke. She had been dragged to the gardens and killed. They buried her there without ceremony." The realization hit Richard like a dagger to the heart. He was only released from the shed they'd locked him in after being confirmed free of the disease. At a later moment, someone sneered at him. Richard didn't respond. He headed straight to the study, determined. There, he searched for every book he could find on Tansanol. He read, "Tansanol is an infectious disease originating from the Rum family. It is highly contagious and fatal. Those infected develop black spots across their bodies, their faces grow ghastly, and they cough up blood. It is considered the second generation of the curse of the goddess of light, bearing similarities to the afflictions of the cursed successor." The more Richard read, the more certain he became. His mother had not had Tansanol. Everyone assumed any Rum who fell ill carried the disease. That assumption became their death sentence. That's why she never wanted him to say anything. That's why she endured the pain in silence. He realized her mother died because of him. From that day on, Richard was never the same. His eyes, once filled with warmth, were now cold with vengeance. He vowed to take revenge on Duke Casil and his family, to take everything from him, and kill him in the most excruciating way imaginable. And he would stop at nothing to seize the throne for himself. He would make every person who had looked down on him for being born a slave kneel before him. Anthea approached him and said, "It's been quite a while," Richard said with a calm, chilling smile. "I wasn't expecting to see you here. It must be my lucky day." The wind rustled as they stood beside a blooming tree. Looking at it, Anthea thinks, "So this is the tree," she said. "Such beautiful flowers," Richard said. "But this is a tombstone. Here lies a Rum lady." Anthea was taken aback for a moment. "I'm surprised. He mentioned the Rum family first. He didn't even tell Diana about them in the original novel. Did you know her?" Anthea asked. He replied, "No. I only heard that she died of Tansanol." After hearing that, she stepped closer, saying, "I see." Then she puts a piece of cloth on the branch. Richard asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "I heard this is how you pay respects at a Rum funeral." He asked, "Pay respects? To a member of the Rum family?" She questioned. "Why? Am I not allowed?" Richard snapped. "Do you not know what Tansanol is?" She replied. "No. I do," he said. "Then you must be rather dim," she countered. "You don't even know for certain whether or not it was Tansanol. I've heard of many who were killed for merely being accused of having it," she added. "And even if she did have it, it's not like it's still infectious now. But you could still catch the curse of the goddess of light," he warned. She replied, "I don't believe in such foolish tales." A sudden gust of wind unraveled the knot from the cloth. "The knot's coming loose," she murmured. "I should tie it tighter." As she reached to fix it, Richard quickly snatched her hand and shouted, "Are you that high on your horse because everyone calls you a saint? For protecting even a monster? Or are you really just that naive?" Anthea was stunned for a moment, then she yanked Richard's hand and said, "I've never considered myself a saint. I simply don't enjoy being afraid of every little thing." "Afraid?" Richard raised an eyebrow. "Of course it's important to be aware," she continued, carefully tightening the cloth as it began to loosen. "But I don't want to ignore or hurt those around me simply because of my fear." Richard was in a disbelief for a moment, then a chuckle slipped from his lips. "You are one strange lady, Lord Casil," Anthea replied sharply, lifting her gaze. "Aren't you old enough to mind your manners? Did you want me to address you as your highness?" he asked, mocking amusement in his voice. She replied, "It's not a matter of what I want. It's what's expected." He shrugged it off. "I'll be sure to remember that for next time," she added. And please apologize for your rudeness toward the Crown Prince, for calling him a monster. You'd be wise to remember that Blake La Rouge Jaracilian is your Crown Prince of this empire. Anthea remembers, according to the original story, Richard's evil plan should have already taken root by now. In the novel, he used and sacrificed many people in order to become emperor. But things had already begun to steer from the original plot. Perhaps the irreplaceable trickster could have changed too, Richard replied after thinking for a moment. Of course. Who in this empire doesn't know that fact? I'm glad to hear that, Lord Casil, Anthea said, turning slightly. You're a talented man. If you were to use your skills in the right way, splendid blessings would surely follow. Again, Richard wasn't expecting that. It came as a shock to him. While walking away, Anthea thinks in her mind, everyone in Duke Casil's household had been greedy, but they were so incompetent that Richard wouldn't even need to resort to tricks to claim the title of Duke. Everyone could live happily ever after if only Richard could be content with that. A blessing, you say? Richard smiled. Are you suggesting that you'll be by my side? Upon hearing that, her eyes narrowed. How dare he tease me for being called the blessing of the empire? Anthea straightened her posture. I think you need to brush up on your manners. It's getting quite late, so I'll be going now. She stepped away from him, head held high. Richard said from behind. I'll be looking forward to our next encounter, Anthea replied. I hope you'll have learned proper manners by then. Sorry I'm late, Melissa, she said upon arriving. Let's go, Melissa replied. Yes, Your Highness. As the carriage started, Anthea sighed softly. I've been gone too long. I can't wait to get back to the castle, to see my hubby's chubby little face. Richard was still standing there. He glanced down at the small trinket. This is the first gift you've ever received, huh? I'll be back next year. Mother. Emperor Thenston had never once rejected Anthea's requests. He had provided everything she asked for and even hired tutors when she told him she wanted to study. She studied hard, and taught Blake everything she learned. During a learning session with Blake she said, Your Highness, 1,000 years ago, in the time of the Zelkan Empire, the written word was reserved only for those in high society. Back then, books were made of lambskin, and were very expensive. But they burned all those books, right? Blake asked. She explained, Yes. After the fall of the Zelkan Empire and the rise of the Asteric Empire, the Rum family tried to revive the Zelkan era. The fifth prince of the imperial family, Lakshul, led the movement. They grew more aggressive with time. They even set fire to the Thenlin Palace in hopes of taking out Emperor Philip. As she continued, Anthea blinked, her body tense. She saw a horrible scene of someone in fire shouting. A strange, painful sound rang in her ears. Was it you? Did you start the fire? How could you do this to me? Open the door. Now. As the throbbing continued, she wonders, what is this? What am I hearing? Anthea! Blake's voice broke through. What's wrong? Flinching, Anthea shook her head. Oh, he asked, are you feeling sick? She replied. No, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something else, he asked, concerned. Are you sure? She said. Yeah. Okay, let's move on, she continued. The Thenlin Palace had burned, but Emperor Philip was unharmed. Lakshul predicted their efforts would be wasted, so he destroyed all texts written in the Zelkan language. Lakshul told his servants, all history and knowledge of this land is due to the almighty Rums. Should the Zelkan Empire disappear like this, all knowledge of the world shall perish alongside it. But knowledge shall return when the Zelkan Empire reigns once more. If the Rums hadn't burned all those books. As she was saying that, she glanced at Blake. He was suffering from pain and was trembling. Your Highness! Anthea gasped. Are you all right? He forced a smile. Yeah, I'm fine. Looking at him, she thinks, Blake always says he's okay. But there's no doubt it must be excruciatingly painful. My, is that the time? She said at last. Let's stop here for today, he replied. Okay, she added. And I think it would be best if you skipped your sword lessons, he said. But I didn't practice yesterday either, she resolved. It's probably hard enough to hold a sword in that state. I need to make him rest. He's too diligent. She reached for him gently. Come here, and take a nap. I'm too tired from all that studying. I think I need a nap before my next appointment, he muttered, flustered. And maybe not the bed, she said. Come on. I can't sleep without you next to me, Blake blushed. Bud, that's your bed, Anthea. What does that matter? She asked, already tugging him closer. Quickly, come on. He stammered, visibly flustered, even as she gave a soft pull. It matters. he added with a blush, though he didn't pull away. After they laid down, Anthea patted him. Anthea thought caressing him. At least, he doesn't have a fever. The color had started returning to his cheeks. Stay put, she said, starting to get up. I'll go get a furnace. A hand grabbed hers. Don't go. I'm not cold. Not when you're beside me. His words made her pause. I'm sorry, she added quietly. He asked. For what? She replied. For being so useless. If I were the successor of light, you wouldn't have to be in so much pain. Don't ever say that. He squeezed her hand. I'm the happiest man in the world to have you as my wife. He nuzzled into her, and her heart melted. All right, she whispered. Let's get some sleep. Okay, he replied with a small smile. After he fell asleep, she observed, his hands are warm. The color in his cheeks had fully returned. She let out a breath of relief. But how could she have fallen asleep so easily? What if his condition had worsened while she slept? Anthea, are you awake? He asked, sitting up. Yes, she answered quickly. How are you feeling? He showed thumbs up. Great! I could go train right now. That you can't do, she said firmly. You promised to stay next to me today, didn't you? Oh, that's right. I'm going to be with you all day, Anthea, he declared proudly with a nod. Andia Wooderyudin? He said while she pinched his cheeks. Then she said, My hubby is just too adorable. Nah, by the way, she said. I got a letter from Diana today, he asked. Has she finished her winter training? Anthea said. Yes. She seems to have enjoyed it. I wrote her a response earlier. Would you like to send her one as well? Blake awkwardly said. It's okay. I'll see her on the holidays anyway. Oh, okay then. She studied his casual tone. He was treating Diana like an old friend who had gone off to service. There was not even a hint of the original love line from the novel. She glanced at the rose on the table. A red rose. Blake's first gift to me. Ever. What are you doing, Anthea? He asked, approaching her curiously and hugged her. She replied, Just admiring how pretty the rose is. Your beauty has no rival, he replied without missing a beat. She laughed. Haha, he asked. Why are you laughing like that? You know how to compliment someone so casually. She chuckled. My little hubby is all grown up, he said. Arg, I'm 11 now. I'm a man. You're only 2 years younger than me. You mean I'm 2 whole years older, she corrected. He fell silent. Seeing that she realized, huh? Oops. Is he mad? I should stop teasing him. She reached out again and checked. He doesn't have a fever. Phew. I need to check in on him more often, she thought. He seems to be getting sick more than usual lately. Your hands are so warm, Anthea, he said, nuzzling into her again. Hee. My hubby is the cutest in the whole wide world. She hugged him tightly, blushing. And handsome? He asked. She excitedly said. So cute. Later she prepared tofu and said to Blake and Savats to try it. Now go ahead and try the tofu while it's still warm. Steam curled up from the bowl as she set it before them. She added, and some delicious soy milk, too. Wow, this is delicious. Everyone exclaimed, happily chatting between bites. Melissa said, I like the nuttiness, a servant remarked. You're a genius, Your Highness. It's not like I invented it, she replied, a little bashfully. Besides, you all helped with the hard part. I won't be able to escape their compliments at this rate, she thought, amused. Then she said, Well, enjoy. I'm going to take some to His Majesty before it gets cold. They complied. Yes, Your Highness. Then Unhan in the form of cat approached her. Oh, hello, kitty, Anthea gasped. I haven't seen you in so long. Where have you been? She picks him up to pet. Blake looked at her suspiciously, then said, I'll watch the cat, he said. Why don't you go take that before it gets cold? She confirmed. Are you sure? It's better to eat it while it's hot. He smiled brightly. Don't worry about the cat, she replied. Okay. I'll be back soon, he said. Sure, I'll be waiting. As Anthea was going away, Unhan thinks in his mind, This is bad. I have to run away, but I can't seem to move. He was sweating, thinking, what kind of power does the crown prince have? She glanced at the prince. The Prynek glared. Who are you? His breath caught. Meow. He thinks, I'm in trouble now. Don't even try to play dumb, he said sharply, staring at the cat. I already know you're not really a cat. Why are you snooping on Anthea and me? He drops the cat down and interrogated. I've been thinking about what you could be. When I was young, there was a person who appeared every time I was sick. He healed me, he recalled. He clenched his fists, breath hitching in memories. After I'd gotten the mark of the curse and was banished to the annex, All my nights were sleepless. I was tormented by nightmares, and the pain it felt like it was ripping through my skin. I called for my father every night, but he never once came. The pain of the past surfaced in his clenched jaw. I got so used to it that I didn't even call out for him in my dreams anymore. He paused. But just then, a man in black appeared. Whenever he was around, I felt better. He healed me. He was dark, and I could smell a hint of water on him, like the fog. His eyes narrowed. And I feel that same energy from you now. You smell the same. The cat didn't move. Unhan thinks in his mind. So he already knew who I was. Well then, there's no use hiding anymore. The cat shifted form and turned into a human. I'm humbled to meet His Imperial Highness the Hope of the Empire. The figure bowed respectfully. I am Unhan, Your Highness. So it was you, Blake murmured. I am loyal to His Imperial Majesty. Unhan continued. And he has ordered me to protect you in secret, Blake said. So, His Majesty sent you? Blake felt touched. I thought he'd forgotten about me because of the curse, but I guess not completely, he asked. Are you from the east? Unhan replied. Yes, Your Highness. I am from Chang, Blake said. You're so pure, Unhan asked. Pardon? The prince studied him, his stare unwavering. You're dark, but your energy is clean and pure. So different from me. There was a pause, then the question came. But why have you revealed yourself now, when you're supposed to guard me in secret? Unhan replied awkwardly. I'm sorry to say, I missed the food from back home, he asked. Food? Yes, Unhan said, straightening. After seeing the crown princess cook, I was reminded of home. I couldn't resist. That's why I was caught. His eyes dimmed with shame. I dared to defy His Majesty's orders for such personal matters. I shall report this and receive punishment. I will also ask Her Highness for forgiveness. There's no need, the prince said quickly. You've watched over me for a long time now. I don't want to see you punished. Unhan hesitated. But, the prince cut him off. Don't tell anyone. I won't either. Unhan blinked in surprise. I spent all that time disguised as a cat, fooling everyone. But he's not even angry. He's offering to keep my secret. He felt touched. Thank you, Your Highness. Then Blake took a step forward and muttered near his ears. Don't you ever get near Anthea again, the prince said suddenly, voice turning cold. Unhan froze. If you ever try anything like that on my wife again. His eyes glinted with quiet fury. I won't forgive you. Unhan nodded in understanding. Blake was on guard thinking, he's just Anthea's type, all Eastern looking, and he's handsome too. I don't ever want Anthea to see him again. Anthea went to Imperial Palace. She knocked at the door and said, Father, it's me. Colin was there, he greeted her. Ah, Your Highness, you're finally here, she asked. Were you waiting for me? He replied. Of course. I always look forward to your visits every day, Anthea grinned. You mean you look forward to going home? He said with a smile. Well, you are my goddess of going home. You're the only one who can release me from an endless day of work. Anthea thinks in her mind. He sounded like he was joking, but I've never seen him actually go home at a reasonable time. Such is the life of a salaryman. Then the emperor chimed in. Stop spewing such nonsense and go home, the attendant said. Yes, Your Majesty. Anthea glanced at him sweating. His Majesty didn't seem to be in a very good mood. The attendant then said, If you hadn't come to visit, I would have been here all night. His eyes welled slightly. Colin, the emperor said, do you wish to live out the rest of your days in the palace? I can make arrangements for that, you know. He grinned. Anthea shivers thinking, how can he say that with such a straight face? Then Colin quickly said, I shall be going now, Your Highness. Then he left. Anthea turned to the emperor. Father, you shouldn't overwork yourself. You're spending more and more time in your study. The emperor smirked, flipping through some papers. Has the scolding begun already? I'm serious. She frowned. Then the emperor noticed. Your dress is much too thin for this weather. You need a proper coat. No, it's fine, she retorted quickly. I have plenty of clothes, so many I haven't even worn them all yet, she said inwardly. I can't believe how quickly he changes the subject. That's not why I'm here, she said, holding a box. Try this, he smiled. Come sit here, Anthea. The emperor gave a rare, fond smirk. Let's eat together, she replied. Yes, father, that's not why I'm here. Anthea's voice rang out, clear and determined. Try this, she added with a bright smile. Come sit here, Anthea, the emperor said with a small smirk. Let's eat together. Yes, father, she replied cheerfully. Steam drifted gently from the dish on the table. This dish, the emperor remarked. Looks like it was made with snow. What is it? It's tofu, Anthea replied proudly. I made it with the beans you gifted me earlier, Your Majesty, he asked. You're saying you made this dish from those beans? She replied, Yes, Your Majesty. His Highness even helped me peel them. Blake even knows how to do stuff like that. The Emperor asked in surprise. Yes, he's so talented, she said warmly. If you came by the auxiliary palace, you could have seen His Highness peel those beans in person. Upon hearing that, the Emperor's gaze turned slightly distant. Anthea thinks maybe he still has no desire to visit the Crown Prince's palace. After Blake and I broke into his bedroom 3 years ago, those two haven't seen each other since. Then the Emperor asked, How is he today? She replied, He's fine. No fever. And he seemed to be in a good mood, she thought. I guess he's still worried, even though he can't come by and see him. That's good to hear, he added quietly. He turned his attention back to Anthea. What about you, Anthea? I'm so happy because you and Blake enjoyed my food so much, she said, beaming. He remarked. Silly, she urged. I'm serious, father. Try some of this, too. I made it spicy just for you, he then said. You should join me. I know you also enjoy spicy dishes. Shall I? She hesitated. Looking at the steaming stew stirred her appetite again. Oh, that's hot, she muttered after tasting it. It's really good, isn't it? If my daughter-in-law made it, it must be tasty, he added with a hearty chuckle. Is there anything you desire? He asked, more serious now. I must reward you after such a precious meal. I would normally refuse. Anthea began pondering. But today is different, then she said. The truth is, there is somewhere I'd like to go. Where? He asked immediately. Just tell me, wherever it may be. She clenched her hands slightly, then spoke clearly. Thenlun Palace. His expression changed. Thenlun Palace? Thenlun Palace was the last imperial palace of the Zulkan Empire, and the first imperial palace of the Astaric Empire. After bringing down Zulkan, a kingdom known for its cruelty and indulgence, Emperor Philip had founded Astaric Empire. Wanting to spare the people further suffering, he chose not to build anew. Instead, he renamed the Zulkan Palace to Thenlun Palace and moved in. But his good intentions brought only tragedy. Lakshul, the last imperial prince of Zulkan, used a secret passageway to infiltrate Thenlun Palace. He raided it and set it ablaze. The flames raged for over a month, consuming not only the palace, but the surrounding region of Khan, the capital of Zulkan. In its wake, both the palace and Khan became known as Forbidden Land. Why do you suddenly want to visit Thenlun Palace? The Emperor asked. I thought I might find a clue about the lithograph there, Anthea admitted. A few days ago, during class with Blake, I saw a short vision. A woman's scream, a scorching blaze, a space glittering with jewels and lithographs standing off to one side. That must have been Thenlun Palace. That land was completely consumed by fire and tainted by dark magic, the Emperor said gravely. I cannot send you to such a dangerous place. I'll only visit Thenlun Palace, Anthea insisted. I won't take long. It's forbidden land, he warned her. The last words of the first emperor forbade any royal from stepping onto the scorched land of Zulkan, Anthea remembers. His last words mentioned that stepping foot in the scorched land of Zulkan will only earn the wrath of the goddess and bring calamity on the entire empire, especially if it's an emperor, he continued. If a royal were to go where even commoners refuse to tread, the backlash would be immense. It would be seen as taking a political stance against the remnants of the Zulkan rebellion. And I'm worried about how unstable Blake's health has become. He's fine today, but what if he worsens again? But she firmly pressed on. I might be able to find a way to break the curse at Thenlun Palace. No, I'm sure of it. So please, Anthea, her father said softly, his voice filled with conflict. You are also my child. I can't let you go to a dangerous place for Blake's sake. I'll protect myself with a light stone. She clenched her fists again. I also consider Blake a precious member of my family. I can't give up, not if there's a chance I could break his curse. Her called her again. Anthea, she insisted. Please, father. Please permit me. Just this once. After a slight pause, he gave in. Just this once. She brightened up. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, father. Imperial Palace. Unhen came back to report to the Emperor. A sigh broke the silence. I can't believe I got caught keeping an eye on Anthea as a cat. He frowned to himself. And I feel bad. I think I keep upsetting His Majesty. Then he looked inside from the window and realized. He's still awake. As he entered the Emperor's chambers, a soft whip sound echoed. So the Emperor asked, Is that you, Unhan? He showed up and said, I apologize, sire. Did I wake you? The emperor said. No. I was thinking. And I was waiting for you. Unhan kneels and said, I await your command. It won't be a command, the emperor said gently, but a favor today. He looked up at the young man with steady eyes. I'd like to entrust you with the safeguard of the crown princess. I wish for you to stay by her side and protect her, the emperor said firmly. Unhan hesitated. But I'm just a shadow, sire. I'm well aware of your predicament, Unhan, His Majesty replied gently. However, there is no one else I can entrust Anthea with. The weight of the request struck Unhan deeply. The emperor had never spoken with such ardent sincerity before. After a beat, Unhan bowed his head in acceptance. I understand, sire. Thank you, the emperor said with a faint smile. Unhan straightened. However, please rescind the part about it being a favor. Protecting the crown princess is part of my duties, and one I readily accept. I will gladly follow your command. The emperor's expression softened. Okay, thank you. Later another day. It's finally today, Anthea thought, her heart pounding. The day I get to go to Thenlan Palace. She needed to leave quietly. Blake mustn't know. If he found out she was planning to go to the cursed, forbidden land in search of a way to break his curse, he would certainly try to stop her. Just then, she found him. Your Highness, she said, putting on a casual tone. There will soon be a ball at the Imperial Palace. There's a lot to prepare, so I'll be back a bit late today. Okay, Blake said with a kind smile. Take your time. Don't push yourself too hard. She felt guilty, but then instructed. Don't worry. You should be extra careful during swordsmanship training. Blake sighed. I'm not a small child, you know, she chuckled. I should get going. He gripped her hand tightly and said, Safe trip, Anthea. She nodded. Okay, I'll be safe. And thinks he's so cute when he worries. Later, when she was leaving, Blake escorted her to the carriage. As she rode toward the Imperial Palace, she prayed silently. Please, let me find a way to break the curse this time. When she reached there, she remembers, he said to come straight to the secret room on the 3rd floor. She pushed the book. A hidden door slid open. Father! I'm here! She called softly, peeking in. The emperor turns to her and calls Anthea. I apologize for being late, she said. No need. You're not, he assured her. Then she turned towards Unhan and asked, But who is that? That is Unhan, the emperor said. He will escort you to Thenlan Palace. Anthea tilted her head, puzzled. Unhan? Why does he seem familiar? I don't think I've ever seen his face or heard his name before. The man bowed deeply. Greetings, Crown Princess. The blessing of our empire. I am Unhan, your highness. Her eyes widened. Oh, HHT. The memory struck her. I remember. The Imperial Prince of Chang. Unhan. She recalled the story. Unhan was the Imperial Prince of Chang, a grand empire in the east. Unhan had fled to Asarik after being chosen by the ominous Black Dragon. Branded for execution, he escaped and was discovered, half dead, by the Emperor. The Emperor, seeing a kindred soul, had healed him and brought him into the palace. Since then, Unhan had faithfully served him, protecting Blake, healing him when he fell ill. A loyal shadow, planted by the Emperor to guard his son. Crown Princess? Unhan asked, noticing her dazed expression. Oh, I apologize, she said quickly, flustered. You just seemed familiar for some reason, he asked. Pardon? Unhan's thought raced in panic. Did she recognize me as the cat by chance? I think you and Lord Colin have similar looking eyes, Anthea said with a small smile. Oh, okay. I see. He felt relieved after hearing that. The Emperor stepped forward again. The truth is, I had entrusted Unhan with the security of the Crown Prince's palace. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Then Unhan bowed. It's not His Majesty's fault. I asked him not to tell you. It's all my fault. Anthea shook her head. No, that's fine with me. I should be thanking you for keeping His Highness and me safe. Unhan looked surprised, then bowed his head. I am grateful, Your Highness. Then the Emperor added, Thank you for understanding. Anthea, she smiled. Not at all. Then the Emperor extended a small object toward her. Here, take this. Anthea took it carefully. What is this? The Emperor's voice was calm but firm. This present will protect you. It's a purity tool made in a temple, the Emperor explained as he handed Anthea the delicate ornament. It will help protect you against dark magic. Anthea's eyes lit up in awe. Wow, thank you, Father, she said, clasping it tightly. It looks pretty on you, he added with a warm smile. Now, he continued, turning toward Unhan, he will use his magic to bring you to Thenlan Palace. If you encounter any danger, you must return immediately, Anthea replied. I'm sure I'll just end up finding ruins. If there's any sign of danger, I'll run right out, no need to remind me. So don't look so serious. She grinned playfully. Your handsome face is all crumpled up. There you go with the silliness again, the Emperor said, trying to maintain a stern look. Silly? Our father's face is a national treasure, she quipped with a teasing glint in her eyes. Don't you agree, Unhan? Absolutely, Unhan replied with a nod. His Majesty is the handsomest in the Empire. That's enough nonsense, the Emperor grumbled, but a faint smile tugged at his lips. Both father and son are so weak to compliments, Anthea thought with amusement. Teasing them is so rewarding. Then she said, Yes, father. I'm going to head out now. Don't stay out too late, he warned. She replied, Don't worry, then turns to Unhan. Let's go. As they moved to depart, Unhan hesitated for a moment. I regret to inform you, but we'll need to hold hands for me to use teleportation magic. That's all? Anthea blinked, amused. This is supposed to be an R-rated dirty romance novel, and yet everyone's so sweet, she giggled softly. Okay then. Unhan, can you escort me to Thenlin Palace? He replied. Yes, your highness. Close your eyes and relax. He grabs her hand and they teleports to the Forbidden Land. Open your eyes, your highness, Unhan said. Anthea's eyes fluttered open and her breath caught. Is this Thenlin Palace? Yes, your highness, he replied solemnly. The palace ruins stretched before them, shattered, overgrown, and lifeless. It's completely destroyed, Anthea murmured. I wasn't expecting it to be so desolate. It seems like the land has been contaminated with dark magic, Unhan warned. Perhaps you should return now? We just got here, she said. We can't turn around already. Let's take a look around the palace. As they started walking, he said. Yes, your highness. As they walked deeper into the ruin, Unhan kept close. Your highness, watch your step. The further they ventured in, the heavier the air became. Anthea could feel the oppressive pull of dark energy growing stronger. I think it'd be best to turn around now, Unhan said, clearly concerned. I'm just going to look around a bit more, Anthea insisted. Then she noticed something. Unhan, look at that, she called, pointing. He said, It's a stone slab. They approached a large tablet. Though the size differed, it resembled the one retrieved from the lake. Anthea looked at it and said, There's even text on it. This is ancient text. It's Roman, Unhan asked, shocked. What does it say? Anthea began to read aloud. The great emperor of Rum, Lakshul, let it be known, the heavens chose the great Rum, and Rum followed the heavens' wishes, to establish the Zelkan Empire and nurture it into a great empire. However, its people were ignorant and ungrateful, jealous of Rum's power, and amongst them, Philip, with power received from the goddess of light, destroyed the Zelkan Empire and founded a new empire. In the year 687 of the empire, on September 1st, I, Lakshul, plan to bring down the Altera Palace to restore law and order. I shall punish Philip and the wicked groups that dared to covet Rum's seat. Foolish subjects, submit yourselves to Rum. If you refuse, everything Rum has bestowed upon you will be taken away. The land of Khan shall be enshrouded in darkness and forever erode away in suffering. Wow, you really are a skilled linguist, Unhan remarked, impressed. Anthea laughed. It's nothing special, he replied. It certainly is. You're quite special, your highness. She smiled, then turned back to the slab. Besides all that, what do you think about the text, Unhan? His expression darkened. I'm filled with rage. After leading a nation to collapse through tyranny, he's not repenting but blaming the civilians to the very end. It's pathetic. Heinous, she said. It definitely feels like that, doesn't it? He asked. Do you feel differently, your highness? She replied. But something seems off. Doesn't the text feel like it's begging us to criticize Lakshul and Rum? She repeated a line. If you do not submit yourselves, you will be burned to the ground and wiped out, Ben added. You'll only have your foolish selves to blame for not following Rum, she thinks. I detect the scent of an intellectual anti-fan, she continued. And it's not just because of that. Philip was the biggest enemy of the Rum family at the time. But this stone slab doesn't contain a single criticism of him. It only states the facts. She read another line. And amongst them, Philip, with power received from the goddess of light, destroyed the Zelkan Empire and founded the new empire. Unhan's eyes widened slightly. You're not suggesting Emperor Philip erected this slab himself? That's correct. If, by chance, he wanted to provoke the anxious citizens into submission through this message, he would have at least denied that Philip was chosen by the goddess. There's a good chance this wasn't written by Lakshal or anyone from Rome at all. It was probably Emperor Philip. Then she touched the slab. Suddenly her locket started glowing. Somewhere in the distant past, or perhaps in Anthea's mind, a scene played out. Philip, what is this stone slab? Have you gone insane? How could you do something like this? How could you be so inhumane? Watch your words, came a cold reply, supposedly from Emperor Philip. I am the Emperor. If your misguided disrespect continues, I will not be able to forgive even you. Your Highness! Unhan's voice broke through. Are you alright? Anthea gasps, surprised. She said, Yes. I was just dizzy for a second. Unhan steadied her as she swayed. I suspect the dark magic is having an effect on you. We should head back now. I'm fine, she insisted. Let me just look around a bit longer, he replied. You can't. His Majesty gave strict orders to have you return immediately if you encountered any danger. Your safety comes first, Your Highness. Unhan's expression was unyielding. Let us return to the palace for now. You can come back next. Suddenly he sensed something and quickly lifted Anthea up. Your Highness! He cut in sharply. Pardon me for a moment. What? Unhan! Anthea gasped. From the shadows demons emerged. Unhan started running from demon, and they followed. Unhan, please set me down! She cried out, squirming in his grasp. It'll be difficult for both of us to get away like this. Hold on tight, he responded firmly. We're heading into the palace. It's going to get quite dusty. With that, they dashed forward. The air thickened with age-old dust as they slipped through narrow passages. How can they even fit through these tight spaces? He muttered, bewildered. Suddenly, they skidded to a halt. Oh no, he breathed. It's a dead end. Your Highness, just a moment, Unhan said quickly. After releasing her down, she said, Okay. Then he brings out his sword and faced the demon. He said, I'll make way. Head back to where we first came from. But the demons lunges for attack but instead went past them. She hesitated, glancing back. I guess they weren't after us. We can't rest easy yet, Unhan warned. The demons bangs into the wall, and it started cracking. A patter echoed as loose stones shifted. A gap appeared. There's some sort of space inside, she whispered. The demons acted as for them to follow, she wonders. What the? Are they asking us to follow them? You can't go in there, Unhan warned. The demons' attacks have ceased. We must take this chance and return to the palace. No, her voice was resolute. I think it'd be best for us to go inside. If you think about it, they never once attacked us directly. From the start, it felt like they were leading us here. The demons nodded slightly, as if in confirmation. Are they saying I'm right? She wondered, then her locket glowed again. She said, Let's just follow them a bit longer. They moved forward. Her eyes widened. Look at this. There are stairs leading to a basement floor. It's dangerous, Unhan said immediately, reaching out. Stop. It might be a trap. We should turn back. She clenched her fists with steady determination. Unhan, I really want to break the Crown Prince's curse. I can face any danger if it means his curse can be broken. There's no way I can give up here just because there's a chance it might be dangerous. If I do, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Unhan's expression tightened. But Your Highness, I'm sorry for being stubborn, she said softly. But please let me do as I wish this time. Please, she bowed, requesting him. Please. Unhan gets stunned in shock. No, please, don't do this, Your Highness, he murmured. Okay, Your Highness. He gave in. Now, please lift up your head. Thank you. She smiled, relief flooding her voice. Unhan sighed. But if even the slightest danger presents itself, I'm escorting you back to the palace immediately. Okay, I promise, she said. Let's go in, he replied. Okay. They descended into the unknown. The basement space was surprisingly vast but dark. I'm surprised to find such a large space hidden here, she said as their footsteps echoed. Thankfully we can see, thanks to the demon's light, Unhan said as the demons were emitting light from their mouths. Look over there, she said suddenly. Unhan, giant golden doors. Let me inspect it first, he said, moving ahead. He examined them closely. They seem to be locked. Someone has sealed them with magic, she asked. How can we break the seal? He replied. You can either find the password the conjurer set, or the conjurer must break it themselves. We won't be able to break magic this powerful by force from the outside, she asked. Is there any other way? He hesitated. I'm sorry, Your Highness. They stood in silence. We came all this way, she murmured. She thinks about Blake in her mind. Then a mysterious glow appeared around her. She touched the door, saying, I can't give up at this point. We might be able to find a clue nearby. Maybe something in the adornment. As she touched the door, it opened. Her voice caught. Oh, Unhan gets shocked. It can't be. Your Highness. The seal has been broken. How was it broken? All of a sudden? She asked, staring at the door in disbelief. Maybe the seal weakened over time? Unhan responded. No. It was strong enough to bring my strength to its knees. Unhan turned to her. You broke the seal, Your Highness, she asked, surprised. Me? But I didn't do anything. Let's go inside first, he complied. Yes, Your Highness. As they stepped through, their eyes widened. The room glittered with gold and jewels, shimmering in the glow of the light. It's quite amazing, she murmured. Your Highness, look over there. Unhan pointed. There are stone slabs. They're the same as the ones we saw in the room on the 3rd floor, Anthea filled in. And the text on these, it's clear. Her heart pounded. Did we finally find a clue to breaking Blake's curse? She stepped closer. Finally, she whispered. I'll try reading it. October 505. The 11th Queen gave birth to the 17th Prince. It says the 11th Queen gave birth to the 17th Prince, she repeated aloud. If that's just the Queen, imagine how many hidden mistresses and children there were. Countless, I bet. Unhan muttered. Sounds like the tyrant that brought the nation to ruins. She reads again, June 508. Prince Lakshul was recognized as the crown prince. So, Prince Lakshul was the heir to the throne? Unhan asked. The one who lit Themlin Palace on fire? She replied. Yes. And the head of the Zelkan reconstruction movement. But it wasn't just the palace. He burned all the books and eradicated the Rum language. He contaminated Zelkan, the capital, making it uninhabitable. I'll read the next slab. July 508. The crown prince became engaged to Liant of Valencia, daughter of a Valencian count. Liant of Valencia. She blinked. She was the Mage of Light who helped Philip destroy the Zelkan Empire and establish the Astaric Empire. The instrumental figure in establishing Astaric was a queen in the Zelkan Empire? Something's off. Let's keep reading. August 508. The 8th princess passed away. September 508. The 7th queen started coughing violently before vomiting blood. In the end, her skin turned black. She was suffering from the same disease as the 8th princess. The emperor imprisoned the 7th queen. 508. The 8th prince passed away. 508. The 4th queen passed away. 508. The 11th princess passed away. The 7th queen's face became unsightly, her body covered in black spots, hiding the beauty of life. Unhan looked to her. What's the matter, Your Highness? Tansanol started spreading mid-508. She muttered. He asked. Pardon? But I thought Tansanol was an illness that broke out after the fall of the Zelkan Empire. That's what history says. But I'm sure they're talking about Tansanol here. Her voice grew firmer. She continued reading. Afterward, countless queens, princes, princesses, they kept dying. Even the New Year ball wasn't held. The spread of the disease only worsened. One stone slab is just filled with news of death, she added somberly. And amidst that sea of death, the year 510, the fall of the Zelkan Empire, was approaching. She read the next line. February 510. The crown prince passed. Lakshul died? She gasped. Unhan asked. Pardon? Before the fall of the Zelkan Empire? She replied, yes. Then who led the Zelkan reconstruction movement? Unhan asked sharply. Did someone impersonate the crown prince? She continued reading. April 510. The emperor passed away, she thinks. The crown prince and the emperor both died. The story of Philip and Liant of Valencia destroying the Zelkan Empire after it succumbed to the power of light and establishing the Astaric Empire amidst the people's acclamation was a lie. The empire had already fallen. May 510. Philip, of the late emperor's royal bloodline, appeared. As he blessed his subjects with the power he received from the goddess of light, the black spots disappeared and the fevers broke. When the plague vanished, all the people bowed down at his feet. June 510. Philip ascended the emperor's throne. It's completely different from what the Astaric history books say, she said, her voice hollow. He just filled the empty throne left behind when the royal family died from the plague. And even that was passed down to him as the emperor's son. The Zelkan Empire didn't collapse, it was simply renamed. All those stories about the reconstruction movement, they must have been lies, Unhan said thoughtfully. When a nation is founded, the founder always embellishes how they rose to power. But it's a bit strange that this one is a lie from start to finish. Right. Anthea looked ahead. This is the last stone slab. The last record before the palace went up in flames, October 513. The emperor bestowed upon Lionel Valencia, chosen by the goddess of light, the title of queen. She stiffened. Hold on. Philip married Lionel Valencia? The former fiancé of Crown Prince Lakshul? I can't believe this. Her voice trembled. Philip erected a large stone slab and made it seem like Lakshul was behind everything. But the Zelkin reconstruction movement never existed, and Lakshul, the alleged ringleader of all the tragedies, had already died. She stands up. All the historical records are lies. Maybe there could be other clues, she said, scanning the room. She looked again. Nothing. This is it. There's not a single clue about the curse. She thinks, I came all this way to free Blake from the curse. Her fists clenched. Then why? Why did those memories about the past appear? Why did the demons lead me here? Just then the necklace shattered. The light mana crystal, she gasped. It broke. The necklace father gave me. Your Highness, we should quickly return to the palace, Anhan urged. Please close your eyes, she replied. Okay. The next moment she opens her eyes, she was back. The emperor calls worried. Anthea, are you awake, father? Her voice was fragile. She teetered slightly. I'm sorry, he asked. What's the matter? Did something happen? She replied. The necklace you gave me. It broke. That's nothing to worry about, he said, gently hugging her. Are you hurt anywhere? She sobbed, saying. No. Tears welled in her eyes. But, I'm sorry. I couldn't find anything. I'm sorry. It's all right, he said gently. You don't need to apologize, Anthea cried. I was so stubborn about going all that way. He offered a comforting embrace and said, I'm sorry. I'm the one who put too much pressure on you. Don't cry. It's okay. He patted her. There, she said to herself. Let's stop crying now, Anthea. Dunstan and Blake are the ones truly in pain right now. Then a voice called out in a panic, burst opening the door. Your Majesty! A crash echoed through the room. What is it? The Emperor asked sharply. He said, His Highness has collapsed. Upon hearing that, Anthea's heart sank. When she went to Blake, he was groaning in pain. Your Highness. Anthea's voice broke. How has this fever not broken yet? How could he be unconscious for 3 days? Her heart clenched with guilt. It's my fault. It's all my fault. He was sick in the novel too, but never like this. Diana is the only one who can break Blake's curse. I knew that, and still, I wanted to stay by his side. I was selfish, she said aloud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Highness. She grasped his hand sitting beside the bed. I won't let my greed guide me anymore. Forgive me. She took a breath. I'll leave as soon as Blake wakes up. So please. But then a low voice called out, Don't leave. She looked up surprised. Blake was awake. His voice trembled. Don't leave, Anthea. She gripped his hand tightly and said, Your Highness. He said, You can't go. Don't leave. She replied, I won't. Where would I even go? He said. Promise me. As he said that, he lost consciousness again. She shouts, Your Highness. The next day, servants were talking to each other. One said, It's still too long even if it's the first time in 3 years. The other asked, It's been 4 days, and he's still unconscious. The first one shushed. Shh. Her Highness will hear you. Inside, Anthea sat beside Blake, her heart heavy. If only I were Diana. Blake wouldn't be suffering like this. Your Highness, I'm sorry, she whispered. Then the Emperor came. She quickly turned to him. Father! Her father's presence was beside her, firm yet comforting. He said, I'm sorry, Father. I was too late, she replied. It's not too late. This is just the beginning. After hearing that, he turned to her. She said, His Majesty will be all right. So don't think such dark thoughts. Stay by his side for a long, long time. And never let yourself be swayed by dark magic or anything like that. Again with that? He muttered, then he grabs her hand and continued, I have 2 children to look after. Even if it's just to avoid being scolded by you. I plan to completely turn my back on that sort of sorcery. Anthea looked at him and nodded. Okay, I'll trust you. Elsewhere, in the quiet corridors of power, hushed voices stirred dangerous thoughts. Domaram, Richard said. Are you saying the Emperor visited the Crown Prince's palace? The person replied. Yes, sir. That is correct, Richard continued. And the Crown Prince has been on the brink of death for 4 days. He thinks in his mind. His condition has never been this bad. At this point, His Majesty must be thinking about another possible heir. Dunstan wouldn't accept the greedy Duke of Carseal, or the dumb Frank as Crown Prince. If another royal becomes Emperor, our family's authority will vanish for good, and if that happens, my chances of becoming emperor disappear with it. His thoughts turned dark. Then let's get rid of Dunstan. Let's kill him, and make the Duke of Carseal the emperor. If the Duke of Carseal becomes emperor, he murmured to himself, clenching his fists, it'll be easier for me to become emperor in the end. Then he calls, Domaram, the person replied. Yes, sir, Richard began. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Don't spread the word directly, let it reach Dunstan's ears subtly, as a rumor. There's a dark magician who practices the ancient arts. They deal in forbidden curses, even those said to be born of goddesses. This sorcerer could transfer such a curse, he thought. The emperor will undoubtedly be intrigued. While pretending to transfer Blake's curse onto himself, his life will end. Domaram complied. Yes, sir. Days passed. What? Richard growled. The emperor shows no response even after hearing the rumors? Domaram asked. Should I throw more bait? Richard let out a frustrated sigh. No. It's fine. Cancel that plan. He tapped on the table thinking. So, the emperor truly cares for Anthea. Once Anthea becomes the crown princess, her husband will become emperor. If I make her mine, everything falls into place. Dunstan and Anthea, we become family. And I'll finally achieve my dream of becoming emperor. A grin tugged at his lips. Could there be a more perfect ending? But first, he muttered, I need to find a gift for Anthea. Something so precious, she couldn't possibly refuse. Back at the palace, a heavy stillness lingered. Today marks the 10th day, the royal physician said quietly. Your Majesty, I regret to inform you, if His Highness doesn't wake up today, his chances of returning are slim. Anthea stood by Blake's bedside, her hands trembling. It's my fault. I tampered with the original narrative, claiming it was for his sake, but all I've done is create a butterfly effect. And now Blake is suffering for it. She clasped his hands and prayed, Goddess of light, please, stop his pain. He didn't do anything wrong. Again a glowing light covers her. Unknowingly she continued, It's not like he wanted to be born a descendant of Philip. Please stop his suffering. Anthea, a gentle voice called. The emperor said, It's not your fault. Truly it's not. So please don't blame yourself. I won't, she replied, steadying her breath. She thinks, it must be hardest on Dunstan. Let's not give him something else to worry about, the emperor said. If I had known you felt so pressured, I would never have let you go to Thenlern Palace. Blake's curse was born from the sins of the Zerathilian imperial family and my own incompetence. You are not at fault in any way, she replied. But if I had the power to break Blake's curse, he cut in. You have truly been a gift to both me and my son. Your existence is precious enough. Don't ever let yourself think otherwise. He paused, then added gravely. If this child must move on from this world, I intend to proclaim you crown princess, heir apparent. Pardon? Anthea looked up in shock. What do you mean? I never intended to have children, Dunstan said. I wanted to end the goddess's curse with my generation, but I fell in love. And in my greed, I brought this upon my son, she quickly said. It's not your fault, father. No, he said firmly. It is my fault. And now, I want to see the end of this curse. I don't want to pass this pain down to anyone else. He looked to her solemnly. And I plan to bequeath the throne to you. She clenched her fists. Don't say that, Anthea said, her voice trembling. Tears were falling from her face. His Highness will overcome this, and his curse will be broken. Yes, of course. But just in case, the emperor said. There's no need for just in case, but Anthea cried. Don't make such assumptions. Blake will wake up. He will overcome this. Her voice rose in desperation. He will most certainly overcome this. Ugh! A faint groan filled the air. Anthea's heart skipped. Anthea! Came a weak, familiar voice. Your Highness! She gasped, rushing. He opened his eyes slowly, a soft smile curling his lips. Anthea, I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh! I'm sorry! Anthea exclaimed, flustered, as she hadn't realized how tightly she was holding him. Blake's hand grasped hers gently and said, Don't leave, Your Highness, she whispered, eyes brimming. Anthea, he asked softly, why are you crying? I'm just happy to see you, she said, trying to smile through the tears. How are you feeling? I'll go and call for the doctor. No, he said firmly, still holding her hand. Don't leave. Stay by my side. Her voice wavered. Your Highness. Then the Emperor interrupted by clearing his throat. Anthea gets aside, face flushed. The Emperor asked, Blake, are you feeling all right? He replied, yes. Then the Emperor checked his fever. She gently brushed his forehead. He really didn't feel hot anymore. Anthea was feeling happy. His eyes widened at the sight of son awake and father reuniting after 3 long years. She thought, father and son, reunited at last. Anthea quietly stepped back. They should have some time alone, she said. I'll go call the doctor. But as she moved to pull her hand away, Blake's grip tightened. He's not letting go. I'll go and get him. Benston offered softly and then quietly stepped out. The air was quiet, a little awkward. Then Blake hugged her and said, Anthea, I miss you. It feels like it's been forever since I've seen my wife's face. Me too, she replied. I've been waiting for you to look at me like this again. He held her hand tighter. Because you called for me, because you asked me to stay. I was able to find the strength, he beamed. Thank you, Anthea. She got overwhelmed by emotions. Tears came to her eyes. Then she sniffled, smiling, and said, Your Highness, thank you for waking up. Tears fell freely again. I'm so thankful. He looks at her and said, Anthea. After Blake woke up on the 10th day, many things began to change around the Imperial Palace. Benston began visiting the Crown Prince's palace regularly every 3 or 4 days, sometimes staying for dinner. One day at dinner, Father, you should try some of this too, Anthea offered, holding up a plate. It's a rolled omelette with mushrooms. Benston took a bite. Thanks. It's good. His Highness used to hate mushrooms, Anthea chimed in with a small laugh. But he'd eat them if I cooked them like this. Right, Your Highness? Yeah, Blake answered. They need to speak more directly to each other, Anthea thought. This isn't going to work if I stay in the middle like this. Father, she said brightly, isn't Our Highness the Crown Prince just the cutest? Blake made a face as he chewed. The Emperor replied, yes, cute. Your Highness, try lifting your head, she teased. Isn't His Majesty so cool? Yeah, Blake replied flatly. She pressed on. Take a closer look. Isn't he just so cool? Later Blake narrowed his eyes. Was the double so necessary? She asked. Pardon, Your Highness, she said seriously. Aren't you happy that Father's been visiting more often? Not really, he said honestly. It means less time with you. What? She blinked. That's why you weren't happy, he nodded. Thank goodness, she thought, a wave of relief washing over her. It's not because he resents Benston. Blake looked away with a slight pout. When we're with His Majesty, you only pay attention to him. You only compliment him, she asked. When did I do that? He replied. Even today you said he was cool, she said. I also said you were cute. He leaned forward and pulled her into an embrace. I don't want to be cute anymore, she teased. My husband is quite the jealous type. Yeah, he said smiling. I am the jealous type. Just look at me. A small smile lit his face. I only have eyes for you, Anthea, and it's Blake. You call everyone else by their names. Why do you still only refer to me as Your Highness? She replied. That's etiquette, he said gently. You're much more casual with His Majesty. Wife, do you honestly think of me as your husband? When are you going to be by my side, completely? Anthea bit her lip. I used honorifics when I spoke to Blake. Partly out of etiquette, but mostly, it was my way of keeping distance. Because if Blake's curse isn't broken, I'll have to leave. I always knew that. So I drew a line between us, with titles and formality, and tried my best not to cross it. It felt like a promise I made to myself. But Blake had already sensed it. He looked into her eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. Anthea, call me Blake. But she said, Your Highness, you've done it before. He reminded her gently. You called me Blake when I was sick. That's how you woke me up. Go on, Anthea. Finally, she said his name, just once quietly, trembling on her lips. Blake. And with that, the final fortress she had built to prepare herself for her inevitable departure came crashing down. The line she swore never to cross had faded completely. She thought, I guess, I can't leave now, even if I wanted to. He had captured me. Back at the Imperial Palace, the mysteries of the past weighed heavily on Anthea's mind. Looking at the stone slab, she thinks, Philip took Lion El Valencia as his queen and betrayed the goddess of light. Enraged, she cursed his descendants. But then, the power to break that curse was entrusted to the Valencia family? The very bloodline he had joined after betraying the goddess? Something didn't add up. There's a hidden truth somewhere. She frowned at the ancient lithograph and leafed through the old Zelkan history books she had reread multiple times. What was the original sentence? What really happened after Philip moved the capital? Then after a knock, Unhan appeared. He said, Here you are, Your Highness. Unhan, I was just looking at the lithograph, she replied, and reviewing the history books. Not a single one mentions the Tansanol that spread through the imperial family, or Philip's actual whereabouts. Remarkable, isn't it? How he managed to fool the entire world. He's quite incredible in many ways. He glanced at the stack of books. Did you read all these? She replied. Yes, he said. You're truly incredible, Your Highness. I only reviewed what I'd already read, she said modestly. He shook his head. No. Even back at Thenlin Palace, you were brave and wise. You figured out that the stone slab in the center was erected by Philip himself. Even at your young age, you're truly amazing. She laughed awkwardly. Haha, I guess I'm a bit wise beyond my years. I hear that a lot, but she said inwardly. But it's because I'm not actually that young. She paused, looking at him with warm eyes. Besides that, your outfit looks nice. This? Unhan looked a little shy. His Majesty gave it to me. It feels a bit awkward, she replied. What do you mean? You look so much cooler. Do I? He blushed faintly. That's a relief, Anthea asked. Unhan, can I ask you a question? He replied. Whatever you wish, Your Highness, she said. I heard you've closed the chapter of your life as His Majesty's shadow and accepted knighthood. What made you decide to rejoin society? I know you'd refused, even when His Majesty offered before. Unhan's face turned solemn. I decided after watching you, Your Highness, after watching you give it your all for His Highness, I started to feel ashamed of myself. I said I was devoted to His Majesty, but, in truth, I was just leaning on him. He straightened his back. From now on, I'll protect His Majesty confidently by his side. And more than that, I plan to be a dependable pillar of support for both you and His Highness. Anthea smiled softly. You're plenty dependable already, he laughed. Really? Suddenly he flinched, noticing something. He quickly pulls her towards himself, saying, Your Highness, it's dangerous. A white light appeared at her place, swirling. Anthea asked in shock. What is that? Unhan said. I feel the energy of a dragon. Chang must have sent someone to eliminate me. You must get away, Your Highness. The light glowed more intensely, and then a person's footstep appeared. A sudden voice echoed. I finally found you. A child stepped out of the light. What the? A small child. Anthea thought in disbelief. Brother Unhan, the boy said. Bacon? Unhan's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Are you here to take me back? Unhan asked, pointing his sword. If not, are you here to kill me? Of course not, the boy shouted, eyes wide. I came to escort you. I was chosen by the White Dragon. Unhan asked. What did you say? The boy kneels and said. I, White Dragon Mobican, have chosen you, Mounhan, to be my master. Please take the Emperor's throne in Chang. Unhan's voice was cold. I decline. I won't fall for your tricks. It's not a trick. I came alone, Bacon insisted. Do you know how desperately I've searched for you? He plopped to the ground, saying, I'll explain everything. Just please, don't turn me away. I don't want to hear it. Unhan turned and said flatly, Return immediately. Anthea stepped forward. Unhan, maybe you should just hear him out. I don't know the details, but he doesn't seem dangerous. That kid is pleading so earnestly. No, Your Highness, Unhan said firmly. You cannot trust a man from Chang. Bacon's expression darkened. Brother, you didn't choose that brat over me, did you? He made a ball of light in his hand, saying, I'm the only one who can serve you. I can't accept another light in my place. Anthea paled, seeing him in rage. She blinked, wondering, why am I suddenly being dragged into this crap storm? She said, Hold on. A sudden, blinding light erupted. Anthea shielded her eyes, startled. Bacon! Unhan's voice rang out, sharp with alarm. How dare you show such insolence to the Crown Princess? And then with the sound of bang, everything settles down. Anthea opens her eyes. Wait, what happened? In front of her, Bacon was lying on the ground. He's just going to be unconscious for a bit. Unhan reassured quickly, turning to Anthea. Are you all right, my highness? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, she said, brushing off the concern. But that person, he replied. He'll wake up soon. Don't worry about him. Unhan gently lifted Bacon's and said, I'll be going home for just a moment. A few days later, Blake called out. Anthea! She turned with a smile. As he embraced her, she said, Your Highness, I'm back. He squeezed her tightly and said, I missed you, she replied. It hasn't even been an hour since I left. I waited for an hour, he said with a playful pout. And he leaned close, eyes mischievous. Aren't you forgetting something? Wife, Blake, she murmured, smiling. His grin widened, and, I'm here, she added, chuckling. He clasped her hand and said, Let's go. As they walked, she noted with fond amusement, his ears are red. So cute. Crown Prince, Crown Princess. Anhan approached with a bow. It's been a while. I don't think it's been long enough for you to say such things, Blake replied dryly. Anhan replied calmly. That's true, I have something to tell Her Highness, Anhan said seriously. Anthea realized. He wants to talk about Bacon, she replied. Okay, let's go to the sitting room. Blake turned to Anthea. Make sure to hurry back, she replied. I will. I'll be back soon. Inside the sitting room, Anhan said. I wanted to apologize for what happened that day. You were almost put in danger because of me. No, it's fine. Nothing even happened, Anthea said gently. Besides that, are you alright, Anhan? Yes. But something in his expression told her otherwise. Do you mind if I ask you a question? She asked carefully. You don't need to answer if it's too difficult. Not at all, he replied. I can tell you. He paused, gathering his thoughts. As you know, I'm the Imperial Prince of Chang. If the Aztec Empire was founded with the power of the Goddess of Light, Chang was established through the power of the dragon. A select few in the royal bloodline were chosen by the dragon. They were called the Draconians. My mother was a shaman in the Imperial Palace. She came from the lowest class, but caught the eye of the Emperor and had me. She was even granted her own small palace tucked into a corner of the Imperial grounds. I had a happy childhood. I got along well with Bacon. But everything changed when I was chosen by the dragon. It was seen as a bad omen. A black dragon. An ominous sign, foretelling the nation's collapse. The Emperor was furious. He ordered our execution, me and my mother's. She passed away in the end. And I, the seed of misfortune, escaped. His fists clenched. How could he kill the woman who bore his child for the sake of the throne? I could neither understand it, nor forgive it. So that's what happened, Anthea said softly. Anhan continued. And I heard Bacon was chosen by the White Dragon not long after I left. The White Dragon? She echoed. Yes. The White Dragon is the holiest of all dragons. When you're chosen by it, you become a high priest, revered by all. You're the only Draconian granted the authority to choose the Emperor. That same kid snuck out to come and find me. I'm sure it's pure chaos over there right now. For his sake, we should send him back. Suddenly, a familiar voice screamed. They get startled. Anthea quickly turns wondering. Is that Blake? Startled, Anhan jumped from his place. This punk. I apologize, Your Highness, Anhan said quickly. It seems Bacon came looking for me, Anthea said. Hurry, he replied. Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Bacon was sitting atop Blake, while he was lying on the ground. Blake shouts, Who are you? But instead he said, Ho, what an extraordinary human. Is it dark energy? He said, pinching Blake's cheeks. Blake was in shock, surprised. Anthea shouts, Blake. Anhan said, Bacon, what in the world do you think you're doing? Anthea shouts in her mind in anger, What are you doing to my husband? Anhan pulls Bacon and Anthea went near Blake. Bacon said, I was following after you. I made a small mistake and ended up falling here. Anthea asked Blake, Blake, are you alright? He replied, Yeah, eh? Anhan shouts to Bacon, Apologize to His Highness immediately. Bacon replied, I'm a high priest of Chang. I do not bow down unless you're the Emperor of Chang. Anhan shouts, Bacon. Bacon said to Blake, Anyhow, you're with quite an extraordinary human. I was wondering why a strange power kept interfering every time I looked for you. It was because of him. Jumbled. Surprised, Anthea asked, What? What's jumbled? Anthea thinks, they said Bacon was the holiest being in Chang. Then, perhaps he's similar to the Western land's goddess of light? I looked for anything I could find on the curse of the goddess for the past 3 years, but I've never encountered the phrase, jumbled. I'm positive this boy knows something about Blake's curse. He asked, Do you want to know? Anthea replied, Yes, I do. Bacon said, Crown Princess of Asterix, how would you like to make a deal with me? Then Anthea and Bacon went to a room and Anthea said, Tell me the terms of this deal. Bacon said, I heard that my brother was residing here for the Crown Prince's treatment. I would also like to stay here with him. Anthea said, Okay. I'll have them prepare a room. Then he said, And please help me persuade him to come back to Chang. I'm sure you'll be able to change his mind. She replied, That's going to be difficult. Returning to Chang is Anhan's decision. A third party can't argue the pros and cons. He said, If you can help me, I can tell you what you're looking for. I'll decipher the lithograph for you. She asked nervously, Can you decipher them? Wait, how did you know I wanted to decipher the lithograph? He replied, What do you mean how? I know because I can see. He smiled and said, When you get chosen by the White Dragon you lose your vision, but you gain the ability to see something else. Anyhow, please help me persuade my brother. If he returns to Chang, I'll tell you what you want to know about the Crown Prince and decipher that lithograph for you as well. After some time while walking through hallways she thinks, I feel hopeless. Based on the original story, the collapse of Chang isn't too far off. 10 years later, they collapse after they hit the peak of their civil war. I can't push someone into harm's way for Blake's sake. The only thing I can do right now is get that cat boy Bacon on our side. A few days later, she presents Bacon some momo and said, Bacon, try some of this. She said this is jasmine tea. She thinks the best way to seduce a kitten is to feed it. Bacon turns his face saying, give it to the Crown Prince. I won't eat that. I can't eat the food that you make. She felt hurt and asked, my goodness, do you hate me that much? He replied, not at all. That's not what I meant. Anyhow, I can't eat this. It's not because I dislike you, so please don't be offended. You will find out when the time comes. She said, okay. Meanwhile she thinks, what is this about? At evening, Blake gave a cravat to Bacon and he wore it. 10 Blake said, Bacon, that looks great on you. Bacon asked, does it? Then he asked curious, Blake, what is this? Amazing. Blake replied, a cravat. Meanwhile Anthea thinks, he had his guard up in front of the adults for some odd reason, but I guess he feels comfortable in front of Blake who's the same age as him. Then she said, Bacon, you're getting good at speaking the imperial language. He replied, I am of the white dragon caliber. I will not fall behind you. Blake asked, but Bacon, how old are you? He replied, that's meaningless for someone of my caliber. Unhan came and said while bowing, Crown Prince, Crown Princess, I'm here to present myself to you. Bacon dashed towards him shouting, Brother, I studied the imperial language really hard today, and I even tried on asterisk clothes. They call this a cravat. Unhan said, be quiet. How could you be so rude when I'm greeting His and Her Highness? Bacon said, I'm sorry. Anthea said nervously, Unhan, there's no need for such harsh words. Blake said, that's too harsh. Do you know how eagerly Bacon waited for you all day? Bacon said to Blake, don't get mad. It was my mistake. Unhan asked Blake, Your Highness, how are you feeling? He replied, I'm fine. Unhan said, I'm glad. Then Unhan bowed and said, then, I shall take my leave. After that he left, closing the door in front of Bacon. At night, Blake said to Anthea while lying in bed, too mean. How could he do that? I never knew that punk was so heartless. Anthea said, I'm sure Unhan has his reasons. Blake said, whatever happened in the past wasn't Bacon's fault. Bacon loves him so much. Anthea asked, did that upset you? Meanwhile she thinks, I've never seen him angry over other people's problems out of empathy. He used to be nonchalant about everything, unlike other kids his age. Blake said while tears fell down from her eyes, how could he do that when Bacon waited for him all day? If you ever did that to me, I'd be so sad. I wouldn't be able to bear it. Anthea shouts, Blake, why are you crying suddenly? Blake said, I imagined you telling me to be quiet, and I got sad. He said, Anthea, you can never get sick of me. Okay, she said, there's no reason for me to be sick of you. Why is our bunny crying again? While sniffling, Blake said, I just got sad when I thought about you getting mad at me. I just can't stop being sad. She hugs him saying, I won't. Now come here and go to sleep. She pats him saying, our Blake is cool. Charming. Cute. The next morning, Blake makes a floral crown and said to Bacon who was standing next to him, Bacon, I'm about to make a floral crown. Do you want to help me? He replied, why are you making this yourself? Why don't you have a subordinate do it? Blake replied, I'm going to give it to my wife as a gift. It's meaningless if someone else makes it. He asked, do you give her gifts often? Blake replied, no. I didn't before. Because I was going to die soon anyway. Blake asked, Unhan told you, right? That I'm going to die before I become an adult? Bacon said, I see. Blake said, so I didn't want to leave traces of me behind for no reason. Because they would make Anthea sad. But last year, after I got sick suddenly and realized that I could die, I started to regret it. So I picked a rose from the greenhouse and gave it to Anthea. Flowers die quickly anyway. Just like me. But Anthea was so happy. She even used preservation magic on the rose and looked at it every day. I gave it to her, expecting her to toss it when it wilt. He continues, when I saw her reaction, I realized I should have given her one ages ago, and I once again felt regret. So after that, I decided to give her lots of gifts. At afternoon, Bacon asked Anthea, does Blake practice his swordsmanship like that every day? She replied, yes, he trains very hard. Bacon said, I'm sure his youth has something to do with his overflowing passion. Anthea said, I guess you're older than you look? He replied, not as much as you, I'm sure. Shocked, she thinks, me? He said, I see aspects of human nature that humans can't see. Soul, flow, strength. Even after experiencing hardships, you remain pure and bright. You will be able to uphold that virtue, even in the future. You'll save many with your kind nature. But you won't be able to save yourself. Everyone will continue to call you foolish, but you will throw yourself into the flames out of happiness. I see you burning in a fire as white as snow. She asked, nervous. Does that mean I can break Blake's curse? He replied, are you putting your dear husband first? You are foolish as expected. She said, I'm willing to do anything to break Blake's curse. Please tell me what you know. Please, I beg you. He asked, you'll do anything? Then, are you willing to die in his place? She replied, confident, yes. Take my eyes, my life, whatever you want. Just please break Blake's curse. Stop him from dying. Bacon said, bring me to where the lithograph is. Then they went there and Anthea asked, Bacon, are you going to decipher this lithograph for me? Bacon replied, no. I'm simply going to restore the text hidden behind the lithograph. Deciphering it will be up to you, he said, Crown Princess. I need to utilize sorcery, so please step back for a moment. She said, yes, okay. Then he touches the lithograph and a strong energy filled in air. A black light appears. Seeing it, she thinks, the black light is beginning to subside. The hidden text is starting to be restored. The text was, May 9th, the third princess passed after being cursed. Immediately after, the curse of the goddess moved on to the sixth prince. She thinks, if it was year 5 of the empire, it was during Philip's reign as emperor. Third princess? Sixth prince? I thought Philip only had 3 sons. Then she read the next phrase, May 7th, the mark of the curse on the sixth prince changed, the sixth prince passed. Immediately after, the curse of the goddess moved on to the 7th prince. She thinks, the mark of the curse changed? Does that mean the first curse the goddess placed changed? Suddenly she recalled the day she fell in the lake. She said to herself sitting next to Lake, Anthea, what do you think you're doing? How could you run out immediately after seeing his face? She cried. Even if you were startled, you can't do this. Let's go back and apologize to the crown prince. I was only able to escape the count because of his highness. I should be thankful. Then she noticed some sparkles in Lake. Huh! Suddenly a black aura pulls her in Lake. She said in her mind while drowning, I can't breathe. Is this how I die? Then she heard a voice, successor to the light. Who will you pass on the power you possess? She said in her mind, Diana will be sad if I die. Diana. Suddenly she wakes up on her bed. Bacon asked, are you awake? She replied, yes. I just lost consciousness for a moment. She then said, I just learned an important fact. I think I actually possess the power of the light. It's me. I am the successor to the light in the Valencia family. Bacon asked, you just figured that out? Surprised, Anthea asked, did you already know that? He replied, I knew it the moment I saw you. He asked, how could you not know when you glow so beautifully? He said, your power is strong. Your husband's curse didn't spread all thanks to you. Your light created a barrier and is stopping the curse from spreading. The light that emanates from you is so bright that the new darkness isn't able to have any power. She said, so I was of help to Blake. Bacon said, there are numerous powers entangled and at war inside his body. If you have the desire to, you could untangle that skein and break the curse. Seeing her hand, she thinks, I am the successor to light. I can break Blake's curse. She clenched, thinking, I don't have to leave his side. Suddenly Bacon fell unconscious and she gets shocked. After that she puts him on bed and called Blake. She thinks, his condition continues to get worse. Maybe something went wrong when he used magic? Then the door opens with a loud sound and Unhan enters shouting, Bacon! He came close to him and asked, what in the world happened? He replied, brother. Unhan shouts in rage. When the one chosen by the white dragon leaves their homeland and uses up all their power, they could lose their lives. You know this. Why did you do that? He shouts, you should have just come back and lived your life on your high horse as the high priest. Why would you do such a foolish thing? Bacon starts crying and said, because breaking the crown prince's curse is something you also want. It's meaningless if I return without you. You are my everything. I miss you. He clenched his fist saying, I was surrounded by countless people after I became a high priest, but you're the only one who truly cared about me. I can't forget the people that despised me before I became the high priest. I don't want to go back to Chang. He continued, I'd rather disappear and stay with you than go back to that hell by myself. I don't want to be in Chang without you. I don't think I'll be able to endure it on my own. That's why I helped the crown princess, because I don't want to go back. Unhan asked, why are you telling me this now? Bacon said, I was afraid you wouldn't like it if I still acted like a child. Even so, I was happy that I got a chance to see you one last time. He collapsed saying, please, just forget about everything that happened in Shang, and be happy. Unhan shouts, no, Bacon, no. Anthea gets shocked. She asked, Bacon, what happened to him? Unhan, while holding him in his arms, said, he's still with us. He's still breathing, so he'll be able to live if he just gets back to Chang now. Your Highness, I shall now return to Chang. Anthea said, I understand. Please go on. Unhan returned to Chang, and he did not return for a while. Blake called, Anthea. She said, Blake? He said, Anthea, you look sad today. Is it because of Unhan by chance? She replied, no. He went back to his homeland with his brother. How could I be sad about that? Are you alright, Your Highness? It must be a bit lonely without Bacon around. Blake said, no. As you've said, he can now live together with the brother that he loves. We should be happy for them. And how could I be lonely? I have a wife. Anthea felt touched and thinks cute. Normally this cuteness is enough to knock me off my feet, but I somehow have some mixed feelings today. I found out that I was the successor to Light, and I know how to break the curse as the successor. She thinks curse is broken through intimate contact. The sensual male lead in the novel isn't ready yet. She asked him, Blake, when are you going to grow up? Suddenly he starts blushing. He asked, what? I just totally grew a lot. She said, Blake, I told you, right? That I found a way to break the curse. If I'm to break the curse, I need you to grow a little bigger. He said, but I really grew a lot. She said, you must be much bigger than chestnuts. He said, chestnuts. She said, no. Cancel. Oh, I think you're at least a peach. He repeated, peach. She then thinks, oh, right, he doesn't like it when I treat him like a kid. She said, Blake, do you want to eat a peach? He said, no. I have fencing training. I'm going to grow big quickly, so just wait a little bit. While walking outside, Anthea asked him, should we eat something after your training? He replied, I'm okay with anything. Then she noticed Emperor and said, oh, father. She said, you're here? He pats her asking, are you off to somewhere? Blake said, we were on our way to the drill hall. Emperor asked, to practice fencing? He replied, yes. Then he said, I'll join you. Some time ago, Emperor was sitting in his room, he said to himself, starting from the complaint about visiting the Crown Prince's palace, to his grievances about Anthea, and even today's request to worship from afar. Arnold is having a blast. He thinks the Duke of Carseal is just raising issues within his influence still. But at this rate, it's just a matter of time before public opinion spreads. As long as Blake remains the cursed heir, their actions are justified. Suddenly he felt a similar energy in air, this energy. Then Unhan appears and Emperor said, Unhan. Unhan kneels and said, I, Unhan, greet you, your majesty, Emperor and the light of our empire. Emperor said, okay, you may stand. Then Unhan said, I apologize for leaving without warning. Emperor said, I heard about your situation from Anthea. How is your brother doing? Unhan replied, he's healthy thanks to your concern. Emperor said, I'm glad. That's a relief. Everyone was worried. Then Unhan continues and Emperor filled his words saying, are you here today to hand in your resignation? He clenched his fist saying, yes, your majesty. He said, I would like to protect my brother. I'm all that he has. I had a family, but I had forgotten about them for too long. He bowed and said, that's why I'm planning to leave your side, your majesty. I apologize for not being able to protect you until the end. I will never forget the kindness you've shown me. Emperor, giving some documents to him, said, you've protected me all this time. That's more than enough. Lift your head and take this. It's a deed to a gold mine near your homeland. Unhan gasped and said, that's not necessary, your majesty. I'm already ashamed of leaving suddenly. I cannot accept something so valuable. Emperor said, take it. Didn't you say that you were going to protect your brother? You're going to need power to do so. Unhan said, but Emperor said, it's just severance pay. No need to feel burdened. He felt touched and replied, thank you, your majesty. Emperor grabs his shoulders saying, I'm sorry for working you so hard for all these years. Reach out if you ever need any help even after you get back. Unhan replied, no, your majesty. It wasn't hard at all. He said, I, Unhan, will repay this kindness someday. Emperor smiled and said, all right. It seems that we're gaining a dependable ally nation. Then Unhan teleports from there. After that, Emperor, seeing a document on his desk, thinks, Even that child has returned to his homeland without anyone to lean on or anything to his name, to protect his family. Blake and Anthea were so precious. That's why he was careful. However, he won't be able to save his children at this rate. How big was the wave of regret that hit him when Blake collapsed? Perhaps he vowed to never allow such a regretful situation to repeat. The Emperor picks that document and throws it in fire, thinking, what am I worried about? The most powerful emperor in the empire. Thenston La Lodi's Zerathilian. I will no longer show weakness. I will make sure that no one will be able to touch my family. Back to present, Emperor asked, to practice fencing? Blake replied, yes. Emperor said, I'll join you. Surprised, Blake asked, pardon? Anthea thinks, what's going on? Even when he was visiting the prince's palace, he would just leave after dinner. Blake said, no, I'm fine. Anthea grabs his shoulders saying, Blake, don't be like that. Let's go. Blake hesitates. Then they starts walking. Pleased, Anthea thinks, father and son have finally made it outside. My word. Just seeing them is heartwarming. But Thenston's stride is too big. Emperor turns and said, you're slow. Blake tried to say, I apologue. But Emperor lifts him up. He gets shocked. Anthea thinks, wow, it is a lovely moment between father and son, but you wouldn't lift anyone up like that past the age of 6. Blake shouts, What are you doing? Let me down. He tries to kick him. Emperor said, it's dangerous. Stay still. Anthea thinks those fists aren't going to inflict any damage. Blake gets enraged saying, in front of my wife. Emperor asked her, Anthea, would you like me to carry you as well? Shocked she shouts, what? No, I'm fine. Meanwhile she thinks, do you know how old I am? He picks her up too, she shouts, ugh. You should let me down. I'm not a child. Emperor said to me, you and Blake are both just babies. Anthea thinks, I'm really not a child. So unfair. She asked, but aren't we heavy? He replied, haha, what a silly thing to worry about. Blake squeezed him. He smiled and said to Blake, let's see your fencing skills. They reached at drill hall. Holding a wooden sword, Emperor asked Blake, so this is what you train with? He replied, we use real swords too, although we're taking a short break from it. Emperor throws the sword towards him saying, here. He catches the sword. Then holding a sword by himself he said, let's give it a go. Seeing them, Anthea thinks, I guess he really wants to spar. I heard that even the Imperial Commendator was no match for Thenston when it comes to swordsmanship. Blake grips the sword tightly and replied, okay. Emperor dropped him in first hit. Anthea thinks, I thought he'd go easy and gently give him some pointers. He's ruthlessly going all out. Then Emperor said, widen your stride. If you just rush in, you end up revealing a weakness. Blake stands up holding his sword and said, okay. I'll try again. Again he fell down. Emperor said, you dropped the sword because your grip is weak. You shouldn't be handling a real sword at this stage. You could end up putting your practice partner in danger. Blake nods saying, I'll devote myself even more. Anthea thinks, he was embarrassed about training with a wooden sword moments earlier. The look in his eyes changed. She said to herself, perhaps it's better that Thenston isn't going easy on him. After some time, Blake starts trembling and sweating. Emperor stops saying, that's enough. Blake shouts, wait. I can do more. Emperor said, let's do it tomorrow. Blake asked, you're coming tomorrow as well? He pats him replying, that's right. He said, I'll come every day. Blake starts blushing. Emperor said, I see that you've been practicing a lot so far. Well done. Blake said, don't tease me. I'm not good. Emperor said, I didn't even know how to properly hold a sword at your age. You've done well. Edmund taught you well. I shall reward him. Blake beamed with joy and asked, really? You're going to reward Edmund? Emperor smiled and said, I am. At Crown Prince's palace. At dining table, Blake said, I find it difficult to move my legs while swinging a sword. Perhaps I just don't have any talent when it comes to swordsmanship. Emperor replied, you need to gain experience. It's not a matter of talent or thought. You need to practice for your body to learn. Pleased, Anthea thinks, maybe it's because they found a topic they're both interested in. The conversation is flowing quite nicely. This is good. Blake said to her, Anthea, try some of this. It's really good. She replied, thank you, Blake. Emperor asked her, do you call him by his name now? I guess you truly view him as a husband now. She said, no, that's not it. Blake said, I was her husband from the start. Then as promised, Thenston stopped by the prince's palace every day and mentored Blake with his swordsmanship. A few peaceful weeks passed just like that before the Festival of Light commenced. The Festival of Light commemorated the day the Goddess of Light shared her power with Philip and lasted for a full 15 days. In the original work, Blake participates in the festival through Richard's scheme. His mask comes off in the plaza and his true identity is revealed before he gets hit by rocks and scorn from the people. Blake ends up with a deep emotional wound as a result, and starts spending a miserable childhood fueled by despair and loneliness ignited by this incident. That is what happened. However, as long as Anthea is around, such a thing will never happen. While on bed, Anthea asked Blake, "Do you want to go to the festival by any chance?" He replied, "No, I don't want to. I like being alone with my wife the best." She replied, "Me too." She holds his hand saying, "Once you're freed from this curse and a lot bigger, let's go to the festival together." He said, "Okay. Promise we'll go together." She replied, "Promise?" "Yes, I promise." And so she spent the majority of the festival period together with Blake. And the last, unavoidable event. The Imperial Ball began. An announcer said, "Announcing His Majesty, the Emperor and the light of our empire. Announcing Her Highness, the Crown Princess, and the blessing of our empire." Emperor and Anthea came. Richard stands there seeing her and thinks, "Anthea, she's once again glowing today." He smirks thinking, "Today is the perfect day for me to seduce you." Duke Bronn came and asked Anthea for dance, saying, "Your Highness, will you give me the honor of your first dance?" She replied, "My apologies, but I don't feel very well today." He said, "But just once." Two ladies standing near asked Bronn, "Duke Bronn, don't you know the Crown Princess does not dance?" Others said, "That's right." "How rude." Anthea turns and moves away. She sighed thinking, "I was surprised to see Richard quiet for a change and now everyone else is acting up. I should hide in a corner and take a break." Suddenly Frank came and said, "Hold on, let's have a dance." Shocked she thinks, what? She thinks seeing him, sunken eyes like a dead fish, the awful stench of alcohol and drugs. There's not many that could act so brash in front of me, the Crown Princess. It must be Frank, the Crown Prince's nephew and Richard's half-brother. The noble standing nearby felt anxious and nervous. She thinks, the leading candidate to be the heir to the throne at this point. Anthea said, "I politely decline." Frank shouts in anger. "What?" he yelled. "You dare refuse my request? Is your wretched noble family the one to blame for your insolence? You fool! I will be the next emperor. Believing that you'll be the Crown Princess must be making you pompous. But if I become emperor, you will become mine in the end." A lady came and holds Frank's arm saying, "Frank, please don't do this." He hits her shouting, "How dare you lay your hands on me? You ugly girl, I kindly take you in and you dare forget your place." He barks like a dog. "Do you think anyone would give you the time of day if you weren't from the Marquis's family? Listen, I don't even need your family anymore. Just hand over your assets and get lost." Anthea said, "Duke Carciel, it seems that you're the one who needs an education. You seem quite intoxicated. You should leave for today." She said, "I'll have you pay for your rude behavior later." She clenched her hand in rage, shouting, "Who are you to make me pay?" She shouts, "What do you think you're doing? Let go this instant." He shouts, "I am destined to become the Emperor of Asterik. I will soon become the Emperor. That monster will eventually croak anyhow. You will become mine." Suddenly someone hits him. He fell down. He shouts, "Who is that? Which punk dare touch my body?" It was the Emperor, and he looks furious. Anthea said, "Father?" He pats her, asking, "Anthea, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" She smiled and said, "I'm okay." Frank starts trembling and said, "Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. It's a misunderstanding. It's just the Crown Princess seduced me first." Emperor again hits him. Then Emperor drew his sword and said while placing it on his neck, "Just try running that mouth again." Frank trembles and starts sweating. Frank's dad interrupts, shouting, "Your Majesty, please stop. Frank is your nephew. How can you draw a sword over a small mistake your young nephew made intoxicated? How can you be so brutal?" Emperor asked. "A trivial mistake," he replied. "Yes. A boy can make a mistake after a few drinks." Richard said, "Please stop, Your Majesty." Then his dad shouts, "Although his wording may have been severe, what he said isn't exactly wrong, is it? The whole empire knows that Frank is the most plausible heir to the throne with the Crown Prince sickly." Emperor said, "I see." He said, I'm relieved to see that you have come to see your senses. Even if you are the Emperor, Your Majesty, you must apologize for your earlier actions." Emperor said, "I understand very well now. This imbecile learned all of this from you." While shocked, Frank's dad asked, "Imbecile? Did you just say imbecile?" Emperor said furiously, "Imprison the Duke of Carciel and his oldest son. I shall have them pay for their acts of treason." The Duke gasped and asked, "Treason? Brother, what are you talking about?" The guards grabs him while he shouts, Brother, hold on. Let go of me. Brother. Anthea stands stunned thinking treason. Emperor hugs her and pats her saying, Anthea, that must have been very startling. I'm sorry. She felt touched and said, not at all. She thinks, so this is what fatherly love feels like. It's warm and reassuring. One good thing came out as a result of Frank throwing a fit. Anthea went back to Manor and said to Blake, I'm back. He hugs her saying, Anthea. She thinks, I got to see my bunny husband again quicker. He asked her, why did you come back so early? She replied, I left early because I wanted to go see the fireworks with you. Did I do well? Blake replied, really? Yeah, sounds great. Let's hurry up and go. Then they went on top floor and seeing outside Blake said, here. It's the top floor, so we even get a good view of the plaza. I've always watched it from here. She looks outside and said, wow. Blake said, someday? We'll be able to watch them from out there? She holds his hand saying, of course. She said, we stand in front to watch in the plaza? Then the fireworks starts. He nods and said, okay. They said seeing the fireworks, wow, pretty. Anthea said, it's beautiful. Suddenly Blake gives a kiss on her cheek. Surprised she said, a kiss? She asked, Blake? He said, you? She asked, what? He said, I love you, Anthea. Hearing this her heart starts beating fast. She said, me too? I'm really happy that I met you. The Blake kissed her. He hugs her saying, I'm happy too. Anthea. She thinks, I'm happy that I came to this world. I got to meet Blake. That's more than enough. After some time she tells, we once again fell asleep while holding hands that day. I had a dream. I was walking through a dense forest with Blake. Black hair that glitters in the moonlight, dignified nose, a refined yet chiseled jawline, and warm, kind eyes that looked back at me. Completely freed from his curse, Blake had grown up to be an impressive man. He said while touching her face, look at me. Anthea blushed. Then she wakes up with tears in her eyes, and Blake said, why are these tears? He asked, Anthea, are you crying? She replied, no, I'm not crying. She asked him, did I wake you up? She suddenly noticed something, Blake. She holds his face and spins it. Confused he asked, huh? Blake's marks were gone and she said, Blake, your curse has been broken. Shocked Blake asked, what? Touching his face he said, gone? She said, yes, they're gone. There's nothing there. The curse has disappeared. Hold on. I'll bring over a mirror. She was about to stand when Blake hugs her. Blake. He starts crying and said, Anthea, my curse has been broken. She embraced him saying, that's right. It's broken. He said, Anthea, I can live. She also starts crying thinking, look at him cry like a child. How difficult it must have been to act aloof at such a young age. He said, I can live with you, Anthea. Permanently, now I can. That's right. We'll always be together. We'll never be apart. Then a sudden knock on door interrupts Emperor. He said, come in. Colin came and said, Your Majesty, I have an urgent message to deliver. Emperor asked, what is it? He gets shocked when Colin said, the markings of His Highness, the Crown Prince, have disappeared. Emperor went to Blake's room. He said, Blake, it really has been broken. The curse has been broken. Blake said while Emperor holds his face, broke. Anthea broke it. Right, so Your Majesty, can you let go of? Emperor said, it's done. Done? He asked, how about the pain? Are you okay? He said, I'm okay, Your Majesty. I can't breathe. Emperor leave him saying, I'm sorry. Seeing them, Anthea felt touched. She thinks, seeing that reminds you that the Emperor is undoubtedly a father. It's nice. Then Emperor turns towards her saying, Anthea. He holds her hand saying, you freed Blake from the curse. Thank you so much. She giggled and said, not at all. I didn't do much. Then Blake holds her hand saying, His Majesty is right. You freed me from the curse, Anthea. Thank you, my wife. She thinks Blake's hand is warm. It feels like that warmth is letting me know that all of this is not a dream. Emperor said, thank you, Anthea. Blake said, I'm the one that's really thankful. She thinks, I prayed for this happiness to last forever silently. Meanwhile, at the place where Emperor kept the Duke, Richard gave a bag of coins to the guard. The guard said, you have exactly 10 minutes. Please be as quiet as possible. Richard said, I shall. Seeing him, Duke shouts, Richard. Duke stands and shouts on him, this is all your fault. You should have stopped Frank from drinking. Richard sighed and said, my apologies. I never realized he was so incapable of discernment. Richard thinks the commotion that ensued at the royal banquet was a part of my plans. Frank was already addicted to gambling, alcohol and drugs. That day, I was given the duty of making sure he remained calm and that he arrived at the royal banquet on time. However, I intentionally let him loose before bringing him over there that day, Fully intoxicated, I was planning for Frank to throw a fit and dig his own grave so that I could slowly save Anthea and win her favor. Everything was going to plan. Even him flinging the daughter of Marquis Weston was perfect. I was about to make my move and take care of things when an extraordinary variable presented itself. Not to mention, the dumb Arnold Carciel also joined. He thinks, ugh, it was an unbelievably horrific mistake. But he still can't pull himself together. He said to Duke, "Sir, this is no time for you to be worrying about your brother. You are currently being charged with inciting an act of treason. Do you not understand what that means? The Emperor has declared war on us. We must come up with a plan." Meanwhile, he thinks, the Emperor will soon begin to dig up Duke of Carciel's crimes. Arnold Carciel was once involved in an attempted assassination of Dunstan. When the nobility fell in shock after Blake was cursed, the Duke of Carciel ran with it and attempted to kill Dunstan so that he could be emperor. However, Dunstan quickly took care of the situation and Carciel's plans went to pieces. Duke shouts, "There will be no evidence anyhow." "Who cares? You took care of it, didn't you?" Richard replied, "I did get rid of it, but we still have an important witness, don't we? The one that was sent to the eastern prison where felons are punished." Frank. Shocked, Duke asked, "What? Are you saying that Frank will betray us?" Richard said, "He might already have. We must draw that line now. Let Frank take the fall for everything and get yourself released, sir. If you don't, that might be the end of your family." Hearing this, Duke slaps Richard. He shouts, "You ungrateful bastard. If Frank really is in serious danger, you should risk your life to save him. Have you forgotten why I took in such a lowly thing like you? It was so that you could serve Frank." Richard clenched his fist. Duke shouts, "Get Frank and me released by the end of today. If you don't, you will be disowned by this family. If you don't want to end up like your mother, you will save my Frank immediately." Richard left thinking, maybe I should just kill all of them? Trod, maybe I'll kill all of them and become the Duke of Carciel? But if the Carciel family falls like this, what good would being a duke do me? What must I do to protect both the power and status? At Prince's Manor, Blake asked, "Anthea, why are you staring at me like that?" "Still staring," she said. "It's nothing new, but it's just that my husband is so cute." He felt touched and starts blushing. Anthea asked, "What is it? Do you not like that?" He replied, "No. I was just a little embarrassed." She said, "We see each other every day. What do you need to be embarrassed by?" Meanwhile, she thinks, "How cute." Blake said, "That's why I'm embarrassed every day." She thinks, "My husband. You say that you're embarrassed, but you sure don't act like it." He hugs her while she thinks, "Recently, I've had some rational doubts. I suspect that my husband might have quite a devious personality." Blake said, embarrassing. She thinks, "Nah. Look at how sweet he is. How could he be devious?" 10 days later, they held a ball to celebrate the Crown Prince's curse being broken. A servant said, "Your Highness, Viscountess Perian is here." Blake said, "Let her in." Then the Viscountess came and said while bowing, "I present myself to His and Her Highness, the light of our empire." Anthea, noticing a girl next to her, thinks, "Huh? Who's that girl next to her?" Viscountess introduced her daughter saying, "Oh, this is my daughter Sharon. Sharon, introduce yourself to His Highness, the Crown Prince." When Sharon heard that the curse of His Highness, the Crown Prince, was broken, Sharon insisted on coming along to congratulate him, so I brought her here. Anthea thinks, "So is that the situation?" She thinks, "I've had Viscountess Perian make me countless dresses, but she had never once brought her daughter along with her." Viscountess said, "My Sharon is 1 year younger than His Highness. Your Highness, I'm sure you've never seen a girl younger than you." "Her Highness is a bit older, isn't she?" Anthea thinks. "Is she mocking me by pointing out that I'm older than Blake?" Viscountess said to her daughter, "Now Sharon, you must congratulate His Highness." Sharon said, "Okay." She grabs Blake's hand. While holding his hand, she said, "Congratulations, Your Highness. I was scared because everyone told me you were a monster, but you're so handsome in real life." I guess Sharon was scared for no reason. Anthea, enraged, said, "Look here, Lady Sharon." Meanwhile, she thinks, even if she's young and lacks etiquette, how can she call someone a monster to their face? Blake slaps her hand, saying, "Let go." He asked, "Who dare gave you permission to touch my body?" Sharon starts crying and her mother felt nervous. She said, "I apologize, Your Highness. This sweet child was just too naive and made a slip of the tongue." Sharon said, "Well, it's just that Sharon liked His Highness, because she liked him." Blake said in a cold tone, "Are you professing your love to a married man? I see that your parents failed to educate you properly. I don't want to even look at your face anymore. Get lost." Then the Viscountess and her daughter left dashing. Anthea thinks, I've never seen Blake get angry like that. She asked him, Blake, are you mad? He replied, they were dismissive of my wife. I never want to see them ever again. She grabs his hand saying, thank you for getting angry on my behalf. Blake said, I'm so angry. Anthea thinks, even when people called him a monster before, he didn't get this angry. She hugs him saying, you can't act like this already. There's going to be a line of girls with crushes on you now. Blake said, I don't want that. You're the only one for me. Anthea said, really? I'm sure there are a lot of girls prettier than me. Blake said, you're the prettiest. Anthea said, you can't take that back later. He replied, I won't. You're the only one for me. Suddenly she heard a voice in her mind, save me. Save me. I'm scared. She gets shocked. She turns and Blake asked, Anthea, what's the matter? Anthea asked, did you hear something just now? He asked, just now? No, she asked, really? She thinks, what was that? Was I just hearing things? Blake asked, are you okay, Anthea? She squeezed his hand saying, I guess I just imagined it. I'm okay. She hugs him saying, I'll look into finding another dressmaker. He said, okay. Meanwhile, Richard sitting in his room thinks, okay. If I kill Dunstan and take advantage of the chaos that ensues to get rid of Frank, there's a good chance I'll be next in line for the imperial throne. Dunstan has quite a major weakness. He can't help but be swayed if I tell him there's a way to break Blake's curse. Spreading a false rumor is the only way to lure him out. Richard calls Domaram. He came and said, yes, my lord. Richard said, I need you to spread a rumor in the streets. Say that someone capable of wielding dark magic that can break the curse of the goddess has appeared. Make sure it reaches the emperor's ear. Domaram asked, spread it throughout the whole empire. What if the source of the rumor is exposed? Richard said, it doesn't matter if it is. I can just kill the emperor before that happens. Suddenly a servant of him came shouting, young master, we have a big problem. Richard asked, what is it? Richard gets shocked when the servant said, they say that the crown prince's curse has been broken. He asked, what? Servant tells, I've received word from John. He says that the palace is celebrating right now because the crown prince's curse has been broken. He saw some knights outside from his window and thinks, those are the imperial knights of the second order. My word, Frank that moron. It hasn't even been a day, and he sang like a canary. He thinks, no, even if he's the emperor, he won't be able to investigate the duke solely based on Frank's words. He clenched his fist thinking, I need to hide the remaining evidence at the duke's estate. Let's get out there and buy some time first. Richard went outside where he bowed and asked Colin, what brings you all the way here? You must all be so busy. Colin looked at him with cold expressions. He said to knights, arrest Richard Carseal. They grab him. He gets shocked and asked, what do you think you're doing? Colin steps closer saying, Sir Richard, this morning, we received a report that stated you paid off the chief guard for the sake of a meeting with an imprisoned traitor. He gets shocked and thinks, my word? I did think the security at Duke of Carseal's prison seemed too relaxed. He knew I'd pay off a guard and set a trap. Dunstan, this is the end for the Carseal family. It didn't even take Frank Carseal a day in prison to confess all the evil deeds his family committed. After Blake was born, they had a dark magician come in to cast black magic. They had placed a curse to accelerate Dunstan's death. All the spies they planted in the palace were exposed. When the possibility of the Carseal family being restored to its former glory disappeared, those who had stood by their side to benefit even made reports on their evil deeds. While having tea, Anthea thinks, even while the Carseal family is being dragged through the mud, Richard's track record remains clean. If Father's plan didn't give them a glimpse of false hope and encourage them to pay off a guard, it would have been difficult to catch them at all. Emperor was having tea sitting next to her. She asked, Father, was Domaram caught? He replied, not yet, I'm afraid. Anthea said, if we catch that dark magician, we should be able to expose everything that Richard Carseal has done up until now. She thinks, when Blake was very sick, they say a rumor quietly went around. There was allegedly dark magic that could transfer the curse to another person. Considering how the rumor originated and spread, it was clear that Richard was the source. He wanted to use dark magic to murder Dunstan as he did in the original work. She clenched her fist thinking, I can't believe he wanted to assassinate the Emperor. I cannot forgive him. Emperor said, do not worry. The Imperial Knights are in pursuit of them. We should be able to catch them soon. She replied, okay. I won't worry. I believe in you, Father. He pats her and smiled. Presenting a box, he said, Anthea, I have something for you. Holding the box, Anthea asked, what is this? He replied, A jewel that recognizes the successor of light, the tear of light. She picks it saying, wow, so this is. The jewel starts glowing. Emperor said, I see it recognizes the successor of light. She said, I guess so. I guess I really am the successor. Suddenly she heard the voice again in her mind, save me. Lie and tell. I'm right here. Save me. Please save me. It's so hot. She gets shocked. Emperor asked, Anthea. She said, oh. Yes? He asked, what's the matter? She replied, no, it's nothing. She continued glaring at Jewel. She thinks, it just continues to glow. That was a vision that was just visible to me. 1,000 years ago, Fenland Palace and the Golden Room. The first emperor, Philip, and Lionel Valencia. And a woman screaming for help. The tear of light, perhaps. All of this is connected somehow? She thinks, what's going on? Why do I feel uneasy? The curse of the goddess has been broken. But it feels like I missed something important. Then Colin came shouting. Your Majesty, Emperor asked, what is it? Anthea gets shocked when Colin tells, the door of darkness has opened. Colin continues, the door of darkness is growing. You must hurry, Your Majesty. Emperor said to Anthea, I'll have to step out for a moment. She replied, okay. Be careful. Father. She hugs him and he said, I won't be long. She said, I'll be waiting for you. He said, okay. The Valley of Chaos contained a door of darkness that connected to Devildom. They say, on the day the door completely opens, the world will end. The Asterisk Emperor felt a sense of responsibility to close the door of darkness. The power of light was needed to seal the door of darkness. The Asterisk Emperor used the power of light the cursed successor possessed to seal the door of darkness. Anthea thinks, as a result, the more light power the Emperor used, the more pain the cursed successor suffered. But Blake was freed from his curse, and he was no longer the cursed successor. Then, what happens now? To the door of darkness. She shakes her head thinking, no, nothing will happen. It'll be okay. After some time while sitting in their room, Blake asked her, Anthea, are you worried? She replied, I'm okay. Blake said, don't worry. I'm sure His Majesty will once again have no problems handling it and return safely. He's tough. She said, yes, I think that too. He grabs her hand saying, Anthea, he asked, it's been a while, but how about practicing some dancing? Her heart raced and she replied, sure. As they started dancing, you're doing great, Anthea, Blake said with quiet encouragement. Really? She smiled, though a bit uncertain. Aren't my steps a bit awkward? He replied. No. You're doing really well, but she said, it's because you're leading me well, Blake. I'm just worried I might make a mistake if I dance with someone else. He stopped immediately and asked, expression sullen. You dance with other boys too? She replied. After I dance my first dance with you, I'll have a dance with Father. And then, I should dance with other people as well. That's customary at a ball. Right. His shoulders slumped slightly. That's how it is. He's so cute when he pouts like that, she thought. She teased. You're not being jealous, are you? I am. He burst out. I don't want you to dance with anyone else. I just wish you could dance with me forever. Her heart raced, she quickly smiled. But you have to dance with the other ladies too. I don't want to, he muttered. I'm not going to dance if it isn't with you, she said. Blake, you're the crown prince of the empire. You shouldn't act like that, but I still don't want to, he admitted. Everyone used to hate me. Why is it wrong for me to not want to dance with them now? His gaze turned serious. He hugged her and said, all I need is you, Anthea. I just want to stay here, with you. I don't want to go anywhere else. He rubbed his head against hers. I don't want to leave the place that brought us together. Feeling touched, she said. Blake. Anthea watched him closely, her heart aching. I thought he'd be happy about breaking the curse, about being a respected crown prince, and moving to a new castle. But I see now his emotional wounds haven't healed yet. Blake, she said gently. Moving to another castle doesn't mean Amoria Castle is disappearing. We can come back often. We'll leave this place as our own little world, he asked. Our own, yes, she nodded. Let's not allow anyone else to enter it. Let's make this our secret castle. His face lit up. Okay, let's do that, Anthea. And then, he smiled genuinely, brightly. Now, he finally smiles again, she thought. I want to help him keep smiling like this. Later the same nightmare repeated. Fire everywhere and someone calling. Lie and tell! Anthea bolted upright, breath ragged. It was another dream. She stared ahead, disoriented. She exhaled deeply and sighed. She thought, ever since I came to this world, it's completely deviated from the original work. If it had followed the original narrative, Blake would have been gravely ill before the door of darkness opened. Dunstan would have fallen for Richard's scheme and lost his life. Richard Carseal would have become emperor, but none of that happened. A tragedy like the one in the original will not happen. But why am I so nervous? Why do events from 1,000 years ago keep unfolding before my eyes? Why does that woman in the pillar of fire keep calling out for Lionel Valencia? Suddenly Blake groaned in pain. Ow! Anthea gasped, turning to him. The curse marks appeared on him again. She shouts, Blake, how did this happen? The markings on his body glowed faintly, ominously. She looked at them, the markings. There are new markings spreading, she realized after looking at them. These are ancient markings. Her hands trembled as she stared. Save me! Lionel! Please save me! I'm still alive! Blake was panting, breathing heavily. She recognized the words immediately. This is the text she'd seen it before. The writing on the lithograph by the pond. This is what it meant. The mark of the curse on the sixth prince. It's changed. This isn't a curse. She read the text. Philip betrayed me. You're all I have left now. This is a message. Anthea breathed. A message from the goddess. The goddess didn't curse Philip's descendants. She was just using their bodies to send messages, asking for help. Save me. Please save me. Lionel! The cries rang louder in her mind, clearer now. She slumped thinking, the figure behind the screaming. I know who it is. It was the goddess of light. She is still locked away in darkness, and she's been asking me for help as a descendant of Lionel Valencia. I must save the goddess of light. That's the only way this vicious, 1,000-year-old curse can be broken for good. Then her necklace glowed brightly. She looked at it and realized the tear of light. It's trying to take me to where the goddess is. Then Blake murmured, squeezing her hand. No, Anthea, Blake whispered. Don't go, Blake, Anthea said, her voice trembling. I'm on my way to break the curse. I'll make sure to break it this time. Blake grasped her hand tightly. Don't go. You can't go. She smiled softly. Don't worry. I'll be back as soon as I break the curse. She slips free her hand from him. Blake trembles. No, Anthea. Then with glowing light she gets teleported. After reaching there she opens her eyes. She looks around and said aloud, Is this the Valley of Chaos? Anthea! A familiar voice called out. It was the Emperor. She turned to him. Father! He stepped forward and asked, What are you doing here? She hesitated. Oh, well. Then the High Priest stepped forward. Well, Your Majesty, you must close the door of darkness first, she asked quickly. Were you in the middle of closing the door of darkness? She thinks. Is the goddess locked up in there? The Emperor said. Yes. It will be closed soon. Just be a little patient. No, you can't close it. Anthea stepped forward. That door isn't the gateway to Devildom. The High Priest narrowed his eyes. Your Highness, what do you mean? If the door of darkness is not closed, Devildom will be released and the whole world will be enshrouded in darkness. I realize you may lack the years, but surely you must understand that much. The Emperor glared at the priest. High Priest, are you being dismissive of my esteemed daughter? The priest flinched upon hearing that. The Emperor softened. Anthea, go on, she began. I deciphered the characters of the curse that appeared on Blake's body, and discovered a message that read, Help me. That door is not connected to Devildom. The goddess of light is locked up in there. We must save her, she's trapped on the other side of the door of darkness. The Emperor filled in. That's the only way for the curse to completely disappear, she replied. That's correct, the Emperor said, nodding. I understand. I shall save the goddess. You should first leave this place. No, Anthea said firmly. The goddess is looking for me. Only the successor to Light of Valencia can break the curse. So I shall do it myself. That's too dangerous, he warned. Even if you manage to save the goddess, we don't know what will happen. It's okay, she replied. I can do it. I promise to break Blake's curse. Anthea, her father murmured, clearly torn. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Markle, Your Majesty, Your Highness, please find cover. The demons appeared rushing towards them. One of them caught Anthea and dragged her inside the gate. The Emperor tried to eat her but couldn't. He shouted, Ananthea! A violent surge of energy pulsed through the valley. Inside she wonders, What is this? I can't see anything. I can barely make out the markles. Is it trying to tell me to go that way? Let's try following them for now, she muttered. The ground was muddy, and it made walking difficult. She was growing parched, and each breath felt heavier than the last. She started feeling thirsty, and her breathing became heavy. With each and every step the next became difficult. How much farther? She asked no one, but again she followed them determined. No. I need to hang in there a little longer. I must free Blake from the curse. Her legs buckled. I don't think I can walk anymore. She groaned, collapsing to her knees. I have no strength left in my legs. Suddenly, she heard a swoosh. Her eyes widened. A lake, she whispered. When did this appear? Am I seeing an illusion? She touched the water to check if it's real. A voice echoed through the stillness. Liontel, you must have been waiting for so long. Anthea turned toward the sound. Goddess, you really came. A radiant figure appeared, bathed in light. Yes, because I promise you, Liontel. The goddess of light replied. Anthea stared, breathless. It's the goddess of light, then asked, did you come all the way here to see me? And then, as her vision blurred slightly, she realized the face that remained invisible, hidden just out of reach, was the one she carried within her. The Lion of Valencia standing before the goddess was her. This is a 1,000-year-old memory from a previous lifetime. Yes, Liontel, the goddess asked gently. Is practicing light magic going well? Yes, goddess, Liontel replied. Would you like to see? But the goddess sighed, her voice teasing. When are you going to stop calling me goddess? We're friends, aren't we? The girl said. But you're a goddess. My name is Serpenia, she said with a warm smile. And are you going to be so formal when you talk to your friend? Okay, Serpenia, Liontel replied, a little shy but happy. Haha, she laughed. Then Serpenia hugged her and said, we're finally real friends now, Liontel replied. That's not true. We were friends ever since we met. Ha! Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes snapped them to attention. Ha! Who goes there? Then a boy with white hair and red eyes appeared. Liontel calls. Philip, he replied. I came to look for you because you disappeared suddenly. The Count is worried. Let's hurry back. Philip was Richard. Now, Anthea finally understood why she felt so uneasy the first time she met Richard. Memories about him that she had tried to forget came flooding back, one after another. No, Liontel said, her eyes firm. I'm going to play with my friend today. Friend? Philip looked surprised. Then the goddess stepped. Hello, he said. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Philip. Back then, she had no idea that Philip had approached her on purpose, already knowing she was meeting the goddess of light. Not long after that, Serpenia and Philip fell in love. A few years passed, and they became adults. Sir, your hair is so soft, Liontel murmured one day, brushing through her friend's white locks. It feels like white silk, Serpenia said. Lion, you're so pretty as well, Liontel asked. You think? She then added. I'm sure Lakshul would like you too. Liontel blushed, face red. She said, why are you bringing up Lakshul all of a sudden? I could see it in your eyes, she said gently. You like each other, Liontel, while flustered, said. And no, that's not it. I just like him by myself. Liontel had liked the imperial prince, Lakshul. Just to be near him, she had even applied to be a magician in the palace. It's just a crush, she told. He only thinks of me as a friend. I see, Serpenia said. Crushes are hard, Liontel asked. Are you making fun of me right now? Why would someone who's madly in love act like this? The goddess said. Yeah, I wonder why. Serpenia had already figured out the truth about Philip. Imperial Prince Lakshul was Zelkin's best swordsman. When magical beasts threatened the northern outskirts, the Emperor had sent Lakshul to suppress them. He had wiped out the beasts with the 7th Night Order. There were talks of him becoming the next emperor. People were agreed that he should have been the emperor long ago. One day, upon hearing the news of him becoming the emperor, Liontel's heart sank. Lakshul, now we're truly going to be far apart. She thought to herself, I should let go of my feelings as soon as possible. Then Lakshul approached her and calls. Liontel, she turned. Lakshul, what are you doing here? He replied. I came because I needed to tell you something. That you're going to become the emperor soon? She asked, forcing a smile. Congratulations. I'm sure you're going to be really busy. You didn't need to come in person. Then he grabbed her hand and said, Liontel, look at me. She looked up, breath caught in her throat. He asked, Will you marry me? Her heart stopped. He continued, I fell for you the moment we met. I'm sorry for pretending to be just friends, and for hiding my feelings. She asked him, You like me? He replied, Yeah, I love you. She was speechless. Her heartfelt wish come true. Lakshul. Then Anthea realized she loved him. She had truly loved Lakshul, and 1,000 years later, she felt for Blake when she met him again. She had wanted that happiness to last forever. But it didn't. Not long after, memories of how she had sent Lakshul away, Memories she had desperately tried to bury began to rise to the surface one by one. As everyone expected, Lakshul was appointed crown prince, and she became engaged to him. "Congratulations, Liontel," Serpenia said warmly. "Thanks, sir," she replied, still overwhelmed. "Apparently, Lakshul has liked me for a long time." The goddess showed a blank expression as if she already knew. "What's with that response?" she asked, noticing her neutral tone. "Aren't you surprised?" "I already knew," she said with a teasing smile. "You can be surprisingly dense sometimes, Liontel." She stared at her in disbelief. "What? I was the only one that didn't know." "Yeah." Her tone was firm, amused. Liontel blushed, thinking, "Then again, I was still completely clueless until he actually kissed me." Then the goddess said, "Liontel, I have something to tell you too." "I'm going to become human," startled Liontel asked. "What?" "I've decided to marry Philip and I've decided to transfer all the power I have to him before I become human." Liontel asked, surprised. "Is that what Philip wants?" Serpenia clenched her fist. "No. It's what I want, sir." Liontel hesitated. "If you transfer all your power, you won't be able to undo it later. Maybe you should think about it some more." "I'm sorry, Liontel." She suddenly grabs her hand and said, "I should have shared some of my power with you too," Liontel replied. "Huh? Not at all. You already blessed me. Thanks to you, I get to keep using mana. I can read every text and language in the world. I'm already more than grateful for that," Serpenia said. "I was just worried about you." Then she pulls out a necklace and handed it to Liontel. "Here. Let me give you a present," Liontel repeated. "A present?" the goddess said. "It represents our friendship. I'm giving this to you so you won't forget me even after you get married. Wherever we may be, this necklace contains the power that will bring you to me." She embraced her. "Thank you, sir. I won't forget you." But the goddess' face was looking worried. Later, she visited Philip's land. "Philip," she greeted him. "I heard the news. Congratulations on your wedding." "Yeah," he said quietly. "I heard you're getting engaged too?" "Yeah," she replied, blushing. Philip's face turned bitter. Then he said, "You'll finally be the crown princess." Upon hearing that, Liontel thinks, "What is this?" He almost made it sound like I chose Lakshul just because I wanted to be crown princess. "You knew about it too," she added, hoping to clarify. "I've liked the crown prince for a long time. He's a really good, kind person. We've been friends for a long time." "You'll come to the wedding with Sarah, right?" she asked. But he doesn't reply. Does he still dislike Lakshul? She wondered. He always acted like that whenever Lakshul came up. "I'll attend your wedding," she muttered. "When are you going to get married?" Philip said flatly. "That's none of your concern." "What?" She blinked, stunned. "Philip, don't you think you're being a bit too harsh on a friend who came to congratulate you?" he replied. "I'm not required to be nice to you as well." "Well, that's true," she muttered, biting back a sigh. She thought, feeling annoyed, right? He was always a little bit rude. He treats Sarah well. Let's just hold back. Then she remembers, but even so, Sarah always looks a bit nervous around him. Even yesterday. "Philip," she said quietly, "I heard from Sarah that she's going to become human. She said she's going to transfer all her powers to you before that happens." Philip turned and coldly asked, "And," she said, "can't you try to stop her? If she loses all her powers at once, it'll be too much for her body to bear. She should set aside some of her power, even just a little, just in case." He questioned her. "Scared?" she asked. "What?" he said rudely. "Are you scared that I'll become stronger than Lakshul?" she asked him. "What? Where did that even come from all of a sudden?" "I'll come," he said as he turned away. "If there is a wedding." She felt bewildered. What the? After Philip left like that, the goddess came to see her that night. Serpenia questioned her. What did you say to Philip?" Liontel asked. "Sarah, what's wrong? Do you not want me to be happy?" she shouted, tears in her eyes. "I considered you a friend, Liontel," Liontel asked. "What? What are you talking about?" But the goddess doesn't listen and said, "I'm so disappointed in you." She turns and left without listening anything. That day, Serpenia disappeared without a trace for the last time, with Philip. Liontel kept hoping they would return for the wedding, that they could clear up the misunderstanding. But they never came back, and she was never able to have her wedding, because the imperial family was struck with a terrible plague. It was a terrifying disease, one that turned one's skin black and made them vomit blood before it finally killed them. Lakshul and Liontel searched desperately for a cure, but nothing worked. They pinned our hopes on Serpenia, the goddess of light, and Philip, who had inherited her divine powers, thinking they might help them. But even after the imperial palace was consumed by the plague, there was no word from them. One day, "Lionel, take a break," Lakshul said. "I'm fine," she replied. "I'm a magician of the light, after all. You haven't slept at all lately, you should rest too." "I'm fine. I'm the crown prince, after all," he answered, forcing a smile. "That's even more reason for you to rest," she insisted. "Everyone, even the emperor, has fled. You're handling everything alone. What if something happens to you?" He hugged her tightly and said, "Don't worry, Lionel. I'm fine." But the very next day, a black mark appeared on Lakshul's body. His condition deteriorated rapidly, his skin darkened, his fever spiked, and soon he fell unconscious. One day while she was sleeping at his bedside, he whispered to her faintly, "Lionel, thank you for everything. I should have professed my love for you sooner. I should have told you that I loved you more often. If there is such a thing as a next life, and we cross paths again, I'll make sure to tell you every single day. I'm sorry, Lionel." Lakshul died. Lionel had stayed up for days taking care of him, but she wasn't there for his final breath. She prayed over and over again until her tears dried and her voice was gone, but Lakshul never opened his eyes again. No proper funeral was held for the crown prince. After his death, the plague spread across the capital like wildfire. Countless people died. Even the emperor, who had fled the palace, succumbed to the illness. One by one, the royal family perished. Without a successor, the empire spiraled into chaos. Then Philip returned. Using the divine power of light, he cured the plague that had devastated the empire. The people, nobles and commoners alike, cheered and praised him. With overwhelming support, he ascended the throne and established the Zelkan Empire. Everything unfolded with eerie precision, as if sliced clean with a blade. It was as if Lakshul had never even existed. Lionel didn't attend Philip's coronation, but he showed up the next day. "It's been a while, Lionel," he said with a smile. "I thought I'd see you at the coronation yesterday, but you weren't there," she replied. "Greetings to His Majesty, the Emperor." "Oh, thanks. There's no need for honorifics," he said casually. "We have a special bond, after all." She felt rage inside. A special bond. We each searched everywhere for them for over 6 months. And now he just shows up like this. No. Maybe they didn't know what was going on, and maybe no one could have stopped the disaster. "I heard Lakshul died," Philip said. "When we left, we went west, all the way to the Valley of Chaos. We had no idea what was happening in Khan. If we did, we would have come back sooner." "I see," she murmured. "Do you resent me?" he asked. "Because I couldn't save Lakshul when I had the power to?" "No. I just resent myself," she admitted. She thought, blaming herself. "Why didn't I stop him when he said he was going to be crown prince? Then I wouldn't have been alone at the palace in the end. Why did I stay by his side the whole night before and miss his final breath?" she said aloud. "Why didn't I have the power to save him? I just resent myself." Then Serpenia hugged her and said, "It's not your fault, Lion." Ser ran into her arms, trembling. "I'm sorry, Lion. I'm so sorry," she sobbed. "I didn't know what happened to Lakshul. It's my fault. It's all my fault. You must hate me. I'm truly sorry." Lionel thought she truly didn't know. "I don't hate you," she said softly. "I'm happy that you're back." She sniffled. "Lion, I'm sorry," Lionel said. "Don't cry, okay?" But she grits her teeth. After the goddess and Philip returned, the plague was eradicated and the capital slowly began to recover. But peace didn't last. The Zelkan Empire was renamed the Asteric Empire. The Altera Palace became Thenlin Palace. Philip was deliberately erasing traces of something, rebuilding from scratch. He erected stone slabs and statues to celebrate his achievements. An unbelievable amount of resources were spent, and the people suffered under heavy taxes and forced labor. And there was even going to be an imperial ball. Lionel thought to herself, "I can't stand by and watch anymore." "Philip!" She stormed into the office. "How long are you going to keep holding this ball?" He looked up calmly. "I was wondering what could make you burst in here like that. Even if it's you, don't you think you're crossing a line by speaking to your emperor this way? When are you going to make the royal announcement?" she demanded. "How much longer are you going to leave Sarah alone in the royal villa? I hear you haven't even shown your face there recently." "This again?" he muttered. "What?" she snapped. "Are you being serious right now? Sarah sacrificed everything for you." "Right," he said coldly. "She sacrificed everything. And now she has nothing. No power of the light, no assets. She's not even a noble." He looked her in the eye. "You think a woman like that can become the empress?" She stared at him, fury rising in her chest. She snapped, "You have lost your mind. Why did Ser lose her powers? Why did she become a mere human woman?" Lionel's voice shook with fury. Philip shouts back, "It's all because of you." Philip's expression remained cold, unmoved. "Who cares about the past? I'm talking about the reality now. She's not fit to be empress." "What? Not fit?" Lionel spat. "Did you forget how you even got here? You became emperor because Ser used her powers to end the plague. It was thanks to her that you were able to ascend the throne, and now you're just going to throw her away." Philip's eyes narrowed. "Watch your tongue," he warned. "I became emperor by my own merits, and I've already chosen someone else to be the next empress." He pulled her close and said, "It's you, Lionel." "What? You're lying," she whispered in disbelief. "I was the one who liked you first," Philip continued. "Even before that punk, Lakshul. I wanted you. Everything I did was for you." "What about Ser?" Lionel demanded, backing away, horrified. He admitted, "I needed power to become emperor. That's why I played along. But the truth is I love you. You're the one I truly want, Lionel." "Shut up," she yelled. "Let go of me." She yanked her arm free, disgust twisting her features. "Love? Don't kid yourself. You use Ser for my sake? Are you kidding me? What does Lakshul have that I don't?" He snapped. "I'm emperor now. I have the power of light. Isn't that enough?" "Lakshul isn't dirty like you," she hissed. "He shouldn't even be compared to trash like you. Don't you dare speak his name," she stormed out, her footsteps ringing sharply through the corridor. "I can't believe I ever thought of that trash as a friend." While rushing back she thinks, "I must get Ser out of here now." Lionel found Ser looking disheveled, sitting alone. "Ser, you need to get up," she said urgently. "Come with me to my house. You're not safe here." Ser looked up slowly, her eyes dull. "What's wrong, Lion?" Lionel squeezed her hand and said, "Listen to me. Philip isn't the good person you think he is. That bastard." "I know," Serpenia said quietly. "Philip likes you. I knew that the moment we met." Lionel was in disbelief. "And you still stayed by his side? Why would you do that?" Serpenia clenched her fists. "Because I liked him. I thought, if I kept liking him, showed him kindness, maybe he'd eventually return my feelings. I'm sorry. I've sinned." Tears welled up in Ser's eyes. "That's why I can't leave this place. I'm being punished." "Sinned?" Lionel asked. "What do you mean?" Then the goddess coughed blood. Lionel asked, "Ser, what's wrong with you? How long have you been sick?" She replied, "This is my sin. Philip took the powers I gave him and used them to spread the disease. Powers meant to heal the world were twisted, used to destroy it. Countless people died because of me. Lakshul died because of me. I gave Philip my powers, and everything that happened is my fault. I'm sorry, Lionel. I'm so sorry." Ser's body trembled as she sobbed. Lionel clenched her fists, her heart pounding. That's why she cried so much that day. She knew the truth all along and hid it. Bitterness churned inside Lionel. She couldn't forgive Ser. Not yet, but she'd already lost too many people. She didn't want to lose her last remaining friend, too. "Ser," she said, her voice low. "Take back the blessing you gave me." Tears were dripping from her face. Serpenia said, "No. I can't do that." "Take it," Lionel insisted. "Use that power to retrieve what you gave Philip. Return to your original self. You'll recover if you shed this human form." Ser's lips parted. "Lionel." Before she could speak further, a voice called out behind them. Philip came and said, "Lionel, I've been looking for you." She turned, rage igniting her gaze. "Why were you looking for me?" With a cold gesture, Philip ordered, "Escort Lionel Valencia to the Empress Palace." "Yes, Your Majesty," came the guard's reply. "The Empress Palace?" Lionel's voice rang out, incredulous. "What are you talking about right now?" She resisted as the guards closed in. "Why would I go there?" "Go on," Philip ordered curtly. "Yes, Your Majesty," one of the guards replied, grabbing her arm. "Let go of me! Let go!" she shouted, struggling as they dragged her away. Philip locked her in the Empress Palace, a place that, from the outside, gleamed with gold, jewels, and luxury. The walls, the pillars, even the furniture sparkled like a treasure trove. It was a palace admired and envied by all, but to Lionel, it was nothing more than a glittering prison. A year passed. As promised, Philip never forced himself on her. But during that time, he married 3 other women, welcoming them as empresses and fathering children with each. One day, Philip visited her. Lionel asked him, "Philip, how much longer do you plan to keep me locked up here?" "Until you become mine," he replied simply. She jumped to her feet, rage igniting. You killed Lakshul. You sacrificed innocent people just to become emperor. And now you expect me to forgive you? That's exactly why you should choose me, Philip said. You know too much, Lionel. But I let you live. Shouldn't you at least be grateful for that? I can't follow your insane logic, she said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing that, he stomped forward, saying, Your tone has become quite vulgar. I'm sure you'd be vulgar too if you had been locked in a bedroom for a full year, she snapped. Philip said, pulling her close. A little fire isn't bad. Think about it, Lionel. Think carefully while you're here about which choice benefits you most. I'm the emperor now. Get lost, she shouted, shoving him. Leave. Right now. He laughed softly as he backed away. I wonder how long you'll last. I'll be back later. When he was gone, she clenched her trembling hands, trying to calm the fury boiling inside her. That insane bastard. I'm so angry, I can't stop shaking. After a few moments, someone knocked at the window. It was the Serpenia. As she came inside, Lionel asked, Where were you locked up? How did you get here? I was at the royal villa all this time, Sir said softly. I'm sorry I came so late. I tried to reach you, but the palace security was too tight. No, Lionel said, eyes welling up. I'm just grateful you're here. But are you alright? Serpenia gave a small, sad smile. Once again, you're the only one who worries about me. Why did I forget that? Sir, Lionel whispered. Lion, Serpenia said quietly. Philip has officially announced that you'll become his empress. Lionel's breath caught. What? I've made a decision, Serpenia said firmly. I'm going to do as you said. I'll take back the power of light from Philip. Can you return the blessing you gave me? Lionel replied. Finally, yes. Of course. I'll return it to you. She squeezed her hand and said, Close your eyes. After Serpenia received it, she slowly opens her eyes and said, Thank you. I'll come back after I retrieve my powers, Sir said, voice gentle. I will save you. Okay, I'll be waiting, Lionel replied. Then she left through the window. When Lionel returned the blessing of light to Serpenia, she truly believed that the nightmare was finally ending. That salvation had begun. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that it was only the beginning of a far greater tragedy. The palace was engulfed in flames not long after Serpenia left. Fire! Someone shouted. Evacuate everyone! Lionel was banging on the door. The doors rattled violently as smoke filled the halls. Is anyone out there? Lionel called out, coughing. I can't breathe. But as the smoke thickened, so did a strange sense of peace. Maybe this isn't such a terrible ending, she thought. Rather than being forced to marry Philip, maybe it's better to die and be reunited with Lakshul. Her body swayed, dizzy from the heat and smoke. The voice broke through the haze. Lionel! Philip extends his hand to her and said, It's too dangerous. Let's go. Her voice trembled. Was it you? Did you start the fire? Let's go, he said again, snatching her hand. She snapped. It was you. You did this again. How could you? What about Sarah? Where is she right now? Philip replied. Exactly. Why? Why did you have to be so foolish? Things could have worked out for everyone. He lifts her up, but she continued protesting. Let me down! Lionel screamed. Put me down this instant! Crackling flames echoed in the palace. Let me down! She shouted again, writhing in resistance. But he doesn't stop. He left inside a safe place and said, It's dangerous outside. Just stay here for a bit. No! Wait, hold on! She shouted. Answer me! Where is Sarah? But he left without responding and locked the door. Lionel rushed to the door. Open this now! She gasped. Locked up again. Her knees buckled beneath her. Shoulders slumped. She glanced around at the dark, silent room. This place. It was the room of annals where the Empire stored lithographic slates, endless records of deaths and imperial decrees. She stepped closer, and Lakshul's name was a part of it. February 510. The Crown Prince passed away. It read. She plopped, fingers brushing against the surface of the tablet, and then her breath caught. Lakshul, she whispered. I miss you. Her hand brushed another slab suddenly. A beam of light erupted from it. The power of light. She stared in disbelief. Has Sarah regained her powers? Did she send me a portion of it? The light beamed again, stronger this time. Then a voice called out. Lion, save me! Save me! Sarah's voice! She gasped, eyes wide. There's no time to waste. I must find her now. I can escape with this power, Sarah. She clenched her fists, the light swirling around her like a storm. When she went outside, the palace had turned dark. Bodies were lying everywhere, of the nobles, guard, and civilians. She wondered in disbelief, how did it come to this? Then she noticed another slab of lithograph nearby, bigger than all the previous. It reads, "We bid adieu to Lakshul, the great emperor of Rum." What a deplorable sight to see Philip dare to take the emperor's throne. I, Lakshul, vow to right the wrong and wipe out the sullied Altera palace with fire. I vow to punish Philip and his wicked followers. Foolish subjects, submit to Rum. If you refuse, the land of Khan will be enshrouded in darkness and suffer eternal pain. What is this? Liontel murmured. Did Lakshul start the fire? And placed a curse? Her fists clenched. No. This reeks of Philip. He's trying to shift the blame onto Lakshul, twist the truth, and use him as a scapegoat. I told you to stay put, came a voice behind her. Philip stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Yet you crawled out. Liontel stood up defiantly. Philip, what is this slab? Have you completely lost your mind? How could you do such a thing? Do you still call yourself human after all this? Watch your tongue, he growled. I am the emperor of this land. If you continue to show such insolence, you will not be exempt from my wrath. Right, she said, voice sharp with scorn. You're the emperor. Then take responsibility for what you've done. Don't drag Lakshul's name through the mud. You think people will believe this? Everyone already knows Lakshul is no longer with us, Philip sneered. Humans are fools, easily misled. His tone darkened as he stepped closer. The crown prince was actually alive. To reclaim the throne he lost, he set Thenlin Palace on fire and massacred the people of the capital. That's the story they'll believe. Once the rumors spread, it will be truth. A massacre. Liontel's voice trembled. You actually killed all those people in the capital? Philip's eyes gleamed cruelly. It's because of you. She stared at him, stunned. Because of me? Yeah. He spat. It's all because of you. You gave your power to that brat. She was going to die soon anyway, but you ruined everything, he shouted. Liontel's jaw clenched. There's no point in talking to you, her voice hardened. Where is Sarah? Just answer me, he said. She's dead, her breath caught. What? She just wouldn't die, Philip muttered. Because she was some goddess or whatever. I stabbed her. I lit her on fire. Nothing worked, so I had to resort to making a sacrifice. Liontel gasped in horror. She asked. You made a sacrifice. Philip threw his arms wide, barking. Yeah, I sacrificed the people of Khan to kill that brat. And I won. In the end I won. Now this power, this glorious power, belongs only to me. So, Liontel, accept reality. Lakshul will be remembered as the greatest sinner to ever live. And I will go down in history as the great emperor who saved his people. No, Liontel said, her voice cold and low. Her eyes burned with fury. She activated her power of light and said, That won't happen. Light burst from her hand in a brilliant beam. Philip recoiled using his powers. He smirked, countering it. What did you just do? With such measly powers? Philip scoffed. But Liontel disappeared from there. It was only a distraction. Meanwhile, Liontel rushed to the room of annals. We need to leave. Now, she dashed, breath sharp in her throat. She was huffing after reaching there. She thought desperately. Her heart pounded with urgency. This is the best I can do with the power I have left. She stopped before a slab and raised her hand. I'll protect it. The one that tells Lakshul's story, his true story. A step echoed behind her. Then another. What's this, Liontel? Philip said smoothly, approaching. I was wondering where you ran off to. Did you actually enjoy being locked up? She retorted. That's enough nonsense from you. Philip used his power, saying, So smart. Just like always. I was going to take care of it even if you hadn't whined, she said sharply, stepping in front of the slab. No, that's not going to work. She used her powers on the slab. He used his power in shouts. Move! But his powers bounced back from the slab and strikes near him. Liontel said, I used the power I would have spent on you to cast protection magic on this slate. No one can destroy it without my permission. This magic can only be broken by me. Her voice hardened. The records, the ones that tell of how you used the plague to take the throne, and the truth that Lakshul had already passed away will never disappear. Philip huffed in anger. Look at you, desperately trying to save the honor of a dead man. Do you like that Lakshul punk that much? Liontel met his gaze coldly. Your complete lack of remorse, even now, and the fact that all you can think about is your position, it just proves how far beneath Lakshul you truly are. It doesn't matter what you do. You can't hide the truth. He studied her, gritting. You're testing me right now, seeing how far I'm willing to go, she asked. What are you talking about? Philip's voice dropped, solemn and full of dread. He puts his hand on the ground and said, "From now on, no one will be able to step onto this land." He burned the land of Khan black. He made it a place of death that no one could approach. Therefore Khan was abandoned and the capital was moved. And then the lies began. After Lakshal's atrocities, the enraged goddess of light placed a curse on the Rum family. Philip spread another plague, calling it the goddess curse. He got rid of those who revolted against him. He seized the new capital for himself, and Liontel was confined to the western tower of the palace. One day, "Liontel," a voice jeered, "I saw the seal was damaged. Did you try to run again?" Philip's voice grew venomous. "I guess you don't care if your cute nieces and nephews catch tansanol and die?" "No!" she cried. "Please don't do that." "Then don't act out," he said cruelly. "Or you can willingly become mine. Just kill me instead," she screamed. "That's what you're best at anyway. Just kill me too." "You know I can't kill you," he said with sickening calm. "I love you." She yanked his hand and said, "You, crazy, let go of me." "Liontel," he whispered mockingly, "the Empress's throne is still empty. If you want to get out of here, stop wasting your energy and just become my wife." "Let go of me," she yelled, struggling in his grasp. "You already have plenty of wives." She spat. "I already told you," he said. "You're the only one I love. The others are just tools, pawns to secure my place," she said in anger. "I'd rather die than marry you." He turned. "I enjoy that nasty side of you too." Then his expression turned cold. "The day you die, the Valencia family will cease to exist. Think carefully." Saying that, he left the room. She fell with a painful gasp, and so she lived, day after day, in that tower, because she could not die. Beyond the palace walls, the world believed a different story. "The emperor cured orphans with tansanol today," one girl said with pride while brushing her hair. "He even looks after kids who can't afford herbs. I'm proud to call him our emperor." But for Liontel, the truth never stopped burning inside her. She thinks, "Let's not say anything. As soon as this girl learns the truth, Philip will kill her." Later, Philip came stomping and grabbed her. She asked in shock. "What?" he demanded. "How do you do it? How do you do it? You must know. You are in cahoots with that brat? Trying to screw me over? What in the world are you talking about?" Liontel asked, stunned. "Let go of me first," Liontel shouted, struggling against Philip's grasp. She slapped his hand and asked, "You're not talking about Sarah, are you?" "Sarah's alive?" he growled. "She's dead. That brat died." He gritted his teeth. His expression twisted. Looking at him, she said, "You've gone insane." But the truth was clear. Philip had already lost his sanity long ago. 8 imperial princes and princesses had died in succession. One after another, his own children had fallen victim to what was now called the goddess curse. First from a week to days, then from a day to just hours. The rate of death among the imperial children had only grown faster. But could Ser really have done it? Even if it were for revenge, could Ser truly kill innocent children? "Ser," Liontel whispered, heart aching. "Did you really do that? Are you alive? Where are you? Please, answer me." Suddenly, someone rushed toward her, burst opening the door. The woman said, "Lady Valencia, please help me. Please save my John." Liontel replied, "If it's due to the curse, there's probably nothing I can do for him." "This has nothing to do with the curse," the woman cried. Please stop His Majesty from killing my John." "What do you mean?" Liontel asked. "Philip is about to harm his own son. They say before the first imperial prince died, strange black writing appeared on his body." The woman explained. "The emperor was caught off guard and hid him quickly. But they say the writing expressed the goddess' resentment, and that's why he killed him, to cover up his own sins." While following the woman, Liontel thought bitterly. To hide his misdeeds, Philip killed his children with his bare hands. Horrifying. The curse wasn't getting stronger. Philip's hesitation was only growing shorter. "I can't just stand by and watch anymore." As she was walking, the necklace that Serpenia gave her started glowing. Then the voice called out, "Lion, save me! I'm scared, please save me!" Ser's voice. Liontel's eyes widened. She said aloud, looking at the locket, "Ser, where are you? I'll come to you." "Ser," a second voice, a child's voice, echoed through the chaos. Liontel thinks, "I must save the 6th prince first." Liontel dashed into the room and screamed, "Stop it! What do you think you're doing?" Philip was using his powers on his child, who was lying on the floor with cursed marks. He turned slowly. "Liontel, I believe I told you to stay in that tower." She rushed to the child's side and demanded, What are you doing to this poor child? The child was trembling with fear. He didn't answer. Then her eyes fell on the markings covering the prince's skin. The cursed writing. It reads, I am the goddess of light. After Philip tricked me and stole my power, he locked me in the Valley of Chaos. He committed countless crimes. He killed innocents using the power of light. He released a wicked illness upon the empire and framed Emperor Lakshul. Lionel realized the writing. It wasn't a curse. It was a call for help from the goddess of light. Lionel's eyes narrowed. Philip, where did you lock up Sir? She clenched her fists. Sir! Sir! He shouted. Shut up! He barked. Just stop going on about that brat already. He pushed her away in an outburst. Ugh! Pain tore through her as he lashed out. She plopped to the ground. He snarled. Stop getting in the way! Just stay there! She felt dizzy, unable to move. Philip said, stepping toward the prince. This time, I'll make sure to get rid of it for good. He used his power on his son. The child screamed and after a few moments passed away. Lionel crawled, reaching towards him. No, no. He's dead. Then Philip turned to her. That's right. There's no other choice. Where is it now? Who's next? Philip's eyes darted wildly at his children. They trembled in fear. He stepped closer, saying, As soon as you kill it, it moves on to the next punk. Who is it? He found the next child with the curse mark and said, It's you. He lifts the child up and said, Let's see here. He inspected the writing feverishly. Good. Only the sentences I planted appear. He started laughing and shouted, It's done. It's done now. It's a perfect victory for me. Then Lionel looks towards him lying on the ground. A quiet thought seeped into her. Will I be at peace if I just let things stay the way they are now? No. Lionel's heart thudded, her fingers curling against the cold floor. If I give up now, this terrible history will be buried forever. I need to survive, somehow. Philip moved her to the southern royal villa. After enduring both the physical blows from his assault and the onslaught of cursed mana, Lionel's body completely gave out. She was left in ruins. She wasn't able to move much. Once she fell on the ground. Lionel! Philip called out. I told you to call for me if you wanted to leave. I'm sorry, I must have been out of my mind back then. Lionel thought bitterly. Sorry? After that day, the message from Sir disappeared. The only thing left behind was the cursed text Philip had etched into the world, a message twisting the truth. The rumors about Emperor Philip betraying the goddess are lies. The goddess of light always wanted the Aztec Empire to flourish. She unleashed the cursed text to expose the tyrannical seed that would lead the empire to ruins. Philip had gone so far as to stigmatize his own innocent child, branding them with a curse just to save himself once more with lies. And he did it all without a shred of remorse. I'll cure you, Philip swore. I will cure you, no matter what. Upon hearing that, she thought, No, you cursed all of Khan because you were afraid of the truth. You poured every last drop of your power into hiding the message Sir left behind. You may have had the strength once, but now, there's no way you can cure me. He softened. Lionel, let me know if there's anything you want, she replied faintly. Then, find me a boulder. A boulder? He asked, puzzled. She said, It might make me feel like I'm up in the mountains. There's no way I could go there now. I told you that I'd cure you, he said. We can go up the mountain together, she replied. How could I in this state? You know that too. Please, he gave in. Okay. She had sent Sir's necklace, along with a letter, to the Count. Now all that left for her was to take care of the rest. She decided to use the last of her power to ensure that what she left behind could never be erased. She went to the boulder, and used last of her power preserve the truth. Again, when Philip visited her, he calls for her. Lionel, what are you doing here? It's cold outside, she replied. I was waiting for you, he asked, shocked. Me, yeah, she replied, then asked. Do you love me? Yes, he said without pause. I love you. You're the only one I love. Lionel, she continued. Then, erect this slab in front of the imperial palace. She had made a slab out of the boulder using her power. He flinched looking at it. This is, she said. I heard you didn't construct a room of annals at the new palace, so I thought I'd make a historical record myself. This was written on the slab, November year 5. The cursed text inscribed on the sixth prince changed. The sixth prince passed away. Following his death, the curse of the goddess moved on to the seventh prince. Lionel, his voice snapped. Sigh. What do you think you're doing? She asked. Why? Did I make a mistake? The format and content are both correct, aren't they? He barked. Are you kidding me right now? She scorned. You're so afraid that even those words fill you with dread? Then you should have never done all that. Philip went up to the slab and tried to use his power on it, saying, "Let's go inside. It's cold. You can't destroy it," she told him. "I poured the last of my powers into it. You remain incredibly troublesome for me," he muttered. "If I can't destroy it," he said at last, "then I just need to keep it out of reach. I just need to kill all that approach this slab. History will be buried at the bottom of the lake forever." He throws it inside the lake using his power. "You remain exactly the same, even to the end," she said quietly. "You're really a black magician now. You've completely forgotten how to heal people." Saying that, she coughed blood and fell to the ground. "Lionel! No, Lionel! Just hang on!" he cried. "I will find a way to save you." "I will," she calls for her. "Philip," he cried, tears in his eyes. "Yes, Lionel? I'm listening. Talk to me," she scorned. "I loathe you." Saying that, she passed away. Philip cried and screamed, and so she died. After a few reincarnations, she miraculously returned once more as Anthea. Anthea again opens her eyes inside the door of darkness. A sharp shock ran through her. "Ah, that was my previous life?" The darkness sloshed around her, thick and suffocating. Then she stands up and remembers, "I was passing through the door of darkness. I just need to go a little bit further, toward that one visible light flickering in the distance." Step after step, she trudged forward. Looking ahead, she thinks, "But why is that light red?" Suddenly she heard a scream. She realized that's Sarah's voice. As she went in, whoosh, heat surged toward her. The entire hall was engulfed in fire. There Serpenia was trapped in a sphere. "Sarah!" Anthea shouted. Serpenia screamed, "It's hot! Save me! Save me, Lionel!" Sarah's voice cried back, desperate and pained. Anthea quickly stepped forward, saying, "I'm coming! I'm coming right now, Sarah!" But the closer she got, the hotter it became. Out! The fire roared. Swoosh! It was too hot. She staggered. She step by step gets closer. And there she was. Serpenia see her, voice trembled. "Lionel!" Anthea reached to the sphere and said, "Yes, it's me. I'll get you out of there in no time." She used her power of light on the sphere. After a fierce collision, the sphere broke. Then, it was gone. The light, the heat, everything faded. She let out a sigh. "Lionel!" Sarah cried, pouncing toward her. "What took you so long? It took you too long. Do you know how long I've been calling out for you? You said that you'd always be by my side," she replied. I'm sorry, Sarah. Do you know how much I've been suffering? I hate you," she sobbed. Anthea thinks, 1,000 years of pain. Because of the light power I had handed over to her, she had been trapped in that torment for all that time. "Alone in this hell," she said. "I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm really sorry." But Serpenia shook her head. "No, don't be. It's not your fault, Lionel." She turned issue cold. "It's Philip's fault. I'm going to kill him," she hissed, stepping forward. "Wait, Sarah," Anthea called. "Philip is dead. 1,000 years have passed already." "I know." Her eyes burned with fury. "Philip gave birth to an offspring, and that offspring had an offspring, and that offspring had an offspring, and then he was reincarnated." She clenched her fists in rage. "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill all of them. All of Philip's children and the country he established. All of it." Hearing that, Anthea said, "No, you can't, Sarah. Don't do that. You can't kill innocent people in the name of revenge," Serpenia argued. "Innocent? How are they innocent? They locked me up. For the past 1,000 years, they locked me up and cheered endlessly. Philip, his descendants, and his subjects are all the same," Anthea replied. "Sarah, I can't even imagine how painful it must have been for you. But those people didn't know. They were tricked by Philip's words." "Lionel," her voice turned to rage. "Why are you taking those humans' side? You're my friend. You should be getting revenge with me," Anthea said. "Sarah, if you do something like that, you'll end up regretting it." Serpenia paused for a second, then asked, "Is it because of the Imperial Prince?" she asked coldly. Anthea gets surprised. "You know about Blake? Of course. That child has my powers." She trembled, bitter. "So happy. I was in so much pain, but you and that child were happy every day." "Yes, that's right." Her voice grew distant. "Now that I think about it, you also changed when that child appeared," Anthea began. "What are you?" "I shall kill the Imperial Prince first," Serpenia declared. The air around her turned cold. "Then you'll probably return to me once more?" "You can't," Anthea called out. "Don't touch Blake. He's the one I love. Please, sir. Love? She stepped up to her, incredulous. You believe in such things even after seeing me? That rotten emotion is important enough for you to betray your friend? Anthea replied. I'm not betraying you. I just want to protect someone that's precious to me. Serpenia bites her lip in anger and trembles. She said, If the Imperial Prince is that precious, why don't you offer up your life in his place? Anthea, without missing a second, replied, Okay, I will. But promise you won't touch Blake. Upon hearing that, Serpenia let out a bitter laugh. You've gone insane. Fine, then let's do that. Saying that, she used her power. A surge of energy engulfs Anthea and she groaned. Ugh, pain tore through her. She gasped, thinking, it hurts. Is this how I die? But then she opens her eyes and it was bright. A soft chirping filled her ears. Chirp, Kyra. Her mind raced. Where is this place? I didn't die. I'm alive. I don't exactly know where I am. But the man in front of her when she opens her eyes was Blake. She instinctively knew that. He was Blake. You're awake. The voice reached her, calm and familiar. Before her stood a towering adult man with a defined jawline. So beautiful, but so different from the aloof Blake she was used to. She wonders what happened. Your Highness. Someone addressed him as steps approached. We should get going now. We've been delayed for too long. Edmund. Anthea's heart lurched. What's going on? She tried to speak, but no words came. As she raised her hand, she saw it was scarred, and her blonde hair, it was gone. She realized this is Sarah's body. She wonders what in the world is happening. Do not rush me, Blake said coldly. Edmund replied. Your Highness, you've been residing at the Valley of Chaos for well over 3 months now. The first Foundation Day celebration is coming up. Surely the Crown Prince should be there to honor them with his presence. Anthea thinks, this must be year 1000 of the Empire. That would make Blake 18, and me 20. 7 years must have passed since I entered the door of darkness. His Majesty will be there, Blake said. I don't need to be there as well. There's something more important I must find, Your Highness. Edmund hesitated. Perhaps it's time you let her go now. I'm sure that's what Her Highness would want as well. Blake puts his sword to his neck. Edmund, there are things that even you can't say. Blake's voice turned cold. Suddenly Anthea pushed Blake, shaking her head. I know you're angry, but you still shouldn't do this. Blake looks at her for a second. Edmund snatched her hand, saying, Such impertinence. How dare you lay your hands on me? I apologize, Your Highness. I'll be sure to have a stern word with her. Edmund bowed low. Anthea thinks in her mind, even when servants disrespected him, Blake used to let it slide. But now, he was drawing a sword on Edmund of all people. Had his temperament changed in these 7 years? Then Blake pulls her close, grabbing her arm. Your Highness, Edmund pleaded. That maiden just doesn't know better, he replied. I'm aware. I just wish to converse with her. You may leave us. Yes, Your Highness, Edmund said, retreating. I shall take my leave. Anthea's heart raced. I was so shocked. Then Blake turns to her. Who are you? His gaze pierced through her. You recognized me, and Edmund as well. She tried to speak. I'm Anthea. But she couldn't speak. He asked, Are you unable to speak? She nodded, so he said, Then, write your name. He handed her his hand. Her heart pounded. His tender, pudgy hands of childhood are gone, only slender, sturdy hands remained. She was about to write, but nothing came to her mind. Wait, I can't think of any letters. Not the language of the Empire, not the ancient language, not the language of Chan, not even Korean letters. Do you not know how to write either? Blake asked gently. She retracted her hand, thinking, I didn't just lose the skills granted by the goddess blessing. I lost all the skills I acquired myself. I can't even write. It's alright, he said, his voice warm. You probably don't remember because you just woke up. It'll be okay. He patted her shoulder softly. Oh, this kindness. It reminds me so much of Blake when he was younger. How I miss that voice. She was about to cry, but she held it in with all my might. Then they went to the camp. Inside the tent they were drinking tea. Blake asked, Do you feel more relaxed now? She nodded. He smiled at Mare. Stay here. I'll grab you a blanket. Again she nods back. After he walked away, she looks at her reflection on tea. White hair as bright as light, blue eyes. On one side of her face, burn wounds stretched across her skin. This is definitely Sarah's body. She wonders, how did my soul end up in Sarah's body? The power of light, along with the mana that Anthea once held, it was all gone. She wonders, what do I do now? Suddenly a sparkle called, Liontel. A butterfly-like fairy appeared. Anthea thinks, a fairy? But no. As it moved, something familiar tugged at Anthea's memory. She realized, shocked, could it be a Marco? Oh, how did you know? I didn't think you would. The little figure beamed. I'm so pretty now. How did you recognize me? Anthea said inwardly. I just guessed, based on how you flew. You're so observant. Lie and tell. The tiny being swayed happily. I'm the goddess Fragment of Light. My name is Shell. I was restored to my original state because the goddess was freed. Thank you. She twirled in the air, glowing with joy. How cute, Anthea thought. But before she could respond, she grew more serious. Oh, right. I'm here today to deliver a message from Serpenia. A voice called with a flash. Anthea. That voice, it was Ser's voice. It sent a chill through Anthea. How does it feel to be abandoned? The voice echoed cruelly. You were so devoted to him, yet the crown prince you loved so much didn't even recognize you. She wanted to shout, why would you do something like this? You took my voice, my language skills, everything. You must be disappointed with the crown prince. Ser's voice taunted. He didn't recognize you just because you had a different face and lost the ability to speak or write. This is how superficial that love you believe in is. Now that your face is deformed, and you've lost the power of the light, there's no reason for him to like you. He'll probably abandon you the moment he realizes you're the real Anthea. I'm sure he'll move on to the next beautiful woman. In the end, he'll forget you ever existed. She wanted to refute her, to deny it, but no words came. Her throat felt tight. She thinks in her mind, once he finds out I'm Anthea, will Blake actually be happy? A terrible fear gripped her heart. What if he's not? I'm afraid. Lie and tell. Ser's voice softened. I'll give you one last chance as your friend. A chance? Anthea echoed silently. That's right. The chance for you to regain all that you lost. A strange dagger appeared before her. What is this? Stab Blake in the heart with this sword, Ser instructed. Hearing that, Anthea throws the sword away. The thought horrified her. Ser continued. Once that sword is drenched in the blood of the crown prince, everything will return to its rightful place. Your beautiful body, your voice, your language skills, the power of the light, everything. While trembling, Anthea reached to the sword. Serpenia added, that's it? Kill him? You just need to kill him. Kill the crown prince and return to only being my friend. Anthea throws the sword away and said, no need. You can take it. What? Serpenia hissed. You really want to live in that body for the rest of your life? Yes. She thought firmly. Why are you being so stubborn? Ser's voice grew frantic, angry. Anthea started coughing and blood spilled on her hands. Serpenia continued. That body will last you 100 days at most. Just do as I say so you don't regret it later. 100 days. Then Anthea remembers. You'll save many with your kind nature, but you won't be able to save yourself. Everyone will keep calling you foolish, but you'll throw yourself into the flames out of happiness. She hardened her resolve. This must be the moment of choice Bacon mentioned. Back then and even now, I wouldn't regret my decision. I'm not afraid of anything if it's for Blake, she said to Serpenia. I told you I don't need it. Take back the sword, Serpenia asked. Are you saying you'll die in his place? Are you an idiot? He already forgot about you. Even if he finds out it's you, he'll certainly abandon you. Yet you're still willing to give up your life for a punk like that? Yeah. Her resolve didn't waver. So go back. You will regret this, Ser whispered darkly. As the flash disappeared, Anthea thinks, I've made my choice. There's no going back now. I don't regret my decision, and I never will. The next day, as she blinks opens her eyes, Blake asked, You're up already? We'll be returning to the palace now. It might get a little noisy with all the preparations. Just hang in there. She quickly jumps from her bed and sits. Then Blake sat beside her and asked, Do you remember how to write yet? What's your name? I'll try to figure it out from the shape your mouth makes. But she doesn't do anything, no. I won't be alive for much longer. I can't become another burden to Blake after he's already suffered for 7 years. Do you not want to tell me? Blake asked gently. It doesn't seem like you've lost your memories. You remembered me. Her heart pounded so loudly, she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eyes. Her cheeks burned red with a blush. It doesn't seem like you're going to tell me, Blake said softly. I guess I have to give you a name then. That's what you want, right? She gave a small nod, he said. Then I shall call you Rose. Hearing that, she thinks Rose. The first flower Blake ever gave me was a red rose. Why did he choose that name? Did he recognize me by chance? She slinked back slightly. No, he doesn't seem to notice anything. Then again, Rose is a common enough name. Rose, I have to return to the palace. Blake continued gently, his eyes kind. And I want you to come with me. You'll come with me, won't you? His smile was so luminous, so warm. No one could possibly say no to that smile. She faltered, but again thinks, hold on. He's just going to bring a nameless, unidentified woman to the palace? Just then, a voice called out, Your Highness, the High Priest has arrived. Okay, Blake answered. He turned back to her. Just wait here for a little bit, Rose. Then Edmund asked, Your Highness, are you planning to bring that maiden back to the palace? Blake replied. I am, Edmund continued. Forgive me, Your Highness, but how about escorting the maiden back to her home? Taking an unidentified woman back to the palace will be. Hearing that, Anthea thinks, Edmund is worried, and for good reason. But just the thought of being apart from Blake is scary. He grabbed her hand and said, I shall return to the palace with Rose. Do not make me repeat myself, Edmund complied. As you command, Your Highness. Blake turned to her once more. Rose, I'll be right back. After that she went out of the tent. The warm sunlight bathed the world around her. She thinks maybe it's because 7 years have passed, but it feels so precious. Nearby the knights were chatting among themselves. One said, Phew, we're finally leaving. I thought we might be stuck ringing in the new year in the Valley of Chaos again. I know, right? I can't tell if I'm a royal knight or just a guard for the Valley of Chaos anymore. Another joked. Another said he has spent years looking for a dead person. Suddenly, there was a startled cry. Ugh, what's that woman doing here? As Anthea was passing by, he cried, horrified. One of others asked, What's going on? The first questioned. She's the woman we found yesterday. She's not coming with us, is she? One remarked. A monster like that? That came as a shock for Anthea. She thinks in her mind, Right now I am hideous, she realized bitterly. My whole body is covered in burn wounds. I wasn't aware of it when I was with Blake, but I'm clearly not okay to everyone else. One of the knights questioned. How? We don't even have a carriage. She'll have to ride behind someone. He'll probably make one of us do it, right? The other replied. I can't. I have too much stuff as it is. Hearing that, she thinks, I know they're the bad guys, but I can't help myself from feeling guilty. No need, Blake said firmly. Rose shall join me. Your Highness, welcome back. The knights bowed low. Blake continued. Furthermore, Paul and Matthew, you two will no longer be a part of the royal knighthood, starting today. One asked. Pardon? Why would we not be? Blake replied coldly. Surely, you're not asking me because you don't know. Then he turns to her, grabbing her hand. Let's go, Rose. Following him, Anthea thought, stripping them of their titles. Did Blake always have this side to him? He seems a bit unfamiliar at times. But when he looks at me, when he holds my hand, I still feel a warmth that hadn't changed at all. After they gets ready to leave. Here, let me help you up first. He lifted her up onto the horse. He said, It's fine if you don't know how to ride very well. You just need to sit there. She nodded, thinking, You've really grown up a lot, Blake. He gets on horse and said, Don't be scared. Josh is sweet. Hold the reins tightly. Moving too much is dangerous. He smiled at her. And Rose, don't let the negativity get to you. They dwell on appearances because they remain ugly on the inside. Upon hearing that, she thinks, he's talking about what happened before. He has grown so tall, and so much has changed. But his warm heart, it hasn't changed one bit. While traveling, they reached a mountainous path. The clops of horses continued. Suddenly Blake warned, Be careful, it's quite steep here. She only nodded, feeling his protective presence. He even draped his cape over her shoulders, shielding her from the cold. She wondered, Why is he being so nice to me? He must be helping me because he pities me. For a while now, she'd been aware of how firm his muscles felt behind her as they rode. You've really grown up a lot, Blake, she murmured inwardly. When he was younger, he had resembled his beautiful mother exactly. But now there was a bit of instant sharpness in his features, a charismatic elegance that made him striking. I can't believe that pudgy tummy became this. How hard did he work over the past 7 years? She thought, regret tugging at her heart. It would have been so nice if I could have been there for him while he was training so hard. The peaceful rhythm of hooves clip-clop was suddenly shattered. A deafening crash echoed around them. Rock slide! Someone shouted. Blake shielded her from the falling rocks. A boom shook the ground. Edmund shouted, Your Highness! Are you all right, Your Highness? After the rock slide finished, Blake quickly called out, Rose, are you okay? I'm fine. She trembled. But Blake's arm. There was a sound and blood marks on his arm. Oh, this is nothing, Blake said, brushing it off. That's not nothing, she protested, panic rising. It's obvious you're severely injured. Guilt overwhelmed her. It's because of me. If he were alone, he would have easily avoided it. If only I had some light power left, I could have healed him. Don't cry, Blake said softly. It was just an accident. Why would you blame yourself for that? He raised his hand using his power. See? I'm fine. To her astonishment, his wound disappeared before her eyes. Gone. Did he use the power of the goddess? Crying over such things, he added, voice gentle. You have quite a tender heart. He wipes her tears, asking. Or are you especially worried because it involves me? He even knows how to pull out a line like that now, she thought, her cheeks warm. Your Highness, are you all right? Edmund came dashing over, eyes wide. Don't fuss. It's nothing, Blake said, brushing him off. He protested. What do you mean, Your Highness? Look at how much blood you spilt, he replied. I healed it. I'm fine. You know that I'll always be the safest here. Thank goodness Josh is okay too. Let's get going, Blake said, lifting Rose back onto the horse. We have a long way to go. Edmund bowed. Yes, Your Highness. As they rode on, Edmund reported. Your Highness, we'll soon be arriving at the temple in Valen territory. We should rest there for today. You're injured, and you've used up all your light power. You need time to recover, Your Highness, Blake replied. I'm already fully healed, Edmund added. Lady Rose must be tired as well. It's harder on those not used to riding horseback. Right, Lady Rose? Blake also asked. Is that true, Rose? Rose hesitated. I'm tired and all, but I'm more worried about Blake getting some rest. We shall stay in Valen territory for the night, Blake decided. At the temple gates, the priest bowed deeply. We welcome the light of the Asterisk Empire, the Crown Prince, His Highness, Blake replied. Thank you for your warm hospitality despite it being a sudden visit. I'd like to ask for room and board, just for tonight, the head priest bowed. Of course, Your Highness. We'll make sure you're comfortable. Later in his room, he was changing cloths. He thinks in his mind, I'm sure she'll stop worrying now. The sight of blood probably scared her even more. Then, a knock sounded at his door. Edmund came in and said, Pardon me, Your Highness. They say your meal is ready. Is anything causing you discomfort? Blake replied. I'm fine. Where's Rose? I'd like to eat my meal with her, so Edmund guided him. Meanwhile, in Anthea's room, she thinks, the room at the end of the hallway. I'm sure it's quite far away from where Blake is staying. I hope he's okay. He must be tired after using the power of light. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Rose. May I come in for a moment? She realized that it is Blake. He entered quietly. Are you hurt anywhere? Today was pretty tiring, wasn't it? I'm fine, she thought, though her thoughts were elsewhere. But I'm more worried about Blake's wound. My arm? It's perfectly fine now. He smiled, as if to reassure her. But she remembered he always used to say that, even when he was hurt. And still, she couldn't shake the worry. Why did Sir let Blake keep his powers? What if the power of light was distorted? I'm worried. You are worried, aren't you? He said softly. Do you want to see it for yourself? She nodded. Yes, he teased, a playful glint in his eyes. You keep trying to strip me. Hearing that, her face turned red. She flailed, flustered. You're making me look like a weirdo. I just want to check your wound. I know that's not what you meant. He unfastened his sleeve and showed her. Here. She examined her arm. The wound is really gone without a trace. It seems like the light power is really working. Thank good. She stopped. You're going to embarrass me if you touch me too much, Blake said with a soft laugh, cheeks warming as she realized how close she'd leaned in. She scrambles, blushing. I guess I inspected the wound spot too well, she thought, pulling back. He grabs her hand and said, You don't need to run away. Is there any other spot you want to check? He asked, his tone half teasing, half sincere. Her eyes strayed despite herself. His hands are long and slender. His arms are sturdy, too. When did he grow up like this? She shakes her head. Rose, he said, gently breaking her reverie. You must be hungry. Let's eat. At the dining table, he said. I told them to make the meal light since it hasn't been too long since you've recovered. He asked, Is it good? She tasted the food. They were clearly made with fresh ingredients. How could it taste bad? She gave an acceptance nod. He smiled. That's good to hear. After a few moments, You really seem to like perilla leaves, Blake noted, watching her. Perilla leaves? She flinched, surprised. He continued, How strange. Perilla leaves aren't really eaten by the people in these parts. Its strong scent turns them off. That's right, she thought quietly. We used to grow perilla leaves in the greenhouse at Amoria Castle. Even when we were at Amoria Castle, you and I were the only ones who enjoyed them. They did say the Western lands, including the Aztec Empire, didn't eat them. After a while, she set down her utensils. That's enough of the meal. Let's have tea and dessert. She put sugar to her tea, then smiled softly as she sipped the tea. It's good. It's been so long since I've had hot black tea. Blake watched her, then said, Rose, I keep thinking that you really resemble someone I know. My wife. Hearing that, she felt a thud in her mind. He continued, she always used to add cubed sugar and a spoonful of lemon jam to her tea, too. She thought he still remembers that. He went up to her. Rose. His voice was serious now. Let me ask you one more time. You knew me before we met, didn't you? You knew my name was Blake. And you knew Edmund too. You started crying when I got hurt. You weren't just surprised. You were genuinely worried about me and blamed yourself. He pulls her face to him. Look at me in the eyes. Who are you? And at last, she understood. I figured out why he was being so nice to me. It wasn't just pity. From the start, he thought there was a chance I was Anthea. Even when I had on a different face, lost my language skills, and lacked the power of light, he recognized me. Show me with your lips, he said softly. You don't need to make a sound. She thought if I tell him my name, Blake would believe me, that I was Anthea Rose. She tried to speak, but a sudden pain tore her body. She swayed, ABD fell unconscious. Blake quickly grabs her and shouted, Wake up. Rose. He took her to a bed. Later the physician checked up on her and said, She's just running low on energy. There's nothing particularly wrong with her. Make sure she remains calm and rests when she wakes up. Thank you, came the reply. You may leave, the physician replied. Yes, Your Highness. After they left, Blake asked, full of concern. Why are you so weak? He squeezed her hand. Then Anthea opens her eyes. Blake quickly calls, Rose, are you awake? Relief flooded his voice as she nods. Thank goodness. I'm so relieved. He continued to hold her hand until she opened her eyes. It was warm, comforting for Anthea. Later a priest came to Blake. Your Highness, it's High Priest Aaron. I rushed over when I heard you were returning to the palace earlier this year, Aaron said. Thank you, Aaron, Blake replied. I have a bit of an urgent request, Aaron replied. I am at your service, Blake asked. Is there a cure for old burn wounds, or a way to help someone who's unable to speak? Aaron paused, then asked carefully. By chance, is this regarding the maiden you arrived with? Blake said. It is, Aaron explained. All of the temple's healing powers come from mana stones. The power of the goddess is incomparable. If it's something you can't do, I certainly won't be able to, Your Highness. Upon hearing that, Blake said, I see. Aaron thinks in his mind. He never leans on others or shows weakness, and yet, it's clear he cares for that maiden very deeply. The maiden the crown prince brought with him. Her identity was unknown, her body covered in horrific burn wounds. But that wasn't the only issue. I sense she's under some sort of power, one that would force someone to walk down a treacherous path just to be with her. However, His Highness is someone who even overcame a curse from the goddess. He can overcome anything. Your Highness, Aaron said solemnly. I offer you my blessing as the High Priest. Blake smiled. Thank you, Aaron. Anthea was sitting under a tree while others were preparing to leave. She thinks they're busy preparing to leave. Maybe it's because Blake stayed by my side and nursed me all night. I feel much better, she wonders. Is Blake still not back from the temple yet? When will this damn nomadic life end? Someone nearby muttered. I know, right? Another chimed in. Lord Edmund was completely caught off guard by that boulder yesterday. Maybe we won't be camping outside for a while, First replied. Come on. As if His Highness would listen to anybody. You never know, someone said. People from Amoria Castle said he can be surprisingly weak at times. And after his royal nuptials, he won't be able to come out even if he wanted to. After hearing that, Anthea repeated quietly. Nuptials? Blake is getting married? Maybe he'll settle down after that, one said. Diana is graduating this year, right? Right. A lot of people had high hopes for her when she entered school, but she took a leave of absence to look for her sister. She ended up taking 2 years off. Anthea thinks in her mind, Diana took 2 years off because of me? One of the guards continued. Wait, but you don't think Diana and His Highness will hold hands and go looking for Her Highness after they get married, right? The other said. Bite your tongue. You can't just keep searching for someone who already passed away. The living need to continue living. Yeah. 7 years have passed since I went missing, Anthea thought to myself. I'm sure all of them went through so much during that time and experienced things I know nothing about. So, he's going to marry Diana, just like in the original story. Why didn't I ever consider that he might have found someone else? He's all grown up now. Rose, what are you thinking so hard about? Blake's voice cut through her thoughts. Let's go. I prepared a carriage. As she followed him, she wonders, why is he being so nice to me? It only leaves me more confused. She pulls away her hand, so he asked, Rose. She looked down thinking, I need to prepare myself first. Prepare to let him go. Rose, let's get going now, okay? Blake said gently. You didn't get that much sleep last night either. Looking at him, she thinks those kind, warm eyes, they haven't changed one bit. They're still filled with the same concern I remember from 7 years ago. Just like back then. I couldn't bring myself to let go of his hand again. Then they went and rides the carriage. During their journey, Blake asked, How are you feeling? She said, inwardly smiling. Good, my hands are actually aching a bit, but I don't want to tell him. I don't want him to worry. You can let me know if you're not feeling well, he said softly, as if sensing something. You can tell me, okay? She nodded and thinks, maybe he noticed. Maybe he saw I wasn't looking too well. He can be so perceptive sometimes. You might experience some hardships in the future, he added. Just don't let whatever anyone says about you get to you. He picks up her hand and kissed it, saying, You are the most beautiful person there ever was, Anthea. She gets startled. What did he just say? Those red eyes, sharp enough to pierce through anything, were looking straight into me. He knew me, and he knew me, and I knew him. But I'm positive he's not certain yet. He probably just said my name to see how I'd react. She wonders, how should I respond? She thought Sarah was wrong. Blake didn't abandon me because of how I looked. But still, many years have passed. The place I once held in his life, that empty spot, has likely already been filled. If I reappeared now, I'd only end up shaking the lives of two people who barely managed to put themselves back together. Especially if this body I'm in is cursed, and won't survive the year. It's just more reason to stay hidden. Anthea died 7 years ago. Maybe it's better for me, for Blake, even for Diana, to let it stay that way. She clenches her hand and said quietly, Anthea? Who's that? Blake asked. I guess you don't know who Anthea is? She shakes her head. I don't, he pressed on. Are you sure? She replied inwardly. I'm sure. Who's that? He said. She's my wife. She looks at him all serious but remains quiet, then turns her head towards outside. The clip-clops of the horses continued, but inside remains silent. Anthea thinks in her mind, I feel like I'm suffocating. I shouldn't have followed Blake here. Amidst all the chaos, I unknowingly ended up leaning on him. 2 days ago, I vomited blood. Yesterday, I lost consciousness and collapsed. I don't think I'll even survive 100 more days in this body. And I don't want the last image I leave him with to be a sick, dying one. I don't want to reopen wounds that barely managed to heal. She wonders, but where should I go? After I leave Blake, where can I go? You look like you're about to leave, Blake said suddenly, watching her closely. My wife always had a similar expression on her face. She promised me she'd come back, but she never did in the end, she said calmly. Don't think about leaving me. I won't lose you ever again. I'm not this woman you speak of, she said quietly. He grabs her hand and said, all serious, I will not let you go. Not this time. Once again, she looked into his eyes, burning with passion, so she couldn't bring herself to lie or do anything. At their arrival, the knights and servants were lined up for their welcome. We've arrived at Florence Castle, the coachman announced. Anthea looks outside the carriage and exclaimed, Florence Castle. It's just as grand as the Imperial Palace. She looks at Blake and thinks, he's no longer that adorable boy from my memories. He is now the crown prince of the Western Empire, Blake La Ruse Zerathilian. Rose, Blake said, offering his hand. Let's go. She gets out following him and thinks, I've finally returned to the place I've been dying to come back to. And now, I have no idea what I must do. As they reached the door, all the maids bowed. Greetings to the crown prince, the light of our empire. Blake gave a curt nod. Melissa, I'm assuming there were no issues at the castle while I was gone? Yes, your highness, Melissa replied. This is Rose, he continued. She's my special guest. Please show her to the second floor. Rose is unable to speak. Melissa bowed slightly. It's nice to meet you, Lady Rose. My name is Melissa Lade, and I'm the head maid at the castle of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Anthea bowed in return. Melissa, she managed to become head maid. It's nice to see her again after all this time. They walked through the halls and reached her room. She looks around and thinks, my goodness, he didn't change a single thing. All my furniture from 7 years ago is still here. A knock interrupted the quiet moment. Greetings to the Crown Prince, the light of our empire. A voice rang out again. It was Hans, the Lord Chamberlain. Your Highness, His Majesty awaits you. Please come follow me. That's enough, Blake said firmly. I told you and Melissa that such formal greetings weren't necessary. Hans bowed, hesitant. How can I not? Everyone in the palace is required to adhere to a certain level of decorum. You never change, do you? Blake muttered with a small smile. Then, turning back to Anthea, he added, Hans, this is my special guest. Please take the utmost care of her, he complied. Yes, Your Highness. Blake looked at her again. Rose, I'll be right back after I pay my respects to His Majesty. Get some rest, okay? She looked around the room, then sits at bed thinking, it feels strange to see the furniture I used to use again. It's odd. My voice, my looks, even the power of the light. I lost it all. But when I'm with Blake, I feel like nothing has changed. Suddenly the fairy Shell appeared there. Hello, Liontel? Shell, it's been a while, Anthea said. What are you doing here? The fairy replied. I came to deliver a message from the goddess today, the goddess said. Liontel, how does it feel to live with that exterior? Don't you just want to get rid of that hideous body, the one scorned by all? I don't think it's hideous, she answered quietly. It's just scarred. Don't act all pretentious, Serpenia snapped. Don't you want to return to your former body? The one praised by all for its beauty? Don't you regret turning down my proposal with every fiber of your being? Anthea replied. I've never regretted that, sir. Her voice dropped to a sneer. Were you moved because the Crown Prince showed you some pity? I'm sure he'll feel sorry for you momentarily. But how long do you think that will last? In the end, he'll abandon you and marry another woman. I'm sure he'll shudder when he realizes you've returned as that disgusting woman, Anthea replied. Blake wouldn't do that. Ha! Don't make me laugh, Sir spat. Humans' hearts always change in the end. Even Philip abandoned me because of my scars, Anthea flinched. What? That wasn't the reason. Philip was only using her from the beginning. He abandoned her as soon as he gained the power of the goddess. Did she forget that? Then the goddess said, Liontel, as your friend, I'll give you one last chance. Kill the Crown Prince. Let's wipe out this despicable empire and become the sole survivors. I can't do that, she whispered, horrified. Outrage flickered across her face. A lot of these people, they're precious to me. I can't kill them and be the only survivor. How pathetic, Serpenia snarled. What an imbecile. You'll be miserably abandoned in the end. Let's see how long that conviction of yours lasts. You'll come back to me. You'll beg for everything to return to the way it was, sooner or later. What are you planning to do? Anthea asked, fear creeping in. Sir, you. A knock broke through the tension. Blake came and said, Rose, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Let's go eat. Okay. But Anthea couldn't help the worry growing in my chest. She thinks she's not going to do something to Blake. Is she? She squeezed his hand. I didn't want to ever let go of it again. I didn't want to ever lose this smile again. I want to protect him, at least, while I'm still alive. With that silent vow to protect him from Sarah, she persuaded herself to stay at the castle, for now. Blake was busy with state affairs as Crown Prince, but he made an effort to spend his free time with her. He taught her letters and read her books. This is your name, he said one afternoon. Rose. Try writing it yourself. She tried. Say, well done. He clapped, beaming. She felt proud thinking, I was the one who taught him 7 years ago, and now I'm the one learning from him. It feels pretty good to be praised for small things. She thinks, the time we spend together, smiling, learning and sharing is precious to me. Every day, I find myself thinking, how nice would it be if this moment could last forever? Time continued to pass, as it always does, and the Empire's Foundation Day celebrations were fast approaching. Rose, are you ready to go? He asked one morning, she said inwardly. Yes, he offered. Here, take my hand. There's someplace we're going to stop by first before our outing today. Okay. She took his hand. While in carriage she remembers, hold on. I recognize this path. We're going to stop by Amoria Castle, he said. It's been a while. I wanted to pay a visit. Clip-clop. The sound of the carriage wheels echoed through memory. Amoria Castle, where Blake and I spent our childhoods. Why is he trying to bring me there? She clenched her hands. I should ask him about that place as if I don't know it, but when they locked eyes after he mentioned where they were going, she couldn't say anything. She just nodded. Standing under a tree, she looked at the palace. She thought, I recognize this view. It's as if time stopped here. It looks exactly the same as it did 7 years ago. If I'm being honest, I've missed this view too. This place, he said softly, was our own little world for Anthea and me. And do you know why I brought you here? She stared at him. Her heart raced as he gets close to her. I never knew I could read lips before, he murmured. Not anybody else's. Just yours, Rose. Everything from the way you move your mouth when you talk to the gestures you make reminds me of my wife. That's why I could read them. All my senses are telling me that you are Anthea. His voice was full of quiet certainty. Anthea, I know it's you. Please, just be honest with me. She thinks I want to tell him that it's true, that I am Anthea. Suddenly someone interrupted the moment. Just a moment, you can't just enter like that. Someone cried from outside. Step by step as they gets closer, someone called from behind. Crown Princess. A girl looking like Anthea came with a person following her. She said, beaming. Here you are. She smiled brightly. Your Highness. Looking at her, Anthea felt shock. That's Anthea, she calls him. Your Highness. Blake looks at her stunned. Then Edmund's voice rang out, breaking the still air with urgency. Your Highness. His Majesty is urgently looking for you. Moments later, Blake stood before the Emperor. He said, Your Majesty, I hear you were looking for me. Welcome, Blake, the Emperor said, his voice steady. Did you see Anthea? I received word she went to see you. There was a pause, then a quiet swing of a door. Fake Anthea came with Richard and said, Your Highness. Blake turns to her thinking. If Anthea had a chance to reach adulthood, is that what she would look like? The memories returned like a rush of cold wind. When Anthea went missing, countless impostors surfaced. Girls with blonde hair and green eyes pretending to be her. But the resemblance always ended there. Their eyes held no warmth, their voice no echo of the girl who had vanished. Thenston, unwilling to put Blake through more pain, had each one intercepted, punished before they could get close. But this time was different. For the first time ever, the same Emperor who had turned away every false Anthea did not turn away this maiden. Why is he here? Blake asked. I'm talking about Richard Carseal. Richard stepped forward and bowed low. Greetings to His Highness, the light of the Empire. He is the one that brought Anthea here, the Emperor explained. He says he found her unconscious near the orphanage he runs. Richard, Blake thought. The name stirred something dark. He was the sole survivor of the Carseal family imprisoned for their treasonous acts. Duke Carseal, his own father, had attempted to silence Richard by setting fire to their estate. Frank, the Duke's favored eldest son, had perished in the flames. During the investigation, the truth emerged. Richard had been abused since childhood. Public sympathy poured in for the boy who had suffered in silence. In the end, the Emperor stripped the Carseal family of their noble title, seized their holdings, and closed the case. And now, after 7 long years, that same Richard had reappeared with the missing Anthea. Something about it felt off. Then Anthea grabs Blake's arm and said, Your Highness, come closer. We need to talk. Blake gets free his arm and said, I have a matter to discuss with His Majesty. All of you leave us. Perhaps you're being too heartless. The Emperor muttered as the door closed behind them. Then Blake replied, There's no proof that maiden is Anthea. Have you confirmed her identity? She says she's lost all her memories. The Emperor replied, But that child, she's a linguist. A linguist? Blake echoed. The Emperor continued, That's correct. Only a select few at the palace knew about her secret linguistic powers. That's not all, she also possesses the power of light. I am certain that child is indeed Anthea. It's a reasonable assumption, Blake conceded. But why can't I stop thinking about Rose? When Blake returns, Your Highness, a voice called, followed by a pounce. Are you done with your conversation? Blake looked down, getting free his arm. I heard you've lost your memories. Yes, she replied shyly. He asked, Are you hurt anywhere? She replied, Thankfully, no, Edmund, Blake said. Escort this maiden. Edmund bowed. Yes, Your Highness. All the evidence pointed to one conclusion. She was the real Anthea. Blake knew he should refer to her as the Crown Princess. That's what he should be doing. But for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Later, the maids at the palace were whispering to each other in the corridor. One questioned, Is she really the Crown Princess? Are you sure Her Highness is back? The other replied, Not a clue. There've only been impostors until now, First said. She must be, if they gathered all of us. They gathered maids to clean the entire palace. All of you, be quiet, Melissa snapped. A sharp clap echoed to still the room. Her Highness, the Crown Princess, will be arriving shortly. The real Anthea was also there. Her mind raced. Who is she? How did she show up here looking exactly like me? Then the door opens and the fake Anthea came, walking elegantly. Looking at her, Anthea thinks, she is undeniably the real Anthea. She stepped forward. It's nice to meet you. I'm Anthea. Gasps Chatter shock. The crowd erupted. One maid whispered, Her Highness was really alive. Looking at her, Anthea thinks, I know for sure when she immediately spotted me in the crowd. She smiled at me. That woman is Serpenia. Serpenia was possessing Anthea's body. Is that really Her Highness? For real? Whispers swirled through the gathered crowd. Anyway, she's quite beautiful, isn't she? Someone murmured. No wonder His Highness could never forget her. Then, a wavering voice called out. Is that Your Highness? Is that really you? A soft sob followed. You look so well. Serpenia paused, scanning the surroundings with uncertain eyes. I've never been here before, right? Pardon? Well, the maid asked, caught off guard. Then Edmund explained gently. Her Highness has lost her memories. They should gradually return in time, Melissa said. I see. Then Serpenia straightened. I want a tour of the palace, Melissa quickly offered. I can show you around. No. Serpenia's tone was firm. She pointed across the hall. I want that woman to show me around, the one with white hair. She never once bowed after seeing me. Your Highness, Melissa replied hesitantly. Regretfully, Lady Rose is not a palace maid. Serpenia shrugged. I want her. But... The servant tried again. Serpenia cut in. Are you ignoring me just because I returned without warning? I am the Crown Princess. And you can't even do that much for me? Melissa replied. Lady Rose is His Highness's guest. She hasn't been at the palace for too long. I mean, I'm sure she still knows more than me. Serpenia muttered. After a tense pause, Anthea raised her hand. She writes on a paper to tell them. After reading that, a maid said, Your Highness, Lady Rose has agreed to show you around. Then they went for the tour of the place. At a door, Serpenia asked, Is this the room of His Highness, the Crown Prince? Melissa replied. Yes, Your Highness, she insisted. I want to go inside. I'm sorry, but you must have permission from His Highness first. The maid responded. I can't do anything here, she muttered, annoyed. Then, which room is next to his? The maid bowed. His esteemed guest, Lady Rose, is currently residing in that room. Without warning, Serpenia opens the door to the room. Your Highness, you can't just enter like that, the maid called. But Serpenia ignored them, turning to Rose again with a smile. Can you show me around? I believe you said you would. Anthea nodded silently. The rest of you, stay out here, Serpenia instructed. There's something I want to tell her privately. The door clicked shut behind them. You use this nice room all by yourself? Serpenia asked, giving a mocking huff. Ha! I'm not sure you're even worthy of such things. And it's right next to the Crown Prince's room, no less. Anthea stiffened. Sir, what in the world are you planning to do? Why did you switch our bodies? Serpenia chuckled lightly. You figured it out already? How boring. I wanted you to feel what abandonment is like too. And now, you will be abandoned soon enough. What? Anthea whispered, stunned. Do you think he'll pay you any mind when the real Anthea has returned? Her voice dripped with malice. I gave you a chance, and you just ignored me. You can beg all you want now, it won't make a difference. This body is mine now. You'll meet a tragic death once the Crown Prince leaves you, she hissed. Both of you shall meet tragic deaths. Anthea trembled. What is she trying to do to Blake? Ha! Even now you're worrying about the Crown Prince first? Serpenia scoffed. Anthea questioned. You promised you'd leave everyone alone in exchange for my death. Who cares about other people right now? She snapped. You're finished. You're done for. Beg. Beg me for your life. Forget the Crown Prince, worry about yourself. Just then, knock, knock. The door creaked open. Serpenia stopped, turning towards it. Rose? Blake's voice cut through the tension. Serpenia's expression shifted. Your Highness! She went to grab his arm. When did you get here? But Blake stopped her and questioned. Why are you here? This is Rose's room. Well, Serpenia said innocently. Lady Rose invited me. I also wanted to see your room, but the maid stopped me. They did the right thing, Blake replied flatly. The bedroom of the Crown Prince isn't open to all. Serpenia tilted her head. I also want to see my room. I assume it's much better than this one. I think it'd be best if you stayed at Cephia Palace, Blake said. Pardon? She asked, surprised. I don't want to be away from you, Your Highness, Blake said. Anthea frequently stayed at Cephia Palace. If you have truly lost your memories, staying there might help you recover them. Her eyes softened. Then, can you take me there? I don't want the other knights to. I get scared. She suddenly reached out, grabbing his sleeve. When I fell through the door of darkness, my whole world grew dark. It was just an empty void. I'm scared, Your Highness. I don't want anyone else but you. Blake froze looking at her. Anthea was standing there watching. She thinks, the memory of pitch darkness, past the door of darkness. Her hand clenched unconsciously. That's my memory. Blake sets his arm free from her grip. Serpenia looked at him shocked. Your Highness, then Blake said, I will escort you there. Serpenia said beaming. Thank you, Your Highness. Then she looked towards Anthea ominously and said, Let's go, giving him push forward. Then Blake turned to Anthea and added, I'll be right back. Okay, Anthea said quietly, moving her lips. When they left, Anthea sat on bed thinking, I heard Sarah brought Richard with her to the palace. Her heart pounded. She brought Richard, the reincarnation of Philip, the very man who sealed her behind the door of darkness. How did those two even meet? Why did they show up here together? She clenched her fists. I just can't figure it out. But there's one thing I know for certain right now. Blake is in danger. Serpenia's words still echoed in her head. You'll meet a tragic death after the Crown Prince abandons you. Both of you shall meet tragic deaths. No, Anthea whispered, standing up abruptly. I can't just stand by and watch. I have to expose Anthea as a fake. I must protect Blake. Later, while walking outside, Anthea thought, up until now, I had kept my true identity hidden, not wanting Blake to suffer when she left. My plan was to disappear quietly, without a trace. But this is no time for hesitation. I need to expose Sarah and Richard's true identities. I need to reveal that I'm Anthea. Then Blake came there and said, Rose? It's cold. Why are you out here? Blake's voice came softly. I guess you rushed out to follow after me. Your hair is all messed up. He approached her, his tone gentle. Did you have something to tell me? She nodded slowly, then began, I am. But suddenly her body failed her. She thought, what's going on? Why can't I open my mouth? Her body swayed. She felt like her whole body is paralyzed. Rose, what's wrong? Are you all right? Blake caught her. This isn't going to work, he said firmly. Let's go back inside. He lifted her effortlessly. I'll bring you to your room, Anthea said inwardly. I want to tell him. I want to tell him that I'm Anthea. I have to tell him. Blake's voice was kind as he laid her down. Going out today must have tired you out. Get some rest. I'm okay, she managed, though her body still felt heavy. Whenever I try to tell him that I'm Anthea, my whole body freezes. Sarah must have placed a ban on me. She did it to make sure I can't tell anyone who I really am. Even if I can't reveal my true identity, I must still expose Anthea as a fake. Rose, Blake said softly, don't push yourself any further today. Just get some rest. I want to write. She moved her lips. Blake replied, Okay, I'll grab you a pen and notebook. But as she reached to write, panic rose in her chest. Oh no, I can't think of a single letter. Her mind was blank. Did she take my voice and my ability to write too? Because she's trying to do something with my body? She clenched her lips, frustrated. Blake asked, Do no letters come to mind? Blake noticed her distress. It's okay. It's probably because I'm a bad teacher, he said gently. You can take your time to learn them. No, Anthea thought. Even if I learn how to write again, the ban won't be lifted. I won't be able to expose the truth. At this rate, Blake will remain in danger. Tears began to fall. What should I do now? Seeing that, Blake giggles lightly. Don't cry, Rose. You cry so easily. You're just a big baby. He stroked her cheeks gently. Ha, our baby is a crybaby, he teased. See, crybaby? She blinked, tears still glistening in her eyes. This is not the time to tease me. So annoying, she huffed. I am 2 years older than you. Oh, you're 2 years older than me? Blake repeated with a small smile. She realized. Oh, I guess I'm able to say my age now. Blake smiled. So, you're 2 years older than me. He smiled again. Don't cry, Rose. Everything is going to be okay. She nods to him, so he smiles. The next morning, with the chirping of the birds, Anthea stands in front of the mirror and thinks, I need to pull myself together now. I was able to recover memories from 1,000 years ago and save Sarah. But now, our bodies were switched, and time has passed. I'd originally thought I would leave quietly so I wouldn't hurt Blake. But things have changed. I must do whatever it takes to reveal that I'm the real Anthea and expose Sarah as the fake. She gets ready elegantly, Looking at herself in the mirror, she resolved, I am not Lionel Valencia. I will not helplessly lose my life. I am Anthea La El Arathilian. The maids were whispering to each other in the hallway while cleaning. One said, So Her Highness is really back? The other replied, She must be. Didn't you see Melissa cry earlier? The first added. It's good news, but I'm a little sad. I've had this secret crush on the Crown Prince, the other replied. Don't be ridiculous. We could never be a match for Her Highness, first one agreed. That's true, she's just so beautiful. That monstrous woman will probably be kicked out soon, one said. Yeah, her scars are so scary too. They heard footsteps of someone approaching, so the maids turns to her. Anthea smiled as she gets close. The maids bowed. Oh, was Rose always that beautiful? She bowed instinctively. Such elegance. It's as if she's the crown princess herself. Meanwhile, at Blake's office, a servant informed him. So he repeated, She hasn't been feeling well since this morning? The door closes and Serpenia rushed to him, pouncing. Your Highness! I missed you so! He pushed her away lightly and said, I heard you were sick, she replied. I was so scared. My whole body trembled and ached. I thought we'd be sharing a bed when I got to the palace. It was so scary to sleep alone. Share a bed? Blake asked, a bit flustered. She squeezed his hand and said, We always slept holding hands like this, didn't we? She smirked, thinking, I saw them through the power of light I gave Lionel. The past 1,000 years are all jumbled and fragmented. But if I use Anthea's memories to my advantage, he'll start to trust me. Diana should arrive in a few weeks, Blake said, avoiding her. She should stop by often, so it'll be less scary. Diana? Serpenia asked. Blake replied, Your younger sister. She's been delayed because it's exam period at the academy. Serpenia said, I guess she didn't particularly miss her older sister for the past 7 years. That's not it, Blake replied. I postponed reaching out to her. She delayed returning to the academy for 2 whole years. But thankfully, her grades have been good since. She should graduate at the top of her class. I was planning to reach out after her exams ended. So basically, Serpenia scoffed. Graduating at the top of her class or whatever is more important than her own sister. Blake observed her. The real Anthea would never say something like that. Serpenia added, Or maybe she's just jealous. She lost her chance at having you for herself, after all. No, Blake said firmly. Diana isn't like that, Serpenia questioned. Don't tell me you also have affection for her, Your Highness. Blake turned, saying, I find myself at a loss for words. If you're not sick, I'll take my leave, she said coldly, turning. Why, Your Highness? She called out, but he doesn't stop and left. Meanwhile, Anthea was practicing writing. I am 2 years older than His Highness. I like roses, she thought. Even if I couldn't write anything specific about my true identity, I discovered I could still write general truths. Black tea is the best with lemon jam. She tried to write I love Blake, but couldn't. As expected, I was unable to write that. My mind has gone blank. Then Blake came there with tea. Rose, Blake said gently. Have you been studying since this morning? She moved her lips. Yes, he said. Don't push yourself too hard. Even if you can't write, I can just read your lips. He smiled, looking at the writing. I knew it. So you do like perilla leaves and lemon jam? Yes, I do, she mouthed. He stroked her hair and asked, Why do you look so pretty today? I do, she replied in surprise. He added, Yeah, although you're always pretty, she thought. In this moment, Blake smiling at me like that, saying such things, he looked even more beautiful than ever. Rose, he said, how would you feel about visiting Amoria Castle today? You weren't able to see everything last time. There are lots of fresh vegetables in the greenhouse, he added. Can I? She asked. She thought, even when Sarah showed up looking perfectly like Anthea, he still wants to take me back there. Of course, he said warmly, offering his hand. You're free to visit whenever you wish. She looked at him and thinks, how can someone be this kind? When I'm with Blake, I just automatically become Anthea. Okay, she said quietly. Let's go. They went to the greenhouse. Anthea observed, the vegetables I planted, they're all growing so well. She couldn't help but smile. Blake asked, Are you happy? Yes, she replied softly, still admiring the neat rows of thriving plants. Pick as much as you want. I'll ask the chef to cook them, he said kindly. Then he lifted a piece of red pepper. Rose opened wide. She hesitated. That red pepper was notoriously spicy, hot enough to make even the bravest connoisseur break into a sweat. And yet, Blake smiled so sweetly, so mischievously, as if nothing was wrong. How can he wear such a pretty smile while being so devious? Still, I wouldn't back down. My mouth has been trained to withstand even the spiciest of hot sauces. I shall show him. Not only would I eat it, I'd enjoy it. Let's see who's laughing now. As she opens her mouth, suddenly, a voice rang out. Your Highness! Serpenia came with Edmund. Blake turns to her and asked, What are you doing here? She stepped forward. You told me we used to spend a lot of time here. I came thinking it might help me recover my memories, but I was so surprised to see it was so small and old. His Majesty is just far too mean. How could he exile you to such a decrepit palace, just because you were cursed? Assuming he only accepted you back after your curse was broken? That is simply unacceptable. I'm so disappointed in His Majesty. A firm voice interrupted her tirade. I believe I commanded that no one be allowed to enter Amoria Castle without my explicit permission. Leave. Edmund bowed, apologizing. Forgive me, Your Highness. Then Serpenia questioned. But what about that woman? Why is she allowed to be here? Why am I the only one forced to leave? Her voice trembled. Your Majesty, are you tired of me? I am Anthea. I'm the one who broke your curse. You should treat me well. Blake cut in coldly. Don't you dare speak my wife's name. Upon hearing that, she twitches. Pardon? You claim to have lost your memories, he said coldly. How are you so sure that you're Anthea? Go back to Cephia Palace and think about it carefully. Confirm whether or not you are really her. Serpenia tried to argue. Your Highness, Edmund cut in sharply. Let's go, Crown Princess. Blake felt throbbing remembering her words. His Majesty is just much too mean. How could he exile you here just because of a curse? But her words only rang hollow. The real Anthea would never speak to me like that, Blake thought. He recalled his memories, where Anthea told her, Amoria Castle is named after Amor as in love. His Majesty loves you. That's exactly why he had chosen this castle for you. Tears welled up in his eyes. Really? She continued. Of course. That's why he treats me so well as his daughter-in-law. His Majesty loves you, Blake concluded. Even if there's memory loss involved, someone's character doesn't change that much, he said aloud sternly. Nothing has been confirmed yet. Refrain from addressing her as the Crown Princess until every doubt has been quelled. Then Serpenia went to Richard. He asked her, What's the matter, Sir Richard? It doesn't seem like the Crown Prince likes me very much. Serpenia sobbed. That's not true, Anthea, Richard replied. You are the most beautiful in all the world, she asked, sobbing. Then why does he remain so cold? Maybe he found out I have feelings for you. That would be impossible, Richard answered, cautious. That is, as long as you didn't tell him yourself. She gets startled. I've never said a word, he replied. Okay, I believe you, Anthea. He fell in deep thought. It took 7 years. It took 7 whole years for me to get all the way here, after being stripped of my title and barely holding on to my life. I had no other choice if I wanted to survive. Duke Carseal was brainwashed by the dark magician Domaram and confessed to his crimes. After fulfilling his duties, Domaram took his own life in prison. Benston was after Domaram's instigator. Even though he was quite talented, he was no longer viable. I went into hiding, evading His Majesty's watchful eyes. I eventually managed to become the son-in-law of the Marquis Weston's family. Earning the affections of a woman wasn't difficult. Even though the Weston family was no longer as powerful as before, they still had wealth, plenty of funds from the donations nobles made to their orphanage. Then came a voice at the door. Sir Richard, we just discovered an unconscious woman in front of the orphanage. That's when she had shown up. Anthea, with memory loss. It seems the goddess of light is on my side, Richard thought darkly. Perhaps because of the memory loss, she's become quite a dull woman. But even so, she is cherished and treasured by the Emperor. She'll be useful at least once in the future. She is a bit tiresome, but thanks to her, I could now enter the palace freely, Serpenia said. I want to be with you, Sir Richard, he replied. Yes, Anthea, so do I. He leaned towards her and continued. But for that to happen, the Crown Prince needs to disappear. I know, she said. He asked. Have you been adding the drug? The drug that I gave you to add to the Crown Prince's meal a little at a time? Richard narrowed his eyes. You're not messing it up, right? Serpenia admitted. Oh, I actually haven't even shared a meal with His Majesty yet. What? Came the surprised reply. She continued. His Majesty is always with that Rose woman. She clenches her hand saying that. Rose, Richard muttered darkly. I heard the Crown Prince has been showing a lot of affection to that hideous woman from the Valley of Chaos. But still, How could he not have shared a single meal with Anthea after her return? This was not a variable I had expected. But I can't give up here. He caressed her, saying, he certainly is scum. He had pursued her sister the moment you disappeared. And now he didn't even spare you a glance, utterly captivated by another woman's charms. While you were desperately fighting for your life beyond the door of darkness, the Crown Prince had been indulging himself with parties, celebrating each day as if he hadn't a care in the world. Freed from his curse, he had bathed in joy and in doing so, completely forgotten about you. I know, Serpenia said, saddened. You mentioned your family members were wrongfully killed, all because of the Crown Prince, Richard replied. That's right. My family was sacrificed to cement his position, which is why we must get revenge. If the Crown Prince refuses to acknowledge you, then you should go to the Emperor instead. While leaving the palace, Richard was deep in thought. It's maddening. Anthea must take care of the Crown Prince as soon as possible. Then he takes a look at the Florence Palace and thinks, still as magnificent as ever. If I had been born a child of Thenston, all of this would have been mine. But soon, once the Crown Prince is out of the picture, the seat of the heir would return to me. I shall reclaim my fate. He clenched his fists again with determination. Just then he noticed someone. Who's that woman? He murmured, narrowing his eyes. Why is she heading toward the Crown Prince's castle? Oh, judging by her scars, she must be that brat the Crown Prince picked up. I just don't understand it. Maybe he picked up a hobby for collecting monsters since he used to be one. Still, since the Crown Prince seems to care for her, perhaps she'll become useful someday. Thinking that, he approached her. Hey, stop, he called out. The girl turned. He asked, are you a maid of the palace? Anthea thought warily. With Richard's intelligence capabilities, he should already know who I am. What's your name? He asked with that same smug smile. She thinks in her mind, why is he asking when he already knows? He must have approached me because he knows I'm close to the Crown Prince. I'd like to have a chat with you if I can, he offered. Are you free by chance? He smiled again. If you'd like, we could even leave the palace grounds. Ha, she scoffed inwardly. He's arrogant enough to think he could seduce anyone. He hasn't changed a bit. How despicable. Wait, stop! Hey! Richard called out as she walked away without a word. Without paying any mind, she turned and started walking away. Richard tried to call for her, wait, stop, but she left. After a few moments while inside the palace, she sighed to herself. Now I'm just in a bad mood for no reason. Let's just forget about it. She had managed to find some books on bands, but without her language skills, most of it was incomprehensible. She decided she wouldn't give up. She'd ask Blake or seek help from the Imperial Magician if she had to. She would find a way. Just then Edmund came there. Hello, Lady Rose. Hello? She greeted politely. She writes on a paper to ask, are you off to the drill hall? I heard the Order of Knights has some time off since Foundation Day is coming up, he replied. That's right, but the commander of the Imperial Order should keep his body in tip-top shape, she gushed. You're amazing. It's nothing, he replied humbly. It's just a part of my duties. Just then Blake came there and grabs her hand. He asked, what are you two talking about so happily? Rose turned and Edmund bowed. Your Highness, he gave a respectful bow. Sir Edmund is even training today, she added. It's his day off, but he refuses to skip training. Isn't that amazing? I see, the prince replied. I was actually thinking about training too. My body feels a bit off lately. He looked at Edmund. It's been a while. How about some sparring? Edmund gets excited. It would be an honor. What? Sparring? All of a sudden? Anthea gasped. He's going up against Edmund, the Imperial Knight Commander. Will Blake be okay? Then they went to the training hall. The knights gathered there, chattered among each other. It's been ages since we've seen His Highness's swordsmanship, another whispered. I know, right? And he's going up against Edmund. I can't miss this, another said. No one stood a chance against him after His Majesty. Hearing that, Anthea thought. After His Majesty? Which one are they talking about exactly? The match was about to begin. It's been a while, Edmund, Blake said, sword in hand. Let's start the match. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Chamber, someone knocked on the door. What is it? The Emperor called out. I still have matters to take care of. If it's not urgent. The door burst open. Your Majesty, Serpenia called. She ran in, tears spilling freely from her eyes. Anthea, what's the matter? The Emperor jumps from his place. Did something happen? He asked gently. Take your time. Tell me, it's just so hard. She sobbed. His Highness, the Crown Prince, he doesn't like me. It feels like everyone hates me. She gets close to the emperor crying. What do you mean? He asked gently, guiding her to sit. Slow down and start from the beginning. It's just so hard. She sobbed, her shoulders trembling. Melissa, the head maid, and even the head butler, they're no different. I was just trying to meet His Highness yesterday, and they got in the way. That doesn't sound like them at all, the emperor replied gently. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. My younger sister refuses to visit me. She choked out through tears. Diana is in the middle of an important exam, the emperor explained. We'll reach out to her as soon as it's over. Why do you keep taking everyone else's side, Your Majesty? She cried. I'm not taking sides, he said calmly. You can trust everyone at Florence Palace. I shouldn't have come. She jolted standing. If I had known it would be like this, I never would have returned. It would probably be better if I just disappeared again. Wait, Anthea, the emperor said quickly, stopping her. I'm sorry. Please don't cry. I haven't even had a single meal with His Highness yet, she whispered, tears slipping down her cheeks. I came back after 7 years, and I'm so sad. His Highness hates me. I'm sure that's not true, the emperor assured her. It's probably just a misunderstanding. It's been a long time, after all. I'll talk with Blake. Really? Her voice trembled with hope, he assured her. Yes, she replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. But despite the smile on her lips, unease stirred in the emperor's chest. Why do I sense such disharmony? He knew Anthea had falsely accused both Melissa and Hans, twisting the situation to fit her own narrative, and she showed no hint of remorse. He wonders what happened to her over the last 7 years. What made this child lose her light? He patted her, thinking, it's my fault. I failed to protect her. This is no one's fault but my own. Meanwhile, the duel continues. In the blink of an eye, the match ended. Blake had won. As expected, no one stood a chance against His Highness in swordsmanship. Even Sir Edmund, usually unshakable, has been thrown off balance. Onlookers whispered in disbelief. Another said, I've never seen the Knight Commander collapse like that. Another chimed in. Me neither. He's always been blessed with natural speed and trained harder than anyone else, someone said. And now, with the power of light on his side, no one can beat him. From a distance, Anthea watched, heart stirring. Blake, he's grown so much while I was gone. She swallowed. My cute bunny husband is gone. A small sigh escaped her lips. He's a real man now. Edmund, Blake called, his voice steady. Would you like to continue? Edmund stood up again and smiled. Yes, Your Highness. Of course, Blake replied. Fine. Saying that, he lunges and the spar continued again. Their swords clashed again, clink, clang over and over. One of the onlookers said, Wow, I lost track of how many matches they've done, another said. I know, right? And he's still able to get back up after all that. That's amazing, Anthea wonders. Is Blake really that strong? I feel like they should stop soon. Then with a swift attack of Blake, Edmund fell again. Anthea rushed to him. Sir Edmund, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? I think it'd be best if you stopped here, she writes anxiously. If the Knight Commander gets injured. I'm all right, Edmund said firmly. I need to endure this much. Sparring with His Highness is a rare opportunity, and I need the training. Seeing that, Blake remains still for a moment, then plops to the ground groaning. Anthea rushed to him, caressing his hand. Your Highness, what's wrong? Is something hurting? My wrist, Blake muttered, wincing. One of the knights shouted. Your Highness, did you hurt your wrist? Panic swept the grounds. They swarms around them, one said. His Highness is hurt, another said. He's collapsed, he needs treatment now. No, Blake exhaled sharply, brushing off the alarm. I'm fine. He pulled her into an embrace. Anthea wonders, blushing by his sudden action. What's going on? Blake said. I'm fine. Leave us now. Realizing the knights and onlookers quickly bowed and retreated, Edmund said. Why yes, Your Highness. We shall leave now. While leaving, one chatters. Let's hurry up. What's going on? Anthea wonders. Why is everyone leaving? She moved closer. Your Highness, your wrist, is it okay? He looked down at her, expression unreadable. No idea, she blinked. You only ever worry about others, he added quietly. You don't have any interest in me. Her breath caught and her heart raced after hearing that. You should worry about me too, he said quietly. She replied. That's because you're already so strong. But are you sure it's really hurting? It hurts, he replied, his voice soft, almost reluctant. Did something actually happen? She wonders, concern deepening in her expression. Maybe he grabbed the sword incorrectly while sparring? She gets teary thinking, despite his skill, There was still a physical gap between him and his opponent. Even with exceptional swordsmanship, strength alone isn't everything. I should have stopped them earlier, she thought. Her eyes began to well with tears. Then Blake said, I think I'll be all better if you hold my hand like this. Her gaze narrowed. She burst in rage. He was definitely faking it. He winced, overly dramatic. That wasn't funny at all, she snapped, trembling. I was really worried. He laughed, though it was sheepish. I'm sorry, but it feels good to have you worry about me. Don't say that, she whispered. You can't get sick. Okay, that was my mistake. Forgive me? He said, gently squeezing her face. So don't give me that face, he murmured. She smiled at him hearing that. Just then, a servant approached. Here you are, Your Highness, Hans said. His Majesty is asking for you, Blake replied. Tell him I'm busy at the moment. It will soon be time for Rose's lesson. His Majesty is? Anthea echoed, surprised. You must go now, he asked. But what about our lesson? It's fine. I already stopped by the library this morning, she reassured him. We can do my lesson later tonight. Tonight? He echoed, his expression softening. Okay, let's study tonight, he smiled. Later, in a quiet hall, he sat before the Emperor. Why did you ask to see me, Your Majesty? I hear you've been keeping your distance from Anthea, the Emperor said. He replied. There still has been no confirmation that woman is Anthea, the Emperor asked. Do you believe she isn't? He replied calmly. I do, Emperor asked. Is it because her personality has changed? Blake answered. You noticed that as well, Your Majesty? The Emperor replied. I'm aware she's different from before, but people change. Even a small wound can make someone into a completely different person. The time she spent behind the door of darkness couldn't have been easy. The Emperor continued. Blake, you should embrace that child and let her in, Blake said. But it's not just her personality. Her eyes, her gestures, the way she walks, even her smile, they all feel foreign to me. They only leave me with doubt. And the man who appeared with her, Richard, I find that suspicious as well, the Emperor admitted. He may be plotting something. I am already investigating Richard, the Emperor said firmly. He may be cunning, but language skills and the power of light cannot be faked. You know that. Blake remained silent, so he added. How about at least sharing a meal with her? I'm sure if you speak in a comfortable setting, her memories may begin to return. And once she feels at ease, she may start to resemble her former self. Yes, Your Majesty, Blake said after a moment. I shall do as you say. In exchange, I'd like you to meet someone, Rose the maiden discovered in the Valley of Chaos. Upon hearing that, the Emperor thinks. Rose? Blake had never let anyone in since Anthea. But this maiden, she's the first to spark his interest. I've been meaning to meet her. Fine. I shall, he agreed with a breath. Blake smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. In the kitchen later that day, panic was in the air. Rose was passing by, so she listens. What should we do? One of the kitchen staff asked, flustered. The other maid said, What do you mean? We have no choice but to make it ourselves. What's going on? Anthea thought, stepping closer. They should start serving meals soon. As Anthea approaches, a maid bowed to her. Lady Rose, Anthea writes on a paper and asked, Is there an issue in the kitchen? The maid replied. Well, we need to prepare His Highness's meal, but our sous chef is injured, and the head chef and assistants are outsourcing ingredients for the Foundation Day celebration. So we were trying to figure out what to do, Anthea suggested. I'll make it. I know how to cook, the maid asked, surprised. You will? Then another maid turned. What's going on? We can't let outsiders into the kitchen, the first maid replied. Lady Rose isn't an outsider. She's a guest of His Highness, the other replied. Okay. It's not like we have any other options. Let's leave it to her then. She can also take responsibility if something goes wrong, she muttered. She stepped up to Anthea, showing authority. Then you will also be responsible, she warned her. Anthea nodded. That's fine. I'm not sure if I'll be as good as I once was, but I can't let Blake starve. I'll give it my best shot. Later, seated in a quiet room, Blake was drinking tea when Serpenia in the body of Anthea approaches. As the maid opens the door, she comes in. Your Highness, she gave a small smile. I was so happy to receive your invitation. It feels like I'm dreaming. Sit, he said simply. Then she showed him a book and said, after setting in front of him, This is a book from the Chang Empire. The content is a bit challenging, but still very interesting. Would you like to take a look? Our meal hasn't been served yet, she added. Why don't I read you a passage? Blake refused. No. You should return to your seat. Okay. She sat down, feeling a little sad. It's obvious why this woman is reading the book so randomly. She just wants to show off her language skills, Blake thought, clenching his fists under the table. This is torture. I miss Rose. When Anthea was preparing food for Blake, a maid told her, Lady Rose, His Highness dislikes mushrooms. What is all that? One of them scoffed. You want to serve His Highness that monstrous dish? Watch what you say. Another snapped. That's a dish from the East. That's right. Someone else chimed in. I heard His Highness enjoyed Eastern dishes when he was younger. That was back when his palate was less refined. The first scoffed again. He doesn't eat things like this anymore. I've never seen him touch an Eastern dish the whole time I've been a maid. Let's just leave it out, she muttered. For all we know, it might be a plate of disease, the other maid protested. Are you kidding me right now? But Anthea stopped her. It's okay, Chelsea, she said. But Lady Rose, you already made it. It's really fine, Anthea said, forcing a smile. I don't want to see you end up in an uncomfortable spot because of me. She turned and stepped away. I should get going. As she was leaving, the maid called from behind. Lady Rose. While walking, she thought bitterly. I left pretending like it was fine, but I'm not. I was so happy to cook something for Blake after all this time. She walked quietly, her destination already in mind. I'm going to Amoria Castle. I want to look at the flower Blake gave me. Lady Rose, a voice called. Are you off somewhere? She turned to see Sir Edmund approaching. She greeted politely. Hello, Sir Edmund. I was on my way to Amoria Castle. I've received permission from His Highness. I'm aware, Edmund said with a nod. Let me escort you there. I was given strict orders from His Highness to keep you safe. Oh, thank you, she said. He replied. I should be the one thanking you, she asked. Pardon? I don't understand. If I'm being honest, Edmund said with a soft smile. His Highness was in quite a dark place after Her Highness, the Crown Princess, left. But he became a lot brighter after he met you, Lady Rose. It's been so long since I've seen His Highness smile. It's all thanks to you. Rose smiled gently. Even after all these years, Edmund still holds deep affection for Blake. He remains loyal. She felt warmth in her chest. I'm relieved to see Blake has so many good people around him. Back in the palace kitchen, a maid stood firmly. Lady Rose's dish will go out as is. I've already reached out to the chef of Sephia Palace and received permission. Chelsea, another maid hissed. Have you gone insane? What if His Highness gets sick? Chelsea said flatly. As if, the other asked in rage. What did you just say? Do you even know anything about diseases at all? Chelsea snapped. I can't believe you're talking about illness and contamination in front of someone suffering from burn wounds. Do you know how vulgar and idiotic you sound right now? The other questioned. What did you just say? The food is going to get cold, someone else shouted. It doesn't matter what it is, just serve something. His Highness and Her Highness are waiting, the other huffed. Humph. Do whatever you want then. In the dining hall, a maid stepped forward with a tray. Your Highness, please allow me to serve you your meal. Blake looked down and noticed. He asked, Who made this? Chelsea replied. Lady Rose did. Rose. His expression shifted. Where is she right now? The maid replied. She went to Amoria Castle. The wind stirred gently as Blake jumps from his place. Serpenia gets shocked, Your Highness. You need to eat something. As he was leaving, she calls again, Your Highness. But he doesn't stop and left. Meanwhile, inside the Amoria Palace, Anthea was standing in front of a canvas. This rose was the first gift Blake ever gave me, she thought as she looked down at the delicate flower, preserved in a small glass case. I wanted to see this flower again. Every time I looked at it, I was reminded of his kindness, and it felt like everything was going to be okay. Behind her, footsteps echoed softly. Blake called Anthea. A few moments ago, when Blake was running towards the Amoria Palace, he thinks, Anthea. I've dreamt of her every night since she disappeared 7 years ago. He recalled the night she left for the Valley of Chaos. My fever broke. The black markings, the curse from the goddess, vanished from my body. I had been freed. But I wasn't happy. For 3 long months, neither Anthea nor my father returned. A massive search effort was launched to find her, but not a single trace could be found. Eventually, Father came back thin, worn, and quiet. For the first time in my life, he bowed his head and apologized to me. I'm sorry, Blake. I wasn't able to protect Anthea, but it wasn't his fault. No, it's not your fault, Your Majesty. I had told him. It was mine. I was the one cursed. This happened because I couldn't stop her. I should have let her go when she first tried to run from me. But I was selfish. I wanted her by my side, so I held her back again and again. And in the end, I couldn't even protect her. This is all my fault. Back then, the only ones who ever said my name, who ever looked at me, were the people at Amoria Castle. The world outside kept moving, but time for me froze the night I lost Anthea. Eventually, the goddess's curse vanished completely, ending a 1,000-year torment. An imperial ball was held to celebrate the bright new future of the crown prince. It was my first public appearance since the curse had broken. Is this really the first time he's appeared in public? Guests whispered. Yes, others replied. He's never stepped outside the castle until now. As he stepped forward, he heard the gasps. One said, My word, I can't believe it. Was the crown prince always this beautiful? Another said, He looks like his majesty, but he's glowing. One whispered, I heard he was exiled to an annex palace at 5 years old, but I don't see a trace of that darkness on him. He's just elegant. But someone else noticed, too. They both look downcast. One answered, It's understandable. After all, their precious crown princess has disappeared. Suddenly chaos erupts. Someone shouted, Ambush! Protect his majesty! Protect his highness! Swords were drawn. Capture the traitors! Edmund shouted, Are you all right, your majesty? The emperor raised his sword and said, This side is secure. Capture every single one, he ordered. The knight complied. Yes, your majesty. Soon after, all the traitors had been apprehended. They confessed to acting under the orders of Duke Carseal. The emperor ordered, Imprison them. Make them pay. The aftermath was ugly. Many have been injured by the explosion, someone reported. I'll reach out to the hospital in the capital, gather physicians. Someone offered. There's no need, Blake said, stepping up. I can heal them. A wave of energy surged through him. Whoosh. I can't believe it. Someone breathed. My wound, it's gone. Another cried. This is the power of light. The power of the great goddess. The crown prince will save us. People shouted. With the power of the goddess. That was the moment they began to revere me. The same people who once ignored me now called it a noble power, one destined to save them all. They praised me as the next emperor, marveled at how qualified I was. It disgusted me. The day I lost Anthea, I gained everything. And yet, it felt like I had lost everything. Each year after her disappearance felt like walking across a frozen lake. Cold, still, fragile. Every time someone told me it was time to let go, I only searched for her harder. I returned to the Valley of Chaos over and over again, back to the place where she had vanished, praying that the heavy gates would open just once more. So many times, again and again. A year passed, then 3. 7 years went by. Everyone said Anthea was dead, but I never gave up. I knew that if I held on to even a shred of hope, she would return. But one day the gates collapsed. He fell in despair, calling for her. No, Anthea! 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 I dreamt of her every night. In those dreams I could see her. She took away the nightmares. She remained as the only light in my sleep. Don't worry, she used to say. I'll be back in no time. No, don't go. Don't go, Anthea. Don't go. But the Anthea I could never reach in my dreams has finally returned to me. Back to present, he embraced Anthea, who was in the body of goddess of light, calling her Anthea, Anthea, Anthea. His voice trembled. It's you, isn't it? I was drawn to you the moment I laid eyes on you. My heart only reacts to you. When you smile, I become happy, and when you cry, grows sad. You're the only person that ever had that effect on me. Anthea, my wife. Please, answer me. You're my wife. You are, aren't you? She moved her lips. I want to say it too, Blake. He pulled her into his arms, a desperate embrace long overdue, and kissed her. He cried out, I miss you. I missed you so much. I thought I'd lose my mind. She held him just as tightly. Blake, I miss you too. I wanted to tell you. I felt the same, but she couldn't continue, and collapsed. I have no plan to leave Anthea, Blake declared, unwavering, but her strength faltered, her body gave way. Collapse. This can happen, she thought, fading. I need to tell Blake not to worry, before he does. Stay with me, he cried. Anthea, far away, Serpenia complained to Shell. Even so, how could he just storm out of there like that? She muttered, clearly frustrated. Don't you agree, Shell? The little figure replied. Of course. But, goddess, if I may switch topics, I went to observe the two of them at Amoria Castle. The crown prince. Just then Blake came there. Seeing him, Serpenia stands up. Your Highness, she asked. How could you just leave me like that earlier? I waited so long for you to come back. His expression was cold. You can drop the act. What have you done to Anthea? She questioned. What do you mean? Don't play dumb, he said, stepping closer. I know the crystal of light that used to hover around Anthea now floats by your side. He pulls out his sword, Serpenia replied. Well, how observant, even in that unsightly, hideous state. Blake cut her in, putting his sword to her neck. It's Anthea. Nothing else matters, he questioned. Who are you? What have you done to Anthea? She pushes away the sword. I'd be careful if I were you, the woman sneered. This is Anthea's body, after all, and don't get angry with me. I haven't done anything. Anthea made that choice on her own, he asked. What does that mean? She snatched his hand, saying. I gave her more than enough chances, but Anthea refused. He was taken aback. What? But he got drifted in Anthea's memories. Suddenly, the truth bled through. Memories that weren't his surfaced Anthea's memories. She was alone, battered, wandering in darkness. He wonders, was she been trapped in that abyss, beyond the door of darkness, all these 7 years just to break my curse? The memory shifted to where the goddess was saying, I shall kill the crown prince first, then you'll probably return to me once more. But Anthea refused. No! Please! Don't touch Blake! Again the memory shifted to where she offered her a dagger. Stab Blake in the heart with this sword. Once that sword is drenched in the crown prince's blood, everything will be returned to its rightful place. You can regain your beautiful body, your voice, your language skills, the power of light, and everything else. I don't need them, Anthea had whispered. You can take it all back. I can't betray my people. Just kill me instead. Blake's heart shattered. He collapsed to the ground. Serpenia asked, Did you see? Everything was Anthea's choice. I gave her plenty of chances, but she refused until the very end. Why? Blake whispered, his voice breaking. Why did you make that choice? Was it all because of me? He asked to Serpenia. What must I do to save Anthea? She grinned, delighted. Now, I'm finally getting through to you, Crown Prince. Won't you join me? The mighty power of light, the wealth and glory of the Empire, endless cold and mana stones. You can have everything you've ever desired. I don't need it, Blake said firmly. I have no use for any of that. Just let Anthea live. I'll do anything if it'll save my wife. Anything? The woman asked. Then feed this to Anthea. She'll regain her body, her health as well. She gave him a vial. He asked, Is that true? Yes. However, her smile deepened. As soon as she drinks that medicine you will die, she questioned. Are you willing to give up your life for her? Blake remains silent for a moment, then stands up. He said, I used to have nightmares when I was young, horrible ones filled with scorching fire and agonizing screams. The voice of a woman would cry out for help, but every time I awoke, the images vanished like smoke, leaving me with nothing but the weight of fear. I couldn't remember anything clearly, until now. Now, I understand. You were the woman in my dreams, weren't you? After hearing that, Serpenia thinks, wait, did I truly know you back then? I can only recall the bitter feelings I once carried. Everything else is fragmented, like a shattered sculpture. What is this memory? This emptiness? Blake continued, if I had died from the curse, would that have satisfied your grudge? Then you should have just killed me quickly instead of making Anthea suffer. And yet you claim to consider her a friend? I do, she admitted. My memory of our past may be full of holes, but I once thought of her as a friend. That much remains true. Then Blake said, I'll trust you. Please keep Anthea safe, even if I'm no longer here. And I'm sorry. She asked, What are you sorry for? Are you trying to apologize on Philip's behalf now? He replied, Your screams, they were so full of pain. And yet I forgot them. If I had remembered, if I had acted, you could have escaped sooner. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I forgot. I'm sorry I didn't help you. Then he went to Anthea, where she was lying on bed unconscious. Anthea! Anthea! He whispered her name, broken and full of regret, crying, Why would you do that? You should have just abandoned me. Tears slipped down as he choked out. You should have left me behind. I'm sorry. He embraced her. I'm sorry, Anthea. I love you so much. Then he made her drink the vial of potion that Serpenia gave. As the vial gets empty, he fell to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, his words repeated in Serpenia's mind, If I had died from the curse, would that really have made things right? She thought, I couldn't answer that question. I truly didn't know. But I do remember one thing. I was friends with Liontel. That memory, no matter how many others faded, remains the clearest fragment in my mind. I'll start there. She recalled her memories. 1,000 years ago, Liontel was my only friend. She was the first human I ever told my name to, as the goddess of light. That's right, and Philip. After I met him, I fell in love for the first time. He told me he loved me, too. He even proposed to me. I love you, sir, he said. I wish you could become a real human being. I'm a pathetic human being, he confessed, with so many shortcomings. Even my father abandoned me. Serpenia, I'm scared that you'll end up leaving me too. That thought makes me anxious. I won't leave you. Why would I? She had cried out, he said. But even if we get married, who knows when you'll return to being a goddess, she replied. No, I won't. I'll always stay with you. I had never loved someone so deeply before, never wanted to give someone everything I had. I mean it, Philip. Then, he asked her softly, can you become a real human for me? Can you give up your divine powers? Become just a woman, my woman? Upon hearing that, her heart skipped a beat. My woman, I've never seen eyes filled with so much love before. Okay, she whispered. I will. I'll give up everything. I'll give you my powers. Later he returned shouting, Sir, what did you say to Liontel? He had asked suddenly. If you didn't want to become human, you should have told me, not Liontel. Did you just want to mess around with me and disappear once you got bored? How could you make someone feel so worthless? That's not true, she shouted. I didn't say that, he said. I trusted you. I'm so disappointed in you, Serpenia, she tried to plead. I told you it's not true. I never said anything like that. Really? His gaze turned cold. Then are you saying Liontel lied to me? Liontel isn't someone who would lie, she protested. There must be a misunderstanding. Then are you saying I'm lying? He demanded. Do you trust her more than me? She hesitated. No, that's not what I meant. Then it must have been Liontel, he muttered. She's jealous of us. That's why she thinks I'm forcing you to give up the power of light. That's why she's trying to separate us, she sobbed. Liontel, she already has Lakshul. Why is she doing this? I can't live without Philip, then he said. Serpenia, let's run away from here. Let's leave all these people behind and live our lives, just the two of us. I can't trust anyone else. He embraced her and said, It can't be Liontel. It must be you, sir. Okay, let's do that. She nodded. I'll do as you say. That was the first time I truly felt human emotion. She squeezed him close. I'll give up everything for you. I will never let you go. That's how Philip and I ended up at the Valley of Chaos. We held a wedding ceremony there, just the two of us. I passed on all my powers to him and became a complete human. I taught him how to use the power of light. He was kind, and I was happy. One day he asked, Sir, is there a way to manipulate the light mana? Huh, she replied, a little confused. I'm not talking about healing people or making plants grow, he clarified. I'm asking if there's a way to manipulate the light itself. She asked why he wanted to know, and he told her about the magical beasts in the area. He said, Since you're human now, I need magic to protect you, she replied. There's magic you can use to attack with, he argued. I'm only able to use attack magic when you're by my side, so I won't be able to protect you fully. His words made her hesitate, and that seemed to upset him. Sir, do you not trust me? He said, his voice tightening. Are you dismissing me because I'm just some lowly human? I guess you must regret following me here. And no, that's not what I meant, she apologized. I'll tell you, I promise. So, I taught Philip how to manipulate light mana. I thought it would quell his rage. But on the very day I taught him everything I knew about that magic, he abandoned me without warning. She searched for him. Philip, where did you go? Then one day black marking appeared on her hand. She wonders, what's going on? Someone is using the power of light improperly. Philip was an abominable man. To take Liontel and seize the emperor's throne, he killed Lakshul and many other innocent people. That was the cold, cruel truth I had refused to see because I loved him. But I couldn't look away any longer. I returned to the Empress's palace where Liontel was being held captive. She returned the blessing of light to me. Unlike Philip, who used me and betrayed me, Liontel remained a true friend, my only friend. I had to get rid of Philip and save her. I had to reclaim the power of light from him and end his life. She apprehended him, defeating him. I love you so much, he cried when she confronted him. She froze. What? I just did it because I felt pathetic compared to your goddess state, he said. I made a mistake. I wanted to stand tall as the emperor by your side. Please stop being angry. She hesitated, then he stabbed her. You're dumb until the end, he sneered. That's why you should have just quietly disappeared after giving me your powers. Why did you have to complicate things? He stabbed me without hesitation. I couldn't believe it. How could he do this to me? You just don't die, do you, dumb goddess? He growled. You must be punished for daring to betray me. Think about what you've done in an eternal fiery pit. After being betrayed by the man I loved, I was trapped in a fiery temple for the next 1,000 years. Save me! Lion, save me! I pleaded for help through the dark writing, but Philip destroyed the formation. The curse of darkness passed on. At first, I felt guilty when the weak descendants couldn't handle the power and died. But as time passed, guilt turned into something else. Why were they all dying? I was the one in pain. I was engulfed in flames, unable even to die. My heart filled with malice and rage. Then, one day, my friend Lionel returned. Why were you so late? She asked. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? I'm sorry, sir, she said, but that happiness didn't last. Watching Lionel worry more about the crown prince than about me, her friend who had suffered for 1,000 years, overwhelmed me with rage. She had changed, all because of that man. This is all because of him, she screamed. Anthea cried. Kill me, don't touch Blake. She bit her lips. You want to die? You're going to abandon me for some measly love? I waited 1,000 years for you, she screamed. Then die. Try dying in his place. I did it out of anger. I assumed Anthea, who still had the power of light I'd given her, would defend herself. But she didn't. As Anthea fell unconscious, she rushed to her. Lionel! No! Her pulse was too weak. She was going to die. I knew what I had to do. I switched bodies with her to save her. Even though this body wouldn't last long after my soul left it, it would still be better than letting Anthea die. That's how Anthea and I ended up switching bodies. But using taboo magic came at a cost. My mind, emotions, and memories shattered. Love, compassion, rage, loathing, despair, regret, friendship, longing, and loneliness, all of it splintered like broken glass. No, I don't know what I might do to Lionel in this state. Time flows differently beyond the door of darkness, but I have no other choice. I must get Lionel out before everything crumbles down. I must save her. And so, Lionel ended up going back into the world, in my body. I was completely destroyed beyond the door of darkness as it collapsed. Richard found me after I'd lost everything. Richard, the reincarnation of Philip from 1,000 years ago. That wicked man tried to use me again. He used strange sorcery on me after I lost all my memories. He placed poison in my hands and whispered, "The Crown Prince needs to disappear." And the Crown Prince Blake, the one I had resented so deeply and tried to kill. She recalled his words, "Your screams were so pained. But I forgot them. I'm sorry for not remembering, for failing to help you. I am truly sorry." And I ended up hearing those words. Words I'd longed for 1,000 years from someone I never expected. That's when she realized I had never stopped wanting to hear a heartfelt apology. I wanted an apology from Philip. Was that really too much to ask? She cried, thinking, if I'm being honest, I knew what I had was different from what Lionel and the Crown Prince had. What they had was love. What I had wasn't that. I just couldn't bring myself to acknowledge the difference. So instead, I became stubborn. Philip was the one who betrayed me, who had done me wrong. But I was the one who had let myself be tricked into handing over my powers. In the end, it was my fault, she cried, her voice cracking. I'm sorry, Lion. Tears fell freely. Just then the magic happens and Anthea appears behind her. While she was crying, she returns to her body and Anthea returns to her. Anthea called out, Sir, why are you here all alone crying? She turns to her. Lion, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You're back to your old self, Anthea said with a trembling smile. Thank goodness. You're back to your sweet self, the one I remember, she asked. You're not hurting anymore, right? Lion. Serpenia choked. Wah. Lion. She buried her face into her embrace. I can't believe I did such a terrible thing to you. I'm so sorry. Don't cry, sir, Anthea said softly, embracing her. You're back now. That's all that matters. It's okay now. Then Anthea opens her eyes into her own body. Why was I sleeping here? She muttered, rising slowly. Blake! Anthea gasped, seeing him lying on the floor. She rushed to him, picking him up. Blake! Wake up! She cried out. Blake, why are you crying again? He asked, gently. Waking up? She asked. Blake, are you all right? Don't cry. I'm perfectly fine, he assured her. I just rolled off the bed while I was sleeping, she asked. What? How? He laughed. I guess it's been a while since I slept next to my wife. I got nervous, she asked. Are you sure that's it? He said flatly. Yes. Ben kissed her hand. She froze. Wait. The scars on my hand, they're gone. And I'm able to speak again. Blake, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. I've returned. You took too long, he said quietly, pulling her close and hugging her. You said it wouldn't take long. You said you'd be back in no time. I'm sorry, she murmured. It felt like I just woke up from a long dream. It took me 7 years to get back, to look into the eyes of my beloved, and call each other's names again. They cried in each other's embrace. Later they were lying on bed. I'm sorry, Anthea, he whispered. I should have recognized you sooner, but you did in the end, she replied, smiling. Wait, she said, frowning slightly. Are you sure you're really okay, Blake? If I'm being honest, he said. I was in the middle of a dream earlier. The goddess of light appeared and asked me to look after you. She asked me to always protect you in her place. She said she'd really kill me if I ever had wandering eyes. That was the only threat, right? Anthea asked. Nothing happened. He smiled. She just earnestly requested that I treat my wife well. Don't cheat on her. Don't break her heart. If you make your wife cry, I will take away every last bit of your light power. That's all. That does sound like the old Sarah I know. I guess you have to treat me well now, she said playfully. Of course, he said with a laugh. I'm going to treat you so well until you're sick and tired of me. He reached for her hand and held it tightly. I'll never let this hand go now. Never. Forever. I love you, Blake, she whispered. Say it one more time for me, he said. Her heart raced. She blushed. He pressed on. Go on, Anthea. Feeling flushed, she said. I love you so much. Hearing that, Blake leaned in and kissed her. They kissed each other. The next day, the Emperor in his office was looking at the document. But his mind was somewhere else. Anthea had returned after 7 long years. The child who hadn't left a single trace behind no matter how hard I looked had simply reappeared. With Richard, the two of them seemed suspiciously close. Anthea looked like she relied on him, and she even invited him to the Sephia Palace. What did that man do to that child with memory loss? And what exactly did Blake see in that Rose child for him to request we share a meal together? Then someone knocks the door, he said. Come in. Then Anthea came in smiling while tears in her eyes. Father, she said. I'm here. Emperor thought looking at her. Although I had been expecting Rose, Anthea showed up instead smiling. I couldn't say anything. I didn't need to. I knew instinctively she had returned. He embraced her and said, You've returned. Anthea, my lovely daughter, had finally come back. Then Anthea told them the whole story. After hearing all of that, the Emperor said, his voice heavy with regret. So, the goddess of light had impersonated you. I'm sorry I did not recognize you sooner. I wasn't even able to protect you at the door of darkness back then. I am ashamed of how pathetic I find myself. She looked at him calmly. She was in my body. How you reacted was correct. There's no need to reproach yourself. Then the Emperor said, Thank you for coming back to me unscathed like this. Anthea noticed. His face remained full of concern and sorrow. Then she smiled. Father, I'm hungry. I shall have them prepare the grandest feast, he replied instantly. Thank you. She smiled, then added with a teasing look. Anyhow, Father, why are you so greedy? He asked, confused. Me? She teased. Yes. You refused to step down from the title of most handsome man in the Empire. Nonsense, he scoffed, clearly flustered. Anthea thought, he still has no immunity to compliments. The air feels a little less tense now. Then Blake clears his throat and cut in. It seems the meal is delayed, and when my wife is waiting, and my husband is the most beautiful in the Empire. Anthea chimed in playfully. He replied, No. You are the most beautiful being in the whole world. She blushed hearing that and quickly changes the topic. Looks like the food is here. Let's hurry up and eat. What's the matter? The Emperor noticed. He's only telling the truth, she interrupted. Father, you should hurry up and eat as well. She thought, I guess. I'm not that good at taking compliments either. Later while eating she thinks, It's good just as I expected, she said, taking a bite. It's good, but there's too much. Then she raises her head seeing. I'd been noticing it for a while now. It seems these two don't talk at all unless I'm not talking. They were so close when Enston taught Blake swordsmanship. I guess they're back to how they used to be. Anthea's expression changed. Noticing that, Blake asked, My wife, what's wrong? You look upset. Anthea, the Emperor said gently. What's the matter? It feels like I ended up driving you two apart, she murmured, eyes downcast. And no, that's not true, Blake exclaimed, startled. The Emperor added, that is certainly not the case, she asked. Really? Of course, Blake said, quickly picking up a dish. Here. Why, Your Majesty, why don't you try some of this? Thank you. The Emperor looked at the plate, awkward. Oh, it looks very good. They were awkward to each other. Seeing that, she thinks, I don't think I've ever seen a father-son duo more awkward. But still, it's nice to see them make the effort. Yes. I should try to relax a little. I'm going to spend the rest of my life with the people I love now. We can all take our time and make our way together. We have plenty of time. Then Blake offered her a dish. Here, Anthea, she said. Thank you. Then the Emperor offered on. Anthea, she replied. Thank you. Then Blake slides another one. The Emperor also, again and again. This one is tasty. Try this as well. It is tasty, she admitted hesitantly. You're giving me way too much food. Hearing that, both of them gets concerned. My wife, are you sick? Blake asked, suddenly alarmed. How could you not even finish this? The Emperor called out. I'll call for a royal physician at once. No, there's no need. I'm perfectly fine, she exclaimed, flustered. I'm just full. That's all. Why are you two only in sync at times like these? She muttered, later while walking. Are you sure you don't need to eat some more? Blake asked, still worried. Haha, she laughed. I had more than enough to eat. I'm glad to hear that, he said, smiling. Now, my wife. Blake stood and held out his hand. Let us go. Let us go back home. Then with carriage they went to Florence Palace. Anthea, he continued warmly as they arrived. Welcome to Florence Palace, a place just for us. A line of attendants bowed deeply. We offer our greetings to Her Highness, the blessing of the Empire, the Crown Princess. Sir Edmund, Anthea said, a bit flustered. Thank you for putting this welcome ceremony together. There is no need for such formalities, Your Highness, he replied. That's right, Your Highness, Hans added. Please be at ease. Melissa was sobbing, tears spilled down her cheeks. Melissa, Anthea asked softly. Why are you crying on such a happy day? Sobbing, Melissa whispered. I didn't recognize you, Your Highness. How could I ever face you again? You couldn't have known. I couldn't speak, Anthea replied gently. It's a joyous day. Please don't cry. She reached out and patted Melissa's shoulder. Let's hurry inside. As they walked in, Anthea said reverently. The Crown Princess's bedroom in the Florence Palace. It hasn't changed one bit since I decorated it 7 years ago. Then Blake asked, how is it? Anthea stepped in and looked around with wide eyes. It's cute, but a bit embarrassing, seeing the cutesy toys and things, she thought. It seems I put in a lot of effort to pretend I was younger than I was. She picked up a stuffed animal sitting on the bed. This stuffed animal. We bought this because it reminded me of you, she said. You remember? Blake replied, smiling softly. It still suits you even as a grown adult man. How cute, she teased. Hearing that, Blake's expression changed. She asked, what's wrong? Do you not like it anymore? Blake, slightly flustered, asked. Is His Majesty really that handsome? Father is the most handsome man in the Empire, Anthea said honestly. 7 years have passed, but he hasn't changed one bit. I was so shocked, he asked. What about me? B. Blake, you are the prettiest in the Empire, she said, her cheeks flushed. He stared at her intently. She added, I prefer pretty men, he giggled. You like me? Are you really asking me that right now? She asked, clearly exasperated but flustered. Then Blake's voice softened. I love you, Anthea, she replied, cheeks red. I love you too. Then they kissed. There was a pause. Then Blake asked with an innocent look, whose room should we sleep in tonight? She replied. Pardon? We can just sleep in our own rooms, she said quickly. He replied. But you said married couples should sleep together, she stammered. Wait, that was back then, she said inwardly. We did that to free you from your curse. He was also petite and younger back then, but now he's tall enough that I have to look up at him. His lean muscles are visible even under an oversized shirt. He's now a completely grown adult man. And now, he asked gently, do you not like me anymore? She replied. That's not possible, he asked. You will stay by my side, won't you? You won't leave me again, will you? He squeezed her close, saying that. She promised. Of course. I won't ever leave your side again. I'm going to continue staying by your side now. And so, they held each other for a long time before eventually falling asleep in each other's arms. The next day, when Anthea opens her eyes, she thought, We really did sleep together in the same bed. Blake's peaceful sleeping face brought back a flood of memories. He looked exactly like he did when he was younger. Anthea chuckled softly. Then Blake asked, "Are you awake?" He opens his eyes and was smiling. She looked at him and blushed. "Oh, never mind. He's totally different." "So different from back then?" he asked. "Anthea? What's the matter? We're so late!" she cried, suddenly realizing the time. "Hurry up and wake up," Blake murmured, grabbing her hand. "I don't want to." His heart raced, cheeks red. She tried to tug the duvet off. "Get up!" she shouted, grabbing hold of it. "So aggressive," he teased, showing innocence. "Stripping me in the morning," she said to herself. "Why, this man," she said, annoyed. "I was talking about the duvet," Blake said. "I took it off." She wasn't able to control herself from blushing. She trembled, flustered, then cried out, "I told you to get up!" Next day, the maid Chelsea was brushing Anthea's hair. She said, "I never in my wildest dreams thought that Lady Rose might be you, Your Highness. If I had known, I would have done more to serve you properly." Anthea shook her head gently. "No, it was more than enough. Treating me the same way you would treat anyone else, that alone was enough for me to be thankful. And I also heard you refused to throw away my dish and even served it to His Highness." "Thank you, Chelsea. That was nothing," Chelsea replied with an embarrassed smile. "It would have been a waste to toss food made with such care." Then she straightened up and said, "But you don't need to be so formal with me, Your Highness." "Oh, right. Sure," Anthea answered with a small smile. "Congratulations on returning to your normal self, Your Highness," Chelsea said while bowing. "It's an honor to be serving you the blessing of the light." Anthea beamed. "I should be the one thanking you." Soon after, greetings rang out as the palace staff lined up in respect. "Greetings to Her Highness, the Crown Princess." All the maids except Chelsea had quit. Any knight or servant who had treated Rose rudely had been dismissed from Florence Palace. Their positions were instead filled with trustworthy people from Amoria Castle. Even Anthea's power of light had grown stronger. Once again, she could aid and heal. Everything had returned to its rightful place. While she was walking in the greenhouse, Blake came there and embraced her. "Anthea, here you are," she asked him. "Did everything go well with state affairs today?" "Yeah," he said with a chuckle. "I wrapped it up as quickly as possible because I missed my wife so much. There must be a lot of work with Foundation Day celebrations coming up in a few days," Anthea said with concern. "Don't push yourself too hard. Make sure to take some breaks in between," Blake replied. "It's also a celebration of the Crown Princess's return. I have to make sure everything is prepared properly." "You don't have to worry about anything," he assured her. "You just need to enjoy yourself. With that in mind, I have a request to make of you. I want you to pick out an outfit. Your ceremonial dress? That's no trouble at all," she replied brightly. "Let's go. Pick a dress." But instead it was dresses for her. Blake showed her and said, "If you don't like any of them, I can have them reach out to other dressmakers." She was in awe. "And no, that's not it. I like them all." She ran her hand over the fabric. "Truth be told, with the Foundation Day celebrations coming up so soon, I was worried I wouldn't have enough time to have a dress made. Not to mention, you can clearly tell from these details that they weren't made in a hurry." She felt touched. "When did you start preparing these?" Blake fidgeted. "The day we returned to the palace together. I was already planning to attend the celebration with you, even when you were still Rose." She smiled. "Blake, thank you." He stepped forward and embraced her. "I'm the one who's thankful. You came back to me." "Sister!" A breathless voice called from behind. Anthea turned just in time to see Diana, her younger sister, running toward her, tears streaming down her face. "Diana!" she cried. "Sister!" Diana sobbed, throwing herself into Anthea's arms. "Is that really you? Are you really my sister?" Anthea replied. "Yes, it's me. I'm back, Diana." Diana wailed in her arms. "My goodness. Whoa! Sister!" They held each other tightly. Then they sat down to have tea. Anthea asked, "Have you calmed down now?" Sniffling, Diana replied, "Yeah. I'm just so happy that you're back. I mean it." "But Anthea, why have you become so frail?" Anthea replied. "It's not that bad," Diana asked, worried. "Look at how thin your wrists are, and your cheeks, they've sunken in. Your fingers, they're bony." Anthea smiled softly. "I'm fine. You've just grown stronger." She gently redirected the conversation. "More importantly, I heard it's your exam period. How did you even come here?" "Who cares about exams? My sister has returned," Diana declared. Anthea insisted. "How has school been? Did you have any issues?" I heard you took 2 years off, Diana replied. Taking a semester or 2 off is nothing. I'm doing fine. I even scored the highest in my class on the last exam. Well done, Anthea said, proud. I'm so proud of you, my dear sister. Then she remembers. Right. I heard about father. It must have been difficult for you to handle his funeral by yourself. I wasn't alone. His Majesty helped me, Diana replied. And that man, he deserved to die. You don't need to call him father for my sake. I still regret, to this day, that I wasn't able to protect you from him, Diana said. I grew up in a nice room, in nice clothes, eating good food. I actually have no right to call you my sister. It wasn't your fault, Anthea said firmly. I know you did what you could to protect me back then. I've never once resented you. She took Diana's hands and looked into her eyes. You are my one and only younger sister. I've always liked you, sister. Diana's eyes welled up again. Was sister, she cried, hugging her tightly. Anthea held her close. My sister. My younger sister is still as lovable as ever. Later, while she was about to leave, Blake asked, Are you leaving already? I still have one more exam to take, she said, straightening her shoulders. He replied, Good luck. She winked, saluting. Thanks. I'll be sure to graduate at the top of my class and confidently become my sister's knight. He smiled warmly. I look forward to it. I don't want to leave Anthea in other people's hands either. Yes, Anne. I know this is a bit too late, Diana said softly, her voice catching just slightly. But I still wanted to congratulate you on breaking your curse. He smiled warmly. Thank you, Diana. At long last, Foundation Day arrived. Anthea stood radiant, clad in her ceremonial gown. Blake looked at her with wonder in his eyes. You are the most beautiful woman in the world, Anthea, he said, offering his hand. Let's go. The grand hall doors opened wide as the announcer's voice rang out, announcing His Highness, the Crown Prince, and Her Highness, the Crown Princess. Anthea walked arm in arm with Blake into the banquet hall. Walking beside him like this, Blake, all grown up and regal, was something she had never imagined. And yet here they were. She held on tightly to the warm hand in hers, silently vowing never to let it go. Welcome, a voice called from the dais. How beautiful, the Emperor said, his eyes full of pride. She replied, Thank you, Father. Then the Emperor turns to audience and announced, The blessing of the Aztec Empire, the Crown Princess, Anthea, my precious daughter, has returned. Cheers echoed throughout the hall. We celebrate the return of Her Highness, the blessing of the Empire, the Crown Princess, the nobles cried, bowing. Anthea bowed her head with poise. I appreciate your warm welcome, she said graciously. You may all rise. The nobles obeyed, murmuring amongst themselves. All the nobles of the empire were invited. Anthea looked at them, her brows slightly furrowed. But I don't see Richard, she thinks. After Sir disappeared, an investigation into Richard was carried out, but because he remained clueless about this incident's connection to the goddess of light, he was able to avoid punishment for his involvement in the Crown Princess impersonation. Therefore, he could have attended the banquet with Lady Weston, his fiancée. Why didn't he attend? She murmured. I have a bad feeling about this. I should have them investigate Richard and the Weston family after the banquet. Whispers and chatter rippled across the hall. The Crown Prince is actually smiling, someone murmured in astonishment. I can't remember the last time I saw His Majesty smile either. They're simply glowing, another voice added. They really are a spectacular duo. Anthea pushed her worries aside, focusing on the present. I should just enjoy the banquet for now. Meanwhile, the maid Chelsea was also present there with her father. She whispered to her father, Father, you spread the word, right? No one may ask Her Highness for a dance. Also, we're watching for wandering eyes. His Highness is ruthlessly terrifying when it comes to matters involving Her Highness. I experienced it myself earlier today, a few hours ago. Anthea gave a little spin. What do you think, Blake? Beautiful, he murmured, dazed. So beautiful. Seeing that, Chelsea thought, his gaze was filled with such sweet affection. Who would have thought the man known as Cold as Ice had such a warm, tender side? I should give them some privacy. Later, while walking, she mused. Her Highness was so beautiful. They make such a great couple. It makes me want to get married too. Suddenly she heard Blake talking to Edmund talking. Everyone's going to stare at Anthea today. What should I do? I'm going to want to gouge their eyes out, he added coldly, hearing that Chelsea hid at the corner. Is that the same man who was just sweet moments ago? She whispered nervously. If anyone dares to ask her for a dance, Blake muttered darkly, I will chop off their wrists. Shocked, Edmund tried to stop him. Your Highness, please try to calm down, Blake asked. Then should I just dispose of them entirely? Edmund nervously replied. You can't, Your Highness, Blake coldly asked. How about exile then? Edmund replied. Your Highness, you really can't do that, Chelsea shivered. My goodness. The Crown Prince is one scary man. Back to present, she said to her father. Anyhow, we must be careful of all men. Okay. I already told all your cousins, he assured her. Meanwhile, Blake said to Anthea to dance. Anthea, don't worry. What if I trip and fall? She whispered, glancing around the ballroom nervously. In front of all these people, Blake asked. Should I have everyone put their heads down? She said. What? I'll safeguard you from anything you dislike, he said solemnly. There's no need for all that, she said with a small laugh. People will remember it for a long time if you do, he smiled. Everyone is so distracted by your beauty. I'm sure no one is paying any attention to dance steps. I'm just worried about everyone falling in love with my wife, she laughed while dancing. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. I'll try to relax. As the music plays, they danced. She looked up at him and felt the warmth of his hand once more. She said, It feels like a dream. It's not a dream, Blake said gently. Yes, she said inwardly, eyes shining. This isn't a dream. At the end of the dance, they bowed to each other. She felt relieved. Phew. Thank goodness I didn't make a single misstep. The next dance should be, but Blake grabs her hand and asked, Where are you going? Blake began to lead her again. It's time for the next dance. She smiled, clearing her throat. Blake, you're not supposed to dance 2 dances in a row with the same partner, he sulked. So you're saying you want to dance with someone else? Then the Emperor cut in. Blake, be mindful of etiquette. Blake asked her his father. Do you wish to dance as well, Your Majesty? Yes, he said, his voice warm. I've been waiting for the past 10 years. Anthea pulls her hand and said, Blake, this is a promise I made to father quite a long time ago. Let me have this one dance with him. While Blake fell in despair, the Emperor stepped up. Move aside, Blake. Anthea turned toward the Emperor as he extended his hand. Anthea, he said with a kind smile. May I have this dance? She reached for his hand and beamed. Of course. While dancing, Anthea's eyes widened in awe. Now I understand why people have been praising him non-stop for his waltz skills. It wasn't just that the Emperor knew the steps, his remarkable grace elevated the entire dance, enhancing even his partner's movements. Anthea could hardly keep up with the effortless flow of their dance. Anthea, what's the matter? The Emperor asked gently. I was just taken aback by your dancing skills, she admitted, slightly breathless. Don't be silly, he smiled. I'm very happy to have you back, she replied. I'm also happy that we're sharing this dance together. I'm the one who's honored, she replied softly. That's father for you, she thought as he ended the dance flawlessly, bowing with all the elegance of a seasoned monarch. Before Anthea could catch her breath, another voice called out, Your Highness, will you honor me with your next dance? She turned and blinked. Diana? Diana offered her hand. This is my first ever dance. Please, don't turn me down. You shouldn't have your first dance with me, Anthea protested. What's wrong with that? Diana asked, puzzled. I just thought you should share it with someone special. You are the most special person in my life, Diana said firmly, her sincerity shining through. Anthea's heart softened. Diana, well, are we just going to keep standing here? Diana teased. The music's already started, she agreed. Oh right. While dancing, she glanced up at her. But Diana, you're really tall. I am the tallest girl in my class, Diana said with a chuckle. Anthea muttered. I'm so jealous. Diana said, You're so cute and petite. Hearing that, Anthea said inwardly, I can't believe my younger sister is calling me cute. Then by mistake she stepped on Diana's foot. Oh, sorry, your foot. It's okay, Diana assured her. But do try to concentrate a bit more. I told you this is my first dance, she replied. Okay, let's just do our best. I can't ruin Diana's first dance ever, Anthea told herself firmly. As the music ended, Diana bowed. It was an honor, Your Highness, Anthea returned the gesture. It was a great honor for me as well, Countess Valencia. Then Anthea thought, who should I dance with next? She wondered, exhaling. She stepped aside, only to immediately find herself surrounded. Your Highness, a young noble asked eagerly. Will you honor me with a dance as well? Will you bestow such an honor on me too? Another asked. She thinks, when did all these men appear? Anthea, will you dance with me? Blake's voice cut through the crowd like a warm breeze. She turned toward him. Blake, dancing with the same person twice goes against etiquette. I already waited patiently while you danced with 2 other people, he replied. Anthea said. If I'm being honest, I would love to just keep dancing with you. She glanced at the eager crowd of nobles behind her. But all those people are waiting. Are they now? Hold on. Blake turned and cast a single, cold glance behind her. The effect was immediate. Everyone scattered. Anthea stared at the now empty space. Blake, what did you just do? Everyone ran away. I didn't do anything, he said innocently. She sighed. Well, I guess it's fine. Now I don't have to go through the bother of turning each one down. Smiling to herself, she stepped closer. I'm just going to ignore etiquette for a moment and enjoy this dreamy moment, one that took 7 years to happen. At the end, Anthea, Blake said suddenly. Let's leave, she asked. What? And go where? He replied. We need to see the fireworks. We promised to watch from the front row. Her eyes widened. We made that promise when we were little kids, he remembered. She glanced toward the emperor thinking, but it's been quite a long time since the empire celebrated like this. If we leaved. But he gave a subtle nod and smile. So she realized Seem's father knew about it already. Then she said to Blake, Okay, let's go to the plaza. They slipped away from the banquet and into the night, dressed simply, walking like ordinary people. You even look pretty in casual wear, Blake said. You do too, she replied with a grin. The seats for distinguished guests are up front, he offered. It's fine, Anthea said. Let's just watch them from here. It's more fun to be with the crowd. As you wish, he said, chuckling. I shall follow my wife's wishes. Wow. Anthea's eyes sparkled as the fireworks lit up the sky. They're so pretty, aren't they? Blake was watching her instead of the fireworks. What are you doing? She asked, noticing his gaze. You should be watching the fireworks, he replied. I actually find you more beautiful. She nudged him gently. Watch the fireworks. You can look at me whenever you want, she said playfully. But right now is the only time we can see such beautiful fireworks. And it's also my only chance, Blake murmured, to watch my beautiful wife enjoy them. Her breath caught. Blake, I'm never leaving your side again. I know, he whispered. Even if you do try to leave me, he said, his voice quiet but firm. I will never let you go. Then he kissed her as the fireworks were setting off. While people were busy watching fireworks, they kissed. At the end, Blake said, It's over, Anthea said, but I didn't even get a chance to watch them. He looked at her gently. Shall I have them put on more? Just say the word. I can do whatever my dear wife desires. Anthea smiled faintly and shook her head. It's okay. We can see them again next year, he replied. Okay? The thought settled warmly in her chest. The promise from 7 years ago came true. She could hardly believe she was standing beside the grown-up Blake, watching the fireworks together like they had once dreamed as children. But that realization brought back an old question that had lingered in her heart for years. Young Blake's first love was Diana. How had they ended up like this? She turned to him. Blake, weren't you a bit disappointed when you married me? He blinked. Disappointed? What do you mean? She said. I know that Diana was your first love. Blake gave her a puzzled look. Diana? My first love was Diana, was it not? She asked hesitantly. He questioned. Since when has this nonsense been in your head? She questioned herself. Since when? I've always thought that. That's what it said in the original novel, she asked. Wasn't the marriage proposal sent to Diana first? I thought you only married me after she turned it down. Blake's expression softened. No. It was always you from the start, Anthea. I only got married because it was you. I would have refused if it had been anyone else. Anthea stared at him. It was me, not Diana. Thinking back, she realized something. The novel only said the emperor sent a marriage proposal to the Valencia family. It never actually specified who it was for. She had simply assumed it was Diana. After all, Diana was the same age as Blake, cherished by Count Valencia, and constantly at the center of high society's attention, she realized. But that wasn't the case? I told you, Blake said, his voice firm but tender. I liked you from the start. I told you that you were the only one for me. Did you not believe me? He leaned in and looked into her eyes. Did you try to leave? Because you believed I had feelings for Diana? Her breath caught as he gently squeezed her. Blake, she whispered. Suddenly, a raindrop landed on her cheek. Then another. Huh! Rain? She murmured. Blake glanced up, then quickly placed a hand over her head. I can't let you catch a cold. Let's go over there. They ran to take shelter, finding cover near a grand hotel terrace. Anthea gasped at the view. Wow, what a beautiful view. Did you make a reservation in advance? I thought we could watch the fireworks from here, Blake said calmly. In case even the seats for distinguished guests made you uncomfortable, she said. I see, but even as she smiled, she noticed something. He had been looking upset for a while now. Blake, she said cautiously. By chance, are you mad at me? Because of what I said earlier? Blake reached for her again, his grip warm and grounding. No. But know this, you are my true first love, and my last one. Don't forget that. Her heart swelled. Okay, she said softly, smiling at last. I won't. You're going to catch a cold at this rate, Blake said. You should hurry and take a bath. You can wash up first, she said, brushing some damp hair from his forehead. I don't want you to end up with a fever. I'm fine, he replied, grabbing her hand. He could feel the warmth of her hand against his. Anthea, your hands are cold. Go on. Wash up. His hands are so firm and warm, she thought. He's really not a weak little boy anymore. Her heart skipped a beat. Okay, she said, giving his hand a final squeeze before letting go. Later, she stepped out of the bath. Blake, I'm done with my bath. You're done? He called. Can I wash up now? Of course. She pushed him towards the bath. Go and wash up. You can't catch a cold. He gave a soft chuckle. Okay. As he was taking a bath, she glanced out at the darkened sky. This rain really came out of nowhere. Thank goodness it started after the fireworks ended, Anthea sighed, reminiscing. When we were little, we always used to hold hands while we slept. Why does it feel so strange and awkward now? There's no reason to be nervous, she told herself. As Blake comes out from bath, she looked at him. She thought, everything feels unfamiliar. Could it be because we're in a different place? The space was luxurious, but unfamiliar, and the tension hung oddly in the air. She turned her head and there he was. Blake stood before her, dressed in a robe, silver hair damp and falling around his face. He looked like a completely different person from the boy she had known. She turns her head. I don't even know what to say to him. Then his voice cut softly through the silence. Anthea, why are you looking away? She wasn't able to answer, flustered. Then Blake said, Your hair is still wet. She exclaimed, glancing down. I'll go dry off some more. But he reached for her gently. Let me, he offered. She hesitated. It's okay, he insisted. I want to do it for you. Thanks, she whispered. While he was drying her hair, he said, Today must have been tiring for you. She shook her head faintly. No. It was just like a dream, she thinks. I didn't feel tired at all, even after waking up early to get ready for the banquet and getting caught in the heavy rain. The next morning, she stirred to sit up, but winced. A dull throb pulsed through her body. Why am I sore all over? Her eyes widened when she looked at Blake lying beside her. As the memory crashed back. Last night. For the first time, her face flushed in a panic. What do I do now? How can I ever look Blake in the face again? First things first, I should put some clothes on. But then she paused, blinking in confusion. Wait, what the? I already have some on. A voice came from beside her, soft and amused. My dear wife, did you sleep well? She turned and nearly jumped. He asked, Why are you so startled? She blushed, thinking, After being such a beast last night, there he is, with that impossibly innocent look on his face. I must not let myself get tricked by that angelic demeanor. As she flailed to gather herself, she pulled the duvet. He shifted slightly closer. Dear wife, he said with a teasing smile. He embraced her warmly. Let's just stay like this for a little while. He kissed her and said, We can stay here a bit longer, then walk back to the plaza together. The rain stopped, she replied. Okay, Blake. A day before. Damn it, Richard seethed. Everything was going according to plan until that fake Anthea ruined it all. He had spent years carefully crafting a benevolent public image with charitable work at the orphanage. He had been this close to marrying Sophia, the Marquis Weston's only daughter, and becoming a Marquis himself. His plan had been simple. Get rid of Blake using poison, and frame the now idiotic Anthea in the scandal to eliminate her too. With no one in his way, he'd begin his ascent to emperor as the current one's sole nephew. But then, that fake Anthea had disappeared. Now the palace was searching for her. If she was caught, the truth would unravel. So he thought, I must find that woman before they do, he thought with a snarl. No matter what. I even skipped the Foundation Day banquet, which would have served as my grand return to high society to search every corner of the empire. But so far, I haven't even found a trace of her. You damn brat, he growled. Where did you disappear to? Just then his subordinate came and informed, Sir Richard, we found her. We found the fake Anthea. He went to the place where his subordinate guided him. His heart pounded, running towards it. Where? Where is she? When he reached there, he saw Blake and Anthea together kissing during the firework. But when he laid eyes on her, his breath caught. That's the real Anthea. He knew it instantly. He thought, that isn't some hollow imposter. He clenches his fist thinking, that woman should have been mine. Just then some memories flashed before his eyes. Ugh! Pain suddenly lanced through his head. Sir Richard, are you all right? His subordinate asked. What's wrong with me? He gasped, clutching his skull. Why do I keep hearing these voices? After the Foundation Day celebrations, Diana had returned to the academy. Anthea was slowly learning about everything that had happened in the 7 years she'd been away, easing back into normal life. But above all else, this morning truly made her feel like herself again. Blake's face had been the first thing she saw when she woke, and it made her so incredibly happy. She thought, walking, I should stop by and say hello to father while we're at the Central Palace. Maybe I can bring him some new snacks. But a maid informed her. Your Highness, unfortunately you'll need to wait a moment. His Majesty is currently sparring with Commander Lance. Sir Lance? The commander of the First Order? Anthea lit up. I heard he's the strongest among all the Imperial Knights. How are they sparring? I'm curious, she ordered the maid. Escort me to him, the maid replied. Yes, Your Highness. She watched as the two renowned swordsmen clashed in the sparring grounds. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen. The fluid grace, the sheer power, it was mesmerizing. I should wait quietly and not disturb them, she thought, hands folded. Although, it looks like Commander Lance is starting to tire. Suddenly Lance's sword grazes the Emperor on his shirt. Your Majesty, are you alright? Commander Lance called out in concern. I'm fine, the Emperor said coolly, lifting his blade once more. He then unbuttons his shirt and puts off the shirt, then said, Let us continue. Anthea gasped softly, eyes wide. Oh my goodness. How is his body even better than it was 10 years ago? She blinked in disbelief. I don't understand how he could have improved from before. I already thought it was beyond perfect back then. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, covering her eyes. Anthea, what are you doing here? She turned quickly to see Blake, a slight frown on his face. Blake, she stammered. He asked. What are looking at? She replied. I was just watching the training session. He glanced toward the sparring grounds, then said, We shouldn't disturb them. We should leave now. This magnificent training session must go on uninterrupted. Blake pulls her towards him gently, so she said, Right. Just then, he questioned, seeing her hesitation. Anthea, do you love His Majesty's abs that much? No, she sputtered. I was genuinely observing the sparring. I just wanted to see the top 2 swordsmen in the Empire clash. It's rare. I never imagined I'd be met with that spectacle, she rambled, face burning with embarrassment. Blake said, I worked really hard, but I guess it just wasn't enough. No, she interrupted, her voice suddenly serious. Of course it's enough. His gaze lowered slightly. His Majesty and Blake both have amazing abs. They're just different, that's all. Blake has sort of model-like beauty, while His Majesty gives off more of an Olympic gold medalist vibe. You're saying I'm different from him? She said nervously. He asked. What's different? How do I even explain models and gold medalists in a world like this? She thought, panicking slightly. They don't even exist here. She took a deep breath. His Majesty is like cold. What? Blake looked utterly confused. No, I mean he's #1 in the world, she corrected quickly. That's all I meant. So, His Majesty is #1 in the world? He repeated, frowning deeply. No, wait, that's not what I meant either, she groaned, trying to recover. He has the body of the #1 swordsman in the world. That's it. Blake suddenly turned and began stomping off. She called out, Blake, where are you going? Philia Palace, he replied without looking back. If I beat His Majesty, I'll be first place. The golden first place. No, you can't do that, she cried. Blake, you're already first place too. He paused. First place in what? She swallowed. First place when it comes to beauty. Then she gently squeezed his hand. And first place when it comes to me. Then she blows on his hand. A faint noise broke the moment. BRRT, he asked. Anthea, what are you doing? Fart attack, she whispered. That's not where you do it, he said dryly. You're supposed to do it here. He tapped his stomach. That was when we were children, she protested, mortified. She thought, embarrassed. It's not a cute little boy's tummy anymore. It's rock-hard abs now. Then, Blake leaned in, eyes gleaming. Shall I do it to you instead? He pulled her slightly toward him. She shuts her eyes close. He starts blowing from her face to neck. Huh! Ah, Blake! In that moment, as Blake gently bit the tip of her finger, a realization struck her. I'll never be able to leave this man. Meanwhile, across the city, Richard sat seething. Damn it! I keep hearing strange voices ever since the real Anthea returned. What did that wretched girl do to me? A knock at the door broke his thoughts. Sir Richard, a letter from Marquis Weston has arrived. What? He snatches the letter thinking. The Marquis has never reached out first. He ripped open the letter, only for his expression to darken. A broken engagement notice? He clenched the parchment tightly. He dares to break off the engagement with me, when I'm next in line to become emperor? After I graciously offered to take in his dim-witted daughter? Soon after he went to Marquis Estate. The whole journey this was in his mind. Does he know how much effort went into making that marriage happen? Moments later, he stormed into the Weston Estate, filled with rage. I do not want to see your face, the Marquis roared. How dare you show up here as if you did anything right? Get lost! Richard's eyes widened. A broken engagement notice? How did this ever happen? The Marquis scoffed. Are you honestly asking that because you don't know? Just look at the mess you caused by introducing a fake crown princess. I was too embarrassed to even show my face during the Foundation Day celebrations. Do you know how upset Sophia was? That was just a minor blunder, Richard insisted, voice growing strained. My name was cleared. I was found completely innocent. You're really going to break off the engagement over something so trivial? You still think I'll let Sophia marry you after that? The Marquis sneered. How shameless can you be? I knew your lowly blood would show itself eventually, Richard remarked. Your words are a bit harsh. Am I wrong? The Marquis snapped hand to his skull. This is exactly why I never should have let a dirty room into my house. I must have been insane. I refuse, Richard growled. Sophia and I will not break up under any circumstances. You two will part ways, the Marquis snapped. I'll request a demonic trial. I must know what dirty trick you used to seduce my daughter. He pointed to the door. Let's see how brazen you are during the trial. Now get out of my sight! Saying that, the Marquis turns his head around. Richard then picks a vase sculpture and hit the Marquis with it, crashing him to the floor. Droplets of water hit the floor. There was one thing I regretted doing in the last 7 years, Richard thought darkly. I should have taken care of that idiot Frank earlier. If I had, the Carcio family wouldn't have fallen from grace so tragically. Issues need to be handled swiftly and cleanly. If you find yourself conflicted by your options, it's already too late. I will get rid of anyone who stands in my way of becoming the next emperor. A loud crash echoed, and Sophia rushed in. Richard, I just heard a loud noise. Are you all right? Father! Her voice trembled as she saw Marquis on the floor. Father! Richard stood there, his expression grim. Richard, did you kill him? Sophia asked, her voice filled with disbelief. How could you do something like this? I had no choice, Sophia, he replied, voice low. Marquis Weston threatened to frame me, to call for a demonic trial. I don't care about dying, but I just couldn't bear the thought of parting ways with you. Murderer! She screamed. You killed my father! You murderer! Richard's thoughts twisted. Why is she getting mad? That man never saw her as a daughter, only a tool to protect his title. I was the one who consoled her broken heart. Shouldn't she be putting me first right now? Bring me back my father! Sophia sobbed, hand to her head. Bring him back to me now! He leaned down to her. Sophia, you're too excited. Just calm down. What did you just say? Her expression turned ferocious. How could you say that to me right now? You're telling me to calm down after killing my father? Then she stormed out. Where are you going? Richard called after her. To the garrison, she said coldly. I will be reporting you. Richard thought, if they find out I murdered Marquis Weston, it'll be over for me. I just thought she was dumb and frustrating, but now she's become a true nuisance. He lunged and hit her on back of her head, making her unconscious. You must consider me a mortal enemy now, Sophia, but no matter what. His eyes narrowed, holding unconscious Sophia. I will marry into this family. Meanwhile, the morning sun poured gently through the windows. Anthea, Blake murmured, seeing her opening eyes. Did you sleep well? Yeah. She smiled softly. He giggled. It's so nice to have my wife be the first thing I see in the morning. She laughed, flustered. Me too. As she tried to slip away, Blake held her tighter. Why do you look so embarrassed? He teased. It's even making me feel embarrassed. Lies, she muttered, glaring. He tilts his head. It's the truth. Later, while walking in the hallway, she thought, I should meet with Lord Colin and Father today. Blake not letting me go every morning is a bit troublesome, but still, it's cute. His body is all grown up, but I think there's still some cuteness left in him. At least in my eyes. She stepped forward gleaming. Anyhow, I'm in a good mood. Even the breeze feels nice. I wish every day could be like today. She soon arrived at her emperor's room. She peeked in. Father, Anthea. Hello? He greeted warmly. She asked. Are you busy? No. I was just about to take a small break, he said. Actually, I was just thinking about going to see you. Really? Her face lit up. I heard you stopped by yesterday too. She coughed lightly, face flushed. The emperor jumps from his place. Are you all right? She smiled. Ha, yes. Yesterday was nothing. I just turned around because it seemed like you were busy, as if there could be anything more important than you. He added, he said. Let's have a cup of tea. A few moments later inside the greenhouse, pouring her a cup, the emperor asked, let me know if you'd like something else. Not at all. There's already so much. She took a bite. And it's all so good, he said. Is it? Eat up, she insisted. You should have some too, Father. All right. He took a sip. That's right. I've decided on the 5th order of knights to be dedicated to your service. They'll serve you until Diana graduates. Thank you, Anthea replied gratefully. However, he continued darkly, we will choose your personal guard knight through a tournament. I can't entrust my daughter-in-law to just any knight. Anthea shivered slightly. Wow, is it that serious? Such murderous intent. You can totally tell their father and son at times like these. And that's how the tournament to select the crown princess's personal guard knight began. No one could have predicted the results. Later Chelsea informed. What? Blake entered? Anthea was stunned. I was well aware His Highness was strong, Chelsea said. But seeing it in person, it was harrowing. The knights were annihilated in an instant, Anthea replied. Okay. Thanks for letting me know, Chelsea. She thought, I should check in with Blake and His Majesty. She rushed over. Seeing Blake shirtless, she gets worried. Blake, are you okay? Are you hurt? Oh, just sweated a bit too much, he said nonchalantly. And my shoulder's just slightly sore, she thought, watching him in disbelief. He remains perfectly unscathed. After completely annihilating the 5th order? How strong is he? She covers his body with shirt and said, You can't beat up the knights when you're this strong. I made sure they were all treated afterward. Blake reassured her. Besides, I didn't have much of a choice. I had to confirm they were capable enough to keep you safe. She thought, blushing, ugh, those eyes that make my heart melt. But still, she said sternly, you can't win the tournament for my personal guard, he argued. I can't entrust you to someone who can't even win against me. You know I don't like fighting. He gently took her hand. I honestly had no choice. I only entered because I was worried about you. That's true, she thought, smiling. He didn't even like staring contests. He was always busy losing to Diana. I don't want to see Blake get hurt or push himself too hard because he's worried about me. Blake, she said softly, I'll teach you some magic. Magic that could keep you and the people you care about safe. He squeezed her hand, eyes resolute. Okay, teach me. I'm willing to learn anything that will help keep you safe. The first thing I'm going to teach you, she said gently, is how to feel someone else's mana. A soft whoosh of energy shimmered in the air between them. We'll be able to recognize each other, wherever we are. Blake blinked in quiet awe. It's warm. She gets surprised. Is it? Yeah, he murmured. Your hands are always warm. They were from the start. He squeezed her hand. Whenever I held your hand, all my pain just melted away. You are my light, Anthea. Her heart raced as he kissed her hand. Then Blake said, Anthea, your mana is shaking. She blushed, embarrassed. I guess my mana gets affected when my emotions are stirred, she quickly said. You can already feel the waves of my mana. That's amazing, he then asked. How is my mana? She closed her eyes for a moment, sensing. Blake's mana feels clear. It's not even the slightest bit murky or askew. It's pure and full of bright light. She paused, thoughtful. The release of all that mana after the curse was broken could have caused great physical strain, but you're handling it well. He was certainly born with blessed traits, but I'm sure spending his childhood suppressing and managing the curse helped in the long run. She smiled softly. Your mana is clear, and you're doing a good job managing it. But I think it's time you learn how to release it too, he replied. Okay, you need to concentrate, she instructed, and focus on gathering all the mana in your fingertips, like you did moments ago. Now try letting it flow out of you and into me. He nodded slowly. she continued. It might be a bit difficult at first. Just try to remain calm and take your time. A gentle warmth passed between them. That's amazing, she exclaimed. Well done! My husband is clearly a genius. Heh. He chuckled, slightly bashful. Try to remember how the mana undulates and flows, she continued. Since our manas originate from the same source, we should be able to find each other wherever we are. So long as we don't forget and allow it to. I will never forget, he said with quiet conviction. She said, I will always be by your side. You don't need to worry about that anymore, she smirked. And don't forget to apologize to the knights, okay? It'd be a different story if you'd injured someone during a duel but you barged into a tournament, he argued. But it concerned your safety, she added. I've always liked nice boys. Okay, he said, smiling. I'll do as you say. He gave a small nod. A few moments later, Welcome, Your Highness. A knight greeted him. Blake in a commanding tone asked, I'm assuming everyone's wounds are being treated without issue? Yes, Your Highness, came the chorus of responses. Blake's eyes narrowed as he noticed something. What's wrong with your hand? Did they not treat you? The knight scratched the back of his neck. I ended up accidentally tripping in the middle of training just now. Come here. Blake reached out and gently grabbed his hand. It's all right, Your Highness, the knight protested. It hasn't even been that long since the last time you healed me with the power of light, Blake said. Stay still. This will take no time at all. The knight felt touched. Why, Your Highness? The knight wiped a tear. He used to be colder than the snow-capped mountains of the north, and now look at him. It's just so moving. Another sniffled, deeply emotional. Everyone turned a little sentimental. Then Blake turned coldly. Be careful from now on. If you're all battered like this, my dear wife might think I did something to you. All the injured should line up, he called out. That's all right, Your Highness. We're fine. One of them stammered, shaking their heads. Blake turned icy cold. Now, everyone lined up quickly. Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, in the garden, Anthea looked up at the sky. The autumn sun feels nice. A few knights appeared there huffing and puffing. Your Highness, one knight called out. I can't believe I'm running into you here. What a fortunate coincidence. Haha, is it a coincidence? Anthea thought, watching them curiously. They look like they ran over here just to see me, she replied. Yes, indeed, the knight shows no injury and brightly said. We're feeling light as a feather today. His Highness healed us, you see. His companion shows thumbs up and said, His Highness is just so kind. He might be the nicest person throughout the entire empire. What's going on? Anthea blinked. Why does it feel like I'm watching an awkward ad for a politician? Another knight chimed in. His Highness personally came all the way to the armory and healed every injured knight. He really is the most generous, another said. Please excuse us. We should get going now. While leaving, they said. Take care, Your Highness. What was that? Anthea murmured. They rushed over to praise him and then disappeared instantly. Anthea observed. Still, she admitted, it feels good to hear all that. Anthea smiled faintly. I do agree. Blake is kind. Then she went to see Lord Colin. Lord Colin! She called, peeking inside. Colin turned. Your Highness, did you come here in search of a book? She asked. Yes. Are you done with work for today? I still have some tasks I need to take care of, Colin replied. But I'll do them the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, she mused. Isn't that when Commander Lons is having his wedding? Shifting his glasses, he replied. That's right, Anthea remarked. I guess you won't be attending. Lord Colin gave his excuse. No. After Commander Lons gets married, they'll start nagging about how I should be next. Why aren't you getting married? You should hurry up and get hitched, he sighed. I would rather work. Of course, Anthea said with a chuckle. Hang in there, he replied. Thank you, Your Highness. Colin, she asked suddenly. You haven't heard anything about Sarah yet, right? He replied. No, nothing yet, she asked further. What about Camellia Orphanage? He told. She hasn't shown up there, either. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as finding a missing person. But if we discover any clues, I'll let you know right away, she replied. Yes. Please do. While back at the palace, Chelsea approached with a scroll in hand. Your Highness, this is the list of repairs for Cephia Palace you requested. Anthea looked at it and said, Thank you, Chelsea. Please proceed with all this, Chelsea added. Yes, Your Highness. And there's something else I must report to you. We've received word that Richard Carseal is moving up his nuptials, but it was already less than a month away, Anthea said, surprised. When is it? Chelsea told. In 2 days. It seems Marquis Weston has fallen gravely ill, Anthea asked, concerned. The Marquis has? She remembers. He was a character even present in the latter half of the original novel. But now he's suddenly on the verge of death? Something wasn't sitting right. I should dig a bit deeper into Richard. I can't believe a family of Marquis Weston's status didn't call for a physician or a priest. They just gave up on seeking treatment entirely to rush the wedding. Anthea muttered, the sharp clack of her heels punctuating her frustration. And on the same day as Commander Lanza's wedding, no less. It's just strange. She frowned. Richard loves to show off, to gather crowds just so he can brag. Why would he choose a date that guarantees a smaller turnout? Blake's voice called out gently. Anthea, she turned. Blake, it's cold. Why are you outside? He smiled. Because I miss my dear wife. Let's go to the solarium for a moment, he added. There's something I want to show you, Shah replied. Okay. Anthea's eyes widened as they stepped into the warm light of the solarium. Wow. These strawberries were just planted recently. When did they grow this much? She turned to Blake. Did you do all this? Yeah, he said proudly. I was practicing what you taught me yesterday. That's amazing, she beamed. Not even the head of the magic tower could have learned this quickly, Blake chuckled softly. It's because you taught me well. No, it's thanks to your natural talent, she insisted. You're really a genius, he blushed. Come on. I'm nothing like that, she giggled. So cute, she said. All that practice must have been tiring. Should we take a break today? I can learn more today, Blake said quickly, eager. She suggested. Don't push yourself too hard. There's no need to rush, he replied. That's not it. I just like learning from you. Then she picked up a strawberry and said, Okay, then let's review what we learned yesterday. Here, try this first. He took a bite. Maybe it's because they were grown with magic? They're not very sweet. That's because you were only focused on making them grow big, Anthea explained. This kind of magic helps crops grow quickly, but that means you have to pay extra attention to the little things like sunlight, nutrients, and how you channel your mana, he replied, picking some more on his hand. Okay, I'll give it a go. Blake closed his eyes and concentrated, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow. His hair fell slightly forward, damp at the edges. Anthea reached out and gently touched a strand. He flinched, face flushed. Don't tell me, you're embarrassed? She teased, eyes sparkling. Blake pouted slightly. Dear wife, she pounced on him, laughing. My husband is just too cute. He looked away. I still have a long way to go. She gets surprised. Huh, nothing, he said quickly, then handed her a strawberry. Here, try this. She tasted it and smiled. It's good. But what are we going to do with all these strawberries? He replied. We'll send them to Commander Lanza's wedding in 2 days. Oh, Blake. Anthea's tone shifted. I need to talk to you about the Weston wedding on that same day. The day of the wedding arrived. Across town at the Weston estate, tension filled the air. Sir Richard scowled as he surveyed the nearly empty venue. There are barely any guests, his subordinate reported. A significant number of people sent word they wouldn't be attending, Richard said. They must be going to Lanza's wedding. Damn vermin, Richard hissed. I expected this. I chose this date knowing the turnout would be low. His hands clenched his robe. Marquis Weston is dead. I barely managed to halt the body's decay using dark magic and magic stones. Up close, the illusion is thin. You can tell when you look at him closely. And dumb Sophia, he thought with disdain. She was beyond reason. I subdued her consciousness and left her in Kaylin's care. I brought Kaylin and Conies from orphanage and raised them into dark magicians. They are far from replacing the great Domaram. But this is what I'm left to work with. Kaylin, Richard asked. Is the hallucinatory incense prepared? Yes. Kaylin nodded. It's been installed in the Marquis's room, he thought. The thick fog of dark magic and incense would keep guests from realizing the Marquis has already gone. The will is ready, Richard continued. After the ceremony, I'll become the new head of the Weston family. I'll inherit the title and the immense wealth. Just one more day. He took a breath, then exhaled slowly. It won't be long now. No mistakes can be made. Yes, my lord. We'll take care of it, Kaylin said. Richard clenches his fist. I just need to get through today. Just one day. Richard turned, only to be interrupted. Someone knocks the door and informed. Sir Richard, we need you outside, he questioned. What is it now? A servant informed. The imperial couple has arrived. He was in disbelief. What? Richard paled. Anthea and Blake are here? He staggered backward in disbelief. He looked from the window. Shouldn't they be at Commander Lanza's wedding? What are they doing here? He quickly went down and greeted them. Greetings to His Highness, the light of the Empire, and Her Highness, the blessing of the Empire. Came the formal address, followed by a deep bow. Anthea said, It has been a while, Sir Richard Carseal. Congratulations on your wedding. Anthea's words rang in his ears, as if she hadn't been the one meant to wear that white dress. He thought she should have been standing beside me, not offering hollow courtesies. The only reason the Crown Prince has managed to claim such a beautifully perfect woman is because he was born the Emperor's son. It's infuriating. I heard Marquis Weston was in critical condition, Blake said with a casual tone. Yes, Richard replied with practiced calm. He was, unfortunately, involved in a horse-riding accident. We had to rush the wedding. I see, the Crown Prince said, narrowing his eyes. And where is the Marquis now? I shall cure him. A murmur of surprise and admiration rippled through the audience. What wonderful news! His Majesty wishes to heal the Marquis himself. He was chosen by the goddess, someone whispered. He must be able to cure him. Panic surged through Richard. No, the hallucinatory incense won't affect the Crown Prince. I must keep him away from the Marquis. He clenched his fists behind his back. The Marquis, His Grace, is receiving treatment and recovering, he said quickly. It wouldn't be wise for anyone to see him right now. Is that so? Blake replied. But I wanted to offer my greetings. I missed him at the Foundation Day celebrations. Let me at least say a quick hello. I'm sorry, Your Highness, Richard said, trying not to show his nerves. He just barely fell asleep. He needs rest. I don't think a meeting is possible today, Blake asked. The ceremony is about to begin and he's sleeping. The health of His Grace is of utmost importance, Richard added, bowing his head. I implore your benevolent understanding, he said to himself. Stay confident. He can't see me flustered. Sir Richard Carseal, Anthea interjected with an edge. Where is Lady Weston? She's currently resting, Richard replied. Caring for her father has left her exhausted. How unfortunate, Anthea said. I must console her in person, Richard replied. I'm afraid that won't be possible either. Are you defying the authority of the Crown Princess? She snapped. The Marquis may be sick in bed, but his daughter certainly is not. Yet you refuse to let me see her? Her voice dropped to a dangerous murmur. Seeing as how you dismiss me now, your refusal now makes me wonder if the incident last time wasn't intentional. And no, that's not true, Richard began, but the implication was clear. He thought, is she implying she'll hold me accountable for bringing forth the fake Anthea if I don't let her see Sophia? I can't let that happen. I understand, Your Highness, he said with a resigned sigh. However, I would ask that His Highness stay behind. I do not wish to show off my blushing bride to another man. The prince's gaze hardened. Are you trying to offend me? I am the Crown Prince of this empire. I already have a wife, Sir Richard Carseal. Exactly how many lives do you possess? Blake said, unsheathing his sword. The tension in the air tightened like a noose. Do you expect to remain alive after insulting the Crown Prince of the Empire? And my apologies, Your Highness, Richard stammered, bowing quickly. He said inwardly, how is he so intimidating? Lead the way, Blake commanded. He complied. Yes, Your Highness. Just a moment. Behind closed doors, chaos brewed. Richard slammed his fist against the wall. Damn it! Kaelin, use all the mana you have. We cannot let the Crown Prince or Princess find out. And change into a maid's uniform so you don't stand out, she complied. Yes, Master. Richard's eyes darkened with rage. He was a repulsive monster under a curse not long ago, and he dares look down on me? I'll make sure he regrets it today. Moments later, the doors to the chamber opened again. Please come in, Sophia said softly. Bowing, she said, let me first offer you my greetings. Greetings to His Highness, the light of the Empire, and Her Highness, the blessing of the Empire. She bowed with perfect grace. Congratulations on your wedding, Lady Weston, Anthea offered with a tight smile. I am honored to have you here, Sophia replied. Anthea remarked. You look just so beautiful today, Sophia replied. Thank you, Your Highness. Kaelin had her observing eyes on her. But you look a bit pale, Anthea observed, feigning concern. Your father's condition must be distressing. She squeezed her hand, showing concern. Sophia flinched slightly. No, with Richard by my side, I am fine. I am very happy. She trembled a little, unable to speak fluently. Her voice trembled despite her resolve. As Blake puts his gaze on her, she quivered. Richard quickly intervened. It seems Sophia is quite nervous. My apologies, Your Highness, Richard interjected smoothly. We still have some things to take care of before the ceremony. Could you please make your way to your seats now? She replied. Sure, we'll be leaving. Then she turned to Blake. Let's go, Blake, he replied. Sure, dear wife. While leaving, Blake again looks at her suspiciously. As they walked away, Richard's heart pounded. Damn it. What was that just now? My apologies, master, Kaylin whispered. My mana just suddenly became unstable. Didn't I tell you to concentrate? Richard snapped. Kaylin trembles. It got twisted, like there was interference. As if something disrupted the spell. Interference? Richard narrowed his eyes. Could Blake have done something? No. He didn't look like he caught on. He would have made a scene if he had. It's just one day. No. I just need to keep this up for a few more hours. If we don't do it today, the Marquis's body will decay too far to trick anyone. This is my last chance to become a Marquis. He clicked his tongue. We proceed with the wedding as planned. I will not forgive another mistake. Prepare that brat again, she complied. Yes, master. Richard watched as Sophia No, the puppet, moved with mechanical grace. Good. She moves without issue. Let's go. He thought, I just need to get through the wedding. I only lack the title and wealth. I have plenty of talent. With the Marquis title, I'll take over Parliament. I'll become the next emperor, and make Blake kneel before me. And Anthea will be mine. As he was about to head out, a sudden command shattered his fantasy. Blake puts his sword to his neck and said, Sir Richard Carseal, you are charged with murder, and shall be held in contempt for your disrespectful behavior toward the Crown Princess. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Richard asked. Even if you are the Crown Prince, this is going too far. Your Highness, please. One of the Imperial Knights grabbed Sophia and said, Lady Weston, please come with me. This place is far too dangerous for you. Sophia recoiled, her hands trembling. No, I don't want to. Why are you doing this to me? Don't take my Richard away. Looking at her, Anthea thought. She's still under his control. We must sever the dark magic connection immediately. So she stepped up. A knight said, It's too dangerous, Your Highness. It's okay, she said, stepping forward, steady and calm. Everyone is on guard. Sophia, she said softly, reaching out. Her hand twitched and then she grasped her. You're okay now. A surge of magic swept through the air. A faint whoosh, then a cry of pain. Ow! Sophia faltered, gasping. Yuke! Anthea grabs her and asked, Sophia, are you alright? Then a voice rang out, shrill and broken with grief. He did it! That man, he killed my father! Sophia pointed towards Richard. Then Blake ordered, Arrest that man. Richard grits his teeth. Then boom, smoke erupted everywhere. Hallucinatory incense! Someone shouted. Everyone, cover your mouths! Chaos erupted. The air wavered with thick, shimmering smoke. Soldiers swayed, coughing violently. Kia! In the chaos, someone tried to attack Blake. Anthea called out. Blake! Blake countered him. Protect the Crown Prince and Princess! Came the order. Then someone shouted. Richard's disappeared, you crazy bastard! Another voice roared. How dare you swing your sword at His Highness? Knock that punk out! Anthea, are you alright? Blake asked, eyes sharp with concern. She replied. Yes, are you hurt, Blake? He said. I'm fine. It seems there was another dark magician. Blake growled. Break all the windows! The knights done their work and broke the windows. The thick incense smoke began to clear at last, but as soon the smoke disperses they saw knights lying on the ground unconscious. Blake said. He got away. After Sophia was rescued from Richard's influence, she was placed under the strict protection of the Imperial Knights. As she had claimed, Marquis Weston's body was found lifeless, hidden away. The entire empire was put on high alert. Posters went up. Rumors spread. Richard Carseal was now a wanted man. Later Anthea was busy in thought. I can't believe he did that to poor little Sophia. I will never forgive him. Seeing her, Blake said, There it is again, that face. Anthea turned to him. Blake, he said, you shouldn't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Are you done for the day? She asked, changing the subject. He replied. I stopped by to see my dear wife's face. I was worried I'd find you like this. Don't worry. I will make sure Richard pays for what he's done. So you must, Blake said gently but firmly. You must avoid such dangers next time. I'm talking about when you acted on your own even with the knights around. It wasn't that dangerous, Anthea replied. And I had the knights. Not to mention, I'm stronger than most people think. That's why I took the initiative. I know. His voice lowered. You're the one who broke my curse. And now you're my mentor. You're teaching me magic. He embraced her and said, But knowing all that doesn't stop me from worrying. He pulled her into a quiet embrace. But I'm strong, too, he said softly. So you can trust me. Take it easy, she replied. I already trust you, and I promise to be more careful from now on. I don't want to see you worry. You promise, he murmured, she replied. And I'll keep it. Somewhere far from the palace, in the shadowed outskirts of the city, Richard Carseal pressed forward, breath ragged. Where did I go wrong? He thought bitterly. I never lost sight of the imperial throne. I clawed my way up without rest, and now I'm disgraced overnight. A fugitive. He grits his teeth. Damn it, master, came Kalen's voice. We can't go this way. Over there! A shout rang out behind them. A knight pointed. That's him. That man looks like the criminal. There's a dark magician next to him. This way, master, Kalen urged. So the rush to get away from knights. They sprinted, cloaks whipping behind them, and the knights were behind following them. Stop right there! While running, they reached at a cliff. Down from there was the river. Huffing and puffing, Richard shouts. Damn it, Richard Carseal! A knight shouted. There's nowhere to run. Don't add to your crimes. Turn yourself in. Ha! Richard laughed bitterly. Don't add to my crimes? With the murder of the Marquis and the attempted poisoning of the Crown Prince exposed, the only thing waiting for me is death. He looked at the river. But if I jump, there's a slight chance I might survive. And without another word, he dove in. Sir Richard! Came the cry from Kalen. Richard was drowning in the river. While drowning, he saw a white-haired woman coming to him. He wonders, what's going on? Who's that woman? Serpenia. Richard whispered, half delirious. His memories flashed back. He remembered everything, as soon as he saw her white hair. His eyes narrowed. I am Philip. He remembers his past life. I was Philip in my previous life. A wielder of light. I rose alone, no allies, no aid. With that power, I built a new empire from the ground up. I was the great emperor of Asterik. Different memories flashed before his eyes. The memory where Liontel asked her about the stone slab. Or the memory where he changed the cursed words. Or the memory where he threatened Leonte. The seat of the Empress remains vacant. If you want to leave this place, stop struggling. Stop wasting your energy. Just become my wife. Then the memory where he trembling with rage and grief. No, Liontel! Just hang on a little longer, I'll find a way to save you. I will. And that was the moment he lost her. Philip, she had whispered. I abhor you. He remembers. That's how Liontel, the love of my life, left me. And in the cruel twists of fate, she was reborn. Reincarnated, as Anthea. Therefore, Anthea is mine. She is my woman. Later in the palace, Your Highness, Chelsea said, bowing slightly. His Majesty is calling for you, Anthea asked. Father is? Okay. While going to him, she thought. That's unusual. He rarely summons me this late in the evening. What could this be about? She made her way through the dim palace corridors until he reached the solarium. A strange choice, not her father's office. That made it even more peculiar. As she went in, she saw Unhan. Unhan? Anthea gasped softly. The man in black turned, offering a composed bow. Greetings to Her Highness, the blessing of the Empire. Unhan had become the Emperor of the Chang Empire. In the original tale, that land had been consumed by chaos, civil unrest, power-hungry princes battling for succession. But amid the turmoil, the celestial dragon chose Unhan, and he brought peace. He ascended the throne with divine legitimacy. You don't need to be so formal, Anthea said with a gentle smile. You're the emperor now, after all. I cannot, Unhan replied. You are my master's daughter-in-law, Anthea said. It actually makes me more uncomfortable. Please just call me Anthea, he replied. Okay. I shall, Lady Anthea. I came by to visit Master, he explained. And I heard that you had returned. I should have come sooner to offer my congratulations. Please accept my apologies. No need, Anthea said. You must have been busy after taking the throne. Thank you for coming in person. Is Bacon doing well? She asked. Yes. He was quite happy to hear of your return. Unhan reached into his robes and produced a small, polished box. And this is for you. Anthea tilted her head. What is it? A radiant stone, he explained. It glows even in darkness. It's beautiful, she murmured. Thank you. I'll treasure it. There's one more gift from Bacon, Unhan added, holding out a small bundle wrapped in silken paper. Taikri tea. It's a tea we drink daily at the Chang Palace. Wow, thank you, Anthea said with a delighted smile. I'll be sure to enjoy it, he asked. Shall I tell you how to prepare it? Can you? She asked eagerly. I can't believe I get to learn from the Emperor of Chang himself. It's an honor, he asked. Shall we begin? A few moments. Anthea was sniffs at the cup. How aromatic, Anthea said. It's very distinct from black tea. Its appeal lies in its subtlety. Just then Blake came there and squeezed her. Dear wife, I'm here. She gets surprised. Blake. Then Blake turns cold and asked, was he here? He sensed him. She asked, confused. Unhan, she asked. How did you know? He replied. I detected a sort of fishy scent, Anthea said. I wouldn't call it that. It's a more elegant aroma, isn't it? I'm not sure, Blake replied dryly. But what exactly is that scent? Oh, she laughed. It's Taikri tea. Bacon gifted it to me, he said. Oh, a gift from him. He took a sip and said, it's not bad. It's good, isn't it? She said cheerfully. Not only aromatic, but healthy too, and Unhan taught me how to brew it properly, she added, unaware of the way Blake's gaze darkened slightly. He asked. He did? She nodded. Yeah. It was a proper lesson. Suddenly Blake pulled her close. This isn't going to work, he murmured. Come here, dear wife. She again gets surprised. Huh, Blake said. I must rid you of this scent of another man. Oh, come on now, she laughed. There's no way you could actually smell it, he said. I can. So don't let the scent of other men rub off on you, she sighed. My husband is quite a jealous type. He leaned closer and asked, Did you just find that out? Then they kissed. A few moments later, when the Emperor came, Anthea asked softly, pouring tea in a cup. Father, would you like to try some? It's a precious tea from the Chang Empire. The Emperor smelled. It has a wonderful aroma. He took the cup, intrigued. Did you brew this yourself? She replied. Yes. Unhan was kind enough to teach me, she explained. It used to be reserved only for the imperial family and nobility, but since Unhan ascended the throne, it's been made available to all. I see, he murmured, taking a sip. It seems your touch has only enhanced its flavor. It's all thanks to Blake. Anthea smiled. He used magic to plant the seeds and grow the tea leaves, Blake interjected. We grew them together. We even shared the harvest with the palace staff, she added fondly. It was lovely to see them enjoy it. Oh, and Lord Colin, apparently, he doesn't drink tea. Not even black tea. I was surprised to hear that, the Emperor told. Colin prefers sweet fruit. He would have gladly accepted something like strawberry juice, Anthea said, amused. He has rather unusual taste. Then she added, Most men in the Aztec Empire avoid fruits and vegetables. They say sweet things are for women and children, even though they're so good for your health. Anthea sighed. It's a shame. I like fruits and vegetables, dear wife, Blake said, scooting a little closer. The Emperor also added, And I'm not a picky eater. Anthea glanced at them. Are they waiting for me to praise them? So cute. Then she changed the topic. Speaking of the Chang Empire, I believe this is the first official exchange between our nations. With Unhan as emperor, it feels like we finally have a dependable ally. Let's hope our two empires remain close allies. I hope so as well. The Emperor agreed with a smile. Then his emperor's expression darkened slightly. Still, we must stay vigilant. Not everyone supports this alliance. There's someone who believes closer ties with Chang threaten his position in jeopardy. Howard Kenthway. You're talking about the Deputy High Priest, aren't you? Anthea said, her voice firm. Exactly. He's been causing problems lately, the Emperor confirmed. If trade with Chang stabilizes the prices of high-value Eastern goods, his guild stands to lose their monopoly and their massive profits. He's been spreading vicious rumors to stop that from happening. But that's not all, Blake added grimly. The Kenthway family is deeply corrupt. Reports of bribery and misconduct fueled by their centuries-old alliance with the temple continue to pile up. But we can't tear down such a long-standing legacy overnight, Blake said. We must bide our time. He's right, the Emperor agreed. We need to crush them properly, all at once. He turned to Anthea. So if you hear any strange rumors about the Chang Empire, ignore them. They'll only be born out of fear. Yes, father, she replied firmly. I won't be swayed by such things. Just then a knock disrupted their time together. Lord Colin came and informed. Your Majesty, the trade ship headed for Chang has docked. The Emperor asked in shock. What? It's back already? Was there some sort of issue? Colin hesitated. Well, there was an outbreak on board. They're calling it Tansanol. Did you say Tansanol? She whispered, heart sinking. Anthea remembers. Tansanol, the deadly disease Philip once created by manipulating the goddess's power. There hadn't been an outbreak in centuries. Why did it suddenly show up again? It led to the fall of the Zelkan Empire and took Lakshal's life. Blake gripped her hand. It'll be okay, Don't worry. While nervous, she said, okay. Later, Blake asked Hans, seeing the report. They said the crew turned back when people began collapsing one by one. The messenger added, Yes, Your Highness. They showed black spots and bled out. I must go see it myself, Blake said, rising. No, you can't, Anthea shouted, rushing forward. Don't go, Blake! He caught her as she threw herself at him. Anthea, he assured her. Don't worry. I'll be fine. I haven't even caught a cold since the curse broke. Anthea said, I'm aware, but listen. I was blessed by the goddess too. I can't get sick either. So I'll go. I can't let you, Blake said firmly. She said, I've seen the door of darkness. I know Tansanol. And no one in this land surpasses me in healing magic, he said. It's still too dangerous. Not for me, she said, cutting him off. I'm a magician of light. If this really is Tansanol, I'm the one who should go. He stared at her. Finally, he softened. Then let's go together. The streets were filled with whispers and frightened murmurs. People were gathered at the port. People from temple were also there. One of the priests was shouting to the people. There's a Tansanol outbreak at sea. The goddess must be angry that we open trade with a foreign nation. Anthea's eyes narrowed. That must be Gale, one of the top 10 high-ranking priests. And here he is, spreading panic. He should be preventing people from gathering, not encouraging it. And that man beside him. Anthea's gaze hardened. That's the deputy high priest, Howard Kenthway. Kale suddenly raised his voice. The crown princess is a demon sent from the Chong Empire. Her spell binds both his majesty and the crown prince. She seeks to hand our empire to the east. What did he just say? Anthea gasped. What is he talking about? Priest Gale. You dare expect to keep your life after insulting the crown princess like that? Blake snarled, sword already drawn. Go on, he growled. Keep talking, priest, your highness, Howard said urgently. Please withdraw your sword. We must first determine if the maiden is truly the crown princess. Don't you agree? That rumor was true, whispered someone from the crowd. The air filled with hushed voices and murmurs. Is the crown princess really demonic? Came the anxious question. Silence, snapped a sharp voice. Do you not realize how grave a crime it is to speak of the imperial family in vain? The crowd went silent. Then Anthea stepped forward, her eyes fierce. Right now, treating the patients is more important than any rumor. Where are they? They're inside the merchant ship, someone responded. She asked. Has their treatment not begun yet? Then Priest Howard yelled. Do you not know what Tansanol is? That ship, it's already been cursed by the goddess. The entire merchant ship will be burned. What did you just say? Anthea demanded. Her voice cut through the crowd. There might be perfectly healthy people in there, and you want to burn all of them to death? More importantly, she pressed. Are you even certain it is Tansanol? Was the diagnosis made after a proper examination? The early symptoms of a cold resemble those of Tansanol. Many members of the Room clan met wrongful deaths because of misdiagnosis. Howard stepped forward, solemn. I serve the goddess of light, he declared. This is necessary to rid the empire of heretic demons, Anthea said. Do not twist the name of the goddess for your own ends. What did you just say? He roared and raged. Did you just insult the temple? The deputy high priest strode forward, righteous fury in his eyes. But another voice, calm, commanding, rose above them all. Blake puts his sword to his neck and asked, Deputy High Priest, was there something incorrect in the Crown Princess's statement? The priest gasped and stumbles a little. The Imperial Knights gathered around. Blake asked, How shall I have you pay for insulting the crown and speaking ill of my wife? Then a person sprinted to them and pleaded, Please spare them. There are crew members in there that aren't sick. He plopped to the ground and begged. Please, just spare their lives, he shouts. Inside that ship. But then he coughed blood. A cry rang out. Ah, it's Tansanol. The cries erupted in the crowd. The priest called out. A dirty demon. He's cursed by the goddess. Stop him. The priest pointed towards the person begging. No, the crown princess commanded. Stop that at once. Let that captain go. Your Highness, please help us. A desperate voice cried. Anthea stepped up and asked, Don't worry. First, just tell me what happened. My goodness. Thank you. The crew member gasped. Everything was going fine at first, but as our voyage went on, people started getting sick, one by one. She asked, Did they experience dizziness and dental issues? The person replied, Yes. She asked again, Were they bleeding from the gums? Blood in their urine and stool? The person quickly nods. Yes, that's right. But I don't think it's Tansanol. They didn't cough. Nonsense, Priest Howard shouted. That man has been infected with Tansanol. They tried to ally with a demonic nation. The goddess was enraged and punished them. We must get rid of him at once. Chatters began in crowd. No, Anthea said firmly. They are not infected with Tansinol, the priest accused. Are you siding with them because he's part of your demonic clan? Tell us the truth. Is she a spy from the heretic land of Cham? The princess stood tall. Deputy High Priest, if you truly believe I belong to a demonic clan, request a trial. I'm sure you already know the punishment for falsely accusing innocent people of heresy. A hush fell over the crowd. These people, she said clearly, are not cursed by the goddess. They are not suffering from Tansinol. What they have is scurvy. Once infected with scurvy, the body becomes anemic. Blood vessels grow fragile. You bruise easily. Gums bleed and teeth fall out. This disease can be cured easily without medicine or magic. You just need to consume some fresh fruit. Fruit? The priest repeated incredulously. Is that your idea of a joke? You're making up a disease no one's even heard of. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, she replied coldly. I read about it in medical texts from the Chang Empire. Unlike Asterix, where people believe fruit makes you weak and eat too much meat, those from Chang understand balanced nutrition. On land, they would have eaten fruits and vegetables, but not during such a long voyage, the priest questioned. You're serious? You're saying they got sick because they didn't eat fruit? And what if I do manage to cure them? She challenged. Will you take responsibility for today's outrage? The priest huffed. Of course. I'll gladly do so if it means I can stop you from spreading more lies. Good, she said calmly, extending her hand. Then also be ready to answer for your insults to the crown, when that day comes. Make sure you don't forget this. He shakes her hand and arrogantly asked, What exactly? Anthea said. I am Anthea La El Zerathilian, the one and only crown princess of the Asterix Empire. She used her power of light to show him. The priest gasped, You are, but she left saying, Excuse me. Later the deputy priest Howard heard the news. He yelled, What? Are you telling me they were actually cured? Are you sure the crown princess didn't pull a dirty trick? The priest Gale reported. We kept a close watch on her, worried about foul play, but all she handed out was fruit. Normal fruit. It seems they really were suffering from this disease. Scurvy. Furthermore, he added, the palace announced today that the crown princess is a skilled linguist and possesses light mana. He asked, What will you do now, sire? Damn it, the deputy muttered. I can't believe that was the power of light back then. You truly are amazing, your highness, Chelsea companions said in awe. I can't believe you knew of such a disease and risked everything to save that ship's crew. Why wouldn't I? She said gently. Now, do you think Blake is ready? Let him know I'm prepared to leave, Chelsea replied. Yes, your highness. Meanwhile the Edmund said to Blake, Your highness, we should be on our way. He nodded, reaching to his sword. Yes, let's go. His voice turned steely. And deal with that high treason criminal. Blake with Imperial Knights went to Deputy Priest Estate. Outside they shouted, The criminal shall accept the command of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Sir Howard! Gale rushed in, breathless. The Imperial Knights have made their way to the front of the estate. What should we do now? Do not worry, Howard said calmly. We still have one option left. He clenched his fist, griping a box. He thought, the Kentway family has been able to protect the temple for 1,000 years because of one thing, Philip's gift. We could get ourselves out of this mess with that. Suddenly someone appeared behind him, putting a dagger to his neck. Howard turns and yelled, Who goes there? Who dares to aim their sword at the deputy high priest? A figure emerged from the shadows. I have come to retrieve the gift I bestowed upon Logan 1,000 years ago. Then he stabs the priest. Later Anthea went to the port where the crew members bowed to her. You are our savior, your highness. I, Valen, and the rest of my crew will forever be loyal to you with gratitude in our hearts, the other crew members said in unison. You have our loyalty, your highness, Anthea smiled gently. I've only done what needed to be done. Please rise. Thank you, your highness, they chorused. Then the crowd roared. Cheers to the crown princess. Cheers to her highness. She is definitely a blessed maiden. Cheers to her highness. Away from the crowd, Blake approached her. She said, Blake, I'm sorry for worrying you. I trust you, he said. But it still worries me when I see you take on such arduous tasks. Can't you give me a chance to help you next time? She nodded. Okay, I will. Let's head back now, Blake said gently. She replied. Okay. Later during work, Anthea, he said, pausing. Why don't you just take a break today? She replied. I won't be able to find any peace of mind until Richard is found. Who knows what he could be scheming while he remains in hiding? I think we need to continue investigating. Then she added, curious. You know, after looking through some historical texts, I've discovered something odd. Blake asked. What is it? She said. I made a list of all the recorded Tansanol outbreaks, and I began to notice a pattern. Every outbreak occurred around the time the temple was dealing with a scandal. Blake asked. What? She told. In the year 685, the temple experienced an internal coup. Once the atrocities of the Kenthue-born high priest reached an all-time high, the other noble families had finally had enough. But it all fizzled out after a Tansanol outbreak. In the year 711, Emperor William tried to reform the empire's religion, but failed because of another outbreak. And again in the year 762, and so on, she continued. I see, Blake murmured. So it always happened when the Kenthue family found itself amidst a crisis. Then Anthea said, and I'm sure the Kenthue family was given the power to create a Tansanol outbreak from Philip. Philip must have been worried that people would suspect foul play if Tansanol disappeared with his death. So he created a tool that could trigger an outbreak and passed it on, along with the high priest title, to his one loyal subject Logan Kenthue. He commanded Logan to regularly create an outbreak so his crimes would remain hidden. Anthea's voice dropped. And that system managed to continue for 1,000 years. That's what allowed the Kenthue family to have complete control over the temple. Anthea took a sharp breath. If my hypothesis is right, we could be in big trouble. She jumped from her place and shouted, Howard might be working on bringing forth another Tansanol outbreak. Soon after, Howard Kenthue was in jail, chained and restrained. Standing in front of him was the Emperor and Lord Colin. The Emperor said, Howard Kenthue, you better speak the truth and nothing more. Reports of heinous acts committed by your family have been pouring in. Each allegation will be properly investigated. He turned cold, saying, The insult to the Crown Princess shall receive the utmost attention. Howard was like lifeless, unable to say or do anything. Then Blake came there, grabbing him aggressively and shouting, Speak up! What sort of heinous crimes have you kept buried until now? I can't even begin to fathom how many in the Empire have lost their lives because of you and your family. Were you planning to release another Tansanol outbreak this time? You finally made your way down here, Your Highness, Howard said, sneering. Answer my question, the Crown Prince demanded, grabbing his collar. Please stop, Your Highness, Lord Colin said. He might really end up dead at this rate, the Emperor asked. Blake, what is this talk of a Tansanol outbreak? Just then, a wave of dark mana swept through the room. Blake sensed it. What is this sinister mana I sense? A sickly aura spread through the air. Blake jolted and shouts, Could this be its Tansanol? Everyone, leave at once! The black fog spreads everywhere. Soon after, a knight reported to Anthea. Your Highness, they say there has been an accident in the basement prisons. She asked. What did you say? Her heart sank. Blake said he'd be heading down there. The black fog erupts from the windows and spreads outside. Blake! Anthea rushed down. Seeing her, he asked, Anthea, what are you doing here? She replied, Don't worry. I'm fine. They both stared down at Howard's lifeless body. His corpse was distorted, tainted by the disease. This must be Tansanol, Anthea murmured. She gripped his hand and used power of light. Thank goodness. I still sense nothing but pure white energy, he said. You don't need to worry about me, she asked. Where are the others? Did they all get away safely? He replied. When the incident occurred, His Majesty and Lord Colin were with me. Anthea's eyes widened. What did you just say? Anthea rushed to the Emperor. Father! Anthea rushed in. Are you all right, Anthea? The Emperor turned toward her, startled. It's far too dangerous for you to be here. Why would you come? I'm fine, she said, stepping closer. She grabs his hand and said, Let me see your hands first. She gently took his hands and examined them carefully. If Thenston comes down with Tansanol, chaos will erupt in the Astaric Empire just like it did in the Zelkan Empire 1,000 years ago. He can't have it, she thought. Relief washed over her. Thank goodness. There's nothing wrong with you, the Emperor said. I see. Lord Colin let out a sigh of relief. What a relief, Your Majesty. No, Anthea said, turning. Let me see your hand, Lord Colin. Yes, Your Highness, Colin replied, offering his hand. As she touched it, and exerts her power of light, and her expression changed. She gasped. Lord Colin, she murmured. I detect twisted mana in you. A few moments later, Colin was in bed groaning. Ha! Colin exhaled weakly. The Emperor sat beside his bed and asked, Does Colin really have Tansanol? He was worried for him. Yes, but please don't worry too much, Anthea said quietly. I will heal him, no matter what. That much I can promise you. The Emperor's gaze fell, full of regret. I forced him to be here when he had no desire to come. I only made him suffer. I can't let him die like this. Please take care of him, Anthea. Yes, Your Majesty, she said firmly. You can trust me, she thought, determined. I won't fall victim to it this time. I'm not that clueless, helpless little girl anymore. I refuse to lose another precious person to one of Richard's schemes, later Blake told her. They couldn't find any other abnormalities in the palace, but I'll have them reinforce security, just in case. Okay, she nodded. Once Richard finds out that Father did not get infected, he's bound to try again. We must be especially mindful of Father's security detail, Blake replied bitterly. Right. Blake, standing nearby, seemed troubled. Blake, she asked gently, is something else bothering you? He hesitated. I was just reminded of the past, she repeated. The past? He continued. When I was younger, before I was locked up in the secondary palace, His Majesty once held my hand and cried profusely. I completely forgot about it until just now. I think he was incredibly sad back then. Anthea's voice softened. I can imagine. He loved his son. Just then, a guard burst in. Pound, Your Highness! We've received reports of Tansanol spreading throughout the capital. Tansanol quickly began spreading across the city. Tansanol wasn't a disease. It was magic. The only way to remove it was to uncover the password Philip had set 1,000 years ago. Letting light mana flow into the core of the infection and allowing the patient to heal themselves was an option, but the disease had been designed to cause the twisted mana inside a person to explode if it came into contact with light mana. Anthea was busy thinking. Still, if there was a way to circulate light mana through the body, perhaps then Tansanol could be cured. She sighed. Lord Colin's symptoms continued to worsen by the day. Anthea was restless. The Emperor and Blake were with him when he got infected, and they're both fine. Why was Colin the only one? Anthea, Blake said gently, pouring her a cup of tea. You should take a break. Why don't we pause for some hot tea? Thanks, she smiled. You've barely slept these past few days, he added. You shouldn't push yourself too hard. You might end up missing something important if you rush too much. Thank you, Blake, she whispered. His consoling words were always so warm, just like the tea in her hands. But her mind kept returning to the same question. Countless nobles and commoners alike have been infected with Tansanol. Yet all the people around Colin were unaffected. Why him? What makes him different? Suddenly, Anthea jolted upright, remembering something. Blake, startled, he asked. What's the matter, Anthea? She beamed. I think I found it. Back in the room, Colin coughed violently. The Emperor urged. Colin, you should lie back down. Your Majesty, Colin said, swaying. There is something I must give you. There's a letter in the second drawer of my desk in my office. It seems that it'll be difficult for me to hand it to you in person, the Emperor said. What are you talking about? You may deliver it to me yourself after you recover, the Emperor said, firm yet gentle. Then the door creaked opens. Anthea said, Lord Colin, it's much too early to talk about such things. I've prepared some medicine, Anthea said softly, holding a tray. Please try it. Colin was in shock to see her. Later Anthea was instructing Blake. Like this. We'll use the light mana to grow Taikri tea leaves. I went ahead and prescribed the tea to Colin and the other critical patients. If we start seeing improvements, we'll officially begin farming the tea on a larger scale. Blake nodded. I understand, Anthea. Just then, Chelsea rushed in, breathless. Your Highness, there's been an update. Everyone turned. She shouts. The symptoms of the patients who drank the Taikri tea have improved. Anthea's eyes widened. You did it, Anthea, Blake said. How amazing! You've done what no one else has accomplished in the past 1,000 years. He embraced her tightly. You broke my curse, and even found a cure for Tansanol, the Taikri tea, grown in the Chang Empire. Infused with the power of the Eastern Dragon, it held a different resonance from the Empire's light mana. Though both were holy forces, they were fundamentally different, and that difference allowed the tea to carry the power of light into the body without provoking the Tansanol's deadly response. Even more incredibly, the tea's power had been amplified by the surge of strong light mana flowing through the Empire. Go on and have some, Colin, Anthea said gently. Eating the fresh leaves is even more effective than drinking it in tea form. I think I'll pass. Colin smiled faintly. I'm already feeling much better. Even so, he added. Even if my recovery takes a bit longer, I'll keep drinking the tea. She tried to feed him. Even children eat it without complaining. Don't whine about it being bitter. Go on. Anthea chimed in with a smirk. His Majesty commanded you to. Colin sulked but accepted the leaves. Okay. Thank you, Your Highness. You saved my life. By the way, Anthea asked quietly, you did throw out that letter, right? Your last will in the desk drawer? Colin laughed sheepishly. Yes. I ripped it up and tossed it before His Majesty ever had a chance to find it. In the days that followed, once the tea leaves grown with light mana were made available to the public, recovery rates soared while new infections plummeted. When the dark shadow of death that had hung over the capital at last faded, the people praised the crown prince and princess with unbridled joy. Elsewhere, Richard was reading the newspaper. It seems the capital is busy celebrating. It doesn't matter if they've discovered a cure, a cold voice hissed. We only need to spread our power wider. There's no need, Richard Carcio replied calmly, a smirk tugging at his lips. That has already become useless. His gaze darkened looking at Anthea. How amazing! She certainly deserves to be my woman. Conies, he called. He replied. Yes, master, he said. I will bestow upon you a very important command. You must succeed. There is one final plan to carry out, he thought. We will reclaim the empire I established 1,000 years ago, and make Anthea mine no matter what. Back in the palace, Anthea and Blake had no time to rest. They were fully occupied tending to the fields of Tikri tea, checking on patients who had recovered, and overseeing discharges. Let me help you, Blake offered, watching her work. It's okay, she replied with a smile. If you're done, you should go get some rest. You've been working so hard lately, he replied. It's because I don't like seeing you grab other men's hands. What? She blinked. But they're patients. I still don't like it, he muttered. I never liked it, Blake admitted, serious now. But I held back until now. I won't anymore. Okay, she said. Then you can take care of the remaining patients, then Blake said. Looks like you're almost done here, and we should sleep together tonight. She glanced at her notes. I don't have much left. I just need to wrap this up, he said. Then hurry and finish. Then someone knocks the door and calls out from outside. Your Highness, we have a serious issue. We've received word Richard Carciel has ambushed the mana stone storage of the temple. Mana stones? Anthea gasped. We don't know what he plans to do with the dark magician at his side. We need stop him. I'll head to the temple, Blake said instantly. You stay here and look after the patients. Okay. She nodded reluctantly. Be careful. Later, Anthea asked. Chelsea, how are the kids we saved from the capital? She replied. You mean the ones with no guardians? All the kids are fine except for one. The child with symptoms is being kept in isolation in a servant's room. Anthea's eyes softened. It must be terrifying to be alone at night. I'll go keep them company, Chelsea said. Yes, Your Highness. As Anthea approached the room, a sudden chill ran down her spine. What is that? She thought. There was a pulsing, eerie energy in the air. She gasped. This feeling, it's dark magic. The space it's distorting. Suddenly something flashed before Chelsea's eyes and she rushed forward, pushing Anthea away. Chelsea! Anthea shouted from behind. What's gotten into you? Where are you going? It's dangerous. Then she freezes as someone approaches. Then she heard it. A familiar voice, laced with menace. It's been a while, she shouts. Richard. He stood before her, smirking. He said, Lionel, Anthea said. You must have regained memories from your past life. He stroked his hair and said, Thank goodness I did, before it was too late. Who could have imagined that I was the one who founded the great Aztec Empire, and that I was its very first emperor? The space crackles as he said, Everything shall now return to its rightful place. Even if he remembers now, Anthea thought, he still can't use magic without mana stones. 1,000 years have passed. I've grown far stronger than him. I could just rip his heart out right here. She conjures the light power in her hand. But Richard put a sword to Chelsea's neck and said, Stop. You should think twice before acting, Richard said. You know better than anyone what kind of man I truly am. Don't you agree, Lionel? Chelsea was under the influence of dark magic. Anthea froze, her breath caught. She disperses her power and said, I understand. Just let Chelsea go. A few moments later, Anthea opens her eyes inside a mana stone cave. She wonders, What's going on? I can't move. She looked around. The entire space was filled with mana stones. A heavy barrier had been placed over it, draining all traces of light mana. She thought, forget casting magic. Even breathing feels like a challenge. Then a voice called, You're awake now? Lionel. He sat up quickly. Where's Chelsea? Don't worry, Richard said calmly. I left her back there. I didn't lay a finger on her. Anthea's eyes darted around the eerie, stone-lined space. All these mana stones, what is this place? Richard didn't answer. He stepped forward and said, You wouldn't understand even if I told you, she shouts. Don't come any closer. Release me at once. You always look at me with such cold eyes. Richard murmured, ignoring the demand. Tell me, what exactly is so special about that Lakshal? You're seriously asking because you don't know? She scoffed. Not knowing is your first mistake. What's so terribly wrong with me? Richard said, voice in rage. Do you truly believe I'm just some lowly commoner because I'm a room? Do you see my bloodline as traitorous? Look at me. I'm regaining the memories and powers of my past self. She met his eyes steady. Ha! I see you haven't changed, she said. Still fixated on the same meaningless grievances. You're still the same heinous man who committed atrocities 1,000 years ago. I don't care if you're of royal blood or not. Your family name, your ancestry, it means nothing. Even if I were reborn 100, 1,000 times, even if you rose to a rank higher than the emperor himself, I would never fall in love with you. I just don't like you. Her voice was firm, cutting. You let your ambitions blind you. You murdered innocent people. And your cruel arrogance keeps you oblivious to your crimes. I despise everything about you. Richard's expression twisted, then calmed. I see. So the chance of you falling in love with me is non-existent. He leaned in. Anthea said. Blake is the only one I love. He puts her inside a jail and said, All right. I understand. Back at the palace, Your Highness, the soldier reported. We've apprehended the culprit. It's not Richard Carseal? Blake asked sharply. He used his power and said, No, it's the dark magician he kept nearby. Looking at him, Blake thought. He disguised himself as Richard and attacked the temple to create a distraction. That means, Blake's voice dropped. Anthea is in danger, he shouted. Return to the palace immediately and protect the crown princess. The knights complied. Yes, Your Highness. Later, Chelsea sobbed. Her Highness was already gone by the time I regained consciousness. The dark magic, it made me lose my mind. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Please. Blake drops to his knees. Edmund and Hans rush to him worried. Blake clenches his fists. He thought, I never should have left her alone. I should have kept her by my side no matter what. As if 7 years of regret wasn't enough. And now I have lost her again. Seal off the capital, he commanded. Hunt down Richard Carseal. Then he went to the captive in jail. He turned to the captured magician, fury barely restrained. He puts his sword to his neck and said, Know this. I'm barely holding myself back from tearing your mouth off and grinding your bones to dust. I don't intend to waste another second on you. Where is Anthea? The man remained silent. Blake uses his force. Blake's voice dropped, dangerous. He asked again, Where is Richard Carseal right now? For the sake of a world led by the Room clan. The prisoner rasped. I cannot betray my master. Blake's expression turned cold. A world? For the Room clan? Is that why you created Tansanol? The Tansanol that took the lives of so many innocents, that caused your clan to be hated and driven out. Did you know your master was the one who created it in the first place? The magician's eyes widened. What? Blake continued. I heard the Tansanol outbreak led to your family's exile from your village. Their deaths followed soon after. The one who created Tansanol, and the one who reported your family was Richard Carseal. Conies gasped. What? What are you talking about? I heard your village survived by selling medicinal herbs, Blake said, voice firm. The guild you dealt with, they were in business with Richard Carseal. The head of that guild testified. He spoke with Richard about you, and about Kaelin. He killed your family because he was after your magical abilities. Richard Carseal was the one who spread Tansanol throughout your village. He's the one who convinced the villagers that your parents caused the outbreak. Blake's voice grew colder. Many of those same villagers later testified. They remembered what really happened. If you're foolish enough to stay loyal to the very man who murdered your parents even after I've told you this, he pointed his sword to him and said, then talking sense into you is meaningless. He drew his blade. You have until the count of 3 to tell me where the crown princess is. 1. The captive flinched. If he's telling the truth, what have I been doing all this time? His mind raced. Now that I think about it, the crown princess had always stood up for the Room clan. She never discriminated against them. She healed them with her own hands. He even remembered how she fought for the establishment of a Room orphanage within the palace. Who really cared about the Room? Blake continued. 2. The captive winced. Who should I be protecting for the sake of the Room clan? As Blake said 3, the man dropped his head. I will tell you where Her Highness is. Blake directly rushed to the place. Nay, the horse halted. Looking at the ruins entrance, Blake wonders. This is where Anthea is? A figure stood before him. Blake draws his sword and asked, Who are you? I suggest you lower your sword, Kaelin said calmly. If you kill me, you'll never find the crown princess. I was asked by Sir Richard to escort your highness, Blake asked. Then tell me, where is the crown princess? She replied. She's with him. But only you may come, your highness. If you don't, she will die. Blake's eyes narrowed. You dare threaten me? She replied. I'm only telling you the truth. Blake thinks for a moment. If it means saving Anthea, I'll gladly walk into a trap and become its victim. He puts down his sword and said, Escort me? Now, while following her, he was restrained. He wonders, where am I? How much farther do I have to walk? Why is this place filled with so many mana stones? The energy is suffocating, nauseating. Why did he call me here? What's his goal? A voice echoed from the distance. Well, it seems the crown prince is here. With a thud, the door opens. Kaelin said, Master, I brought him. Well done, Richard replied with a smile. Hearing that, Coney smiled. It's been ages since the last compliment. All that remains now is for Sir Richard to take care of the crown prince, and then he becomes emperor. Huh! She looked ahead. Why is there a magic circle on the floor? And Coney's? He was lying on the magic circle, bloodied. Kaelin rushed to him. What is he doing here? I thought the crown prince captured him already. Taking care of a defector is a simple task, Richard said smoothly. This is exactly why I place return spells in advance. He looked toward at Kaelin and continued. You had your shortcomings, but at least you fulfilled your purpose. He stabbed Kaelin and said, I'm talking about you, Kaelin. Kaelin let out a pained cry. Arg! As she dropped to the ground, he said, You've done well. I hope you'll become a glorious sacrifice for me. Don't try anything foolish. Richard warned Blake. Blake replied, I didn't do anything. He continued, Surely, a man of your power can break out of such a basic magical restraint. Why aren't you doing it? Tell me where Anthea is. Blake growled. You'll see her soon enough, Richard said with a grin. Though not in the way you'd like. He stomped his foot, and the door in the opposite opens. Anthea was there restrained. Anthea! Blake called out. Take one more step, Richard said, and I'll explode all the mana stones in that room. Blake froze. Richard said, Then I'm sure her body will be reduced to nothing but fragments. Blake questioned. What do you want? I appreciate the quick understanding of your situation, Richard sneered. Now go stand over there. If you do, Anthea will remain safe. I don't care what his plan is, Blake thought. As long as I can save Anthea, I'll do anything. He went there and stands at the designated place. The preparations were complete. Blake staggered slightly as the magical circle lit up beneath his feet. Richard smirked. The preparations are complete. Blake asked, staggering. What's your endgame? Richard's smile widened. He reached for his face and lifted it up. I will become you. I will become the crown prince of the empire, and reclaim everything that was meant for me. With your body, I will become Blake LaRue Zerthilian, the past life of Philip. You must do this if you want to twist the licht, Serpenia instructed calmly. Okay, got it, Philip said, nodding. She asked, satisfied? That's the last of it. I've taught you everything I know. Are you sure it's everything? He asked, his voice low. Is there no way to switch human souls? She narrowed her eyes. Why do you ask? He said. If something were to happen to you, I want to be able to switch our souls, so I can save you. There's no need for that, she said quickly, taken aback. I wouldn't want anything like that. Don't say that, he murmured, pulling her close. How could I ever live without you, sir? He embraced her, voice tender. I'm asking this as the one who loves you most in the world. Serpenia hesitated, then finally explained, voice grim. To switch souls, a sacrifice of equal value is required. The two people must stand atop a magic circle, and 2 children, recently deceased within the past hour, must be offered beside them, he remarked. It's complicated, she said. It's not just complicated, he filled in. It's also cruel, she said. Right. That's why you must never attempt it. It's inhuman magic that demands fresh corpses. She looked him in the eye. Promise me you will never conjure such magic, Richard recalled. But I forgot that promise the moment I made it. I wanted recognition. I wanted Anthea for myself, but she only had eyes for Blake. So, I was left with one option. I just needed to switch souls with Blake. Blake possessed the mana of the goddess, and I know how to wield her magic. If my soul inhabits Blake's body, I would be unstoppable. He said to Blake, I will become you. Suddenly Anthea jolted awake. She wonders, what is that? What's this irritating mana I feel? Meanwhile, Richard was casting the magic incantations. Hearing that, she yelled, trying to stop him. No! Then purple flames erupted from the magic circle and engulfs Richard. He shouted, what is this? Anthea was watching everything happening. She wonders, what's going on? The barrier around this space, it's breaking. Due to rumbling, the ruin crumbles. A large mana stone was about to fall on Anthea. Blake quickly rushed and covers her. Anthea! Blake shouted. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm okay. She nods. What about you? He unties her and said. I'm fine. Let's get out of here first. Richard was completely in flames, groaning and screaming. What happened? Blake asked, eyes darting to the flames. Is he trapped in there? Anthea said. That must be. That's not soul switching. That's life force switching magic. Serpenia told me about it once. The caster dies, and in exchange, the deceased person inside the magic circle is revived. Kaylin opens her eyes besides her brother. Anthea continued, I think Sir lied to him. She must have intentionally taught him misguided magic, so that if Richard ever tried to cross the line one last time, he'd destroy himself. Serpenia! Serpenia! Richard screamed, writhing in the flames. How dare you trick me? How dare you betray me? Serpenia appeared, manifesting in human form. That's all you have to say to me? She asked quietly. He cried out. Serpenia! Forgive me! I've wronged you! Please extinguish these flames. Serpenia, you're my wife. You love me. She let out a hollow laugh. Ha! I can't believe I lost my way because I couldn't let go of you, that pathetic man. Serpenia, please forgive me, he begged. I was going to return to you. I planned to come back once I became emperor, so please get me out of here. She stared at him for a moment, then said, All right. I shall release you. Okay. He breathed in relief. Finally, go on, he thought smugly. Even after 1,000 years, she's still just as gullible. Now I just need to manipulate her one more time and… Suddenly he was in another space trapped. He shouted. What is this? What's going on? He bangs on the space around. Release me at once. The flames erupted all around, and he burns in them. She walked away from there saying, That's the very place where you locked me away 1,000 years ago. You should try calling out for a lover. Or a friend. Someone who might break that seal for you. Forever. Then Anthea called out for her, Sir. Serpenia replied, Lion. It's all over now. Richard, is he dead? Anthea asked softly. His physical body is. Serpenia replied. But I sealed his soul behind the door of darkness. He'll pay for his crimes there for all eternity. She turned and said. It's really over now. I should have done this ages ago. I'm sorry it took me so long. She stepped forward, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, Lion. For letting blind love drive me insane, for not believing in you. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused, for torturing you both, and for wishing a life of regret upon you. Tears welled in her eyes. I'm truly sorry. I won't show myself in the human world again. I'll take time to reflect, to repent for my foolishness. And while I do, I'll bless your future from afar. Thank you, sir, Anthea said gently. If I'm honest, it hasn't been easy, but it wasn't only suffering. At least now, you see the error of your ways. You feel remorse. Sir, you just wanted me to return, to stay by your side. You never actually harmed anyone. Above all, Anthea added, we were only able to defeat Richard because of you. So it's okay. From now on, become the goddess of light who watches over everyone. Use your powers for good and peace, Serpenia said. Okay, I will, then Anthea said. And I still have the necklace you gave me. You told me to call for you if I ever missed you. Can I still do that? Serpenia pounced on her and said, Of course, she cried in her arms. Call me whenever you need my help. Goodbye, sir, Anthea said gently. Serpenia said, Thank you, my forever friend. And with bright light she went away. Then Anthea thought, the ill-fated connection finally came to an end. After 1,000 years of being shackled to past emotions, there were many days I cried, as I struggled through those long, painful times. But there wasn't only despair. Even when I lost my outer appearance, when I could no longer read or speak, someone still recognized me. Someone believed in me. Someone stood by my side. Blake looked at her and smiled. Anthea, you endured it well. She cried in his embrace. He said, Let's go back now, to our home. The next day she opens her eyes besides Blake. She looked at him and smiled. It wasn't a dream. Blake opens his eyes and said, Anthea? He squeezes her close. When did you wake up? She replied. Just now. He kissed on her forehead and said, Let's sleep a bit longer. She replied. Okay, let's go back to sleep. A lot changed after that day. Richard's body was burned to ashes. The device he used to summon Tansanol was purified by Serpenia. There will never be another Tansanol outbreak on this land again. All the evil deeds of the Kenthway family came to light, and they lost their peerage, along with the Carseal family. Balance was restored between the temple and the palace, and they were finally able to expose the truth of what happened 1,000 years ago, and rewrite the history of the Zelkan Empire. In the process, Thenston, Emperor of the Asteric Empire, acknowledged the wrongdoings of the first emperor, and offered an apology on his behalf. The people were horrified by Philip's crimes, but not by the current imperial family. That was because Thenston was the most virtuous emperor the empire had ever known. Under his rule, the empire thrived in peace and prosperity, and the people genuinely trusted and respected him, the sagacious emperor, and the beautifully resilient crown prince. Both the emperor and the crown prince stands in front of the whole audience to address them. The emperor looked behind. "Anthea, come closer," he smiled as he opened his arms. "The empire is calling for its crown princess." All of them appeared, so the crowd roared. Anthea said, "Wow." Then the emperor said warmly, "Thank you, Anthea, for becoming my family. You're the one we have to thank." "Father," she added, "I'd like to thank you as well for being my dependable father-in-law." "What about me?" Blake teased, nudging her. She replied, "Don't you know I love you even more, you punk?" Thenston grinned. "You've got a long way to go if you're jealous over that," he replied. "Exactly why I plan to wrap things up quickly and spend some quality time with my wife." All of them laughed. She thought, and the lovable crown princess, "This is where I need to be." During winter, Blake and Anthea were going in a carriage. She looked outside and exclaimed, "It's snowing." Blake asked, "Should we stop to enjoy it for a moment?" She replied, "Sure." Outside, she felt the snow on her hand and said, "Wow, this is my first snow in 7 years. This will be the first of many we share together." He replied, grabbing her hand. "The second snowfall, the third. I'll be there for even the 5th one," she said with a smile. "Every year? Who knows when the next one will come," Blake said. "We just need to make sure we're always by each other's side, and not spend a single second apart. Every day." Anthea laughed, cheeks flushed. "So cute. You still sound like a boy in a grown man's body." "I waited 7 years to be reunited with you," he said seriously. "Now you have to stay by my side. Forever." "Blake, thank you," she whispered, "for not forgetting me, for finding me. You were the only one who recognized me," he added, cheeks red. "I love you, Anthea. I'd give up my life for you without a second thought." "That's what I was going to say," she replied, smiling. "I love you too." Then they kissed. She said, "The most beautiful prince, my Blake."